Water 7. The air was thick with the salty scent of the sea breeze mingled with the smell of wood shavings and iron. Lin Feng awoke in an abandoned shipyard, the dull ache at the back of his head still lingering when a mechanical, icy voice rang in his ears. Ding. Host soul detected as stable. The 10,000 Realms Guild System has been activated successfully. World coordinate positioning in progress. Positioning successful. Current world One Piece. Time coordinate C circle year 1522, just after the Enies Lobby incident during the Straw Hat Pirates rest period in Water 7. A massive torrent of information flooded into his mind like a tide. Lin Feng's expression shifted rapidly, from initial bewilderment to shock and finally, to uncontrollable excitement. One Piece. Water 7. He had actually crossed into this world teeming with formidable warriors and monsters. Before he could ponder further, a sleek, futuristic system interface unfolded before his retina. 4 large modules floated on the main interface, emitting a soft glow. Guild functions create a guild and extend invitations to any being across the myriad worlds. Plunder function consume 3 devil fruits to randomly lock onto a different world and forcibly plunder a specific faction or region. Dungeon function submit 1 devil fruit to open a guild dungeon of the corresponding level. Clear it to obtain random rewards. Branch guild function submit 10 devil fruits to randomly draw a new world, establish a branch guild, and unlock a 2-way teleportation array. Lin Feng's breathing instantly became heavy. This wasn't just a means of self-preservation. It was an unprecedented opportunity to stir the winds and clouds, even to rule over the myriad worlds. Detected host's first activation. Newbie gift pack has been delivered. Open it. Open. Lin Feng mentally commanded without hesitation. A virtual golden gift box exploded before his eyes, 2 dazzling beams of light flying out and instantly piercing into his brow. The first beam was a vast and pure torrent of information. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate inheritance DNF male striker true extreme martial emperor triple awakening inheritance. Boom. A sound like the Big Bang echoed in the depths of Lin Feng's consciousness. Countless combat techniques, muscle activation methods, and energy manipulation principles were etched into his soul and body like instinct. From basic skills like Bone Crusher and Iron Mountain Lean to advanced ones like Flash Step and Lightning Dance, then to the Searing Flame Step and Scorching Whirlwind Kick, followed by the ultimate Yang Extreme Martial Emperor Kick and Deadly Strike. Finally, all insights converged into the most powerful blow, Karma Fire Sky Breaker. Lin Feng instinctively clenched his fists, a series of crisp cracking sounds coming from his bones and joints. He could clearly feel that every muscle and every bone had been forged anew by intense fire. A never-before-felt explosive power lurked within his body, ready to unleash cataclysmic might at a single thought. This strength instantly gave him the confidence to stand firm in this dangerous world. Then the second beam transformed into a massive golden wheel spinning rapidly before his eyes. Free draw in progress. Countless profound runes and symbols flashed across the wheel, each seemingly representing a terrifying ability that could alter the rules of the world. Finally, the pointer slowly came to a stop on an ancient emblem that seemed forged from time and light itself. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the exclusive Guild Basic Welfare Eternity. Eternity Passive Welfare. All officially joined guild members will have their life forms locked in their peak state, eternal youth, infinite lifespan, until they voluntarily withdraw or are dismissed by the guild leader. Note: cannot negate lethal damage. Watching this welfare description, Lin Feng's pupils sharply contracted, his heart hammering uncontrollably. Eternity. It was eternity. He was fully aware of the immense weight of these 2 words. For those powerhouses at the top of the world with unlimited wealth and immense power, yet facing the inevitability of death, this temptation was absolutely lethal. For those beauties afraid of aging and losing their youth, how great was the allure? Absolutely irresistible. If the DNF male striker inheritance was his martial power to stand in this world, then the eternity welfare was his trump card to forge the ultimate guild across the myriad worlds. No powerhouse, no matter how arrogant, could ignore the value of immortality. Lin Feng took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, and began to calmly analyze his situation. In the distance, the faint sound of boisterous cheering and the clamor of a banquet could be heard. That was the Straw Hat Pirates and the shipwrights of Galila Company celebrating their victory at Eni's lobby. This meant that the major incident had just ended and the world was still in a relatively calm period. And for him, a mysterious powerhouse appearing out of thin air. To make his voice heard in this era of shining stars, he needed a sufficiently shocking stage of performance that would capture the world's attention. Ring, ring, ring. A sudden urgent ringing of a din-din mushy cut through the festivities in the distance. Immediately after, an indescribable pressure, like an invisible dark cloud, descended upon the entire Water 7 without warning. The bustling city fell into an eerie silence at that moment. Pedestrians stopped, faces filled with confusion and unease, all eyes turning towards the horizon. Shipwrights at the port dropped their tools, looking up in bewilderment. Even the cheers from the distant banquet died away. Lin Feng also sensed this aura. His gaze pierced through the cracks of the ruined shipyard, fixing on the blue sea. There at the junction of sea and sky, a giant dog-headed ship silhouette was slowly plowing through the waves, heading toward the port of Water 7. It was no ordinary warship. It seemed to carry a moving mountain, and its mere presence made the entire sea area feel heavy and solemn. A slow grin spread across Lin Feng's face. He knew his stage had arrived. The marine hero Monkey D. Garp, a name representing the top combat power of this world. What better way to announce his arrival to the world than by stepping onto the stage atop this legendary hero? He had to make a big splash. The dog-headed warship docked, and the mountain-like oppressive presence became overwhelmingly real. A tall, robust old man dressed in a white naval uniform leaped down from the ship. He did not use the gangplank, but jumped directly onto the dock, landing with a dull, thunderous thud. The hard stone floor spiderwebbed with cracks around his landing point. It was the naval hero Monkey D. Kapu. Wahaha. Where's that brat Lin Feng? Grandpa has come to give him some loving care. Kapu laughed as if no one else existed. He picked his nose while striding boldly toward the direction of the distant banquet. Wherever he passed, common civilians screamed, as if they had seen a ghost, scattering to both sides, instantly clearing a wide path. Naval soldiers lined up neatly behind him, not daring to breathe loudly. In Water 7, shipwrights held high status and often shouted at ordinary sailors, but facing this legendary figure, everyone was silenced. Iceberg stood on the second-floor balcony of the Galila Company, his brow deeply furrowed. Foreman Barry, Peopley, Lulu, and the others stood behind him with grave expressions. They could sense that the aura emanating from this old man was entirely different from any strong person they had ever encountered before. It was a raw, brute, unreasoning power. Hey, Lin Feng. Kapu soon spotted the Straw Hat Boy feasting amid the banquet crowd. His smile grew even brighter, but his eyes glinted with a dangerously loving light. Lin Feng looked up with meat stuffed in his mouth, face greasy. The instant he saw Kapu, his expression shifted from surprise to terror. The meat dropped from his mouth in shock. Happy to see Grandpa. Come on, taste Grandpa's iron fist full of love. Kapu laughed, and without giving Lin Feng any time to react, casually tore off a huge iron cannonball from a nearby ship, pulled his arm back like a baseball pitcher, then hurled it forward with all his might. Swoosh! The black cannonball screamed with a piercing whistle, turning into a blur aimed straight at Lin Feng's head. Perhaps due to carelessness, or because it was his own grandson. The angle he threw seemed slightly off. The cannonball's flight path was not toward the center of the banquet, but precisely directed at the rear, the newly repaired Galila dock. No. One of the pride and blood of all the shipwrights. Not good. Iceberg's face turned deathly pale. That damn old man. Barry roared in anger, yet felt utterly helpless. The cannonball was too fast, and the power contained within it was too terrifying, far beyond what they could stop. Zoro and Sanji's faces changed drastically. They tried to intercept, but their bodies felt bound by invisible shackles under that terrifying oppressive aura. Even moving a finger was excruciatingly difficult. It's over. That word echoed in everyone's hearts. The shipwrights' hard work, the pride of Water 7, would be reduced to nothing under this single blow. Just as everyone was sinking into utter despair in the shadow of an abandoned dock, observing everything, Lin Feng curled his lips. He had wanted to wait for a better moment. blazing strides. Lin Feng murmured to himself. The next second his figure vanished like a phantom. No sound, no warning. He seemed to merge with the wind, turning into a streak of light too fast for the eye to follow. When he reappeared, he stood directly in front of the roaring cannonball. Time seemed to press the slow-motion button. Everyone clearly saw that unfamiliar young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes standing calmly in the path of death back to the crowd. What did he intend to do? Block it with his body. Crazy. Kapu paused his remedial action, picked his nose, and stared at the sudden figure, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Just before the cannonball was about to collide with Lin Feng's body, a calm, clear voice rang across the whole dock. "Old man, at your age, no need to be so hot-tempered." As his voice fell, Lin Feng moved. No earth-shattering momentum, no dazzling light effect. He simply raised his right leg and delivered a standard side kick, meeting the huge cannonball that could blow a warship to pieces. Has he gone mad? Kicking a cannonball with his leg? He'll be blown to shreds. Barry and the other shipwrights screamed, faces pale with terror. In their eyes, it was like an insect trying to stop a chariot, nothing less than suicide. Zoro's eyes widened sharply. Sanji's cigarette fell from his mouth with a pat. They could clearly feel the terrifying kinetic energy in that cannonball, something no flesh could withstand. Yet this man not only blocked it, but did so in a way they could not comprehend. Kapu's smile froze on his face, his fingers stopped midair. For the first time, he shed his carefree demeanor, a hint of genuine astonishment in his eyes. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes, Lin Feng's toe landed precisely on the center of the cannonball. The expected cataclysmic explosion did not happen. There wasn't even the slightest sound of collision. Time seemed frozen. The entire dock was dead, quiet, and eerie stillness. The next second, a scene that made everyone's eyes nearly pop out occurred. The solid iron cannonball, hard as rock, touched Lin Feng's toe and became like soft putty. Starting from the contact point, the entire cannonball sank deeply inward, forming an exaggerated curve perfectly wrapping around his toe. Then an indescribable, terrifying force exploded through that tiny contact point. The deformed cannonball was neither knocked away nor exploded, but in a physically impossible manner, it pivoted 90 degrees, becoming a straight black line shooting into the sky. Its speed was so fast that only a long afterimage remained on everyone's retinas. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the clouds, becoming a tiny black dot that vanished into the blue sky. The entire dock was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone tilted their heads, mouths agape, staring blankly at the empty sky, minds completely blank. What just happened? A kick sent a high-speed cannonball flying into the sky. Is that something a human can do? After more than 10 seconds, a faint flash of light flickered in the sky tens of thousands of meters above, like a tiny star being lit. After another long moment, a faint rumble, like a mosquito's buzz, drifted down. That cannonball had actually flown out of the atmosphere before exploding. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. The sound was especially clear in the dead silence, jolting everyone out of their petrified state. Impossible. A shipwright's legs gave way, and he sat down on the ground, his face full of disbelief. What is that? A monster? The Straw Hat crew was thunderstruck. Amazing. Lu Fei's eyes sparkled with stars, completely forgetting that he was being chased by his grandfather. Zoro instinctively gripped the sword at his waist, cold sweat breaking out on his palms. That kick looked simple, but the power, technique, and absolute control over his body exceeded his comprehension. And now the most shocked person on the scene was undoubtedly Kapu. He had completely lost his smile, replaced by an unprecedented serious expression. Others only saw the result of that kick, but he perceived much more. He sensed that at the moment the young man kicked, a condensed, extremely focused energy had enveloped his leg. It was not hockey, but a strange energy full of destruction and explosive power that he had never seen before. It was this energy that gave flesh strength beyond steel. Lin Feng slowly withdrew his leg as if he had just kicked away a pebble. He even bowed his head to pat some non-existent dust off his pants. His calm, detached demeanor created a stark contrast with the earth-shattering kick moments ago, making him appear even more mysterious in everyone's eyes. Kapu's murky old eyes became as sharp as an eagle's. He stared intently at Lin Feng, and a tsunami-like aura exploded from him. This was no longer the playful scolding of a grandson. It was the true conqueror's haki of a naval hero enough to terrify even gods and demons. Buzz. The air seemed to transform into a viscous quagmire, and the terrifying pressure caused the surrounding Navy soldiers and ordinary sailors to roll their eyes and collapse in groups. Zoro and Sanji felt their bodies tremble violently, as if an unseen mountain were pressing down upon them, making even breathing an incredibly difficult task. However, Lin Feng, who was at the very center of this storm of aura, did not even blink. The overwhelming conqueror's haki, which could intimidate all, washed over him like a gentle spring breeze passing over a hill, causing not a single ripple. He stood there quietly, calmly gazing back at Carp with a hint of faint curiosity in his eyes. Carp's heart, ineffective. My conqueror's haki has no effect on this young man at all. There are only two possibilities. Either the other party also possesses a conqueror's haki that surpasses my own, or the other party's will and soul are powerful enough to completely ignore the terrifying impact of the conqueror's haki. Regardless of which, it implies that this mysterious man before me is of the same caliber as myself, or perhaps even stronger. Young man, who exactly are you? Carp spoke slowly, his voice deep, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between clenched teeth. That is not an ordinary kick technique. You should understand what it means to interfere in the Navy's affairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng finally made a different motion. He tilted his head slightly, and a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared at the corner of his mouth. I am merely protecting the private property of this city. He pointed to the intact dock, calmly retorting, or should I say the justice of the Navy heroes allows them to casually destroy the labor of innocent civilians. Those words instantly turned Carp's face a deep shade of purple. He had spent his life punishing evil and cherishing the common folk, yet here he was publicly slapped in the face by a young man. This was even more painful than a direct punch. Sharp-tongued little brat. Carp's fists cracked ominously, and an even more terrifying aura began to gather around his right fist. The dark-colored armament haki spread rapidly like ink, dyeing his entire arm an ominous black. The air groaned under the weight of this power. It seems that mere words of reason are useless. Carp's eyes were locked onto Lin Feng, and he grinned, revealing a mouthful of bone-white teeth. Let me personally experience just how hard your legs are. Carp moved. Without any unnecessary actions, he simply took a step, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he had crossed dozens of meters and stood right in front of Lin Feng. That iron fist, enveloped in top-tier armament haki, carried enough terrifying power to shatter islands, tearing through the air with a piercing whistle and barreled straight toward Lin Feng's face. Before the punch arrived, its might was already felt. The violent wind from the punch pressed down like the stone floor beneath Lin Feng's feet could no longer withstand the pressure, cracking inch by inch, instantly turning to dust and forming a massive depression. In the distance, the Straw Hat crew and the sailors felt as if a 10th Santon giant ship were crashing towards them. The suffocating sense of oppression nearly drove them to their knees. Is this the full force of a Navy hero? Zoro's throat felt dry, and every muscle in his body was sending out alarms of danger. He was certain that even the legendary Pirate King would not dare to take this punch heat in. This man is doomed. This was the only thought in the minds of all the onlookers. However, in the face of this earth-shattering punch, Lin Feng showed no signs of fear. Instead, a fierce battle intent ignited within him. Come at me. He intended to use this strongest collision as the most magnificent salute for his entrance. This is perfect. Lin Feng shouted lowly, unleashing the power within him without reservation. The legacy from the DNF male brawler's third awakening manifested its true ferocity at this moment. Extreme martial overlord kick. Boom. Crimson flames erupted from Lin Feng's right leg, like a waking volcano engulfing his entire leg. This was not ordinary fire, but the martial extreme flame formed by the purest combat will and physical energy. He no longer held back, meeting strength with strength, his blazing right leg transforming into a red rainbow that tore through the heavens and earth, directly confronting Carp's ink-black iron fist. The fist and leg collided violently in midair. There was no deafening roar as imagined. The entire world suddenly fell into an absolute silence. The sound vanished. The light distorted. Centered on the point of contact between fist and foot, the space seemed to collapse inward, forming a visible dark singularity. This eerie silence lasted for less than 1/10th of a second. In the next instant, the accumulated power exploded. A dazzling white circular shockwave like a halo of divine punishment erupted from the two figures, wildly expanding in all directions. Rumble. Where the shockwave passed, the dock's ground seemed to be plowed by an invisible beast, lifting and shattering in large chunks. Surrounding buildings and windows shattered into dust in an instant, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the walls. Get down. Barry screamed at the top of his lungs, desperately anchoring himself to the ground. The Straw Hat crew was also blown around by the gale. Luffy clung tightly to a stone pillar with his rubber arms to avoid being blown away. But this was just the beginning. The real horror happened at sea. That white shockwave crashed violently against the calm sea surface. The ocean, the most majestic entity on this planet, cried out in pain under this strike. From the dock as a starting point, the sea surface, extending into the distance, was as if cleaved in half by an invisible sword of a deity. The seawater surged frantically to both sides, curling back, forming terrifying water walls towering over 100 meters. And between these two walls of water, a bottomless immense canyon appeared. The dark, slippery seabed, along with the various seaweeds, corals, and fish and shrimp that didn't have time to escape, were laid bare in the air. A single step parting the sea. This was beyond the realm of human capability. This was myth, was legend. Everyone witnessing this scene, no matter who, had their minds completely malfunction. They looked up at the towering water walls blocking the sun, and then down at the bottomless sea canyon, feeling as if their entire understanding of life had been thoroughly overturned and then crushed to dust. And at the center of the storm, Carp's legendary old face displayed for the first time a look of shock and disbelief. A tremendous, unstoppable force emanated from the opposing leg, crushing his proud armament hockey like dried weeds, and then surged violently into his arm. Step, step, step. Carp's body uncontrollably retreated backward for over 10 steps each step, leaving a deep footprint on the hard rock, only then managing to stabilize himself. He looked down at his right arm. That iron fist capable of piercing continents was now uncontrollably trembling violently. The skin blackened, and the entire arm lost all sensation. Only a deep-rooted numbness remained. I lost. In the clash of pure strength, I actually lost. Carp abruptly raised his head, looking ahead. The smoke and dust dispersed. Lin Feng still stood in place, not having moved an inch. He retracted, his right leg engulfed in crimson flames, and the fire quietly extinguished. Behind him were the towering water walls converging towards the center, and the abyss of the sea that symbolized absolute power. In this backdrop that resembled a divine miracle, his not-so-massive figure appeared so grand and Lin Feng raised his eyes, calmly scanning the entire area, and finally settling on Carp, whose expression fluctuated between dark and light. He gently exhaled a breath of turbid air, as if he had merely done something trivial, and spoke in a calm tone. Now, can we have a proper talk? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, yet it struck each heart like a heavy iron hammer clanging with resounding force. Talk. After cleaving the sea in two and forcing the marine hero's fist to tremble, he casually asked, can we talk? Such an imperious posture. This domineering attitude left no room for rebuttal. With a mighty crash, the 100-meter water wall that had been split apart finally gave way, collapsing inward with a thunderous roar, sending towering waves skyward, as if concluding that divine spectacle. Yet the bottomless seabed canyon and the soul-searing shock embedded deep within everyone's DNA were etched into their minds forever. The dock was a scene of utter chaos. Unconscious figures lay scattered, and those still awake wore vacant, hollow stares, as if their souls had been drained. What was that? The half-smoked cigarette had long fallen from Sanji's lips. His voice was dry as sand. You've got to be kidding. Usopp collapsed to the ground, eyes vacant, muttering incessantly, this must be a dream, just a dream. Zoro's hand gripped his sword hilt so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He stared at Lin Feng's back, and for the first time a certain emotion flickered in his eagle-sharp eyes, an emotion called fear. It was not fear of an enemy, but the awe of a creature confronting a higher-dimensional force. His pride as a swordsman seemed utterly insignificant, even laughable before the divine power that had split the sea with a single kick. Garp slowly lowered his still trembling arm. The numbing sensation coursing through his limb told him clearly that everything just witnessed was no illusion. He looked at Lin Feng, and in his ancient eyes that had weathered countless storms, bewilderment appeared for the first time. He had seen power before. Whitebeard could shatter space, Golden Lion could make islands float, and there was that self-proclaimed eternal god Kaido the Immortal. But to rely solely on physical strength to cleave the sea for thousands of meters, as this man had done, such a feat completely shattered his understanding. What kind of ability was that? Not a devil fruit. Of that he was certain. Nor was that crimson energy haki. Haki is the manifestation of willpower, but that energy felt like the purest form of destruction erupting from the very core of life itself. You. What exactly are you? Garp finally spoke, his voice hoarse, stripped of its former vigor and confidence. He did not ask who, but what a clear sign that he no longer considered the man before him a fellow being. Lin Feng smiled. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only by smashing the pride and common sense of these top powerhouses with absolute irrational force would the ensuing conversation hold any meaning. Who I am is unimportant. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the scene. From Garp's solemn face to the Straw Hat crew's shocked expressions to the dockworkers' awestruck looks, and finally returned to Garp. What matters is that starting today, I am establishing a guild here. A guild. The word stunned everyone. They had heard of pirate crews, merchant associations, nations, armies. But guild. This was the first time. The guild shall be called Wanjia. Lin Feng's voice was soft, yet carried clearly to every ear. Its purpose is neither to seek treasure nor to claim territory. Rather, it is to recruit all powerhouses from the myriad heavens and worlds and forge the mightiest force in history. Myriad heavens and worlds. Garp's pupils contracted sharply, while others puzzled over the term. He, a man standing at the world's apex with access to countless secrets, immediately grasped the terrifying implication. This man, could he be from another world? Lin Feng observed the shock on Garp's face and dropped another. Of course, membership comes with unique benefits. He paused, then spoke deliberately. Every official member of the Wanjia Guild will receive a single passive perk, eternity. Its effect is simple: eternal youth and infinite lifespan. As long as you do not voluntarily resign or get expelled, you will live forever at your peak. Boom. If the one Futsplaesthesia was a nuclear bombardment on the physical level, then eternity was a dimensional blow to the psyche. Every person present was struck speechless. Eternity. Infinite lifespan. How could that possibly be? Garp's body jolted violently. For the first time, his weathered face betrayed unconcealable terror. He thought of his aging comrades of Roger, who once ruled the seas but eventually succumbed to illness and age. He knew better than anyone how deadly the allure of immortality was to those at the world's peak. If this were true, the Wanjia Guild would possess the power to overturn the entire world, know everything. In the dead silence, as the message sent souls reeling, Lin Feng's gaze suddenly shifted to the distant sea. There, a small pirate ship was slyly lowering its sails, trying to slip away unnoticed while attention was elsewhere. A playful grin curled at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Perfect timing. A guild needs startup capital. The moment the words left his lips, he vanished from his spot. The next second, he appeared on the deck of that pirate ship, as if by teleportation. Well then, let's begin with you. On the pirate ship, attempting to flee, the captain stared in terror at the figure that had appeared on the deck, as if teleporting, his legs weak with fear. You? What do you want? I am the great pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries, crushed bones, calves. The captain said, brandishing his scimitar with bravado, but his trembling hand betrayed him. In his eyes, the man before him was more terrifying than the 4 emperors. Lin Feng paid him no heed, swaggering toward the cabin, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Stop, you bastard. Cass gathered all his courage and roared, slashing his blade at the back of Lin Feng's neck. Yet the blade's tip stopped a hair's breadth away from Lin Feng's neck, unable to land. A muffled thud. The great pirate with an 8 million bounty along with his blade was kicked into a spray of blood mist that burst in the air like a muffled thud. The great pirate with an 8 million bounty along with his blade was kicked into a spray of blood mist that burst in the air like a firework. Then the sea breeze blew it away, not a single drop staining the deck. The remaining pirates, upon witnessing this, rolled their eyes and collectively fainted cleanly. Lin Feng ignored them, strode into the captain's cabin, and kicked open a heavy iron safe. Inside were piles of gold and jewels, and atop the sparkling heap lay a dark black fruit covered in bizarre swirling patterns. A devil fruit. Lucky me, another one. Lin Feng casually pocketed it, not even sparing a glance at the gold and silver. He turned and left the cabin, and with a flicker of movement, he was back at the chaotic dock of Water 7, as if he had never left. From arrival to return, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. But this cold efficiency, killing without hesitation and dismissing such wealth, shattered the last shred of hope in Garp and the others. This man acted without scruples, his power an unfathomable abyss. Lin Feng ignored the gazes of awe, fear, and curiosity. He knew that merely demonstrating strength was not enough. To establish an organization that spans myriad worlds, he must display something beyond power, a divine miracle they could neither comprehend nor resist. I know what you're thinking. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence. A guild. Eternal life. It sounds like bullshit. He surveyed the crowd, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Then let me show you the true foundation of the Myriad Worlds Guild. With that, he spoke to the air casually. Open guild plaza. The next second, under the disbelieving stares of everyone, Lin Feng's figure vanished without a trace. No speed, no flash of light, no teleportation. Just a sudden, unreasonable deletion from this. Garp's eyes bulged as he used his observation hockey frantically, but sensed nothing. Zoro's hand could no longer grip his sword hilt, and Sanji felt his worldview being ground into dust. This ability to vanish into thin air exceeded their understanding of any devil fruit. Just as everyone's minds were reeling, believing Lin Feng had left, his figure reappeared in the same spot. This is the Guild Plaza, Lin Feng said with a trace of amusement, a dimensional space independent of all worlds. Any guild member, no matter where they are, at the end of the universe or in the crevice of time, can teleport here in a single thought, and can return at any time. A thought to cross time and space. These words struck like thunderbolts in the minds of Garp the Straw Hat crew and all who remained conscious. What did this mean? It meant unparalleled mobility, absolute safety. No matter how great the danger, a single thought would instantly remove them from the battlefield into a sanctuary no one could pursue. This was more invincible than any defense or ability. Of course, the guild's benefits don't end here. Lin Feng, as if not satisfied with the stimulation, continued. Inside the guild, there is a guild shop. It contains weapons, secret manuals, bloodlines, pills. From countless worlds. As long as you have enough guild points, you can even buy a god himself. And the way to earn points is very simple. Lin Feng raised a finger. Daily check-ins give you basic points. The more important way is through contributions. You can upload your insights, combat techniques, special bloodlines, or even Devil Fruit's legendary swords and technology blueprints you find in this world. The system will reward you with corresponding points based on the value of the items. At the same time, the system will assess each member's overall strength on a scale from Tier 1 to Tier 12, each tier further divided into early, middle, and late stages. This helps you understand your own power level and that of your companions. As he spoke, Lin Feng glanced with interest at Garp, not far away. Name Monkey D. Garp's strength assessment Tier 4 mid-stage evaluation, pure physical power, already maxed out in this world. Hockey, also used expertly. A worthy opponent. On his own panel, it displayed name Lin Feng, Guild Master Strength Assessment Tier 4 early stage evaluation, with a martial extreme inheritance, possesses burst power to challenge above his tier. As the founder of the guild, your future holds infinite possibilities. It was actually one minor tier lower than Garp. Lin Feng was not surprised, as Garp was a legend of this world while he had just started. But what truly made this rating system terrifying was its potential. Upload your abilities, exchange for points, then buy even stronger abilities from the shop. Isn't this a bug-level cycle that lets the strong grow infinitely stronger like a snowball? The dock fell into deathly silence. This grand vision Lin Feng painted had shattered their imagination. At the same time as newsbirds flapped their wings into the sky, everything that happened at Water 7 began to spread across every corner of the world at a terrifying speed. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Fleet Admiral Buddha Sengoku, looking at the urgent intelligence from the front lines, angrily swept all the documents off his desk with a rustle. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. Kicking the sea open. Establishing some Myriad Worlds Guild. Eternal life. Did that bastard Garp write his report while drunk? Sengoku roared in fury. But when he saw the attachment, a long-distance photo blurry but still showing the sea split by a massive chasm, his roar suddenly died in his throat, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The New World Moby Dick. Whitebeard Edward Newgate sat on his throne and 4-tube attached to his body. He listened as Marco read the newspaper, a different light flashing in his murky old eyes. Gurara. Eternal life. Sounds like a child's nonsense. Though he laughed, his hand without the 4 unconsciously tightened. Around the world, countless people, powerful, aging, or ambitious, saw this fantastical news. 99% dismissed it as a clumsy joke. But the remaining 1%, those truly at the top of the pyramid or those in dark corners desperately craving power and opportunity, etched the names Myriad Worlds Guild and Lin Feng deep into their DNA. An undercurrent that could engulf the entire world had already begun to stir. Yet Lin Feng, the architect of all this, stood calmly on the dock of Water 7, looking at the lonely member list on his system panel. Guild members, 1 Lin Feng. The stage is set, the audience is ready. He murmured, his gaze shifting to another function on the system interface. Plunder. Then it's time to invite the first true actor onto the stage. A deathly silence fell over the dock. Garp the Straw Hat crew and all the surviving shipwrights and marines were still in a daze, their minds reeling from the overwhelming impact of Lin Feng's grand vision, a blueprint spanning countless worlds offering eternal life. Yet the architect of it all, Lin Feng, had already fixated his entire attention on the system panel before him. His gaze rested on the 2 words that radiated a dangerous aura: plunder. The stage is set, the audience is in place. Now it's time to invite the first true actor to take the stage. Lin Feng muttered to himself, flipping his hand to reveal a devil fruit, pitch black, covered in bizarre spiral patterns, that he had taken from the unfortunate pirate captain. Under the bewildered gaze of everyone, his fingers suddenly clenched. Crack! The hard shell of the devil fruit shattered like a fragile eggshell in his grip. Instead of turning into juice, the fruit transformed the moment it broke into a torrent of pure concentrated energy drawn by an invisible force, all of which vanished into the air before Lin Feng. He crushed a devil fruit. Usopp stammered, feeling his entire worldview being ground down and trampled upon. That was a legendary treasure, granting superhuman powers. Something millions dreamed of possessing. And he just crushed it. Karp's pupils contracted sharply. He couldn't understand he was utterly lost. Every action this man took defied the boundaries of his comprehension. Just then a colossal wheel made of countless points of light visible only to Lin Feng slowly materialized. The wheel was divided into thousands upon thousands of sectors, each representing a complete world. Lin Feng could even glimpse familiar icons flashing by. A nine-tailed fox, a scion blazing with golden aura, and a death knight wielding frostmorn. This was the Myriad of Worlds System. Initiate plunder. Lin Feng commanded directly. The colossal wheel began to spin wildly, reflections of countless worlds turning into streaks of light moving too fast to follow. The pointer danced through the dazzling radiance, and finally, under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the wheel the pointer swept past one unfamiliar icon after another until with a crisp chime it settled firmly on an inky black sector. The icon on that sector was a skull wearing a cracked white mask. Ding. World selected. Bleach, randomly extracting plunder zone. Zone selected. Hueco Mundo, vicinity of Las Noches, portal opening in 3 seconds. Host. As the system's cold voice faded, the space behind Lin Feng began to warp. A pitch-black vortex emanated, ominous energy materializing from nothing and expanding at breakneck speed. What? What the hell is that? Space. Space is tearing. Panicked screams erupted from the crowd. Lin Feng turned around, sweeping his gaze over the varied expressions of the people. He saw the gravity and wariness on Karp's face, the pure curiosity and excitement in Luffy's eyes, and the complex mix of reluctance and awe in Zoro's look. A corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. Farewell, everyone. The next time we meet, I hope this world will have become a little more interesting. With that, without any lingering attachment, he turned and stepped into the dark vortex. The moment he entered, the vortex contracted, rapidly shrinking into a tiny point of light that vanished completely, as if it had never existed. On the dock, only a patch of utterly demolished ground and a group of people with short-circuited minds remained. After a long silence, Karp let out a heavy sigh, his face grim and terrifying. He knew that a far more terrifying variable than the rise of the 4 emperors or the dawn of the great pirate era had descended, one that would completely overturn the world's order. Traveling through the spatial tunnel was far from pleasant. It felt like being thrown into a washing machine and spun at high speed 300 times. When the dizzying sensation finally faded, Lin Feng found himself standing on an entirely new land. Beneath his feet stretched an endless white desert, the grains as fine as powder. Above his head hung an eternal black crescent moon suspended in a pitch-black sky, casting a cold pale light. The air was thick with a sense of death, desolation, and bone-chilling cold. There was no life, no sound. It was as if this place was the graveyard of worlds. Lin Feng could clearly sense that the particles composing this world were entirely different from those of the One Piece world. It was a kind of energy called reishi, imbued with the essence of death and chaos. Meanwhile, the lifeblood energy within him, inherited from the DNF male striker class, brimming with vitality, shone like a 10th Zandwatt searchlight in this dead world, starkly incongruous and tempting. Scree. Hee. Almost the instant he appeared, a hair-raising commotion stirred beneath the white sand from all directions. Countless malevolent, greedy, and hungry gazes locked onto him from every side. Thump, thump. Dozens of grotesque monsters burst forth from the sand, each bearing a white bone mask and a hollow hole in their chest. They brandished claws, drooling, encircling Lin Feng completely. So these are hollows. Lin Feng glanced around, his brow furrowing. Too weak. The energy fluctuations emanating from these creatures were even weaker than those of the 8 million berry pirate he had kicked into a bloody mist back at Water 7. Roar. A hollow, the largest among them, resembling a giant lizard, could no longer resist its craving for delicacy. It charged at him, jaws wide enough to swallow a cow. Lin Feng did not even bother to dodge. He simply raised his foot, executed a textbook stomp, and slammed it down hard. Boom. No contest. The giant hollow's head, along with the upper half of its body, was driven straight into the sand, exploding into a pulp of black flesh and blood. Clean and decisive. Lin Feng withdrew his foot, not bothering to spare another glance, and instead turned his gaze toward the distance. The magnificent white palace at the edge of the white desert Las Noches. Not even a warm-up. How dull. He shook his head, about to head toward Las Noches in search of an opponent with a bit more weight, when a spiritual pressure leagues above those insignificant monsters descended like a dark cloud. A rough, arrogant voice boomed across the empty desert. Hey, who dares to make such a racket at the entrance of Lord Aizen's Las Noches? The thick and wild voice like thunder rolled across the dead desert sky, making the air hum with its vibrations. Lin Feng raised his head, his gaze fixed on the source of the sound. In the high sky, a massive figure plummeted from above, landing with a deafening crash on the sandy ground not far away. Boom! A white wave of sand erupted skyward, forming a circular shockwave. The sheer impact of his landing radiated a pressure utterly beyond that of the insignificant hollows from before. This was an Aaron car over 2 meters tall, built like a small mountain. He had bronze skin, a shattered bone mask with 8 small holes covering his chin, and a black number 10 tattooed on his left shoulder. He was bare-chested, revealing muscles like chunks of rock, his eyes brimming with brutality and contempt as he looked down on Lin Feng. The 10th Espada Yami Realgo. The moment he saw Lin Feng, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, swiftly replaced by an unmistakable greed. Oh, not a hollow, but a soul that wandered in on its own. Yami grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, his laughter dripping with cruelty. How what a rare delicacy. Such dense life energy. Just the smell alone makes my mouth water. In his eyes, Lin Feng was like a top-grade steak, expertly cooked and exuding an enticing aroma delivered straight to his plate. Lin Feng's gaze was as calm as still water. In his field of vision, a line of data visible only to him materialized in a flash. Name: Yami Realgo. Power assessment early stage, 4 evaluation, strong spiritual pressure, and that defense called Hierro is quite tough, but his fighting style is crude, purely a qualified punching bag. Early stage 4. Lin Feng understood clearly. This evaluation was a tier below Garp's mid-stage 4, but considering the entirely different energy systems, it must still have its merits. A punching bag, huh? That fits. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Bastard, what the hell are you mumbling about? Yami was clearly hot-tempered and impatient, and nothing infuriated him more than prey putting on airs before. He suddenly raised his hand, aiming at Lin Feng, and a red orb of devastating energy instantly condensed in his palm. He'll blast you to smithereens with 1-0. But before he could fire, Lin Feng vanished. It wasn't high-speed movement. It resembled a flash step in games. Flaming step. Yami's pupils contracted sharply as a scorching wave of heat slammed into his face. The spirit he had regarded as an ant was now right before him, his calm face betraying not a single rip. Too slow. Lin Feng uttered those 3 words flatly, then threw a simple, unadorned punch aimed at Yami's belly. The same belly the Espada boasted could withstand a captain-level Zampicudo. The punch carried no fire, no light. Just an ordinary straight punch, like a street brawl. Yami's face twisted into a sneer of utter disdain. Punching the Hierro of an Espada. Did this ignorant fool want to experience what it felt like for his knuckles to shatter into dust? He didn't even bother dodging, letting that seemingly harmless fist land on his stomach. But the moment fist met flesh, Yami's sneer froze on his face. In less than a millisecond, his expression shifted from contempt to bewilderment, then to terror, and finally to agony and ghostly disbelief. An indescribably terrifying force transmitted through that fist pierced his vaunted Hierro without any resistance, like a red-hot poker through butter, tearing through his muscles, organs, and then detonating inside him with a thunderous boom. Boom. A muffled explosion, not from outside but from within Yami's body. His massive frame arched backward, violently bending into an exaggerated C shape. His eyes bulged from the excruciating pain, bloodshot and wild. On his abdomen, the cloth disintegrated into ash, and from the fist's impact, point web-like cracks crazily spread across his entire upper body. The next second, accompanied by a scream that sounded less human than a beast's, half of Yami's upper body, along with his right arm, exploded under the unstoppable force of the punch. Black blood, shredded organs, and bone fragments sprayed backward like a torrential rain, staining the white desert into a vast, horrifying patch of darkness. Yami's mangled body, like a torn sack hit by a siege cannon, was blasted hundreds of meters away, slammed heavily into the sand, carving a deep trench and kicking up a storm of dust. One punch. Just one punch. Yami Realgo, one of the Espada with the strongest defense Hierro, had half his body shattered by a seemingly ordinary human's fist. Lin Feng leisurely withdrew his fist, glancing down at it. It was so clean it didn't even have a speck of dust. He shook his head, his disappointment plain to see. Not even worthy of making me use 20% of my strength. This is what they call an Espada. Utterly in the distance, lying in the sand crater, Yami was pressing his remaining left hand tightly against his bleeding wound, gasping for breath. He stared at Lin Feng, all contempt gone, replaced by nothing but infinite fear and humiliation. How is this possible? My Hierro was. It hurt him more than death itself. His proudest defense had been as fragile as paper before this man. Supreme humiliation and agony transformed into a towering rage. Yami let out a beastly roar, and a colossal berserk red spiritual pressure erupted from his shattered body, forming a blood-colored pillar that pierced the sky. This spiritual pressure, so full of brutality and fury, blazed like a signal flare across the dead silence of Hueco Mundo, spreading wildly in every direction. Meanwhile, the aura of martial extreme that belonged to Lin Feng overflowing with majestic life force, had left an indelible mark on this realm of death from that single punch. Two completely different, yet equally powerful presences, one savage, one vigorous, spread instantly across all of Hueco Mundo. Deep within Las Noches, in a spacious and austere stone chamber, a tall man with unruly spiky hair and a long scar at the corner of his eye was idly leaning against the wall, picking his teeth with a finger. He was Kenpachi Zaraki, the strongest battle maniac of the Soul Society. Bored from finding no worthy opponents in the Siriidii, he had followed Aizen to this monotonous desert. Suddenly his picking stopped. His right eye, hidden beneath a black eye patch, seemed to twitch slightly. He slowly raised his head, a puzzled expression crossing his fiercely wild face. Huh, that big oaf Yami got beaten. His spiritual pressure's a mess. He's pretty banged up. But he didn't care. Whether an Espada lived or died had nothing to do with him. He was about to close his eyes and doze off again when a completely different aura entered his perception. It was one he had never felt before. It didn't belong to Raisher or any known energy system. It was vigorous, scorching, bursting with explosive life force, like a sun blazing furiously in a dead universe. In that aura, Kenpachi Zaraki detected a scent that made all the blood in his body boil, every cell scream with excitement. It was the scent of a strong opponent. Huh. A low laugh rumbled from his throat. He slowly rose to his feet, his towering frame casting a suffocating shadow. The laziness and boredom vanished from his face, replaced by the ultimate excitement and frenzy of a beast discovering prey. Ha! The mad laughter shook the entire stone chamber. His uncontrollable spiritual pressure burst out, cracking the solid walls. Found it. Finally found it. Kenpachi Zaraki grabbed his jagged Zanpakuto beside him, laughed wildly, and kicked open the wall in front of him. A guy I can really cut to pieces. Boom. He transformed into a yellow streak of light, charging toward the endless sand sea outside Las Noches, following the aura that made him tremble with excitement. Boom. A wild yellow light like a mad dog tore through the pitch-black sky, striking down fiercely between Lin Feng and Yami in a completely unreasonable manner. The explosive shockwave directly blew away the white sand within 100 meters, creating a wall of sand that lingered for a long time. From the dust, a tall and wild figure staggered out. His black hair was as messy as a hedgehog with a scar across his face, and his eyes were full of unmasked, fierce enthusiasm for a fight. He casually slung the serrated knife over his shoulder, the blade reflecting a cold light. Gamu Kenpachi had arrived. He didn't even glance at Yami, who was lying in the sand pit, half of his body left, and on the brink of death. To him, the so-called colleague of the 10 Blades was no different from the sand beneath his feet. His beast-like eyes were fixed firmly on Lin Feng. There was neither hatred nor anger in those eyes, just a pure childlike joy akin to finding a new toy. The greed of a wolf that had not eaten for 3 days finally laid eyes on the prime cut of meat. You? Yami, lying in the sand pit, used the last of his strength to look incredulously at the newcomer Kenpachi. Kenpachi, you bastard. Genmu Kenpachi seemed to have just noticed him, glancing at him casually, with a mocking smile creeping across his lips. Oh, you're still alive, Yami. How pitiful, getting beaten to such a state by such trash. You're going to ruin the name of the 10 Blades. His tone was light, yet filled with extreme disdain, as if to say, had it been me, it would have never been this. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to Yami, shifting all his focus back to Lin Feng. Kenpachi pointed the tip of his blade at Lin Feng, a wild smile growing wider on his face. That interesting aura from earlier, it belongs to you, right? Lin Feng's gaze was calm. He could clearly sense the terrifying power within the man before him, sealed by a broken eye mask, yet it continued to seep out, disturbing the spiritual particles of the entire Hueco Mundo. On his system panel, the opponent's data was clearly displayed. Name: Genmu Kenpachi. Power rating: late stage 4th rank. Masked state evaluation: A sword demon born for battle, a pure fighting maniac. His combat instincts have transcended the realm of technique, making him an extremely dangerous and worthy opponent. Late stage 4th rank. Even in a sealed state, he was a level above Marine Hero Garp. Interesting. Lin Feng's lips curled up. He felt his blood racing, a long-lost emotion called excitement bubbling up from the depths of his heart. Thrilling. State your name. Genmu Kenpachi shouldered his blade, grinning broadly. Anyone who can give me a good fight deserves to have their name remembered. Lin Feng flexed his wrist, producing a series of cracking sounds. However, whether you can give me a good fight depends on your abilities. Huh. Interesting. You're too interesting. Crazy. Genmu Kenpachi's laughter grew louder and wilder, and his spiritual pressure surged violently. The pure killing intent and fighting spirit made the surrounding air thick and sticky. In the next moment, his laughter suddenly ceased. He shot out like a cannonball, dragging his serrated knife and leaving a deep groove in the white sand, instantly closing in on Lin Feng. No probing, no fancy maneuvers, just the simplest, most direct, and most violent downward slash. Before the blade even reached him, the overwhelming spiritual pressure had already transformed into an invisible blade, cracking the ground beneath Lin Feng's feet. Faced with a blow powerful enough to split mountains, Lin Feng advanced rather than retreated. A red flame of martial extremity ignited on his right leg with a bang. He did not dodge or evade, delivering a powerful whip kick from below, striking fiercely against the blade of the Zanpakuto. Clang! A thunderous sound erupted in the dead silence of the desert sky. The explosive shockwaves centered around the two, blowing away all the white sand and revealing the dark hard rock layer beneath. Gunmu Kenpachi's knife was forcefully held in midair by Lin Feng's fiery leg, unable to descend even a fraction. A massive force transmitted through the blade, numbing Kenpachi's arm. His manic laughter blossomed even brighter. Such great strength! He roared, twisting his wrist as the Zanpakuto slid down Lin Feng's leg horizontally, aiming for Lin Feng's waist. Lin Feng's response was lightning fast. Using his left leg as an axis, he spun his body, retracting his right leg into a swift downward strike, like a battle axe slamming ferociously into Kenpachi's shoulder. Bang! Kenpachi surprisingly did not dodge, allowing that leg capable of shattering mountains to land solidly on his shoulder. With a muffled sound, the rock layer beneath him exploded, and he shrank down, yet his body remained unmoving. Instead, leveraging the downward force, he angled the knife to slash at Lin Feng's throat, exchanging injury for life. This was Gunmu Kenpachi's fighting style, savage, insane, and unreal. Lin Feng's eyes narrowed. His body twisted impossibly in midair, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but the sharp blade still grazed his chest, leaving a visible cut down to the bone. Blood instantly stained his clothes. Meanwhile, Kenpachi's shoulder where he had been struck echoed with the sound of shattered bones. The two quickly distanced themselves, each retreating several meters. Lin Feng looked down at the wound on his chest, feeling not a trace of fear, but rather the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even brighter. Refreshing. Since obtaining the inheritance, this was the first time someone had managed to injure him in close combat. Across from him, Gunmu Kenpachi trembled with excitement. He didn't care at all about his dislocated shoulder, merely extending his tongue to lick the blood of Lin Feng off his blade. Ha ha ha. This is it. This is the feeling. He laughed maniacally, his eyes growing more and more insane. Come on. Keep going. Don't stop. Before he finished speaking, the two transformed into blurred shadows, crashing violently into each other. The clash of blades and legs intertwined, slashes and kicks colliding madly. They abandoned all defense, using their bodies as the most primal weapons, engaging in the most savage. Kenpachi's blade left deep and shallow wounds on Lin Feng's body, while Lin Feng's fists and feet repeatedly hammered into Kenpachi, breaking his sturdy flesh and splattering blood. In the distance, Yami was already dumbfounded. In his understanding, Gunmu Kenpachi was the most unreasonable monster in Soul Society, and Hueco Mundo, a pure madman born for fighting. Yet now a person had emerged who could clash with this madman in the same crazy manner, and it seemed he even had the upper hand. Where did this monster come from? In the fierce battle, Lin Feng delivered a powerful Iron Mountain shoulder, slamming hard into Kenpachi's chest and sending him flying. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Feng laughed loudly while gasping for breath. Is this all you've got, Gunmu Kenpachi? Is this the strongest opponent in the world? If that's the case, then it's way too boring. You're such a disappointment. Kenpachi, who was stabilizing his body, suddenly froze at these words. He raised his head, and for the first time a look other than mad laughter appeared on his bloodstained face. A mix of confusion and fury. Kid, what did you say? I said. Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes shining like stars. Your world is too small. Your opponents are too weak. A battle like ours, if it can only happen once, how regrettable that would be. These words struck Gunmu Kenpachi's heart like a hot iron brand. Stronger opponents. Opponents stronger than himself. This concept made his simplistic, battle-focused mind feel a bit chaotic for the first time, but what followed was an unprecedented excitement that could ignite his very soul. Very good. Very good. He growled, his spiritual pressure beginning to rise at a terrifying rate. It seems if I don't show some real skill, you'll look down on me. A grotesque smile appeared on Gunmu Kenpachi's face as he reached out his bloodstained hand, slowly grabbing at the black eye mask that had been limiting him over his right eye. Let me show you my true power. Gung Mu Jian's bloodied hand slowly and firmly grasped the black eye mask that suppressed his power. Without warning or process, at the moment the mask was removed, a golden tangible storm of spiritual pressure erupted, centered around Gung Mu Jian, shooting straight up into the sky. This power is too overbearing, too unreasonable. It transformed into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth, stirring up a massive whirlpool in the dark sky of the virtual realm. The raging energy swept wildly in all directions, forcibly scraping away a layer of the white desert beneath, revealing a layer of black rock, as hard as iron. Within a few kilometers the air was completely vacuumed out, creating a void. The purest killing intent and battle intent caused the very space to emit unbearable wails, tearing it apart with fine black cracks. In the distance, the magnificent palace, symbolizing the rule of the virtual realm, the Shuya Palace, began to tremble slightly under the impact of this spiritual pressure. In the depths of the palace, the throne's occupant Aizen Sosuke, who had previously watched with amusement, suddenly froze in expression for the first time. He slowly straightened his body, and for the first time a flicker of undeniable surprise flashed in his usually calm brown eyes. This spiritual pressure, has it really grown to this extent? Gung Mu Jianba, a true monster that cannot be controlled. On the battlefield, Yami, who was closest, felt it most acutely. His battered body was like a small boat in a storm, nearly falling apart. He couldn't even scream, his bulging eyes filled only with endless fear. This is the true power of Gung Mu Jianba. This is the strongest sword demon of the 13 court guard squads, one that even Aizen finds troublesome. Lin Feng stood at the center of the storm, bearing the most direct impact. He felt as if he were not facing a person but a star on the verge of exploding. The immense pressure made every bone in his body creak, and sharp pain like needles pierced through his skin. Ha ha ha. Gung Mu Jianba lowered his head, a deep laugh emanating from his throat, which soon transformed into a maniacal roar that echoed through the heavens. He slowly raised his head, and there was no trace of humanity left on his face, only the primal madness and thirst for battle of a beast. Come on, he roared, his figure vanishing in an instant. So fast. Fast enough that Lin Feng's eyes couldn't keep up. Lin Feng's heart raced alarmingly. Without time to think, he relied on the countless repetitions of his battle instincts, his legs igniting with crimson flames and golden lightning suddenly darting sideways in a dance of lightning. Swoosh! A massive yellow slash nearly grazed his nose, leaving behind a bottomless sword scar where he had just stood, as if cleaving the earth in two. Not bad at dodging. Jian Bas sneer came from behind. He raised his sword once more, this time gripping it with both hands, executing a standard sword stance, and swung down fiercely at Lin Feng's back. This strike, devoid of any unnecessary technique, gathered all his spiritual pressure and power. This strike is called Ming Wang. Lin Feng felt his soul tremble. The shadow of death had never been so clear before. He knew he could not take this hit head-on. At that life-threatening moment, the martial extreme power within Lin Feng exploded without reservation. He did not turn around, but at an almost incomprehensible angle his body suddenly sank down, while his right leg kicked upward like a pillar reaching for the sky. This kick gathered all his strength, will, and that undying battle intent. Martial extreme secret, star-shattering kick. Boom. The golden blade light and the crimson leg shadow collided fiercely for the first time, and the most intense clash occurred. This time there was no silence, no pause. A ball of pure energy over 100 meters in diameter formed at the point of collision and then exploded violently. The energy storm that could obliterate everything turned the ground within a few kilometers upside down, shattering, evaporating, and creating a bottomless pit. The entire virtual realm seemed to experience a violent earthquake during this final clash. After a long time, the clouds of dust slowly dispersed. At the center of the pit, two figures swayed unsteadily in confrontation. Gung Mu Jianba leaned on his already cracked Zanpakuto, covered in blood with wounds deep enough to expose bone, and a clear imprint of a foot on his chest, yet he smiled, filled with joy and satisfaction. On the other side, Lin Feng knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His right leg was twisted, unnaturally, clearly broken, and the wound on his chest, carved by Jianba, was gruesomely rolling, nearly bisecting him. Yet he still stood, not falling. It was a tie. In this life-and-death struggle where everything was at stake, the two had reached a stalemate. How exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Gung Mu Jianba supported himself with his sword and slowly walked towards Lin Feng, an unprecedented satisfaction on his face. How many years has it been? How many years since I last fought so joyfully? Lin Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned, looking up at Jianba, who was approaching step by step, knowing the moment had come. He extended his hand, and a glowing virtual panel visible only to the two of them popped up. On the panel, a line of large red characters read, "President Lin Feng of the Multiverse Guild formally extends to you an invitation to join. Do you agree?" Gung Mu Jianba's footsteps stopped. He looked at the unfamiliar panel and then at Lin Feng. "Is this the guild you mentioned?" "That's right." Lin Feng's voice was slightly weak, but his gaze was frighteningly bright. "Joining it means you will gain eternal life. But that's not important." He paused and said each word carefully. "What matters is this is just the beginning. Outside my world, there are countless such worlds, countless powerful beings like you and me, and even existences that can be called gods or demons. Join us, Gung Mu Jianba. Your battles will never end. Endless battles. These words struck Gung Mu Jianba's soul like a thunderbolt. His simple mind, existing solely for battle, was filled with a happiness and anticipation he had never experienced before. Ha! Ha 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 ha! He could no longer contain himself and laughed maniacally towards the sky. That laughter was filled with the joy and madness of finding his lifelong pursuit. Eternal battle. That sounds absolutely wonderful. He laughed wildly, extending his bloodied and dusty giant hand, without even looking at the terms, and with all his strength, he slapped the golden agree button. Ding! Gung Mu Jianba has joined the Multiverse Guild. Guild Benefit Eternal has been activated. A gentle golden light descended from the sky, enveloping Gung Mu Jianba. Wrapped in that surging vitality combined with their own monstrous recovery ability, the terrifying wounds on their bodies began to heal at a visible speed. Broken bones reconnected, torn muscles rapidly regenerated. In just over 10 seconds, the two returned to their peak state, as if the previous destructive battle was merely an illusion. Gung Mu Jianba moved, his body restored to perfection, glanced at Lin Feng, and the fervent battle intent in his eyes reignited. A pitch-black vortex opened once again over the docks of Chishui City, then quickly closed. Kapu stared at the restored calm sky, his face as grim as if it could drip water. He knew that the man named Lin Feng and his companion had returned. However, they chose not to reappear here. The experience of crossing the spatial passage was both novel and unpleasant for Gung Mu Jianba. When the dizzying sensation faded and solid ground returned beneath his feet, he snapped his eyes open. Utterly unlike the dead, monotonous black-and-white world of Hueco Mundo, a vibrant, life-filled world exploded before his eyes. Towering trees with strange resin flowing along their trunks formed crystal-clear, giant bubbles that drifted lazily into the sky. Sunlight refracted through the bubbles into prismatic halos, spilling onto the exotic town below. The air was thick with the salty brine of the sea, the fragrance of trees, and the breath of countless lives. Oh, so this is your world. Gung Mu Jianba hoisted his Zanpakuto onto his shoulder, glancing around with curiosity. Looks way more interesting than that sandy wasteland. This is Xianghua Archipelago, the only route to the new world, Lin Feng explained calmly. A melting pot of fish and dragons, the cradle of sin and dreams. Here what never lacks are self-righteous powerhouses and reckless fools. The two were walking down a bustling street, surrounded by a flow of pirates, bounty hunters, and ordinary civilians. They cast curious glances at Lin Feng, and Gung Mu Jianba, struck by their peculiar attire. Suddenly a commotion erupted ahead. The crowd parted like water before an invisible hand, falling to their knees with expressions of mingled terror, disgust, and forced submission. In the middle of the street, a procession swaggered forward. At its head was a bloated man dressed in an absurd spacesuit-like outfit, a glass helmet covering his head. 2 long strands of snot hung from his nostrils, and his face radiated unbridled arrogance and idiocy. A world noble. A celestial dragon. Behind him followed several black-suited guards, leading a female giant slave covered in wounds with a vacant, resigned gaze chained by the neck. Kneel. All of you filthy commoners, kneel before me. The celestial dragon shrieked, relishing the universal submission. The entire street fell dead silent. Except for 2 people. Lin Feng and Gung Mu Jianba stood motionless in the center like 2 unyielding rocks. Hey, what are they doing? Gung Mu Jianba frowned, perplexed by the kneeling crowd. Some kind of ritual? How? Lin Feng said nothing, but a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A look of someone waiting for a good show. The celestial dragon naturally noticed the 2 standing out like cranes among chickens, and his smugness instantly turned into fury. You 2 commoners. Why don't you kneel before me? He screamed, pointing at Lin Feng and Jianba. This is blasphemy against the gods. Guards, kill them. Make their heads into my collection. But before his guards could act, Gung Mu Jianba impatiently picked his ear. You're noisy, you bastard. He didn't even spare the celestial dragon a glance, just found the buzzing fly irritating. The celestial dragon, never having endured such affront, trembled with rage. He yanked a golden pistol from his belt and aimed it at Gung Mu Jianba. Die? Lower life form. Bang. The gunshot rang out. Some in the crowd closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. To them, the 2 who dared defy a celestial dragon were already dead. But the expected burst of blood, the bullet powerful enough to pierce steel plates, was crushed into a flat disc by an invisible, violent spiritual pressure just an inch from Gung Mu Jianba, forehead clattering to the ground. The impatience on Gung Mu Jianba's face gave way to a cold, killing intent. He turned his head slowly, and for the first time his uncovered eye fell upon the celestial dragon. What eyes they were! Unmasked contempt, as if looking at an ant, and the wild savagery of a beast about to tear its prey apart. The celestial dragon felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss under that gaze. A fear rising from the depths of his soul made his legs go weak, nearly sending him sprawling. You? What are you doing? He screeched with false bravado. I am a celestial dragon. Touch me, and an admiral of the navy will come. His words were cut short. Gengmu Jianba had grown tired of his prattle. With a casual, almost perfunctory motion, he swung the Zanpakuto resting on his shoulder. There was no flash of steel, no sword aura. Just the invisible spiritual pressure stirred by the mere act of swinging. In the next second, before the dumbstruck, unforgettable gaze of everyone present, the arrogant celestial dragon, his black-suited guards, the chained female, giant slave, and behind them the colossal Urukuman mangrove that would take dozens of people to encircle, all vanished soundlessly from the middle. Not an explosion, not a shattering, just an abrupt erasure from the world by an incomprehensible force, leaving not even a speck of dust. In its place remained only a horizontal mirror-smooth gap and a deadly silence. The kneeling people raised their heads, mouths agape, eyes bulging, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Their minds had completely shut down. Killed a celestial dragon. No, this wasn't just killing. This was erasure, the most profound blasphemy and subversion of the very concept of a god. While the fly is gone, Gengmu Jianba slung his sword back onto his shoulder, as if he had done something trivial, continuing to Lin Feng. So where do we find those strong guys you mentioned? Lin Feng smiled and pointed to the sky. Don't rush. One of the strongest will soon deliver himself. Almost as he spoke, a dazzling golden light flared in midair. Then a lazy, somewhat teasing voice drifted from amidst the radiance. Oh my, how terrifying. I arrive and see such an incredible scene. The light faded, revealing a tall man in a yellow-striped suit wearing sunglasses hovering in the air. The Navy headquarters top combat power Admiral Huang Yuan Borsellino. His appearance only deepened the already frozen atmosphere. Huang Yuan glanced at the giant tree, cleaved in two, then at the remains of the celestial dragon's golden pistol on the ground. The signature lecherous grin on his face wore a hint of seriousness for the first time. Killing a celestial dragon in public. Your guts are bigger than the sky. He spoke slowly, his tone light, but a terrible pressure began to emanate. Gengmu Jianba looked up at the floating Huang Yuan, that wild light of excitement reigniting in his single. Oh, another one who looks kind of interesting. He grinned, showing white teeth. Hey you, can you make this? Huang Yuan was taken aback by the abrupt question, then exaggeratedly pouted. Speed is weight. Young man, have you ever been kicked by light? Without another word, his body transformed into a beam of light and shot toward Gengmu Jianba, head at a speed far beyond what the human eye could follow. But just as the devastating lightspeed kick was about to connect, clang, a piercing metallic clash. Huang Yuan's leg, powerful enough to obliterate an island, was intercepted by Gengmu Jianba, pure combat instinct, using the back of his Zanpakuto to block it solidly. The nonchalance on Huang Yuan's face vanished completely. His lightspeed kick was blocked. In his moment of shock, Lin Feng moved. He had no interest in spectating. With a flicker of his form, he appeared like a ghost on the other side of Huang Yuan, unleashing a roundhouse kick wreathed in crimson flame toward the admiral's waist. Huang Yuan's danger senses screamed. He instinctively tried to turn into elemental light to evade, but Lin Feng's leg was already coated in a jet-black armament hockey. Thud! With a dull impact, Huang Yuan's light-form body was actually struck solidly. He flew sideways like a cannonball, crashing through three giant mangroves before finally stopping, and Huang Yuan clutched his aching flank, staring at the two unharmed individuals with unprecedented grimness. One monster could match light speed and block with brute force. Another could track the trajectory of elementalization and wound him with powerful hockey. Where in the world did these two come from? What a hassle. Huang Yuan wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, looked at the eager-to-charge Gengmu Jianba, and made a decisive choice. His body transformed back into light particles and vanished in an instant, leaving only a drifting remark. Looks like the weather is bad today. I'd better report back first. Admiral Huang Yuan had fled. This entire scene was captured by the fearless news coup of the news chief Morgans, using a den mushy. He trembled with excitement, already envisioning the front-page headline that would shake the world government tomorrow. Shocking. Celestial dragon killed in the streets. Mysterious organization Wanjia emerges. Two members force Admiral Huang Yuan to retreat. The air in the Sabaody Archipelago's first district seemed frozen solid. The pirates, bounty hunters, and citizens who knelt on the ground remained frozen in their upward gazes like 100 petrified statues. In their pupils were reflected the empty sky and the Yarki mangrove tree, whose top half had been cleanly erased, their minds utterly blank. Admiral Kazuru, one of the Marine Headquarters' supreme combat powers, the man who embodied absolute justice and invincibility, had actually fled. This was no tactical retreat, no reluctant choice born of a bitter struggle. It was a near ungainly escape, transforming into light and vanishing without a trace after less than 2 exchanges. This sight shattered the deep-rooted awe everyone present held for the world government and the Marines. In this eerie silence, only the flapping of wings and unrestrained manic laughter stood out starkly. Gee, big news. This is a super big news that could set the world ablaze. Morgan's the president of the news coup hid behind a mangrove root, his entire body trembling with excitement, every feather quivering. The Den Mushi in his hand had recorded everything that had just happened. Wanjia, Lin Feng, Kenpachi. These three names were branded into his mind like searing iron. He could already envision the monstrous waves tomorrow's newspaper would unleash across the world. Hey, that flashy guy ran away too. Kenpachi Zaraki wearily hoisted his Zanpakuto back onto his shoulder, his tone dripping with dissatisfaction. I thought I'd get a good fight, but he turned out to be a coward. In his eyes, any opponent who wouldn't let him fight to his heart's content was simply boring. Don't rush. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. We've only just appeared, the best part is yet to come. The strong ones in this world are not limited to that one. His gaze swept over the still dazed crowd around them, lingering no longer. Come on, it's time to lay the foundation for our guild. The two turned and left as if no one else existed, leaving behind a chaotic scene and a world on the verge of total upheaval. The next day, newspapers were delivered across the world by news coups at an unprecedented speed. And today's headline was only one. The bold black, almost paper-ripping headline made everyone who saw it gasp for breath. Extra. Celestial Dragon erased in public. Mysterious organization Wanjia descends, Marine Admiral Kizaru defeated and retreats. The newspaper carried 3 crystal-clear photographs. The first showed Kenpachi casually swinging his Zanpakuto, while the Celestial Dragon opposite him along with the giant mangrove vanished halfway, as if wiped away by an eraser. The second captured Lin Feng and Kenpachi standing shoulder to shoulder, effortlessly blocking Kizaru's lethal attack. The third showed Kizaru scattering into particles of light, fleeing in panicked retreat. This report was like a nuclear bomb detonating an unprecedented tsunami on the calm sea. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. The atmosphere in the Fleet Admiral's office was suffocatingly heavy. Bastard. Fleet Admiral Sengoku slammed the newspaper onto the desk, his usually wise and composed face flushed purple with rage. Borsellino, that bastard. He actually deserted. And where the hell did this Wanjia come from? How dare they lay hands on a celestial dragon, and in such an inconceivable way? Inside the office, the Marine Vice Admirals were silent, not daring to breathe. Only one person was an exception. Garp sat on the sofa nearby, munching on senbei with a loud crunch, completely unbothered. I told you long ago, Sengoku. Garp swallowed a mouthful of senbei, his tone calm, but his eyes deadly serious. That man called Lin Feng is not from this world. His power system is completely beyond our understanding. He recounted his experiences at Water 7, splitting the sea with a kick, vanishing into thin air, and the declaration about the Myriad Worlds. Sengoku's expression shifted from anger to deep wariness and unease. You mean, this organization called Wanjia has the ability to travel between worlds? At least Lin Feng can. Garp stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the calm sea beyond, sighing. And now he's brought back another monster-level companion. Sengoku, the times might really be changing. New world, a certain sea area. Aboard the giant whale ship Moby Dick. Gururara. Edward Newgate Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand and let out a hearty laugh that shook the entire ship. A man who can make Borsellino run away and a swordsman who can erase people from existence. Interesting, very interesting. He slammed his naginata heavily onto the deck. Has this sea silent for too long finally stirred a new... Marco put down the newspaper, his face unusually grave. Oyaji, we have no information on those two. They appeared out of thin air. Should we? Don't bother with them, Whitebeard said, grabbing a huge gourd of sake and taking a deep swig. As long as they don't come after my family, let them raise hell however they want. I'm curious to see how much chaos they can stir up in this world. Wano Country, Onigashima. Ungagugigu. Kaido stared at the newspaper, his drunken face brimming with excitement. A strong man who can defeat an admiral. Great. Excellent. Go find them immediately. I want to fight them. Let's see if they can kill me. The Beast Pirates officers exchanged glances, long accustomed to their governor's madness. Tato Land, Whole Cake Island. Big Mom Charlotte Linlin was enjoying dessert when she heard the report, and her face instantly darkened. Mamama. Wanjia. Where did these insolent brats come from, daring to cause trouble in the new world? Harrisparrow. Go find out. I want to know everything about those two. They'll turn them into my homies. Meanwhile, aboard an unremarkable red ship, red-haired Shanks looked at the newspaper, his usual cheerful smile replaced by solemnity. Captain, those two. Ben Beckham approached, a cigarette dangling from his lips. I know. Shanks set the paper down, his gaze deep. One man's power can split the sea, the other's sword can erase existence itself. Beckham, this is not any power we know. He stood up, walked to the railing, and looked into the distance. A completely new force capable of overturning the world's order has already arrived. Pass the word until we understand their background and intentions. No one is to contact the Wanjie Guild. Overnight, the name Wanjie resounded across the four seas. Yet the protagonists of the incident, Lin Feng and Kenpachi Zaraki, acted as if nothing had happened, gorging themselves in a restaurant on the Sabaody archipelago. Not bad. Kenpachi shoved a whole giant roasted sea king into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. But after we're full, what's next? Go fight that glittering guy again. He's already run, he won't be back for a while. Lin Feng wiped his mouth. Before him, the system interface quietly appeared. His gaze fell on the unlock condition for the branch guild function. Submit 10 devil fruits to randomly draw a world and establish a branch guild. Our reputation is out there. Now it's time to expand our guild. A predatory smile curled at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. He looked at Kenpachi, a hint of temptation in his eyes. Kenpachi, want to play a more interesting game? Huh. Kenpachi looked up, bits of meat still dangling from his mouth. In this world, there are many who eat fruits called devil fruits and gain various bizarre abilities, Lin Feng explained. Some of them think they're invincible, claim territories, and call themselves warlords, or like that Kaido emperors. Our next target is to hunt them, to drag them one by one off their thrones, take their fruits, and make them understand who the true hunter is. Hunt. Kenpachi's eyes instantly lit up. The word made his blood boil. Hunt, the strong. Exactly. Lin Feng, seeing his eagerness, smiled and pulled out a stack of fresh wanted posters. He slapped one onto the table. The poster showed a man in a pink feather coat wearing sunglasses with an insufferably arrogant grin. Former warlord of the sea, Heavenly Yaksha Don Quixote da Flamingo. String fruit user, bounty 340 million berries. Our hunt begins with him, Lin Feng declared with undeniable authority. First target, Dressrosa. Ungugugu, ha. Kenpachi, staring at that arrogant face, could no longer contain himself and burst into a beastly laugh. Hunting. That's great. I like it. When do we set off? Now. The entire restaurant trembled in fear at his frenzied laughter. A storm of hunting that would sweep the new world had begun in this tiny eatery. A tempest of hunting about to ravage the new world had its curtain raised in this small restaurant. Inside the restaurant of the Sabaody archipelago, wild laughter made the glasses hum. Zaraki Kenpachi's undisguised hunger for the hunt caused the surrounding diners to tremble, each wishing they could shrink beneath the table. Let's go. We'll go now. Kenpachi slammed the table, and the pitiful wooden structure shattered with a crack as he stood up impatiently. Lin Feng shook his head helplessly and tossed down a few berries as compensation. To get to Dressrosa, we first need a ship and a guide who knows the way. A ship, eh? Zaraki Kenpachi hoisted his Zanpakuto onto his shoulder, grinning to reveal a row of stark white teeth. Aren't those things everywhere? He strode out of the restaurant and headed straight for the docks without another word. Lin Feng followed, making no attempt. Before long, at a lawless port on the Sabaody archipelago, a brief burst of screams and chaos erupted. When silence returned, a pitch-black pirate ship with a snarling Black Panther figurehead had set sail. On deck, the original pirates knelt, their faces bruised and bodies trembling like sieves. Their captain, a supernova with a bounty exceeding 100 million, lay sprawled lifelessly under the mast like a pile of mud. Zaraki Kenpachi was tapping the face of a navigator who was nearly wetting himself with fear, using his jagged Zanpakuto impatiently. Hey, you guy, do you actually know the way to that Dressrosa place? To do. My lord. I know it. The navigator wailed, nodding frantically. Good. Kenpachi nodded with satisfaction, returned the blade to his shoulder, then kicked the pirate, attempting a sneak attack into the sea. Set sail. Try any tricks, and he'll split you and your ship in half. Lin Feng stood at the bow, watching the Sabaody archipelago grow distant, and couldn't help but laugh. This crude and straightforward style, though hardly elegant, was undeniably efficient, truly amazing. Under the enthusiastic cooperation of the original crew, the Black Panther sailed through wind and waves toward the depths of the New World. For ordinary pirates, the New World was filled with unknowns and dangers, but to the two founders of the Myriad Realms Guild, it all seemed rather dull. On the third day of sailing, a massive sea king, over a kilometer long, resembling a giant sea serpent, burst from the depths and lunged at the Black Panther with a maw large enough to swallow a hill. The pirates on board screamed in despair. Zaraki Kenpachi, dozing on deck, frowned at the noise. Without even rising, he lazily yawned and casually swung his Zanpakuto toward the Sea King. Too noisy. An invisible, terrifying sword pressure swept across. The colossal, arrogant Sea King's head split cleanly in two. Its massive body broke apart, crashing back into the sea with a thunderous roar, staining the water crimson. The deck fell into a dead silence once more. The helmsman's eyes rolled back, and he frothed at the mouth before passing out from sheer terror. Lin Feng walked over, kicked him awake, and said flatly, "Keep sailing." After several more days at sea, a colorful fairy tale island appeared on the horizon. Dressrosa. As the ship drew closer, the island's full panorama became clearer: vast sunflower fields, candy-colored houses, and the magnificent palace at the center built from countless toys. The air was filled with cheerful music and laughter, as if this were the happiest kingdom on earth. What the hell is this place? Zaraki Kenpachi stood at the bow, frowning at the adorable scene with undisguised disgust. All that flashy nonsense, it's sickening. Lin Feng, however, cast his gaze toward the harbor. There he saw many strangely behaving living toys, walking, talking, and even working among humans, as if everyone was used to it. The land of love and passion, the fairy kingdom. Lin Feng murmured, a cold grin spreading across his face. A facade so hypocritical it makes one sick, truly nauseating. The ship docked at the port. Lin Feng and Zaraki Kenpachi stepped off the deck, and the coerced pirates, as if pardoned, scrambled to turn the ship around and flee this island that seemed equally sinister to them. The two walked through the streets of Dressrosa, surrounded by dancing crowds and toys everywhere. Zaraki Kenpachi grew increasingly impatient. His ferocious appearance and the menacing blade on his shoulder clashed violently with the cheerful atmosphere, drawing many wary glances. Hey Lin Feng, where's that guy Doflamingo? Kenpachi stopped, unable to tolerate this childish ambience any longer. If I can't find some fun soon, I'll tear this whole place apart. Patience. Lin Feng swept his gaze around. His powerful observation haki had already enveloped the entire island. He could clearly sense a sinister and formidable presence perched atop the royal palace. But you're right. Conventional methods are too slow. Lin Feng smiled. Sometimes the quickest way to find the master of a house is to kick down his door. He turned to Kenpachi, a hint of encouragement in his eyes. Want to tear it down? Start here. Haha, that's what I've been waiting for. Zaraki Kenpachi let out a long-suppressed laugh. He stomped hard, launching himself like a cannonball into the air. Adjusting his posture mid-flight, he gripped his blade with both hands and slashed downward at the busiest central avenue. He hadn't released his spiritual pressure, relying purely on physical strength, yet the slash was enough to split mountains and shatter stones. A colossal shockwave struck the ground, leaving a terrifying chasm hundreds of meters long and bottomless. The street was cleaved in two, countless buildings collapsed in an avalanche of rubble and dust. The once joyful street was reduced to ruins in an instant. Screams and cries replaced the hypocritical music. This sudden devastation shook the entire Dressrosa. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Quick, report this. Unknown enemies have invaded. The Don Quixote family members and soldiers stationed everywhere immediately fell into chaos. Meanwhile, the instigator Zaraki Kenpachi landed steadily in the center of the ruins, his sword on his shoulder. Sensing the anger and murderous intent surging from all directions, a satisfied smile spread across his face. That ought to flush out the rats hiding in their holes. As if on cue, an angry voice came from nearby. Bastards, who are you to act so wildly in Daffy's kingdom? A tall man with a mohawk and a black studded jacket rushed out of the dust. It was one of the Don Quixote family officers, the bomb fruit user Gladius. Behind him came a large group of armed family soldiers. Gladius trembled with rage at the ruined street. Without a word, he activated his ability. Explode for me. Rock's death bomb. He slammed his hands on the ground, and instantly the earth beneath Kenpachi began to swell violently, like a balloon about to burst, threatening a catastrophic chain explosion. But Kenpachi just glanced down with utter contempt. He stomped once. Bang! With that single stomp, an invisible, overbearing pressure crashed down. The already swollen ground was smashed flat, as if by an invisible giant hand. All the explosive energy was brutally crushed back beneath the surface, vanishing without a trace. Wah! What? Gladius' eyes nearly popped out. His prideful ability had been countered in such. Before he could react, a shadow appeared before him like a ghost. It was Zaraki Kenpachi. Too weak. Kenpachi uttered 3 words, too lazy even to use the blade. He simply swung the broad back of the sword horizontally. Gladius was sent flying like a baseball hit by a speeding truck. Without even a scream, he crashed diagonally backward, breaking through over a dozen buildings before disappearing into the distance. Dead or alive, no one knew. Meanwhile, at the top of the Dressrosa royal palace, Fufufufu, Don Quixote Doflamingo was lounging on a sofa, swirling a glass of wine, listening to the flattery of Treble and Diamante. Suddenly, the entire palace shook violently, spilling the wine from his glass. Moi. Doflamingo's smile faded, and he frowned. Daffy, it's bad. A family member scrambled in panic on his face. There's an invasion. The central avenue has been split open by a single slash. Gladius-sama is. Before he could finish, the huge den mushy screen beside the throne switched to a live feed of the central street. On the screen, a one-eyed demon with a sword on his shoulder and a calm black-haired man stood amid the ruins. Doflamingo looked at the two figures, then at the enormous chasm that seemed to split the island in half. His smile vanished completely. He stood up unhurriedly, veins bulging on his temples. A terrifying conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, freezing the air in the entire room. Fufu. Fufu. He let out a low, dangerous laugh, his eyes gleaming with cruelty, and we've got ourselves a couple of extraordinary guests. Order all top executives to deploy. I will personally turn them into my puppets. At the royal palace heights, Doflamingo's command instantly spread to every corner of the family. Accompanied by his laughter tinged with both fury and excitement, 3 figures emerged from the shadows of the palace. The 3 highest-ranking officers of the Don Quixote family, the Spade, Heart, and Club. Did you hear that, Diamante? Daffy is calling us. A slimy voice echoed as a tall, stooped man wielding a club-shaped cane, Treble, pulled himself to the edge of the palace with his disgusting mucus. To dare act so insolently in our kingdom. Whoever you are, you shall taste despair. Diamante, the highest officer of the club division, gripped his long sword, his cloak billowing, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. The 3rd officer, Pica of the Spade division, said nothing. He simply walked to the palace wall and like water silently merged into the massive stone structure. The next moment, the entire Dressrosa began to tremble violently. On the rubble of the central street, Lin Feng and Kenpachi Zaraki felt the intense shaking beneath their feet and turned their gazes with keen interest toward the royal palace heights. Oh, is the big one coming? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Finally, some worthy opponents have arrived. Kenpachi Zaraki, his excitement written all over his face, fixed his single eye on the palace as if he could already smell the prey. Under the terrified gaze of the entire city, the royal palace heights, the symbol of Doflamingo's absolute rule at the center of Dressrosa, came to life. Countless rocks and buildings were reassembled and fused into a colossal arm that blotted out the sun and a ferocious head. Then a massive body rose from the ground. A towering stone giant nearly a kilometer tall, standing upon the land of Dressrosa. The stone giant let out a deafening roar. Its terrifying form dimmed the sunlight, casting a shadow that covered half the city. Sinners. A voice as shrill as a clown's issued from the giant's mouth, creating a grotesque and eerie contrast with its immense size. How dare you disturb Daffy's kingdom? Your sins can only be atoned for by death. It was Pica, the highest officer of the Spade division and the user of the stone fruit. Using the entire palace heights as his body, he transformed into a rock giant, looking down upon Lin Feng and Kenpachi Zaraki, who seemed like ants with a judgmental air. Wow! Kenpachi Zaraki looked up at the mountain-like stone giant, his smile growing brighter. This guy looks pretty tough. Far from being afraid, he seemed like a child who had just spotted a giant sandbag. Let me see just how hard you really are. Pica was enraged by this contemptuous attitude. He shrieked, and the fist made of countless rocks, larger than a building, came crashing down with an earth-shattering force aimed directly at Kenpachi Zaraki. Before the fist even landed, the terrifying wind pressure had already cracked the ground. Facing a punch that could level a small town, Kenpachi Zaraki didn't retreat. He advanced. Bring it on. He laughed wildly, stomped the ground, and transformed into a streak of yellow light, charging straight up against the descending fist. His Zanpakuto traced a crude and direct arc through the air. No flashy effects, no earth-shattering. The yellow streak and the massive stone fist intersected. Time seemed to freeze for a second. Then, to the disbelief of Pica and the distant watching Diamante and Treble, a smooth diagonal cut appeared at the wrist of the giant rock arm. The enormous fist separated from the arm and crashed to the ground under gravity, triggering a violent earthquake and raising a blinding cloud of dust. One slash. With a single stroke, he severed Pica's proud giant arm. Pica's shrill scream carried unmistakable terror for the first time. Kenpachi Zaraki landed steadily on the giant's broad shoulder. Hey big guy, is that all you've got? Too brittle. Not fun at all. You? Don't get too cocky. Pica roared, and his body detached from the broken stone giant, merging into the ground below. The ground began to churn violently, and extremely thick, sharp stone spikes sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, converging on Lin Feng from all directions. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Lin Feng like a ghost. Hero Arena. Diamante swung his sword, and the ground beneath his feet became as soft as cloth, floating and swaying, instantly destabilizing Lin Feng's footing. He got you stuck. Treble appeared from the other side, pointing his cane, and a large glob of explosive mucus shot toward Lin Feng, aiming to trap him completely. The 3 highest officers coordinated flawlessly, creating a deadly trap for Lin Feng. Yet facing attacks from all sides, Lin Feng's face showed no expression. Trivial tricks. He uttered only 4 words. In the next instant he moved. Lightning dance. Golden electric light exploded on his legs. His figure left a trail of golden afterimages weaving through the gaps of the rain of stone spikes and mucus with a trajectory that defied physics. He not only dodged all attacks effortlessly, but also remained unaffected by the undulating ground. What a... Diamante and Treble's eyes nearly popped out. Their attacks had missed. While they were stunned, Lin Feng's figure had already closed in on Diamante. Too slow. Lin Feng's voice like the death knell rang in Diamante's ear. A roundhouse kick wreathed in crimson flames coated in black armament hockey tore through the air and slammed toward his waist. Not good. Diamante panicked, hastily raising his flowing blade to block. A screech of twisted metal rang out. The famous sword that claimed to block all slashes bent like a brittle cookie before Lin Feng's legs smashing into Diamante's own body. Diamante spat a mouthful of blood, flew backward like a broken kite, crashed into the distant ruins, and fell silent. Diamante! Treble cried out, but it was too late. Lin Feng flashed again, appearing before him. Your turn. Sticky lock. Treble, terrified out of his wits, frantically shot out countless strands of mucus, trying to create distance. But Lin Feng didn't dodge or evade. He let the mucus cover him, then erupted with the power of the supreme martial flame. A crimson flame burst skyward, igniting the flammable mucus into a massive fireball. From within the flames, Lin Feng emerged unscathed, delivering a simple front kick to Treble's slimy back. A dull thud echoed. Treble's seemingly bulky body was shattered by the terrifying force of the kick, revealing his gaunt true form, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, meeting the same fate as Diamante. In the blink of an eye, two highest officers were defeated instantly. Haika, who was controlling the stone spikes to attack Kenpachi, sensed this soul-shattering scene through his connection to the earth. Flee. He must flee. That was the only thought in his mind. Without hesitation, he tried to sink his consciousness deep into the veins of Dressrosa to hide temporarily. But Kenpachi Zaraki, standing on his shoulder, had lost all patience. Hide and seek is over. He raised his Zanpakuto, and a far more violent and overbearing golden spiritual pressure began to gather on his blade. Gripping the sword with both hands, he swung it down relentlessly at the still writhing stone body beneath him and the towering palace in the distance. This slash had no name, but it seemed as if it would cleave the entire world in two. A crescent-shaped yellow sword, pressure 100 meters tall and visible to the naked eye, shot forth from it, plowed through the giant stone body with an irrational force, cutting it in half, then continued without losing momentum, slamming into the majestic palace heights. Heaven and earth shattered under the gaze of all the survivors in Dressrosa and Doflamingo, whose pupils shrank to pinpricks inside the palace. The entire palace heights, along with the palace that symbolized his supreme authority, were split cleanly in two by the terrifying sword pressure. A bottomless chasm appeared in the center of the palace heights. A piercing scream erupted. Paika's small true form was forced out by the sword pressure, tumbling out of the split rocks, bloodied, staring in horror at the collapsing palace above. On the top floor of the tilting, about-to-collapse palace, Doflamingo's body trembled violently from extreme fury and shock. He looked down at the three highest officers who had been instantly crushed at the kingdom split in two. His sunglasses could no longer hide his bloodshot, blazing eyes. Van Gioy, Lin Feng, Kenpachi Zaraki. He uttered the three names word by word, his voice hoarse and savage. You have thoroughly angered me. The next second he spread his arms and countless invisible threads burst from his body, connecting to the entire collapsing island, and he let out a hysterical laugh. Let me show you the power of an awakened string fruit. Birdcage. Doflamingo's maniacal laughter echoed above the divided ruins of the palace. Accompanied by his frenzied declaration, countless strands barely visible to the naked eye and glimmering with a cold light erupted from his body, soaring into the sky, before suddenly spreading out at an altitude of 10,000 meters like a heavenly net, enveloping the entire edge of Dressrosa. Birdcage. These strands were sharp to the extreme, effortlessly slicing through the clouds, buildings, and everything that obstructed their path as they descended. Ultimately, the edges of the web of strands plunged fiercely into the surrounding seas of Dressrosa, forming a vast airtight cage that enveloped the entire island. Not only that, this massive web was also slowly and steadily contracting towards the center of the island. What is that thing? My hand. Run. These strands will shred everything. The towns at the edge of the island instantly fell into chaos. Countless residents, pirates, and even naval warships attempting to escape were silently sliced into pieces upon contact with the retracting web. Panic spread across the island like a plague. This was Doflamingo's most brutal and self-assured move. He intended to use the blood and despair of everyone on the island, whether enemy or civilian, as offerings to wash away the humiliation he suffered today. Doflamingo stood atop countless strands, looking down madly at Lin Feng and Gungmu Jianba, his expression frenzied and twisted. Do you feel it? This island is your grave. No one can survive in this cage. You will be slowly ground into meat paste with these ants. He expected to see terror or seriousness on the faces of the two, but he was disappointed. Lin Feng couldn't even be bothered to look up at him, merely extending his hand with interest to lightly touch a strand that was slowly moving beside him. Sizzle. The clash between the resilient armament haki and the sharp strand produced a soft sound, leaving no mark on Lin Feng's fingertip. Interesting. It's finer than a hair, yet its strength surpasses steel, he remarked calmly. Meanwhile, Gengmu Jianba irritably dug at his ear. Shut up, you annoying guy. Clucking like a turkey with its tail stepped on, he swung his sword impatiently at the dense strands above. Swish! A sharp pressure from the sword flashed, through severing several strands. Yet almost the moment they were cut, they reconnected, as if they were immortal. Useless. Doflamingo laughed even more wildly at this scene. My birdcage is indestructible. This is the power of awakening a realm you mere mortals cannot comprehend. Is that so? A dangerous glint flashed in Gengmu Jianba's single eye. That's only because your power is still insufficient. He slowly pointed the tip of his Zanpakuto towards the ground, gripping the hilt with both hands and assuming a standard swordsmanship stance. A golden spiritual pressure more solid and terrifying than when he had cleaved the palace began to wildly gather on his sword. Sword style 2 cuts. He shouted, swinging upwards with a fierce motion at the airtight web in the sky without any great pressure or magnificent light. Only a pure extreme wave that seemed capable of slicing through space itself surged upward. In the next moment, Doflamingo's smile froze. The birdcage that covered the entire island, formed of countless indestructible strands, began to reveal a neat, gigantic crack that spanned the sky. It was as if the sky had been forcibly split in two by this strike. The countless strands that made up the birdcage were completely obliterated at this crack, leaving no chance to reconnect, creating a gap large enough for several warships to sail side by side. No. Impossible. Doflamingo's maniacal laughter turned into a dazed expression, as if he had seen a ghost. His birdcage's most proud ultimate skill, symbolizing absolute control, was actually broken in such a simple and crude manner. This was not just breaking a hole, it fundamentally severed the rules of his ability. Just as his mind shook violently, and he fell into a stupor, Lin Feng moved. This sincere clown. Lin Feng appeared in front of Doflamingo, as if teleporting. Divine execute. Doflamingo was a battle-hardened hero, and in the height of his shock he quickly regained his senses. The instinct to survive compelled him to unleash his strongest single-target attack. 16 strands infused with top-tier armament haki transformed into an indestructible white spear, piercing towards Lin Feng's heart at a speed exceeding sound. This was his Allen move, capable of penetrating all defenses. However, facing this deadly strike, Lin Feng simply extended his right hand. Then he gently grasped the tip of the white spear. Bang! The terrifying kinetic energy capable of piercing mountains came to an abrupt halt in Lin Feng's palm. The 16 resilient awakening strands were gripped tightly by his fingers, covered in martial extreme flames and armament haki, unable to advance an inch. Doflamingo's pupils shrank to the size of the most dangerous needle. His strongest strike was caught barehanded. Not bad in strength. Lin Feng's face showed a hint of approving smile for the first time. It's just a pity that your vision limits your height. As he spoke, he exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The indestructible divine execution was crushed in Lin Feng's hand like a dry twig, turning into a flurry of white dust. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng's figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already behind Doflamingo, one hand gripping the back of his neck like a vice. Doflamingo's body stiffened, all his strength and pride utterly shattered in that moment. He could feel that should the opponent wish, his neck could be crushed into dust in a fraction of a second. He had lost. Lost so thoroughly, so cleanly, so without reason. Who are you? His voice was hoarse from fear, and for the first time he let go of his signature laughter. Us. Lin Feng held him as if he were a chick, bringing him beneath the enormous crack in the sky, cleaved by Jianba, allowing him to clearly see the vast, deeper starry sky beyond the crack. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, what you take pride in is your lineage, your schemes, and the power of awakening brought by this small fruit. You think you're the king who controls everything, the heavenly devil who toys with the world. But do you know that this vast ocean you see, this so-called world, Lin Feng's tone carried a divine indifference and condescension, is merely an inconspicuous fish tank in someone else's yard. And we come from beyond the fish. These 4 words struck Doflamingo's soul like a thunderbolt of creation. His mind, filled with schemes, ambitions, and madness, crashed at that moment. He abruptly raised his head, gazing through the enormous crack towards the deep cosmos. Suddenly he felt that everything he had pursued in the past, the so-called throne, the ridiculous world destruction plan, had turned into an absurd and pitiable joke. So it turns out, what he had fought for his entire life was merely to be the biggest fish in a fish tank. So it turns out, The power he took pride in had no qualification to make the true strong take him seriously. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This was not a wound, but the collapse triggered by the complete shattering of his proud and twisted heart. Ha, ha, ha. He began to laugh louder than ever before, but that laughter was filled with endless desolation, self-mockery, and total despair. Lin Feng threw him down from the sky, crashing heavily into the ruins of the palace. With his defeat, the shattered birdcage also completely dissipated, turning into specks of light and vanishing into the air. Dressrosa was liberated. Yet no one cheered. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, gazing at the two figures resembling gods and demons. Lin Feng slowly landed before Doflamingo, looking down at the already mentally shattered man. Your ambition is worthless in my eyes, but your abilities still have some use. A golden divine virtual panel appeared before Doflamingo. President Lin Feng of the Myriad Guild formally extends an invitation to you to join. Do you agree? Doflamingo raised his head, looking at the panel, then at Lin Feng, laughing until tears flowed. Invite me. A loser. I need someone to manage my wealth, gather intelligence, and handle trivial matters. You barely meet that requirement with your connections and business acumen in the underground world, Lin Feng, housekeeper. Doflamingo chewed on the word, laughing even louder, from king to housekeeper. He. What a splendid irony. He knew he had no choice left. Death or become a servant to this incomprehensible, terrifying being. For an ambitious person like him, who had seen a broader sky, death was the most unacceptable outcome. He wanted to witness with his own eyes what the world beyond the fish tank was truly like. I agree. He extended his trembling hand, using his last ounce of strength to press the golden button. On the ruins of the royal palace of Deliciosa, Duofu Langming lay woebegone among the rubble, his shattered spirit, leaving him powerless to even move a finger. His iconic sunglasses had long shattered, revealing hollow, lifeless eyes that reflected the sky split in two, filled with the dead stillness of a defeated man. The moment he pressed that golden agree button, a warm, divine golden radiance he had never experienced before, like grace descending from heaven, enveloped him completely. This is... Duofu Langming was shocked to discover that the fatal internal and external injuries from the fierce battle on his body were rapidly healing at a visible speed. The bones crushed by Lin Feng were reforming, the muscles torn by sword pressure were regenerating, and even his mental exhaustion and trauma were swiftly soothed under this warm energy. In just over 10 seconds he was restored to his peak state without a scratch. But this was not what shocked him most. He could clearly feel that his form of life had undergone a fundamental leap. Aging, disease, death. These ultimate fears that hung like the sword of Damocles over every mortal seemed to have left him at this moment. Every cell of his was filled with unprecedented vitality, as if bestowed with inexhaustible energy. He had obtained eternal life. It was not a transplantation under harsh conditions like the shoshu fruit, but a bestowal from a higher dimension, one that defied all reason. Welcome to the Myriad Guild, new butler. Lin Feng's calm voice sounded from above him. Yongheng is the most basic benefit for every official member. Now you can open your guild panel and familiarize yourself with your new identity. Duofu Langming instinctively concentrated his mind, and a translucent golden panel visible only to him appeared before his eyes. The interface of the panel was simple yet sacred. At the top were three names. Guild Master Lin Feng, member Gengmu, Jianba, member Tangjai. Duofu Langming, 3 people. This terrifying organization that overturned his cognition and possessed divine-like power actually had only 3 people. Duofu Langming's heart began to race wildly. He dared not imagine what earth-shattering power this guild would possess when its members reached 10, 100, or even more. His fingers trembling, he clicked on another option on the panel, Guild Shop. The next second his breath complete. What met his eyes was a dazzling list of exchanges. At the very top of the list were 2 categories clearly marked as Lin Feng's gifts and Gengmu Jianba loot. He tremblingly opened Lin Feng's gifts. Lines of text like branding irons were deeply engraved into his soul. Skill, flaming step description, shroud both legs with ultimate martial flames, using eruption propulsion to perform ultra-high-speed maneuvers and devastating kicks. Required points, 100000. Skill, lightning dance description, transform chi into lightning that encircles the body, performing multiple displacements and chain attacks at speeds surpassing thunder. Required points, 150000. Secret art, supreme martial emperor kick description, the secret art inherited from the male striker's 3rd awakening, gathering all power and will into one leg to deliver a kick capable of splitting the sea and shattering stars. Required points, 100000. The power to split the sea with one kick. The movement technique that regarded all his own defense and attack as nothing, reaching extreme speed. So, all of this was not some kind of emo fruit, but something called a skill. And they were displayed here, clearly priced. As long as one had the so-called points, they could be exchanged. Duofu Langming felt his worldview being repeatedly crushed. He scrambled up almost on all fours, frantically scrolling through the list, and then clicked on Gungmu Jianba Loot. Passive ability, pure spiritual pressure description, convert one's soul power into tangible high-density energy usable for attack, defense, and crushing the weak. Required points 500000. Sword technique, Kendo 2 severance description, highly compressed spiritual pressure onto the blade, delivering a strike capable of severing all things, even rules themselves. Required points 120000. The power to sever the birdcage. The power to split the entire Royal Palace Highland in two with a single slash. These incredible miracle-like abilities were also displayed here as commodities. Duofu Langming's body began to tremble violently, not from fear, but from an unprecedented fervor and obsession that threatened to consume his very reason. All his life, he had pursued power and domination. He thought that with his Tianlong bloodline and awakened Xianxian fruit, he stood at the pinnacle of this world. Yet only today did he realize how laughable and insignificant everything he was proud of was before this miracle called the guild shop. He saw a new staircase leading to the true realm of gods. Points. Points. I need points. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, looking at Lin Feng with a nearly manic gaze. The look of a worshipper looking up to a deity begging for grace. Guild Master. How can I obtain points? Upload your own abilities or contribute to the guild, Lin Feng replied. Duofu Langming immediately found the ability upload option on the panel. Without hesitation, he selected his most prized Xianxian fruit ability. Ability Xianxian fruit awaken description can create and control threads for cutting, sewing, parasitizing, and post-awakening assimilation. Upload reward 2000 points. 20,000 points. This number like a basin of ice water poured over his fervent head. His awakened ability, which he took pride in, and which had made him a hegemon in his own right, was worth only 20,000. It wasn't even enough for the down payment to exchange that flaming step, let alone those secret arts and sword techniques that cost millions. This huge gap did not make him feel frustrated. Instead, it gave his twisted ambition a new, even crazier outlet. Contribution. That's right. Contribution, he muttered, suddenly recalling the command Lin Feng had just given. Collect emo fruits. Guild Master. He raised his head again, his voice sharp with excitement. How many points can I get for turning in one emo fruit? Depends on the fruit's quality. Lin Feng, understanding his state, calmly gave a rough number. A normal zootype about 1,000 points. Paramecia from 3,000 to 50,000. Logia and mythical zoan starting at 100,000 with no upper limit. Boom. Duofu Langming's mind exploded like a supernova. One Logia fruit could be exchanged for 100,000 points. Enough to exchange that flaming step. 10 Logia fruits would be 1 million points. Enough to exchange that sea-splitting supreme martial emperor kick. An unprecedented, crystal clear, and extremely tempting path to power unfolded before him. What world destruction, what revenge on the Tianlong people. All became insipid at this moment. Compared to becoming a true god, the mortal throne was nothing but a pile of rotten wood. Fu. Duofu Langming could no longer restrain himself and let out a laugh even more manic and unrestrained than any before. In that laughter there was no longer the sorrow of a loser, only the ecstasy of an ambitious person who had found the ultimate goal. He abruptly stopped laughing and pulled out a gold-crafted Dianhuachong. His eyes, bloodshot from fervor, flashed with a greedy and cold light. He dialed the first number and roared into the Dianhuachong, "Wires. I don't care where you are or what you're." Immediately mobilize all our forces embedded in the Marine G5 branch to gather all intelligence on emo fruits. All, including both uneaten and already eaten ones. He'll give you 3 days. Without waiting for a reply, he dialed the second number. Moni, how far has Kaisa's worthless research on artificial emo fruits progressed? Tell him to increase production 10 times, starting now. No, 100 times. Send all finished products to Delasiliosa immediately. If he can, I'll turn him into an ornament on my shoes. The third, the fourth. One by one, commands representing the dark order of the underworld were frantically issued from his mouth. The entire underground network of the Xian Shiji began to tremble violently because of these calls. Gungmu Jianba, standing aside, looked at this man who was half dead one moment and then crazy the next, scratching his head in confusion. Hey Lin Feng, did this guy get beaten, stupid? No. Lin Feng looked at Duofu Langming, who had completely transformed into a points maniac, and curled his lips into a satisfied smile. He's just found a new faith. And this newly converted fanatic, after hanging up the last call, walked respectfully before Lin Feng and bowed deeply again, his demeanor humble to the bone. Guild Master, please rest assured. Within 1 month, the warehouse of the Wanjie Guild will be piled with the most precious points in this world. Above the ruins of Dressrosa, the manic laughter of Don Quixote da Flamingo echoed, endlessly startling the surviving residents who had narrowly escaped disaster and the remnants of the Don Quixote family into terrified silence. They watched the man who had once ruled this kingdom like a god now behaving like a madman, gesturing wildly at the air, bursting into fits of crazed laughter, and then revealing expressions of deep-seated greed. In their eyes, the heavenly Yiksha had lost his mind. But only Doflamingo himself knew that he had never been more clear-headed. Insane. No, this was rebirth. The former heavenly Yiksha, who had smugly believed himself the ruler of the ocean while lurking in the corner of his fish tank, was dead. Dead beneath the sword pressure that split the sky, dead within the palm that effortlessly crushed the god's judgment. Now Don Quixote da Flamingo was an ordinary member of the Van Gioit Guild, a humble butler. But this identity allowed him to see the staircase to the true throne. That throne did not lie upon this tiny blue sea, nor in the holy land Mary Geos, but within the boundless Van Gioit. And the only way to ascend that throne was through points. 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 His eyes were bloodshot and savage, with only one thought burning wildly in his mind: collect devil fruits, exchange them for points, and then purchase godlike powers from the shop. He dialed the last secret line buried deep within the world government, issued a series of commands with an unquestionable tone, and then respectfully ran back to Lin Feng. His iconic pink feather coat had long been shredded in battle. He discarded it carelessly, now wearing only a disheveled suit. He bowed deeply before Lin Feng, his posture so humble that anyone who knew him would have stared in disbelief. President, his voice trembled with excitement, I have activated all of Joker's intelligence networks across the world, from the Marines to the Revolutionary Army, from the territories of the Four Emperors to every corner of the underworld. I guarantee that any whisper of a devil fruit will be presented before you in an instant. Good. Lin Feng nodded, satisfied with his efficiency. Then, President Doflamingo rubbed his hands together, his face breaking into a fawning smile, a grotesque contrast to his former haughty demeanor. About the guild. Is there anything more I need to know? For instance, besides exchanging fruits for points, are there other ways? He was eager to squeeze every ounce of value from this system. Of course. Lin Feng glanced at him. Managing guild assets, establishing a solid stronghold for the guild, or providing intelligence of major strategic value. All yield point rewards. Check the details on your panel yourself. Yes. I understand. Doflamingo received this as if it were a royal decree, a brilliant light bursting from his eyes. Manage guild assets. Establish a stronghold. He swept his gaze around at the ruined Dressrosa they had reduced to rubble, and a mad plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Wasn't this the perfect stronghold? He would rebuild it. No, he would use 10 times the financial and human resources of the past to turn this island into the absolute center of the Van Gioit Guild on this sea. An impregnable war fortress, an efficient resource hub. As long as he could earn points, he would even renovate the Red Line if necessary. Hey, your chattering is annoying. An impatient voice interrupted Doflamingo's fantasy. Kenpachi Zaraki, carrying his sword on his shoulder, looked at him with a sneer of disgust. You can't fight, but you make the most noise. Lin Feng, when are we finding someone stronger? I'm bored to death. Being insulted to his face would have once made Doflamingo use his Ito no Mi to cut the speaker into 10,000 pieces. But now he merely shrank his neck, maintained that humble smile, and even nodded obsequiously at Kenpachi. No joke. This man was a top-tier powerhouse priced at 1.2 million points in the guild shop, an idol to be admired. Offend him? Was he tired of living? He silently vowed that one day he would also have a skill listed in the shop for 2 million points. Lin Feng, seeing this dramatic scene, chuckled inwardly, and then said to Kenpachi, patience. Our next prey needs our butler to pinpoint the location. Give him time. His gaze drifted into the distance. On the system panel, the branch guild function, which required 10 devil fruits to unlock, was flashing frantically. This was the real reason he had taken in Doflamingo. An intelligence and commercial network spanning the world with astonishing efficiency was far faster than his own blind searches. Just then, a special din mushy in Doflamingo's hand suddenly buruburu rang. He glanced at the number, his eyes sharpened, immediately answered, and respectfully handed the snail to Lin Feng. President, it's Virgo's emergency communication. The snail mimicked Virgo's expressionless face as he spoke in a low voice. Young Master G5 branch just intercepted a top-secret CP0 intelligence. 2 days from now, a world government vessel will secretly transport a devil fruit confiscated from a certain kingdom through the Com Belt to the Holy Land Mary Geos. What about the fruit's details? Doflamingo pressed urgently. According to the description, Virgo paused, seeming somewhat shocked. The fruit has a golden shell with spiral patterns like burning flames. Suspected to be a mythical zoan, the phoenix form. The phoenix form. Doflamingo's breathing turned ragged. He snapped his gaze to Lin Feng, his eyes burning with fervor. A mythical zoan. According to the president's standard, that was a top-tier prize starting at 1000 points. If he got his hands on it, he could immediately exchange for that flame-burning step and make a qualitative leap in strength. Location. Course. He roared into the snail. Virgo quickly provided a string of precise C-chart coordinates and estimated time. Well done, Virgo. Stay in hiding, your contribution is noted. Doflamingo hung up and dropped to one knee before Lin Feng, raising the paper with the route above his head with both hands. President, the first offering has appeared. Lin Feng took the paper, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. A mythical Zoan. Not a bad appetizer. He turned to the eager Kenpachi and smiled. Let's go. Hunting time. Oh, Kenpachi roared in excitement, hoisting his sword. President, please take me along. Doflamingo quickly pleaded, his face full of entreaty. I know that sea area like the back of my hand. I can guide you both. And I want to witness the guild's hunt with my own eyes. What he truly wanted was to scrape a little contribution from the battle, even if only a few points. Lin Feng saw through his little scheme, but didn't refuse. Follow. Yes, President. Doflamingo was overjoyed. 2 days later, in the calm belt between the New World and the Grand Line, a special black vessel flying the world government flag was sailing cautiously. There was not a breath of wind in this sea. The surface was as still as a mirror, but beneath the water lurked countless massive sea kings, making it forbidden for ordinary ships. In the deepest cabin, a top CP0 agent was guarding a treasure chest bound with layers of sea stone chains. Suddenly, the entire ship shuddered violently, as if hitting something. What happened? The captain roared in fury. Report. The ship has been stopped. Ahead. There are 3 people standing on the sea. The lookout's voice trembled with terror. On the deck, all the elite Marines and government agents rushed out. They stared in horror as 3 figures stood calmly on the sea surface before the bow, as if treading on solid ground. The leader was a man in a black martial arts suit. Beside him was a one-eyed madman carrying a jagged blade exuding a beastly aura. And the third. When the CP0 agents on board recognized the third face, everyone gasped. Pink sunglasses and arrogant stance, a face they knew all too well. Heavenly Yiksha. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Wasn't he in Dressrosa? Why is he here? Doflamingo, hands in his pockets, looked at these government lackeys he once had to handle carefully and curled his lips into a cruel, contemptuous smile. Fufufu. He stepped forward and declared to the enemy-filled ship, by order of the president of the Van Gioi Guild, this is a robbery. Leave your cargo, and I might let you die quickly. In the calm belt, the sea surface like a mirror had its silence shattered by Doflamingo's arrogant declaration. Aboard the world government's special warship, all marine elites and CP agents were first shocked, then erupted in towering fury. Don Quixote Doflamingo, you mongrel exiled from the Holy Land, how dare you appear before us? A man clad in a white suit wearing an iron mask emanated a cold and formidable aura as he stepped forward. He was the highest authority of this escort mission, one of the deputy commanders of CP0, codenamed Falcon. Falcon looked at Doflamingo with contemptuous eyes. You think colluding with a couple of unknown rogues can challenge the dignity of the world government? How utterly foolish. He regarded Lin Feng and Zaraki Kenpachi as beneath notice, nothing more than bounty hunters the failure Doflamingo had recruited for revenge. Faced with such mockery, the former Doflamingo would have been consumed by rage. But now he merely flashed an even brighter, crueler smile. A mongrel. Foolish. How pitiful, like insects trapped in a fish tank. Fufufu. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Doflamingo stepped forward, spreading his arms as countless invisible threads latched onto the entire ship. But before you die, let me show you what true power really is. This was his first battle since joining the guild, a perfect opportunity to demonstrate his value to the guild leader. He would earn his first batch of contribution points through a splendid massacre. Attack! Falcon commanded coldly. Dozens of CP agents and marine elites on the deck launched their assaults instantly. Finger gun barraged. Tempest kickstorm. In an instant, dense air projectiles from finger gun and azure shockwaves rained down upon the 3 like a storm. Doflamingo laughed wildly, swinging both arms. Spiderwall net. A colossal web of tough threads materialized before them, effortlessly intercepting all the attacks. Is that all? How disappointing. Doflamingo's face wore a Catan mouse expression. The parasite thread. He moved his fingers slightly, and several nearly invisible threads silently infiltrated the bodies of the nearest CP agents. Those agents stiffened, then to their comrades' horror, they turned uncontrollably and drove their weapons savagely into their allies. What are you doing? Stop. And one of you. The deck plunged into chaos, screams rising one after. Falcon watched, his face dark. Useless. You can't even figure out your enemy's abilities. He gave up on his subordinates. With a powerful stomp, he exploded into motion, using Soru, turning into a white blur that appeared before Doflamingo instantly. Die, traitor. He kicked, compressing the air to its limit, unleashing a white vacuum blade sharp enough to Tempest kick Falcon. This was his self-created ultimate move, compressing the power of Tempest Kick into a single point. Doflamingo's pupils shrank. He quickly hardened his arms with Busashoko Haki, crossing them to block. Boom. With a thunderous impact, Doflamingo was sent flying backward, carving 2 long furrows in the sea with his feet before barely stabilizing. A deep white mark throbbed on his arm. Oh, not bad. Doflamingo shook his numb arm, his expression turning serious. He realized this CP0 agent was far stronger than the small fry he had faced before, rivaling even some high-ranking officers of the 4 emperors. If it seems that's all you've got. Falcon snorted, vanishing again to launch a chain attack and finish Doflamingo. But just as he disappeared, a lazy voice brimming with overwhelming pressure sounded from where he had stood. Hey Kicker, you're blocking my view. Falcon froze midair, horrified to find that Zaraki Kenpachi, the one-eyed man with a sword over his shoulder, had somehow appeared on his attack path, staring at him with a bored beast-like eye. Get out of my way. Falcon roared, pouring all his power into one finger, unleashing the 6-style ultimate move, Maximum Rotation 6 King Spear. A terrifying shockwave capable of piercing anything gathered at his fingertip and shot towards Zaraki Kenpachi. Yet Kenpachi didn't even fully draw his sword. He simply thrust the hilt of his Zanpakuto forward. Clang! The hilt collided precisely with the core of the destructive blast. There was no explosion, no roar. The energy that could annihilate a small island struck an immovable cosmic barrier, was forced back, and then dissipated in all directions, raising towering waves. While what? Even the iron mask couldn't conceal Falcon's shock and bewilderment. His ultimate technique had been stopped with just a sword hilt. So boring. Zaraki Kenpachi uttered 4 words and swung casually. A flash of yellow light, too fast to follow, sliced through. Thump. A huge deep wound erupted across Falcon's chest, blood gushing out. He flew back like had been struck by a giant hammer, crashing onto the deck and smashing a massive man-shaped crater into the hard steel plates, his fate unknown. The entire scene fell into deathly silence. Everyone on the ship stared at the man slowly returning his sword to his shoulder with the fear one would have for a god. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Feng had already moved like a specter through the deck, reaching the secret chamber deep within the ship. Ignoring the complex mechanisms and locks, he simply kicked, shattering the special alloy chamber door and the entire wall into pieces. He picked up the treasure chest bound by seastone chains. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, the tough seastone chains snapped like noodles. Opening the chest revealed a golden fruit with flame-like patterns, Zoan mythical Zoan model 5. First one secured. Lin Feng grabbed the fruit and returned to the deck. By then, everyone on board had been utterly terrified by Kenpachi's monstrous strength, kneeling and trembling, unable to muster any thought of resistance. Doflamingo's eyes flickered with intense greed at the firebird fruit in Lin Feng's hand. 100,000 points. But he quickly suppressed that greed, replacing it with an expression of utmost reverence. This was the guild leader's spoils, the guild's asset. To obtain it, he had to earn it with contributions. Half an hour later, the 3 returned to the ruins of Dressrosa. Guild leader. Doflamingo ran over with a fawning look, followed by remnants of his family, carrying 9 boxes of various sizes. Mission accomplished. Through my network, within 2 days I've collected 9 devil fruits scattered around the world. Lin Feng opened the boxes and took a glance. Most were common Zoan and some paramecia with mediocre effects, but the quantity was sufficient. Well done. Lin Feng nodded, making Doflamingo's heart bloom. Your contributions have been recorded by the reward of 2,000 points has been credited to your account. 20,000. Doflamingo gasped, quickly opening his panel. Seeing his balance jump from 0 to 2,000, he trembled with excitement. Jackpot. This was a real windfall. With these 2,000 points plus the 2,000 from uploading his ability, if he worked a little harder, he could exchange for basic combat techniques in the shop. Lin Feng ignored his ecstatic steward. He lined up 10 devil fruits, including the most precious fire. He opened the system panel and found the dungeon feature, which had been grayed out. To activate guild dungeon, sacrifice 10 devil fruits. Sacrifice. Lin Feng issued the command. The next second, the 10 devil fruits simultaneously burst with blinding light, transforming into 10 energy streams of different colors that soared into the sky and merged into an illusory altar constructed by system power in midair. Boom. The sky over all of Dressrosa changed, winds and clouds stirring. A colossal spatial vortex burning with golden and black flames slowly took shape above the altar, emitting a terrifying aura from an alien world that made hearts quake. Ding. Detection: 10 devil fruits have been sacrificed, including a mythical Zoan. Dungeon quality enhanced. Randomly drawing dungeon world. Draw complete. Congratulations. The guild's first dungeon has been opened. Lines of golden colossal text appeared in the minds of all guild members. Dungeon name Nazareth Great Tomb, 1st to 3rd floors. Dungeon type Team Exploration. Boss battle recommended level LV 10 LV 30. Guild internal rating. Dungeon summary: an impregnable underground fortress created by 41 supreme beings. Now it welcomes new intruders. Beware, every stone here may hold lethal malice toward you. Clear rewards: massive guild points, random item from the Nazareth treasury, low probability of obtaining a floor guardian loyalty contract. Nazareth Great Tomb. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the ominous vortex, and instead of fear licked his lips excitedly. Oh, is this that more interesting game you mentioned? Sounds like there are plenty of strong guys inside. Meanwhile, Doflamingo's eyes turned bloodshot as he read the rewards: massive guild points, and random item from the treasury. He could already see countless points waving at him. Guild leader, he begged eagerly. Please let me participate. I am willing to offer everything for the guild, for you, guild leader. Very well. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, seeing the two men's different, but equally fervent desires. He looked at the dungeon entrance like a bottomless abyss, battle spirit blazing in his eyes. Everyone, the first team dungeon of the Myriad Worlds Guild begins now. Above Dressrosa, the spatial vortex burning with black golden flames resembled a deep abyssal eye peering at the pirate world, emitting a fearful aura of terror that did not belong to this realm. Nazareth Great Tomb. Doflamingo repeatedly savored this name, and beneath his iconic sunglasses his eyes glittered with an irrepressible sharp gleam. He was not afraid, but analyzing. Team Exploration boss fight, signified cooperation and challenge. Recommended level LV 10 LV 30. Indicated difficulty, but also corresponding returns. Massive guild points and random draw from treasure vault were the keys that made his heart pound wildly. This was a game that laid out risk and reward starkly. For a born gambler, an ambitious man like him, this was far more intriguing than mere slaughter and conquest. The look in his eyes toward Lin Feng had shifted from initial reverence to a more complex emotion. He regarded this guild leader as the sole dealer to a new power system. And he, Don Quixote Doflamingo, would be the biggest winner in this high-stakes gamble. Hey, what are you dawdling for? Kenpachi Zaraki had long grown impatient. He hefted his Zanpakuto over his shoulder, revealing a beastly grin. Sounds like there are plenty of tough guys inside. I can't wait. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a large stride forward, and his figure was instantly swallowed by the deep vortex. Fufufu. What an impatient battle fiend. Doflamingo adjusted his collar. Even amidst the ruins, he maintained the poise of a warlord. He glanced at Lin Feng and gave a slight nod, a gesture of deference to his superior, as well as an understanding between partners. Guild leader, I'll scout ahead. With that, he followed close behind and proactively stepped into the dungeon. He knew his place. Before monsters like Lin Feng and Kenpachi Zaraki, frontal combat was not his forte, but when it came to intelligence gathering, environmental analysis, and overall control, he had absolute confidence. Lin Feng watched the two very different reactions, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and he too stepped inside. The sensation of spatial distortion lasted only an instant. When his vision cleared, the three found themselves in an utterly different world. Before them stood an underground mausoleum of unimaginable grandeur. The towering dome resembled a night sky with no end in sight. The air was thick with the dense scent of death and cold magic. Beneath their feet lay smooth mirror-like black marble flooring. On both sides of the path, rows of tightly sealed tomb doors were adorned with intricate and sinister reliefs, silently narrating the ancientness and ominousness of this place. Humph. The air here stinks, makes me feel awful. Kenpachi Zaraki wrinkled his nose. He could sense a deathly aura pervading his surroundings, completely different from the erasure of Hueco Mundo. The moment Doflamingo entered, he had already fully extended his Kenbunchika haki. His expression shifted slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Something's off. It's eerily quiet here, and I feel countless eyes staring at us from the darkness, yet my haki cannot lock onto any specific location." This was an unprecedented experience, as if the entire space itself was monitoring them. "This is the world of magic," Lin Feng calmly spoke to enlighten them. "Don't rely entirely on haki. Use your instincts to perceive. The rules here are different from our sea." As his words faded, crack, crack, a series of grating sounds of bone friction echoed from the surrounding darkness. Then pairs of scarlet soul fires ignited one after another in the depths of the dark tomb passage. Countless skeleton soldiers clad in black heavy armor and wielding massive battle axes or rune-engraved longswords emerged from the shadows. They were no ordinary bones. Each exuded an aura comparable to a marine officer. Their movements were uniform, forming standard battle phalanxes, instantly sealing off all escape routes. In their eye sockets burned not chaotic flames, but cold, tactically disciplined, killing intent. A legion of skeletons. Doflamingo's gaze sharpened. Fufufu. Seems our welcome ceremony is grand. Guild leader individually, these things aren't strong, but their number must exceed 1,000 and their formation is tight. There must be a commander behind them. He quickly assessed the situation, displaying the tactical acumen of a warlord. Commander, Kenpachi Zaraki roared with laughter. Then we just cut our way through and drag him out. He suddenly swung his Zanpakuto from his shoulder, and his ferocious golden spiritual pressure erupted. Let me loosen these boneheads' joints. He charged like a yellow cannonball into the skeleton phalanx. Blade light flashed, sword pressure swept. The heavy armored skeletons before him, no matter how hard their armor and bones, were easily shattered under his jagged blade. For a time bone chips flew and the red soul fires burst like fireworks. Yet the skeletons were fearless, for each one crushed, two more filled the gap. Their battle axes and long swords imbued with cold death magic rained down on Kenpachi Zaraki from all directions. Kenpachi Zaraki paid no heed. He let the attacks fall on him, producing only a series of clink-clink sounds without even scratching his skin. He was completely immersed in this pure slaughter. Lin Feng did not move. He watched the scene and calmly said to Doflamingo beside him, Kenpachi handles the frontal breakthrough. Your task is to find the eyes hidden in the shadows. I don't want any minions causing trouble when we deal with the boss. As you wish, guild leader. Doflamingo smoothed his sunglasses, a confident smirk curling on his lips. He did not rush forward. Instead, he stepped back slightly, and his 10 fingers moved with graceful piano-like dexterity. Awakening spiderweb wall. He did not use threads to attack. Instead, countless lines finer than hair silently merged into the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling. In an instant, the area for hundreds of meters fell under his sensory domain. Not a single ripple of air or fluctuation of magic could escape his control. This was a material-level exploration even more refined than Kenbunchika Haki. Found them. In mere seconds, Doflamingo's gaze locked onto a direction. A tomb chamber 300 meters to the front left. There are 4 magic fluctuations far surpassing these skeleton soldiers. They haven't moved. Should be the commanders. He not only located the target, but even precisely reported their number. Well done. Lin Feng nodded. This was why he kept Doflamingo around. The guild did not lack pure combat power, but a cunning, meticulous mind like his could prove unexpectedly useful in an unfamiliar environment. Kenpachi 300 meters front left. Lin Feng's voice clearly cut into the battle. Oh, Roger. Kenpachi Zaraki let out an even more excited roar. He stopped lingering. His terrifying spiritual pressure erupted without reserve, and he turned into a human bulldozer, carving a straight path through the sea of skeletons, charging toward the direction Lin Feng indicated. Lin Feng moved at the same time. He did not chase after Kenpachi, but walked leisurely along the path. Any stray skeleton that tried to attack him from the sides was instantly set ablaze and reduced to ashes by the leg wind wrapped in crimson aura that he casually kicked out. Boom. 300 meters ahead, a huge sealed stone door was smashed to pieces by Kenpachi Zaraki's single slash. Behind the stone door, 4 skeleton mages clad in ornate black robes holding staffs embedded with giant gems stood at the center of a magic circle. They evidently had not expected the enemy to breach their defenses so quickly. The soul fires in their eye sockets leaped violently as they began to cast spells. Too slow. Kenpachi Zaraki's figure appeared before them. His savage sword pressure swept across. The 4 skeleton commanders, along with the magic circle beneath them, were instantly bisected into dust. With the commander's death, the entire skeleton legion's movements froze for a moment. The red light in their eyes dimmed rapidly, and they collapsed into a pile of scattered bones. Ding. Defeated skeleton commander X4, gained guild points 400. Member Don Quixote Doflamingo provided key intel bonus points 200. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Doflamingo's body trembled slightly. 600 points. Just from clearing a wave of mooks, he had earned 600 points. It was not much, but it proved his value. That wisdom was also a hard currency in the guild system, exchangeable for points. This reignited the fire in his ambitious heart. However, before he could savor this joy, an aura 100 or 1,000 times more terrifying than before descended without warning from the deeper reaches of the mausoleum. It was a bizarre magic mixed with holiness and impurity, reeking of blood and seduction. Before this aura, the skeleton legion, just now, was like a swarm of harmless insects. Lin Feng and Kenpachi Zaraki halted simultaneously, lifting their heads to peer into the depths of darkness. Doflamingo's face changed dramatically. Under this oppressive aura, he felt his blood nearly congeal. Era. So a few little mice have slipped past the courtyard. A voice as melodious as a silver bell, yet tinged with a hint of sickly madness, drifted languidly from the darkness. How amusing. Allow me to play with you properly. That voice, both seductive to the bone and brimming with frenzied, murderous intent, pressed down upon every heart like a tangible weight. Doflamingo's face grew unprecedentedly grave. His crafty, battle-hardened heart, tempered through countless trials, could not suppress an involuntary shudder before this terrifying aura. This was not mere suppression of strength, but a gaze from a higher-dimensional predator upon its prey, rooted in the very hierarchy of life. He jerked his head up, pushing his observation hockey and awakened thread perception to their limits, staring into the dark depths from which the voice had come. With elegant footsteps echoing, a petite figure slowly emerged from the boundless darkness. It was a girl who appeared no older than 14 or 15, clad in a gorgeous Gothic dress, its layered skirt adorned with delicate lace. She had silver hair like moonlight, skin so pale it seemed almost translucent, facial features as exquisite as a doll's, and a pair of deep crimson eyes that seemed to hold infinite allure. Yet this seemingly harmless, delicate girl was the very source of that terrifying aura. She was Shaltir Bloodfallen, the guardian of the first to third floors of the great tomb of Nazarick. Oh my! 3 intruders. Shaltir halted, tilting her head, her ruby-like eyes appraising the trio, with keen interest, finally settling on Lin Feng and Kenpachi Zaraki. The scent of the living. A nostalgic yet nauseating smell. But your life energy seems far more vigorous than that of common ants. As blood bags, you must be exquisite. She extended her pink tongue, licking the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile, both innocent and cruel. Hey, little girl. Kenpachi Zaraki, shouldering his blade, eyed her askance, his face filled with undisguised disappointment. All this fuss, and it's just a brat who hasn't been weaned. Don't tell me you're the boss here. How utterly disappointing. Shaltir's smile vanished, instantly replaced by a cold, offended displeasure. You lowly vermin, who gave you permission to address me in such a tone? Her voice turned sharp and icy. It seems I must cut out your tongues before turning you into blood thralls. Fufufu. Quite the big words. Doflamingo, after a brief shock, quickly regained his composure. He adjusted his sunglasses, appraising Shaltir with a merchant's eye. Chairman, this woman is very wrong. Her power system is bizarre, like a mixture of many forces, and she doesn't feel alive to me. His analysis was precise and calm. As a king who had crawled through the dark world for years, his vision was far more venomous than ordinary experts. He sensed a whiff of rule from Shaltir. Of course, she's not alive, Lin Feng replied calmly. She is an undead, a true ancestor vampire. Kenpachi, don't be careless. This one is nothing like those skeletons before. Undead. Vampire. Kenpachi's interest only grew. That means an opponent who can get up even after being cut down. Ha ha ha. Perfect. This is fun. Unable to contain himself, he laughed wildly, stomped the ground, and transformed into a yellow streak of light, his fierce sword pressure condensed on the blade, slashing down at Shaltir. Facing a strike that could sever a mountain, Shaltir sneered contemptuously. Too slow, like a snail. She didn't even move her feet, simply raising her right hand. A semi-transparent magic shield, emitting an ominous red light, instantly unfolded before her. Clang. Kenpachi's violent slash struck the magic shield, only stirring up a fierce ring of energy ripples, with a deafening metallic clash, unable to advance a single inch. What? Kenpachi's wild grin froze for the first time. His indestructible strike had been blocked. The power of lower life forms is but this, Shaltir snorted. In her left hand, she had already grasped a strangely shaped metal spear. The spear resembled an enlarged syringe, its tip gleaming with an eerie red light. Droplet lance. Her figure flickered, appearing at Kenpachi's side with a speed surpassing Soru, and thrust the spear. The thrust was so fast that even Doflamingo's observation hockey could only capture a residual image. Kenpachi, unable to react in time, had his sturdy chest pierced clean through by the droplet lance. Blood gushed along the spear shaft. But Kenpachi, as if unaffected, only showed an even more excited grin. He grabbed the spear, piercing his body, clamped it with his muscles, and with his other hand swung his Zanpakuto at a tricky angle, slashing back at Shaltir's neck. Trading wound for life. This was his most primitive yet effective fighting style. Shaltir's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly not expecting this lower life form to be so fearless. She snorted, her body dissolving into red mist, vanishing instantly, causing Kenpachi's slash to miss. Good battle instinct. But before absolute power, it is meaningless. Her voice came from another direction. Kenpachi looked down at the bloody hole in his chest. A cold energy lingered at the wound, hindering muscle healing. Instead of anger, he laughed louder. Ha ha ha. Yes, just like this. That's worth cutting. His spiritual pressure surged again, like blazing golden flames, instantly dispelling the cold energy. Chairman, the situation is bad, Doflamingo said with extreme seriousness. That woman's speed and power are beyond common sense. Moreover, she seems to possess some kind of spatial movement ability. Lord Kenpachi, though valiant, fights too directly, easily toyed with by her. His analysis hit the nail on the head. Only he as an observer analyzed the battle calmly. And that spear, he continued, I can sense that the moment it stabbed Lord Kenpachi, it absorbed some life force. It's no ordinary weapon. That's a divine class item capable of absorbing the opponent's life force to nourish its wielder, Lin Feng said calmly, as if knowing everything. Doflamingo's heart tightened. Divine class. Another new concept. He felt more than ever that joining this guild was the best decision of his life. The battle before him opened a door to a new world of power. In the midst of the battle, Shaltir had lost patience. Enough playing insect. She floated in midair, looking down at Kenpachi, her eyes glinting crimson. Let me show you the terror of magic. 9th tier magic, Vermilion Nova. She raised her staff high. A massive magic circle composed of pure flame elements unfolded above her head. The next second, a colossal fireball over 100 meters in diameter, like a small sun, descended with scorching heat that incinerated everything. The attack covered the entire battlefield, including Lin Feng and Doflamingo. Not good. Doflamingo's face changed drastically. He could sense that this strike was enough to erase the entire Dressrosa from the map. He instinctively prepared to create a defense with his threads. But Lin Feng was faster. Lightning dance. His figure transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, grabbing Doflamingo by the collar. In the second before the fireball struck, he performed over a dozen irregular displacements at a speed beyond human visual limits, escaping the blast's core area. At the center of the explosion, Kenpachi Zaraki let out a wild roar. He did not dodge. Instead, he poured all his spiritual pressure without reserve into his Zanpakuto, gripping it with both hands, and against the falling sun, he swung an upward slash. An indescribably violent explosion occurred. The raging flame shockwave instantly melted the hard black marble ground, forming a vast lake of magma. The terrifying heat even distorted space. Humph turned to ashes, I suppose, Shaltir said with a self-evident expression as she looked down at the sea of fire. But the next second her pupils contracted sharply. A golden sword pressure forcibly cleaved a path through the flames. Kenpachi Zaraki was charred black, his clothes reduced to ashes covered in terrible burns, yet he still stood firm. The fighting spirit burning in his single eye was even more blazing than the Vermilion Nova. Ha! Thrilling. Too thrilling. He laughed wildly. Under the powerful spiritual pressure, his wounds began to heal at a visible rate. He jerked his head up, stared fixedly at Shaltir, and reached for his eye patch. As a return gift, let me show you my true power. As a return gift, let me show you my true power. Kenpachi Zaraki's hoarse and maniacal declaration resounded like thunderclaps within the underground mausoleum where molten lava churned. Shaltir hovered midair, looking down upon the man whose body was charred black, yet radiated an indomitable fighting spirit. A flicker of utter contempt and impatience passed through her crimson eyes. Still talking in your sleep, you lowly insect. Even if you stand up 100 times, the outcome will never change. In her eyes, this farce was already over. This creature's vitality was indeed tenaciously amusing, but in the end, he was merely a barbarian who had grasped no rules. However, the next second her expression froze. Kenpachi Zaraki slowly raised his hand, grabbed the black eye patch covering his right eye, and then yanked it downward. Boom. Without warning, without process. The instant the eye patch left his face, an indescribable, pure, violent, and tyrannical golden spiritual pressure erupted like a volcano that had slumbered for eons. A golden pillar of light shot up, directly piercing the seemingly endless dome of Nazarik's first floor, smashing a massive hole through the indestructible rock layers. The terrifying energy even shook the second and third floors above. The entire underground mausoleum trembled violently under this horrific force, as if it would collapse at any moment. Thighs. What is this? Far away, Doflamingo, shielded behind Lin Feng, turned deathly pale. He felt as if he had been thrown into the heart of an erupting volcano. The unreasonable torrent of energy made even breathing an extreme struggle. His observation hockey before this spiritual pressure was as fragile as a sheet of paper instantly shattered. Only a blinding gold remained in his mind. He had witnessed the conqueror's hockey of Emperor Kaido, the tyranny and majesty of one who rules the world. But this power before him was different. It had no purpose. It was pure energy itself, existing solely for battle and destruction. If Kaido was a ferocious dragon, then the Kenpachi Zaraki at this moment was an unguided meteorite capable of destroying a planet. Impossible. For the first time, Shaltir's elegance and composure vanished, completely replaced by stunned disbelief. His energy level. How could it have increased tenfold in an instant? No, 20 times. This defies any law of energy conservation. Her database, born from the game era, was frantically sounding alarms, yet utterly incapable of analyzing this illogical scene. Kenpachi Zaraki paid no heed to her shock. He merely raised his head slowly. His right eye, now seeing the light again, gleamed with a beastly radiance, locking onto Shaltir, hovering in midair. Then, the second round begins. The moment his words fell, his figure vanished. No Soru, no flash step, just pure explosive power surpassing the limits of speed. Shaltier's pupils contracted sharply. Her battle instinct made her instinctively activate a teleportation spell. Yet just as her form materialized 100 meters away, a sound of piercing wind exploded beside her ear. Too slow. Kenpachi's Araki shadow appeared behind her like a specter. His jagged Zanpakuto swept across, carrying a fearsome sword pressure that could sever even space. He had predicted her teleportation landing point. No, it wasn't prediction. His battle intuition had completely caught up with her magical rhythm. Alarms blared in Shaltier's mind. Without time to think, she swung her drop of blood spear to block defensively. Clang! A sound loud enough to shatter eardrums. Shaltier felt an overwhelming force transmitted through her spear. Her whole body was sent flying backward like a cannonball struck by a high-speed train, crashing violently into a massive stone pillar in the distance and toppling it. PFF. Blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She was injured. Huh. Now this is more like it. Kenpachi's wild laughter echoed in her ears. Before Shaltier could regain her footing, Kenpachi's second wave of attacks followed like a shadow. The blade light was unceasing, each stroke simple and direct, yet imbued with a terrifying power that could crush everything. Shaltier completely discarded her contempt, her expression becoming unprecedentedly grave. She channeled all her magic power into her drop of blood spear, evading with short-range teleportation while seeking opportunities to counterattack. For a time, the entire mausoleum hall became a stage for two monsters. Golden sword pressure and crimson magic power clashed madly, the cacophony of blades incessant. The shockwaves of battle pulverized everything around into dust. Doflamingo was stunned, dumbfounded. He realized that his proud observation hockey could no longer keep up with their movements. He could only see two blurry streaks of light flashing and colliding across the vast space. Each collision made the entire realm tremble. So, this is true combat, he muttered to himself, a mix of fear and boundless fervor in his heart. Compared to this battle, the so-called top-tier clashes in the New World were nothing but child's play. Within the conflict, Shaltier grew more alarmed with each passing second. Not only had his strength and speed skyrocketed, but even more terrifying was that his combat technique was improving at an inconceivable rate. At first, she could still toy with him, using her richer battle experience and magic. But now every attack she made, every intention she had, seemed to be preemptively read by his beastly intuition, then crushed with even greater brutality. Damned vermin! Stop touching my body with your filthy blade. During one clash, Shaltier's shoulder armor was grazed by Kenpachi's sword, leaving a wound that cut to the bone. The searing pain and the humiliation of being wounded by a lower life form ignited her fury. Since you want to die so badly, then I shall grant your wish. Shaltier abruptly distanced herself from Kenpachi. Floating in midair, her ornate Gothic dress shattered piece by piece under the violent mana, replaced by a blood-red full-body armor that gleamed with a crimson light. Behind her, a pair of demonic wings unfurled. The drop of blood spear in her hand seemed to come alive, with countless pulsating blood-red veins emerging on its shaft. Valkyrie transformation. This was Shaltier's ultimate combat form as a combined priest and warrior class. In this form, she sacrificed most of her spellcasting ability in exchange for nearly invincible melee offense and defense. Oh! Kenpachi's Araki halted and looked at the transformed Shaltier, grinning. Change your shell? Hope you can take a few more hits than before. Die! Shaltier let out a shrill scream and vanished in an instant. The next second, she appeared before Kenpachi, her drop of blood spear unleashing 100 thrusts in an unseeable flurry. Each thrust was aimed precisely at Kenpachi's vitals. Kenpachi laughed wildly, spinning his Zanpakuto into an impenetrable wheel of blades. Clink, 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 clink. A dense, continuous sound, like torrential rain on banana leaves. Within seconds, they clashed hundreds of times. Perish. Clean throw spear. After a fierce exchange, Shaltier seized an opening and hurled her drop of blood spear with all her might. That divine-class spear transformed into a blood-red meteor, instantly piercing Kenpachi's abdomen. The immense force sent him flying backward, pinning him against a wall hundreds of meters away. It's over, Shaltier said coldly, extending her hand. The drop of blood spear flew back into her grip, yet Kenpachi, pinned to the wall, did not fall. Instead, he burst into even more exuberant laughter. What a thrill! Such a thrill! Ignoring the massive hole in his abdomen, he gripped the hilt of his Zanpakuto with both hands. The golden spiritual pressure on his body began converging toward the blade at an unprecedented speed. Your attacks. Not bad at all. Then try taking this. Sword-style sever. He gripped the sword with both hands, employing the purest sword technique he had learned from the Commander-General in the Soul Society, and slashed downward in one fierce stroke. There was no earth-shaking sword pressure, no dazzling golden radiance. Only an intangible wave that seemed capable of splitting everything in the world, including the rules themselves, shot toward Shaltier. For the first time, a look of terror appeared on Shaltier's face. She felt locked onto by an inescapable law. She wanted to dodge, but no matter where she teleported, she could not escape the range of that slash. No! She screamed, pouring all her power into the drop of blood spear, holding it crosswise before her in a final desperate resistance. The intangible wave collided ferociously with the divine class spear. Time as if pressed the pause button at this very moment. The invisible severance wave collided fiercely with the droplet lance before Shaltir. No earth-shattering explosion, as expected, no glaring light of energy clash. Only a crisp glass-shattering crack echoed clearly through the silent mausoleum. In Shaltir's crimson eyes filled with terror and despair, her proud divine-level artifact, the droplet lance capable of draining life and piercing anything, began to show a fine crack from the point of contact with the blade wave. Then like a spiderweb, the cracks spread across the entire lance in 1/10th of a second. Bang! This divine artifact, ranking among the top in the great tomb of Nazareth, shattered in midair, without warning, into countless metallic dust particles glowing with red light. No! Shaltir let out a piercing scream, but her voice was quickly drowned out. The invisible wave that had shattered the artifact passed through her body with no diminution in power. In an instant, the Valkyrie blood-red armor formed by mana on Shaltir's body silently dissolved and disintegrated like snow under sunlight. Then a horrifying slash deep enough to reveal bone extended from her left shoulder to her right waist, nearly splitting her entire body in two. PFF. A mist of blood burst into the air. All power within Shaltir dissipated instantly. She fell helplessly from midair like a broken marionette, crashing heavily at the edge of the lava lake below, kicking up a cloud of black smoke. She reverted back to her form of a girl in Gothic dress, but her once splendid gown was now tattered, her body drenched in blood, her breath faint to the extreme. She had fallen into a dying state. On the other side, Zaraki Kenpachi broke free from the wall. Leaning on his Zanpakuto, he knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The piercing wound in his abdomen and the dense injuries all over his body had cost him dearly. Yet he was laughing, a hearty, uninhibited, maniacal laugh from the depths of his soul. Ha! Ha ha ha! Now this is more like it. A proper fight. He slowly rose, dragging his severely wounded body step by step toward Shaltir, lying on the ground. The battle intent in his eyes had not faded. Instead, it was replaced by the final respect for a worthy opponent, to deliver the finishing blow himself. In the distance, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had already been terrified out of his wits by the godlike battle, felt his heart clench tightly at this sight. He wanted to say something like, "This woman seems valuable," but looking at Zaraki Kenpachi's ferocious, merciless expression, the words died in his throat. He feared that if he opened his mouth, he'd be the next one to be cut down. However, just as Kenpachi's blade was about to fall, a figure appeared like a phantom before him, blocking his path. It was Lin Feng. "That's enough, Kenpachi," Lin Feng said calmly yet with undeniable authority. Zaraki Kenpachi frowned displeased and stared at him. "What do you mean? The fight isn't over. It's the rule that the victor must personally sever the loser's head." "From now on, my words are the rules," Lin Feng replied in a still, flat tone. "She's not dead yet, which proves she still has value. A living top-tier combatant is far more useful than a corpse. I don't care about value. I only care about how satisfying the slash feels." Zaraki Kenpachi's stubborn temper flared, and his spiritual pressure began to stir again. "You can think of her as a trophy." Lin Feng changed his approach. "A never-dying punching bag that you can take out anytime and cut to your heart's content. If you kill her now, you'll have no more fun later. A never-dying punching bag." Hearing this, Zaraki Kenpachi paused, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes. He looked at Shaltir gasping on the ground, then at Lin Feng, as if weighing the pros and cons. Lin Feng did not give him time to hesitate. He raised his hand toward Shaltir and issued a command to the system. "Capture." The next second, a magic circle formed of pure golden data, chains unfurled beneath Shaltir. Countless golden chains materialized, binding her layer upon layer, then quickly contracted into a sphere of light that flew into Lin Feng's palm and vanished. At almost the same moment, a series of icy system notification sounds flooded the minds of Lin Feng, Zaraki Kenpachi, and Don Quixote da Flamingo like divine tidings. "Ding! Congratulations! The guild has successfully defeated the first-floor boss of the Great Tomb of Nazareth, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Dungeon clearance rating S perfect. Now calculating clearance rewards. Base clearance reward guild points 100,000. Member Zaraki Kenpachi contributed 92 in battle-rated war madman bonus points 100,000. Member Don Quixote da Flamingo provided crucial intelligence, contributed 3 rated tactician bonus points 100,000. Guild leader Lin Feng overall command contributed 5 rated leader bonus points 200. Zaraki Kenpachi paid no heed to the voice in his head. He merely snorted, sheathed his sword, and began treating his own wounds. Points. What were they? Could they be eaten? Could they bring him stronger opponents? Lin Feng remained calm, as if he had anticipated this result. But Don Quixote Doflamingo was utterly dumbfounded by the cascade of numbers. He stood frozen on the spot, his eyes wide open behind his sunglasses, his mouth agape, as if it could hold an egg. 10,000 points. Just by moving his lips and providing a few locations, he had earned 10,000 points. Trembling, he opened his personal panel. Name Don Quixote Doflamingo, title member, guild points 40600, 40,600. Staring at that glaring number, Doflamingo felt as if an invisible giant hand had seized his heart, then plunged it into a heavenly hot spring. Bliss. An unprecedented wave of bliss crashed over him like a tsunami. Don Quixote Doflamingo had spent the first half of his life plotting meticulously, scheming in silence, usurping Dressrosa, becoming a warlord of the sea, and ruling the underworld for decades. All the wealth and power he had accumulated in that time now seemed laughable and utterly insignificant. What celestial dragon? What king of the world? None of it was as real, as reassuring as that string of numbers on the panel. With these 40,000 points, he could exchange for several coveted low-level abilities in the shop. Even if he saved a little more, he could pursue those greater inheritances. His ambition, his desires had found a new, infinitely brilliant outlet in this moment. Fufufu. Fufufufu. He began to laugh uncontrollably with his signature chuckle, his body trembling violently from extreme excitement, his expression alternating between wild joy and twisted ecstasy, like a gambler who had won the whole world. But before he could recover from this immense bliss, the next system notification brought his mind to a screech. Ding. Rank perfect clearance detected, triggering hidden rewards. Reward 1. Randomly draw one item from the Great Tomb of Nazarik's treasure vault. Reward 2. Obtain special item. Floor Guardian loyalty contract, Shaltir Bloodfallen. A massive roulette wheel formed from the phantom images of countless treasures appeared before Lin Feng. Draw, Lin Feng commanded calmly. The wheel spun at lightning speed and finally stopped on a red stone radiating boundless heat like a Congratulations. You have obtained the world-class item, Caloric Stone. Caloric Stone, a terrifying item containing the energy of a star. A single-use consumable that can release heat equivalent to a super-tier spell capable of destroying a small nation. It can also be used as a top-tier energy core. Lin Feng felt the terrifying energy in the stone and nodded with satisfaction. Whether as a trump card or as an engine for future guild warships, this item was top tier. Then an ancient golden scroll crafted from unknown materials slowly descended into his hand. A loyalty contract. This was truly the greatest gain from this dungeon. It meant the guild was about to welcome its first true otherworldly top-tier combatant, a max-level 100-level floor guardian. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at the two divine artifacts in Lin Feng's hands, then at the colossal 40,000 plus points on his own panel. He could no longer hold on. His vision blurred, an unprecedented wave of bliss surged straight to his brain. With a thud, this former heavenly yaksha who had stirred up storms in the new world rolled his eyes back and fell straight down unconscious from sheer, overwhelming happiness. Upon the ruins of Dressrosa, the space twisted and 3 figures materialized out of thin air, stumbling to the ground. The teleportation from the instance was not gentle. Kenpachi Zaraki and Lin Feng only wobbled slightly before steadying themselves, but Doflamingo, whose mind was still dazed from overwhelming joy, plopped onto the ground and took a long while to collect himself. As he smelled the familiar salty tang of the sea breeze, Doflamingo felt as if he had been reborn. He gazed at the ruined palace around him, then looked down at the gleaming numbers on his own points panel. The trademark smirk crept back onto his face, more radiant and humble than ever before. The experience in the Great Tomb of Nazarik had completely reshaped his worldview. What were the 7 warlords or the king of the underworld compared to the cataclysmic battles of gods and demons that could annihilate entire floors at a stroke? They were as insignificant as dust. And Don Quixote Doflamingo had been fortunate enough to become a player in this far superior game. Fufufu. This feeling is utterly addictive. He held his forehead and chuckled softly, genuinely delighted by his bright financial prospects. On the other side, Kenpachi Zaraki looked rather displeased. He glanced down at the deep bone-deep wound on his body, then looked at Lin Feng, grinning as he asked, "Hey, where's that woman? Where did you send her? I haven't had my fill of fighting yet." To him, points and items mattered far less than a thrilling, satisfying battle. Shaltir was the first opponent aside from Lin Feng, who could give him a decent fight even after he removed his eye patch, and he had no intention of letting it end. "Don't worry," Lin Feng said calmly. "She'll be out soon, and there will be plenty of chances for you to cut her later." With that, he opened his palm. The ancient, mysterious golden scroll he had obtained as a reward from the instance hovered silently above his palm. Visible golden data streams flowed across its surface as if it contained some supreme law of order. Floor Guardian fealty contract, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Doflamingo's laughter abruptly ceased. He jerked his head up and stared fixedly at the scroll. His instinct as a warlord told him that this item was worth far more than all the points in his account combined. It was a divine authority that could directly control the fate of others. Use it, Lin Feng commanded the system. The golden scroll instantly transformed into a brilliant stream of light that shot into the sky, unfolding into a massive, intricate magic circle. At the center of the magic circle, the light orb that had been captured earlier emerged. Come forth, Shaltir. At Lin Feng's command, countless golden chains shot out from the magic circle and pierced precisely into the light orb. The orb trembled violently, then burst open, reforming into Shaltir's petite figure. She was still in her near-death state, drenched in blood, with a horrific gash stretching from her left shoulder to her right waist. Her aura was as faint as a candle in the wind. But the next moment, an incredible sight unfolded. Those golden data chains did not harm her. Instead, they gently merged into her body like the most soothing energy. With every infusion, her wounds healed at a visible rate. The fatal slash that could have split her in two rapidly regenerated. Flesh and sinew knitted together, smooth skin covered the area, leaving not even a scar. Her tattered Gothic dress was also restored in the golden light, becoming even more resplendent than before. In just a few seconds, Shaltir had fully recovered to her peak condition. No, she was even stronger than before. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense that the terrifying aura emanating from Shaltir, though now more restrained, was purer and more refined in essence. If she had been a fierce clawing beast before, now she was a legendary blade sheathed in its scabbard, seemingly harmless, yet capable of unleashing a deadly strike at any moment. Shaltir slowly opened her crimson eyes. Gone were the madness, bloodlust, and arrogance. In their place was a complex blend of fervor, adoration, and absolute loyalty. She saw Lin Feng standing below. Under the influence of the contract, his image in the depths of her soul had completely overlapped with the 41 supreme beings of Nazarick. He was her creator, the sole meaning of her existence. Shaltir descended gracefully from the air, her movements elegant and dignified. She walked up to Lin Feng, lifted her skirt, and with impeccable aristocratic etiquette knelt on one knee, bowing her proud head deeply. The great tomb of Nazarick, floor guardian of the first, second, and third levels, Shaltir Bloodfallen. Her enchanting voice was now filled with unprecedented piety and reverence. I offer you everything I have, my supreme master. This scene left the two men beside him utterly dumbfounded. Kenpachi Zaraki, with his sword on his shoulder, tilted his head in confusion. Hey, what's this? She fought, and now she's kneeling. Has she lost her mind? He could not comprehend such complex emotional shifts. He only felt that the woman who had been locked in combat with him just moments ago had become far less interesting. Doflamingo, on the other hand, felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the kneeling Shaltir, then at the composed Lin Feng, and felt the image of his guild master become even more unfathomable, even tinged with a divine radiance. This was no longer mere power. What terrifying means could make such a powerful, proud being from another world pledge her loyalty from the depths of her soul? He had thought that joining the guild was like boarding a fast ship to a new world. But now he realized it was not a ship. It was a god-class warship capable of crossing the universe and conquering myriad realms. And he was merely a trainee sailor who had squeezed aboard. A mix of unprecedented awe, luck, and ecstasy surged within him. Suddenly he felt that his position as butler was incredibly sweet. Rise, Lin Feng said, lightly waving his hand as if he had just tamed a pet. Yes, my master. Shaltir rose respectfully, then stood behind Lin Feng, like the most obedient maid, her ruby-like eyes constantly watching every subtle expression of her master. From today onward, your position is the head battle maid of the Myriad Worlds Guild, directly under the guild master, Lin Feng announced calmly. Head maid. Shaltir tilted her head as if understanding the term, then smiled sweetly. Whatever my master commands, whether as head maid or bedwarmer, Shaltir is more than willing. Her words carried a hint of subtle seduction, making Doflamingo's heart skip a beat. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look. Lin Feng ignored her little antics and turned his gaze to Doflamingo. Under Lin Feng's gaze, Doflamingo jolted upright, straightened his posture, and assumed the most reverent attitude, waiting for the guild master's orders. Doflamingo. Yes, guild master. Doflamingo's voice was loud and forceful. Lin Feng found his lackey-like demeanor amusing, but kept his face composed. Your intelligence network is quite impressive. A simple compliment made Doflamingo's heart blossom with joy, and he nearly failed to keep his grin in check. Now I have a new task for you. Lin Feng's tone turned serious. Use all your intelligence networks spread across the world to locate the exact whereabouts of the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Myhawk, as quickly as possible. Hawkeye Myhawk. At the name, Doflamingo's heart leaped. He immediately understood the guild master's intent. The guild was about to recruit another monster. I hear and obey, guild master. Doflamingo's voice rang out with resonant force, brimming with unprecedented vigor. Rest assured within 3 days I swear I'll dig up every secret about that reclusive man for you. This was the first official task issued by the guild master himself. If he executed it flawlessly and earned the guild master's favor, how could the point rewards be meager? At the thought of those dazzling skills and items in the guild shop, Doflamingo felt power surging through his entire being. Finding Hawkeye was nothing. Even if Lin Feng ordered him to dig a tunnel through the red line, he would seize a shovel without hesitation. Excellent. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the silver-haired girl behind him, who stood as silent and perfect as a porcelain doll. Shaltir, at your command, my supreme master. Shaltir stepped forward at once, bowed slightly with graceful posture, and spoke with the utmost reverence. From now on you shall hold the position of Battlehead Mate of the Myriad Realms Guild directly under the guild master. Lin Feng announced the appointment with calm finality. Battlehead Mate. Shaltir tilted her head, and a flicker of contemplation passed through her ruby-like eye. Though she did not fully grasp the specific duties of this title, the words, directly under the guild master, already filled her with supreme glory. Your will is my entire existence. She bowed again, then revealed a sweet, yet bloodthirsty smile. So my master, shall I cleanse the impure trash for you now? Her gaze casually swept toward Doflamingo and Kenpachi Zaraki, as if regarding them as two stain-like objects that could be disposed of at any moment. Cold sweat drenched Doflamingo's back. He had no doubt that if the guild master nodded once, this terrifying woman would immediately tear him to pieces without hesitation. Not yet. Lin Feng waved his hand. Your primary task now is to familiarize yourself with this world, understand its power system, customs, and basic common sense. With that, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, your subordinate is here. Doflamingo jolted and quickly responded. Shaltir's orientation training will be your responsibility. Lin Feng spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. I need you to make her understand the fundamental rules of this world in the shortest time possible. Huh. Doflamingo's smile froze completely for the first time. Had he heard correctly? The guild master wanted him to be a teacher for this goddess of death. This wasn't orientation, it was a death sentence. He met Shaltir's kind crimson eyes and felt his legs go weak. He felt he had not accepted a task, but a one-way ticket to hell. What a problem. Lin Feng raised an eye. No, absolutely not. Doflamingo's survival instinct exploded. He straightened his back at once, forcing a smile more bitter than tears. It is an honor to serve Lady Shaltir. It is my honor. I guarantee the mission. Inwardly, he screamed, Guild Master, you've put me on a pile. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then turned as if to attend to his own affairs, leaving the space for this teacher and student. Watching Lin Feng's departing silhouette, Doflamingo felt as if he had been abandoned in a beast's cage. Then, let's begin with you. An icy, haughty voice sounded in his ear. Doflamingo's body stiffened. He turned rigidly to see Shaltir appraising him with a scrutinizing look, as if examining a talking flamingo. Speak, lower life form. What kind of tedious plane is this world you inhabit? Lower life form. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. When had the heavenly Yiksha ever endured such insults? But he dared not retaliate. One must bow under a low eaves. For points for a grander future he would endure. Ahem. Doflamingo cleared his throat, striving to appear professional. Lady Shaltir, the power system of this world mainly consists of 3 categories: hockey physical techniques, and devil fruits. He decided to start with the basics of devil fruits. Devil fruits are the treasures of the sea. Eating one grants various incredible abilities, but the price is becoming a landlubber forsaken by the sea. Shaltir's delicate brows knitted her face, showing undisguised contempt. Oh, trading an eternal curse for a random ability. What a foolish and inferior method of enhancement. Is such a thing worthy of being called treasure? In Nazarick it wouldn't even qualify as trash. Doflamingo was speechless. He felt an arrow pierce his heart. His beloved string fruit ability was worthless in this woman's sight. He took a deep breath, suppressing his grievance, and continued, besides devil fruits, the most formidable powerhouses in this world are called the 4 emperors, rulers of this sea. The 4 emperors. Shaltir seemed slightly intrigued. Speak. How strong are they? The strongest is known as the world's strongest creature, Kaido of the beasts, possessing near immortality and unmatched might. Doflamingo emphasized Kaido's power, but Shaltir merely snorted disdainfully. Immortality, merely a piece of flesh with slightly enhanced recovery. The world's strongest creature. This lowly one sees only a lizard of considerable size. Such a commodity likely lacks even the qualification to withstand a single finger of my master, yet dares to be called an emperor. Doflamingo was again silenced. He felt another arrow. This one armor-piercing, strike his heart. A big lizard. Can't even withstand one finger of the guild master. My lady, do you know who you're talking about? That's Yonko Kaido. A monster who can smash Dressrosa into the sea with one club blow. Doflamingo felt his worldview shattering under this woman's words. Just as he was doubting his existence, a jarring voice rang out. "Hey, woman over there." Kenpachi Zaraki, shouldering his sword, had somehow approached. He looked Shaltir up and down with his one eye and grinned. "Stop wasting time with that pink bird. You said you can't die, right? Perfect, come fight me." Shaltir slowly turned her head, her scarlet eyes filled with icy indifference. She didn't even look at Kenpachi, only scanning him with the corner of her eye. An ant that has just learned to wave a wooden stick dares to challenge a guardian. How laughable. Her voice was soft, yet carried absolute disdain, as if from a deity. "What did you say?" Kenpachi's brow instantly furrowed, and his terrifying spiritual pressure began to radiate uncontrollably. Shaltir completely ignored his pressure, which could render ordinary people unconscious, and leisurely straight. "My time exists only for my supreme master. Without the master's command, I have no interest in playing with." With that, she didn't even glance at Kenpachi again, as if he were just a talking patch of air. "You?" Kenpachi's fury peaked. He was about to draw his sword, but then abruptly stopped. He realized that although this woman's words were harsh, they were true. Her eyes showed interest in nothing but that man. Even if he slashed her now, she probably wouldn't truly fight back. What fun was there in fighting an opponent who tch boring woman? Kenpachi curled his lip, shouldered his sword in annoyance, walked aside, and sat down to wipe his blade. Yet his one eye occasionally flicked toward Lin Feng, the meaning unmistakable, "Order her to fight me now." Seeing that even the battle-crazed Kenpachi had been subdued by Shaltir, Doflamingo's sense of imbalance vanished in an instant. If even Kenpakizuma was called an ant, being called a lower life form didn't seem so unacceptable after all. Just as he was about to relax, Shaltir's icy gaze returned. "Continue. Do not waste my precious time." "Yeist." Doflamingo jolted and promptly resumed his nightmarish orientation training. Just then an urgent brew 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 sound rang out. Doflamingo, as if granted amnesty, quickly pulled out his personal den mushi. "What is it?" His tone was a bit impatient. On the other end, a subordinate's voice came through, brimming with excitement and urgency. "Young master, found him. Our intelligence network on Sabaody Archipelago has just confirmed news about Hawkeye Myhawk. His coffin boat is leaving Sabaody, heading toward Karaigana Island." The news was confirmed. Doflamingo's eyes blazed with a stunning light. He spun around to look at Lin Feng, who was meditating in the distance, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Guild master, I found him. A new world, a certain sea area. The weather is clear with miles of cloudless skies. The mirror-like surface of the sea reflects the azure sky. Occasionally, a few small sea creatures timidly poke their heads above the water, only to quickly retreat in terror, as if something on the surface sends shivers through their very souls. A uniquely shaped little boat resembling a floating coffin is slowly navigating the surface of the sea. The sail is black, and two green, ghostly flames flicker at the edges, emitting a faint glow even in broad daylight. A man sits quietly on the only seat of the boat. He wears a wide-brimmed black hat adorned with white, fur-a-winer-patterned shirt, and an open black trench coat. His face is stern, and his neatly trimmed beard adds to his mature charm. Most striking are his golden eyes, sharp as a hawk's. In those eyes there seems to be a brilliance that can see through all worldly illusions, yet at this moment deep within that brilliance lies an inescapable haze named boredom. Dracula Myhawk. The world recognizes him as the greatest swordsman. He unsheathes the enormous black sword from his back, its shape reminiscent of a cross, laying it horizontally across his knees. This supreme great sword, one of the 12 supreme grade blades known as Yu, has a blade as dark as ink, yet its edge gleams with a chilling light, as if it could sever even light itself. Myhawk takes out a piece of pure white cloth from his pocket and begins to meticulously wipe the blade. His movements are slow and gentle, filled with reverence and focus, as if he is not merely polishing a weapon, but cherishing a unique work of art, or perhaps his only friend. In this vast sea, the strong are as numerous as clouds in the sky, and ambitious challengers emerge one after another. The four emperors vie for control. The navy suppresses the revolutionary army, stealthily advances, and new supernovas rise. Every day, countless conflicts and battles unfold. Yet none of this concerns him, for he has long stood at the pinnacle of all swordsmen. Challengers come and go, some sink to the depths of the sea beneath his blade, while others, fortunate enough to survive, lose the courage to wield a sword forever. Over time, no one dares to challenge him easily anymore. The world's greatest. This glory, esteemed by countless swordsmen, feels to him more like a splendid prison trapping him in the chilling solitude of heights. In his mind, he cannot help but recall images from many years ago. On an unknown small island, cherry blossoms danced in the air. He and a man in a straw hat with red hair were raising their cups to drink. In the next moment, both drew their swords, and the crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the skies, the surging sword energy shattering the cherry blossoms into pieces. That was a delightful duel with no victor, only for the sake of enjoyment. Red-haired Shanks. Ever since that man lost an arm for a little brat from the East Blue outside Windmill Village, they have not crossed. To spar with a one-armed man is an insult to a swordsman. Myhawk understands this, so he sheathed his sword and tucked away his only source of joy. Since then, no opponent has emerged on this sea to pique his interest. He wipes the blade of Yoru, feeling the faint hum resonating with his soul. Perhaps only this companion, which has accompanied him for countless years, can understand his loneliness. A newsbird swoops down, dropping a latest newspaper at the bow of his boat. Myhawk glances at it. The headline speaks of a shocking upheaval in Dressrosa. The former warlord of the sea, Don Quixote Doflamingo, has had his birdcage shattered. The kingdom has fallen. Myhawk has no interest in Doflamingo's fate. The title of Warlord of the Sea is merely a means to pass the time, avoiding harassment from the Navy. However, an inconspicuous detail in the report catches his eye. The newspaper describes that on the eve of the birdcage's destruction, a terrifying, indescribable sword pressure erupted over the ruins of Dressrosa. This sword pressure bore no techniques. It was only pure, violent, unreasonable power. It did not merely sever the birdcage, but shattered those indestructible threads in a nearly barbaric manner. The intelligence department of the world government pointed to the source of this power as a mysterious swordsman of unknown origin with unfathomable strength. Barbaric. Sword pressure. Myhawk's gaze wavers for the first time. What he has pursued all his life is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. It is the ultimate realm where the least force yields the greatest power, where man's sword and intent are one. The power described in the report runs completely counter to his swordsmanship philosophy. It is an existence that has forsaken all techniques, pouring all strength into destruction itself. Truly crude, truly barbaric. Yet also so pure. This reminds him of a long time ago when he first started out encountering those fools who only knew how to wield their swords by brute force. But unlike before, the reports indicate that the strength of this power has far exceeded the realm of brute force, reaching a level capable of altering the rules. A monster who has perfected a beastly fighting style. Myhawk slowly stands up, shouldering the now polished black sword Yoru once again. His small boat was initially sailing automatically towards Karaigana Island, where his ancient castle stands, gloomy, damp, and filled with an inescapable sense of solitude, much like himself. But now he has a new idea. He extends his finger and lightly sweeps the air before him. An invisible sword energy flies out, accurately severing the boat's autopilot. The boat comes to a halt on the sea. Myhawk closes his eyes, quietly sensing. He is not using kinbo. Instead, he is employing his nearly unnatural intuition as the world's greatest swordsman to capture the remnants of the violent sword intent that once erupted in Dressrosa, still lingering in the air. Though days have passed, and they are separated by thousands of miles, for someone like him who stands at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, such a strong and provocative sword intent is like a campfire in the dark. As long as it has existed, it will inevitably leave traces. After a long time, he finally opens his eyes. Those golden hawk-like eyes no longer resemble a stagnant pool. A faint yet piercing light flashes within. He has found the direction. The corners of his mouth lift into a slight, almost imperceptible arc. It is anticipation as well as a challenge. Who is that barbaric sword intent? He murmurs softly to himself, his words scattered by the sea breeze. I hope you do not disappoint me. Found him. Doflamingo shouted excitedly, his voice distorted with exhilaration. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze utterly calm, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. Karaigana Island. Perfect, saves us the trouble of searching. He rose to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the assembled guild members. Everyone prepare to depart. Depart. Doflamingo blinked, asking instinctively, Guild Master, how do we get there? Even with the fastest ship, it would take days to reach that sea area in the New World. He trailed off as Lin Feng raised his hand and casually tapped the air before him. Guild teleportation function activated. Destination Karaigana Island. Teleportation cost 100 guild points. Confirm teleportation. Confirmed. The moment Lin Feng spoke, a spatial gate entirely different from the previous dungeon entrance shimmered with a soft white radiance and materialized before them out of thin air. Lights swirled within the gate, obscuring the view beyond, yet an unwavering spatial force could be felt. Doflamingo's mouth slowly formed an O. Shaltier's ruby eyes, ever haughty, betrayed her first hint of undisguised astonishment. What is this? A large-scale mass teleportation spell, and a cross-continental one at that. As Nazarik's foremost magic caster, Shaltier knew exactly how vast the mana and how intricate the ritual would be to achieve teleportation of this magnitude. Even in Nazarik, only guardians with specific items could perform fixed-point teleportation, and both distance and head count were severely restricted. Yet their guild master, with a single casual utterance, had conjured such a stable portal. This was nothing less than the divine authority of a god. He was truly incredible. What are you waiting for? Lin Feng cast a glance at them and stepped into the portal. Kenpachi Zaraki, long accustomed to such supernatural feats, hefted his blade and followed impatiently, his mind already consumed by thoughts of the next battle. Shaltir drew a deep breath, transforming the shock within her into an even more fervent reverence for the Supreme One. Lifting her skirt, she glided gracefully through the light gate. Doflamingo was the last to regain his composure. Gazing at the portal radiating sacred light, he felt his heart thumping uncontrollably once more. Suddenly he felt that his decades of scheming and posing to usurp Dressrosa were utterly foolish. If he had clung to the guildmaster's coattails earlier, he might now be sitting on the throne of the World King. He scrambled into the portal, terrified that this stairway to heaven would vanish if he delayed even a second. A flash of white light. When his vision cleared, a chill, damp air rushed over him. The sky was gray, smothered by thick clouds that let no sunlight through. Surrounded by withered trees and jagged rocks, a massive, eerie castle squatted atop the mountain, like a slumbering beast, silent and imposing. An eerie stillness permeated the entire island. UGI, UGIGI. But the silence was soon shattered. Sharp, strange cries erupted from the woods on all sides. Moments later, over 100 burly baboon-like humanoids wielding swords, axes, shields burst from the shadows and surrounded them. Their eyes blazed with brutality and mimicry. They were the island's natives, the human imitators. A bunch of hairy monkeys dared to block the way. Kenpachi sneered and spat. He didn't even bother drawing his sword. He merely knocked the hilt of his zanpakuto against the ground casually. Whoosh! A visible golden spiritual pressure erupted from him, like ripples on water exploding. The moment that pressure struck the charging baboon horde, their bodies stiffened, as if hit by an invisible giant hammer. Then both their weapons and their robust forms were instantly crushed into a mist of blood and shredded flesh. In 1 second, the world fell silent again. Only the thick stench of blood bore witness to their existence. Shaltir watched, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. She could sense that this lowly being named Kenpachi Zaraki, though crude in manner, wielded his power with a purity even greater than when he was in Nazarick. Doflamingo, unfazed, adjusted his sunglasses. Inside he felt nothing but amusement. These dim-witted monkeys had provoked the guild's most dangerous battle maniac. They never knew what killed them. Having cleared the small fry, the group headed straight for the castle atop the hill. The castle's massive door stood ajar, as if awaiting guests. They pushed open the heavy wooden door, revealing a wide, empty hall. At the far end, a fireplace crackled. Before the fireplace sat a single armchair. A man sat there, back turned to them, silent, as if he had been waiting. Hearing footsteps, he did not turn. Kenpachi stopped, his single eye blazing with a light never seen before. Shaltir and Doflamingo halted, as well, their faces mirroring a shared solemnity. They saw nothing, but they felt it. An intangible, soul-splittingly sharp will emanated slowly from the man with his back. It was not hockey, not mana, not spiritual pressure. It was a pure, extreme sword intent, as if the man himself was an unsheathed, peerless blade. At the same time, Kenpachi's own savage, violent sword pressure awakened like a provoked beast, surging forward without an ounce of fear. 1. The refined, restrained, and meticulously honed pinnacle of swordsmanship. The other, the unbridled, wild, battle-born embodiment of destruction. 2 entirely different, yet equally world-class sword intents collided fiercely in the center of. There was no sound, no flash. Yet Doflamingo felt a stabbing pain across his skin, as if countless invisible knives were cutting him. Shaltir was astonished to see that the space around her had subtly distorted under the collision of these pure will. What kind of monstrous swordsman was this? Finally, the man slowly stood and turned around. His eagle-sharp golden eyes ignored Lin Feng, Doflamingo, and even the equally powerful Shaltir, locking directly onto Kenpachi Zaraki. You are the one behind that sword intent. Dracul Mihawk's voice was low and forceful, carrying a hint of excitement he couldn't hide. He slowly reached back and grasped the massive black blade. Yuru. Draw your sword. Draw your blade. Hawkeye Mihawk's voice was not loud, yet it crashed like a boulder into a placid lake, stirring 1,000 waves within the hall. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, revealing a savage, beastly smile. Without a word, he slowly lowered the zanpakuto from his shoulder, setting it down in a gesture brimming with provocative intent. The blade tip scraped across the hard stone floor, emitting a series of piercing screeches and kicking up a trail of fine sparks. That action alone was his ultimate reply. The next moment, both men vanished from their spots. Clang! A crisp, piercing clash of metal abruptly exploded at the center of the hall. Doflamingo's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He could not even track the movements of the two combatants. All he saw was the jet-black supreme great blade, Knight, and the jagged primal zanpakuto colliding violently in midair. Even the first collision unleashed a shockwave that violently rattled the entire castle hall. Cobweb-like cracks instantly spread across the walls, and the chandelier above shattered with a crash, raining down countless crystalline powder. Such swift blades. Doflamingo was stunned. He had thought Zaraki Kenpachi's fighting style was already fast and ferocious, but Hawkeye's swordsmanship was a completely different breed. No wasted motion, no ounce of superfluous strength. From drawing to striking it was a seamless flow, as if refined through billions of calculations. Every angle and every ounce of force precisely optimized. This was not mere speed, it was an impeccable swordsmanship forged by honing technique to its peak. If Zaraki Kenpachi's slash was a roaring meteor, then Hawkeye's was a silent, invisible laser that could cut that meteor apart. After the strike, the two separated again, standing dozens of meters apart. Not bad, Hawkeye said, the anticipation in his eyes growing richer. Your power is purer than I imagined. Enough talk. Zaraki Kenpachi let out a wild laugh, then slammed his feet into the ground and launched himself like a cannonball. The battle erupted once more. This time the battle turned one-sided. Hawkeye's swordsmanship was too exquisite. Every swing of his blade was as textbook perfect as could be. Zaraki Kenpachi's seemingly ferocious mountain-splitting slashes appeared before him like a novice's wild flailing riddled with flaws. Hawkeye always found the perfect angle with minimal cost, either parrying, evading, or slipping through gaps in Kenpachi's attack to leave shallow yet infuriating wounds on his body with the black blade knight. Clang, clang, clang. The clamor of clashing blades was unending. The more Zaraki Kenpachi fought, the more frustrated he became. He found his strength completely deflected, and his famed speed gained him no advantage. He was like a trapped tiger possessing immense power, yet unable to even touch his opponent's rope. Damn it! Are you just going to dodge around like a fly? Kenpachi roared, each swing heavier and faster than the last, the terrifying blade pressure shredding the floor around them. Yet Hawkeye's figure was like a small boat in a raging storm, always evading fatal strikes by the narrowest margin, with minimal movement, appearing utterly composed. Your blade is too chaotic, Hawkeye commented in his low voice, while handling the attacks with ease. A sword with only power and no skill cannot reach the highest realm. Shing. As he spoke, his blade flashed again, leaving a fresh gash across Kenpachi's chest. Zaraki Kenpachi was thoroughly enraged. Yet he did not lose his reason. On the contrary, under such extreme pressure, his beastly battle instinct soared at an inconceivable speed. His eyes no longer chased Hawkeye's blindingly fast blade. Instead, he began to sense, to anticipate. He started perceiving Hawkeye's breath before each swing, the shift in center of gravity, with every exertion, the instant when sword intent condensed. Gradually, his originally chaotic slashes began to change. Though still broad and brimming with destructive desire, his blade now always appeared where Hawkeye least expected and most inconvenienced. Clang. Another clash. This time Hawkeye's figure paused for the first time. He felt that the force transmitted from the opponent's blade was no longer the brute strength easily deflected, but a will that recklessly tore through everything. Hawkeye's eyes finally showed genuine surprise. This man, he was evolving mid-battle. Ha ha ha, so that's it. Zaraki Kenpachi seemed to have grasped something, letting out a wild laugh of pure delight. Your blade may be fast, but every cut follows some logic. My blade needs no logic. He charged again, and this time his attack completely changed. He no longer tried to match Hawkeye's rhythm, but used his utterly unreasonable beast-like swordsmanship to forcibly disrupt the opponent's tempo. The tide instantly reversed. Now Hawkeye began to feel the pressure. He found that every slash was filled with eerie foresight, as if his next move was already known. He had to expend more effort to counter, and his composure and elegance gradually faded. Interesting. Very interesting. A hint of excited curve appeared on Hawkeye's lips. How many years had it been since Red Hair lost his arm? How long since he had experienced a battle that demanded his full focus and even felt troublesome? The blood within him began to boil uncontrollably. As a reward for entertaining me, let me show you the world's greatest slash. Hawkeye suddenly distanced himself from Kenpachi, gripping the hilt of the Black Blade Knight with both hands and raising it high above his head. In an instant, an unprecedented condensed sword intent surged skyward. The black blade in his hand seemed to turn into a small black hole, frantically absorbing the surrounding light. Emerald green tangible sword energy began to coil around the blade. Here it comes. Lin Feng, watching from afar, narrowed his eyes. Doflamingo and Shaltier felt a bone-piercing chill. Before the slash had even fully formed, they sensed a terrifying pressure akin to the end of the world. Slash. Hawkeye swung down his blade. No fancy moves, just a simple, straightforward vertical chop. A colossal green sword aura 100 meters tall and seemingly able to split the sky in half, crushed towards Zaraki Kenpachi with unstoppable momentum. Where the sword aura passed, space violently twisted, emitting agonized groans. Facing this terrifying blow capable of destroying an entire island, Zaraki Kenpachi stood still, not dodging. He slowly raised his hand, grabbing the black eye patch covering his right eye. I've been waiting for this. He laughed maniacally and yanked it down. Boom. Golden spiritual pressure erupted like a nuclear explosion, soaring into the sky. The violent energy torrent even momentarily stalled Hawkeye's terrifying sword aura. In the endless golden radiance, Zaraki Kenpachi gripped his Zanpakuto with both hands. Using no sword technique, only the most primal brutal method, he fiercely struck upward against the giant green sword aura. Shatter. Now, the golden torrent of destruction and the green pinnacle of sharpness collided in the center of the castle hall. Silence. In that moment, the world lost all sound and color. The next second, a dazzling white orb expanded violently, swallowing everything. Boom. A terrifying explosion that could overturn heaven and earth finally descended. The ancient castle that had stood for countless ages along with the mountain it occupied was instantly leveled to dust like paper in the final collision of this peak duel. Long after, when the raging energy storm gradually subsided and the dust slowly cleared, two figures still stood upright in the center of the massive circular crater. Hawkeye Mihawk stood still. His iconic black coat was tattered, several deep wounds gouged to the bone, and blood dripped slowly down his arm. Across from him, Zaraki Kenpachi looked even more battered, drenched in blood, like a crimson specter covered with gashes from the sharp sword aura. Yet he stood straight with an unprecedented, contented smile on his face. Neither spoke. They simply gazed at each other. Hawkeye slowly raised the black blade knight. On the edge of the blade that had accompanied him his entire life, the symbol of the world's #1, the invincible supreme great blade. A tiny chip the size of a grain of rice was clearly visible. In his eyes there was no anger, no pain. Only an indescribable appreciation and excitement at having found a kindred spirit. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, a terrifying crater, nearly a kilometer in diameter, was revealed. The previous castle and mountain had been completely erased from this island, leaving only a ravaged landscape to bear witness to the horror of the battle. In the center of the crater, two figures stood far apart in a silent confrontation. Hawkeye Mihawk slowly raised his black blade Yoru, his gaze fixed on the edge. On the blade of this supreme great sword, reputed to be the world's greatest and indestructible, there was a tiny nick. So small one had to squint to see it, clearly imprinted. In his eyes there was neither anger nor regret. Those golden hawk eyes, which had been as still as stagnant water for years, now stirred with a ripple called joy. Heh. At first he laughed lowly, then the laughter grew louder, finally turning into a heartfelt, unrestrained laughter. Huh. Good. Excellent. How many years had it been since that red-haired man lost his arm? How many years had it been since he had swung his blade with such exhilaration? He had almost forgotten the joy of meeting a worthy opponent and fighting to his heart's content. Behind Lin Feng, Doflamingo watched the scene, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Was he seeing things? That eternal poker face, the world's greatest swordsman, who looked like everyone owed him money, actually laughed. And laughed like a little kid who had just gotten his favorite toy. This was more unbelievable than the sun rising from the west. On the other side, Zaraki Kenpachi also grinned, revealing an equally delighted smile. He casually rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, completely ignoring the deep wounds that exposed bone, and shouted at Hawkeye, "Hey, you can take quite a beating, can't you? Come on. Let's stop here for today." Hawkeye stopped smiling, but the excitement in his eyes remained undiminished. "We're both exhausted. To continue would be an insult to this duel." As he spoke, he slowly sheathed the black blade Yoru behind his back. Kenpachi clicked his tongue, a bit annoyed, but he knew the other was right. That final clash had drained every ounce of strength from both of them. The battle was over, but the invisible resonance between two top-tier swordsmen had only grown stronger. At that moment, Lin Feng leisurely stepped forward, breaking the silence between them. "That was splendid," he praised first, then fixed his gaze intently on Hawkeye's sharp golden eyes. "But, don't you feel lonely?" Just these words made Hawkeye's heart, which had just calmed, tremble again. Lin Feng didn't give him time to think. In this world, no one can give you a satisfying fight anymore. You stand at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, but only loneliness accompanies you. How long will you endure this life? 10 years? 100 years? Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet like an invisible knife, it precisely sliced through Hawkeye's cold exterior, piercing straight into the deepest solitude of his heart. "What do you mean?" Hawkeye's voice sank. He could feel that this man seemed to understand him completely. "I mean, this world is too small for you." The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curved into a confident arc. "My guild connects countless new worlds. There you will find countless paths of the sword you've never even heard of. There are demonic blades that can sever karma and reverse fate. There are soul blades that can shatter time and space, freely roaming the river of time. And even a creation sword that can split the heavens and earth, forging stars and universes." Every word from Lin Feng struck Hawkeye's heart like a sledgehammer. Sever karma, shatter time and space, split a universe with a single sword. These terms completely surpassed Hawkeye's understanding of the way of the sword. It was a divine realm he had never even dared to dream of. He suddenly turned his head, glancing at Zaraki Kenpachi, who was using spiritual pressure to dry the blood on his wounds, and then at the silver-haired maid behind Lin Feng, whose aura was cold and terrifying, as if crawled out from the abyss. He understood instantly. These people were all monsters just like him. They all came from those different worlds Lin Feng had mentioned. At this moment, Hawkeye's heart, long deadened by invincibility, began to race wildly at an unprecedented speed. So he was not alone. So beyond the mountains there were higher and broader vistas. The Doflamingo beside him was utterly dumbfounded. He stared at Lin Feng's calm face, his mind roiling with astonishment. Was this the guild leader's skill? Not with interests nor with power, but directly using the deepest desire in the other's heart as bait. What terrifying psychological warfare! He felt like a mere baby learning to walk in front of the guild leader. All his petty schemes seemed so childish and laughable. Meanwhile, Shaltir gazed at Lin Feng's back with a worshipful look bordering on madness. See, this is the Supreme Master, not only possessing earth-shattering power, but also the unparalleled wisdom to read and manipulate hearts. To serve as the mate of such a being is the ultimate honor. Is what you said true? For the first time, Hawkeye's voice carried a barely concealed tremor. His hand gripping the scabbard tightened with excitement, veins bulging. Lin Feng did not answer. He simply raised his hand. Do you wish to invite Dracul Myhawk to join the guild? Invite. The next second, a translucent invitation shimmering with faint golden light materialized out of thin air before Hawkeye. Clearly written on it were the words Boundless Guild, along with a benefit that would drive any living being wild. Hawkeye looked at the invitation, then at the battle-hungry Zaraki Kenpachi, and finally his gaze settled on Lin Feng's eyes, deep as if they could see through everything. He slowly released his grip on the scabbard. Then sheathing Yoru, he gave Lin Feng a slow nod. He'll join. His voice was calm, yet beneath it simmered a barely suppressible longing, the eagerness of a caged beast about to break free into a new world. But my only goal is to challenge the strong of all worlds. With that, he raised his finger and gently tapped the agree option on the invitation. Ding! Hawkeye Dracul Myhawk has joined the Boundless Guild. Hawkeye Jorkir Myhawk has joined the Wanjie Guild. As the cold system notification chime echoed in Lin Feng's mind, the Wanjie Guild, this newly launched dimensional warship, welcomed its third official crew member. One was a sword demon born solely for battle. The other was the world's strongest, standing at the pinnacle of the sword path. Lin Feng looked at these two swordsmen whose styles were completely different, yet both exuded a terrifying aura, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This start was nothing short of perfect. Hey newbie. Gung Mu Jianba carried his sword on his shoulder, glancing sideways at Hawkeye, who had just sheathed his black blade. You're not bad, kid. Once I'm healed, we'll have another match. And this time I won't hold back. Hawkeye just cast a faint glance at him without saying a word. Yet in those golden hawk-like eyes there was a clear flicker of approval and anticipation. To him, Gung Mu Jianba was not just an opponent, but a precious existence that could make him feel fun once again. Alright, let's save the reminiscing for later. Lin Feng's voice cut through the invisible exchange between the two battle maniacs. He looked around, his gaze sweeping over the fervent Xia Ti Doflamingo, whose face screamed, "Praise me," the battle-hungry Gung Mu Jianba, and the newly recruited Hawkeye, who was still adjusting to his new identity. Since the guild has gained new combat power, it's time to set our next target on the agenda. The moment he heard new target, Gung Mu Jianba's eyes lit up like 2,000-watt light bulbs. Oh, who is it? Someone tougher than this guy. He pointed at Hawkeye, unable to hide his excitement. Lin Feng didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned his gaze to Doflamingo. Doflamingo, how much do you know about 100 Beast Kaido? The name Kaido. When it left Lin Feng's lips, the expressions of everyone present shifted subtly. Gung Mu Jianba's grin turned even more savage. He stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips. The strongest creature in the world. Sounds like a fine prey. Hawkeye's brow arched slightly. Though he had no interest in the struggles between the four emperors, any being at the pinnacle could not completely ignore the title of the strongest. As for Doflamingo, upon hearing the name that once made him both respect and fear, his body instinctively trembled. But then he straightened his back, a confident smile spreading across his face. Times had changed. Before, he was Kaido's business partner, the underworld king, who depended on the four emperors, but now he was a member of the Wanjie Guild, the direct butler of the guild master. Kaido. He was just the next target to be hunted by the guild. Fufufu. Guild master, you've asked the right person. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, beginning his first official briefing as the information chief. That Kaido guy is less a pirate and more a pure beast, a battle maniac, a suicide enthusiast. His strength is undeniable. His monstrous recovery and defense have earned him the title Immortal Body. But what's more troublesome is his personality. Doflamingo paused, his tone turning serious. He loves collecting powerful combatants. Any strong being he sets his eyes on, he'll find a way to bring under his command. If they refuse, hell crush them in the most brutal way, then imprison them until all their pride is ground away. So if we just send everyone out and launch a full-scale assault? Doflamingo glanced at the eager Gung Mu Jianba. That would play right into his hands. He wouldn't be afraid, or instead he'd be ecstatic, treating it as a grand game. Even if we end up winning, we won't be able to make him truly submit. After listening to Doflamingo's analysis, Lin Feng nodded. It was about what he expected. Against a pure madman like Kaido, simple, violent conquest wouldn't work well. You need to communicate with him in a way he can understand and get excited about. You mean we need to deliver a gift? Lin Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. Exactly. Doflamingo instantly caught Lin Feng's meaning and snapped his fingers excitedly. An invitation, that's enough to infuriate him, yet pique his interest in our strength. We need to make him understand that we're not here to destroy him, but to bring him into a more thrilling game. Lin Feng's smile widened. He turned around, looking at the silver-haired maid who had remained absolutely silent, as if she had merged with the surroundings. Xiaotiya, present my supreme master. Xiaotiya appeared before Lin Feng, as if teleporting, kneeling on one knee, poised and devout, awaiting her master's command. Your orientation training begins now. Lin Feng's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable command. Go to Hijigua on Guiji Dao, find one of Kaido's important strongholds, such as a weapon factory. Then, Lin Feng paused briefly, then said in a casual tone, on my behalf, deliver the greetings of the Wanjie Guild to him. Deliver greetings. Hearing that light forward phrase, Doflamingo's heart gave a violent lurch. He knew all too well the bloodshed and destruction those words implied. As for Xiaotiya, the moment she heard this command, a surge of irrepressible ecstasy and glory burst forth in her ruby-like eyes. This was a task personally assigned by her master, hers alone. This was the best chance to prove her worth. She lowered her head deeply and responded in a tone nearly like a chant filled with boundless loyalty and cruelty. As you command, my supreme master. This humble servant will bring to that strongest creature a most splendid and unforgettable feast of destruction. With that, she rose slowly and executed a perfect curtsy to Lin Feng. Then a portal emitting an ominous red glow silently opened behind her. Xiaotiya lifted her skirt, a sweet yet bloodthirsty smile on her face, and gracefully stepped backward into the portal. In the final moment before her figure was swallowed by darkness, her crimson eyes cast one last glance toward Lin Feng, filled with endless obsession and fervor. Then the portal closed, disappearing without a trace. On the ruins of Kolagia Na Island, silence fell once more. But everyone knew that a storm that would shake the entire new world was brewing. Hijigua Guiji Dao. This is the stronghold of the beast's pirates, an island perpetually shrouded in gloomy clouds. In the center of the island, beneath a massive skull-shaped rock, lies a brightly lit, ceaselessly clamorous castle, filled with bizarre architecture, blending Japanese style and ghostly elements. Countless pirates indulge in drunken revelry here, the air thick with cheap liquor and brutish ecstasy. Yet this fervent routine is shattered completely by the arrival of an uninvited guest. Outside an important weapon factory on Guiji Dao, a figure appears silently, accompanied by a flicker of ominous red light. It is a silver-haired girl in an exquisite gothic dress, her skin pale to the point of translucence, and in her ruby-like eyes a trace of elegance and arrogance that looks down upon all creatures. Her presence is utterly incongruous with the surrounding rough and chaotic environment, like a noble black rose blooming atop a heap of garbage. Hey, look, there's a chick. How did she sneak in? Not bad looking. Perfect timing, we're drunk. The pirates guarding the factory entrance spotted Xiaotiya at once, their eyes full of lewdness and ill intent, whistling as they slowly surrounded her. Xiaotiya didn't even glance at them, she only surveyed the surroundings with slight disdain, as if observing a swarm of filthy insects. Such a filthy and lowly place, even the air reeks of scum, she murmured softly, barely audible to herself. The Supreme Overlord's command is for me to deliver greetings here. Then, let's start with a thorough cleaning. The moment her voice fell, she moved. Her figure vanished like a phantom, and in the next second she appeared behind a pirate. The smile on that pirate's face had not yet faded when he felt a chill in his chest. Looking down, he saw a crimson spear-like object protruding from his own chest. That was Xiaotiya's weapon, Divine Spear. Without any pause, Xiaotiya flicked her arm lightly, and the pirate's body was flung away like a ragged doll, exploding into a mist of blood in midair. The bloody slaughter thus began. Amidst hundreds of pirates, Xiaotiya's figure commenced an elegant and lethal dance. Every movement she made was filled with artistic beauty. Whether brandishing the spear or engaging in close combat, each action seemed like a meticulously polished aristocratic ritual. Yet this elegance brought about the most extreme death. With each swing of the divine spear, a string of blood splashed, precisely piercing the hearts of several enemies. Her slender fingers could effortlessly crush a strong man's throat with a gentle brush. With a graceful turn her skirt fluttered, and the resulting gust of wind could cleave surrounding pirates in half. Blood stained the ground, and severed limbs splattered everywhere. The once noisy factory entrance instantly turned into a hellish scene of endless wailing. This was no longer a battle but a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, far away on the ruins of Kula Na Island, the Myriad Guild chat channel grew lively. Lin Feng activated the livestream function, and a huge light screen floated before everyone, clearly broadcasting Xia Ti Yas' every move on Guiji Dao. Duofu Langming Fufufu. Lady Xia Ti Yas' greeting method is quite enthusiastic and unrestrained. Those are all gifters of the beast's pirates, guys who ate artificial devil fruits, yet they can't even withstand a single finger of Lady Xia Ti Ya. Gengmu Jinba. TCH, a bunch of small fries, no fun at all to cut. Where's that big guy called Kai Duo? Why hasn't he come out? Ing Yen. Pure attribute, crushing, abandoning all techniques, relying only on absolute power and speed. It's quite similar to your swordsmanship in a way. Gengmu Jinba, huh? Don't compare me to that gloomy woman. My slashes are way more exhilarating than her. Lin Feng. Don't rush, this is just an appetizer. Kai Duo's personality won't be stirred by small skirmishes, we must hurt him where it really hurts. While they were conversing, the battle situation on Guiji Dao underwent a new change. Xia Ti Yas' bloody slaughter finally alarmed the true high-ranking members of the beast's pirates. You? How dare you cause trouble on my turf? Accompanied by a sharp roar, a figure leaped down from a distant turret, crashing to the ground, like a cannonball raising a cloud of dust. The newcomer was a petite girl with blue and white hair, wearing a horned helmet with fangs in her mouth and eyes full of brutality and madness. One of the beast's pirates, Flying Six, an ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit Pachycephalosaurus form user. Wordy. Paijuan. There's an enemy invasion. Where is your idiot brother? Wordy looked around, seeing corpses and pools of blood everywhere, and Xia Ti Yas standing amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, without a single stain on her skirt. Rage instantly surged to her head. Unforgivable. Die. Wordy roared, charging forward fiercely. She concentrated all her power into her head, covering her hard skull with a layer of jet-black Busashoka haki. Secret art headbutt gun. This headbutt was enough to shatter a small hill. Faced with this fierce attack, Xia Ti Yas only gave a contemptuous glance, not even bothering to dodge. Ignorant lowlife. She slowly raised her left hand, fingers spread, meeting Wordy's headbutt. Boom. A tremendous explosion. Wordy's headbutt slammed solidly into Xia Ti Yas' seemingly fragile palm. However, the expected scene of Xia Ti Yas being sent flying did not occur. Wordy felt as if she had collided with an immovable divine metal. The massive recoil made her dizzy, yet the opponent's palm remained utterly still. How is this possible? In Wordy's eyes for the first time appeared an incredulous terror. The game is over, insect. Xia Ti Yas' voice was icy. On her left hand, which gripped Wordy's head, a crimson light suddenly flared, filled with ominous energy. Magic Max enhancement essence of magic power. In an instant, Wordy felt all the power within her body, including her life force, being frenziedly drained in an incomprehensible manner. Her body withered at a visible speed, strong muscles shrank rapidly, plump skin turned like withered tree bark, and her once vibrant eyes quickly became gray and hollow. In just 2 seconds, this notorious member of the Flying Six was completely drained into a skeletal dry corpse in a silent scream. Xia Ti Yas casually tossed the now worthless dry corpse to the ground, producing a crisp snap like a dead branch. The guild chat channel instantly fell into an eerie silence. A full dozen seconds passed. Duofu Langming J, just now. Was that Wordy of the Flying Six? Just gone. One-shotted. Not even a trace left. His words were incoherent, clearly showing that this scene's impact was far greater than the previous slaughter of mooks. That was a Flying Six. Among the beast pirates, they hold a status second only to the three calamities' absolute top brass. Ing Yen, directly draining life force. Truly a vicious ability. Gengmu Jinba. Finally used a somewhat decent move, but still too weak. Lin Feng. Alright, Wordy's death should be enough to attract Kai Duo's attention. As Lin Feng expected, after instantly killing Wordy, Xia Ti Yas encountered no more meaningful resistance. She strolled leisurely to the massive weapon factory and casually swung the divine spear in her hand. Unclean impact shield. A massive crimson shockwave shot out, and the entire factory was instantly leveled in a violent explosion, turning into a fireworks display. After doing all this, Xia Ti Yas lifted her skirt, and with the tip of her toe lightly drew a complex emblem symbolizing the Myriad Guild on the ruins. She raised her head, her gaze falling on the distant giant skull fortress. She could sense a terrifying violent aura, like a natural disaster awakening within that fortress. That aura, filled with boundless fury, was descending here at tremendous speed. The corner of Xia Tiya's mouth curled into a sweet, yet bloodthirsty smile. She sent the final message in the guild channel. Xia Ti Yabu La de Fulin, Master the appetizer has... That legendary big lizard seems to have been woken up. Era, what an impatient one. Shaltir Bloodfallen Master the appetizer has been finished. That legendary giant lizard seems to have been awake. Allah, what an impatient one. Shaltir's final message laced with languor and mockery appeared clearly beside the live broadcast screen on the guild channel. On the ruins of Karaigana Island, the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Don Quixote da Flamingo, he's coming. This aura. Unmistakable. That Kaido. He actually came in person. Da Flamingo's voice carried an uncontrollable tremor. Not entirely fear, but more of an excitement at being about to witness history. Saraki Kenpachio. Finally decided to show yourself. Hey guild master, tell that woman to step aside. This guy is mine. Kenpachi's single eye blazed with a terrifying light. He could hardly wait to charge through the portal and face this so-called strongest creature. However, Lin Feng ignored him, silently staring at the screen. In the live broadcast, the sky over Onigashima was darkening at a visible pace. The already dim sky was now completely shrouded by thick, ink-like dark clouds. Without warning, a fierce gale howled, whipping across the land with a sound like wailing ghosts and howling wolves. Massive purple bolts of lightning like savage dragons ran rampant through the clouds, illuminating the outline of the ruins below. An indescribable, terrifying pressure as if from primeval chaos descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire island. An ear-splitting roar as if to tear the sky apart. Then a gigantic head slowly emerged from the thick. It was a dragon head covered in azure scales with savage horns and blood-red eyes. Just its head alone was larger than a small mountain. Its long whiskers danced wildly in the gale, and each breath expelled visible white waves of air. Kaido of the beasts, in his sky-covering azure dragon form, had descended. His enormous dragon eyes filled with boundless savagery and fury locked onto the ruined weapon factory below, and the silver-haired girl standing in the center of the ruins as tiny as an ant. Who gave you the nerve? Kaido's voice was like rolling thunder, each word carrying enough force to make the earth tremble. Shaltir looked up at the enormous dragon head, showing no trace of fear on her face. Instead, she revealed a sweet smile full of provocation. Allah, finally showing your face. I thought you'd be a coward hiding in your shell forever. Kaido was thoroughly enraged. He opened his massive maw large enough to swallow a warship. Deep in his throat, a ball of scorching energy rapidly gathered, forming a blinding orb. Heat breath. A terrifying dragon breath over 100 meters in diameter and capable of instantly vaporizing an entire mountain descended like divine punishment, blasting straight toward Shaltir. Faced with this devastating strike, Shaltir calmly raised her hand. Magic maximization high-level gate. An oval spatial gate emitting a faint blue light materialized before her. The terrifying dragon breath was entirely absorbed into the gate, vanishing without a trace. The next second, another gate silently opened behind Kaido's massive body, and the fiery dragon breath burst out, striking another peak on Onigashima with full force. Boom! With a deafening roar, that mountain peak, unable to withstand even a second of the heat breath's full impact, was completely leveled, turning into flowing magma. The guild channel fell into dead silence. Using Kaido's own attack against him. This is too. Spatial magic. Such a convenient and cheap ability. Hey, stop playing around. Get into a real fight with him. Kaido obviously hadn't expected his attack to be neutralized in such a way. He was taken aback for a moment, then his fury grew even more violent. An interesting trick, but useless. With a swing of his mountain-like dragon body, a massive claw covered in black armament haki, even crackling with purple conqueror's haki lightning, slammed down upon Shaltir with overwhelming force. This claw sealed off all of Shaltir's escape routes. The power contained within it was enough to shatter the ground for several kilometers around. A hint of seriousness finally flashed in Shaltir's eyes. She was just about to use her trump card. Just then Lin Feng's voice sounded on the guild channel. Lin Feng, Shaltir, withdraw. These 4 short words carried an indisputable authority. The fighting spirit on Shaltir's face instantly vanished, replaced by absolute obedience. Without hesitation, she withdrew all her aura and bowed to the empty space before her. As you command, my supreme master. Her action made Kaido, who was about to bring down his claw, feel bewildered. But the next second he understood. A brilliant white light appeared out of thin air before Shaltir, right under the sky-covering dragon claw. A figure materialized on the battlefield without any warning. It was Lin Feng. Surprise flickered in Kaido's enormous dragon eyes. He couldn't understand how this human had appeared here in an instant. But that surprise was quickly replaced by stronger killing intent. Another one come to die. Then go to hell. Kaido's claw didn't stop, instead it came down even faster and more ferociously. Facing this strike that seemed to crush heaven and earth, Lin Feng showed no fear. On the contrary, an unprecedented, blazing fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Good. Lin Feng roared to the sky, and a power completely different from any system in this world erupted from within him. Flame stance. Red-hot aura like a volcanic eruption soared from beneath his feet, instantly enveloping his entire body. His hair stood on end under the impact of the aura, and golden patterns emerged on his skin. Since obtaining the DNF male striker inheritance, Lin Feng had never truly fought with all his strength. Whether fighting Garp or the earth-shaking kick at Dressrosa, he had held back. But today, facing the man known as the world's strongest creature, he could finally unleash all his power without restraint. He wanted to see just how powerful he had become. He would use his own fists to personally measure the weight of the title world's strongest. Lin Feng did not dodge, nor did he block. He stepped back with his right leg slightly lowering his body, assuming a standard combat stance. Then, just as Kaido's sky-covering claw was about to fall, he stomped his right foot hard on the ground. Boom. The ground beneath him, as if struck by a meteor, instantly cracked, and a huge crater collapsed. Using this terrifying recoil, Lin Feng's figure turned into a red meteor, shooting upward, moving forward, instead of retreating, charging head-on toward the dragon claw, countless times larger than himself. The tiny human and the sky-covering dragon. The red meteor and the pitch-black claw. In this moment, they were about to collide with a thunderous impact. Time itself seemed to press the pause button at this moment. The miniature crimson meteor, insignificant as a speck of dust, collided head-on with the pitch-black dragon claw that could blot out the sky, witnessed by all. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a piercing, extreme screech like diamond grinding against glass. A grating z sound. Kaido's dragon eyes, larger than lanterns, snapped wide open, filled with an unprecedented, absurdly profound shock. He felt his dragon claw had not struck a human leg, but had collided with a blazing star, a sun burning fiercely enough to incinerate all things. That crimson flame, carrying an incomprehensible will of destruction, was frantically burning and dismantling his proud armament, haki, infused with Conqueror's haki. The indestructible dragon scales melted like butter under a hot knife before that flame. Excruciating pain, a long-forgotten bone-deep agony, surged wildly from the dragon claw. "You!" Kaido roared in agony, trying to withdraw his claw, only to find that minuscule human foot nailed to time and space like a rivet, immobilizing him. The guild chat channel fell into dead silence. Before the light screen, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Dracula, Mihawk, and Kenpachi Zaraki all instinctively held their breath. "You!" Kaido roared in agony, trying to withdraw his claw, only to find that minuscule human that flame. It's burning haki. This is no devil fruit, nor any known power system. This is a martial art that has pushed destruction itself to the extreme. How interesting. So this is the president's true strength. This is the target I want to cut. On the battlefield, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. The strongest creature in the world. Your claw is much softer than I imagined. The moment he finished speaking, the flame beneath his foot erupted violently. Crack. A crisp sound of bone breaking rang through the sky. Kaido's massive dragon claw was forcibly stamped inward, twisted and deformed by Lin Feng's sheer brute force. Yet lost. Kaido went completely berserk, twisting his dragon body and swinging his other intact claw and enormous tail from 3 different angles, simultaneously tearing the air with sonic booms to crush Lin Feng. Facing this all-encompassing attack that sealed every escape route, Lin Feng merely snorted. Using Kaido's injured claw as a foothold, he pushed off again with his right foot. Boom. His entire form transformed into a straight pillar of crimson light, soaring into the sky, perfectly evading Kaido's encirclement to reach hundreds of meters above. The game has only just begun. Lin Feng's voice rang out coldly above Kaido's head. Then he moved, falling fire meteor. Lin Feng's figure blurred into a streak of afterimages in the high altitude. The next moment, countless leg shadows burning with crimson flames descended from the heavens, like a true meteor shower, blanketing Kaido's colossal dragon body, stretching thousands of meters. Bam! 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 Dense, thunderous explosions rained down furiously on Kaido's back. Each stomp felt like a miniature meteor hammering down. Kaido's proud dragon scales, impervious even to naval cannonballs, cracked and shattered in patches under the meteor-like kicks. Blue scales mixed with blood and flesh rained down like a storm. "You!" In agony, Kaido thrashed his dragon body wildly, spewing flames hot enough to melt steel and unleashing wind blades that could slice through anything trying to shake off the damned flea on him. Yet under Lin Feng's true martial instinct, all his movements became slow and clumsy. Lin Feng's figure, like a ghost dancing on a razor's edge, always preempted Kaido's attacks, dodging with minimal movements, while landing fiercer, more violent kicks precisely on Kaido's wounds. This was no longer an evenly matched battle. It was a one-sided, brutal thrashing. The strongest creature in the world was now a ragdoll toyed with by a mischievous child utterly helpless. I must be dreaming. That's Kaido. The strongest in an unknown fight. Kaido. How can he be like a punching bag? His worldview shattered piece by piece under Lin Feng's feet. Look, this is my supreme master. This is true power. This is the unrivaled posture that reigns over all realms. To witness this divine miracle with my own eyes. This humble one is truly blessed. Fanatical worship had driven the true ancestor's mind into semi-delirium. Finally Lin Feng seemed bored. His figure paused in the air looking down at the bruised azure dragon below. Warm-up is over. As the first one worthy of my full strength, let me show you what true finality means. Lin Feng slowly raised his right leg, and an endless crimson aura began to converge frantically upon it. Blazing flames, sky-scorching kick. A giant flaming foot 1,000 meters long and made of pure fire materialized in the air, and with a terrifying might that could incinerate the sky kicked Kaido's massive dragon head from the clouds straight down to the earth. Boom! Kaido's enormous body plummeted like a runaway train toward the ground of Onigashima. Yet this was merely the prelude. During Kaido's fall, Lin Feng high above crossed his arms over his chest and slightly crouched. All his power, all his vitality, every strand of life force began to burn at an unprecedented, a martial will surpassing life and death, transcending time and space, pure to its extreme, roared awake. Third awakening, martial extreme. Behind Lin Feng, a colossal divine phantom woven from gold and crimson flames slowly emerged, towering to heaven. That divine phantom mirrored Lin Feng's every move. Its presence made the very laws of the world wail, space shattering inch by inch, revealing the dark void. Extinguished flame light of finality. Lin Feng opened his eyes and kicked. The divine phantom behind him kicked at the same time. This kick brought no sound, no light, no spectacular momentum. Only a seemingly ordinary, easily dispersible crimson beam shot out silently, landing precisely on Kaido's back as he fell. Time seemed to freeze again. Then a force that could make even gods tremble, the power of annihilation, erupted within Kaido's body. There was no explosive roar, only annihilation at the most fundamental level of matter. Kaido's indestructible dragon scales silently dissolved into primal particles under that red light. His flesh, containing terrifying power, was decomposed and vaporized inch by inch. His bones, comparable to mountain ranges, quietly turned to ash in the light of annihilation. No, for the first time a cry filled with fear, born from the depths of his soul, escaped Kaido's mouth. He wanted to die. He had spent his life pursuing a magnificent death. But not this. A death that erased even his own existence itself, a death of emptiness and silence. Yet it was too late. Boom. Kaido's colossal dragon body, unable to escape gravity's pull, crashed heavily onto the ground of Onigashima. His massive form carved a terrifying chasm tens of thousands of meters long and bottomless into the earth, nearly splitting the entire island in two. The dust settled. At the end of the abyssal canyon, there was no trace of the azure dragon. Only a blood-soaked humanoid figure covered in horrific burns with multiple broken bones lay in the center of the crater, barely breathing, completely unconscious. In the sky, Lin Feng descended slowly, the crimson flame fading. He was unharmed, his breathing not even slightly disturbed. He looked down upon the strongest creature in the world, below, now utterly defeated, with calm eyes, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial matter. Oni Island fell into a deathly silence. The raging winds had ceased, and the surging dark clouds had mostly dispersed, revealing the eternal black crescent moon. Its cold, clear moonlight cascaded down, illuminating this land that resembled a post-apocalyptic wasteland. A colossal canyon, almost splitting the island in two, lay menacingly across the earth. At the end of the canyon, within an abyssal pit, the once arrogant, strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, lay in a terribly battered human form, covered in blood, silently motionless, his fate unknown. Above him, Lin Feng's figure descended slowly, not even a wrinkle on his clothes, as if the apocalyptic battle moments ago had nothing to do with him. This scene, transmitted through the Guild Channel's live screen, was vividly displayed before everyone on the ruins of Kurigano Island. Gulp. Doflamingo swallowed hard, feeling parched. His heart seemed gripped by an invisible hand, nearly stopping. What had he witnessed? Kaido. That monster. That man whose mere existence made him feel suffocated like a natural disaster. Had he just lost? And he lost so thoroughly, so decisively, so without dignity. That was not an evenly matched battle. It was a complete one-sided crushing and trampling. Doflamingo felt that the worldview, values, and perception of strength he had built over decades had in that instant been utterly ground to dust by Lin Feng's casual kick. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Feng was no longer awe, but the purest fear and worship, like a mortal looking up at a god. Doflamingo, fufufu. Guildmaster. He wanted to say something, but found his vocabulary pitifully inadequate. No words could describe even a fraction of the shock within him. Unlike his loss of composure, Hawkeye Mihawk merely watched the screen quietly. The hand gripping his black sword, was slightly pale at the knuckles from extreme tension. In his golden hawk-like eyes there was no fear, only a flame that was almost burning, a flame called desire. Mihawk, the light of annihilation. An attack that concentrates the principle of destruction into a single point. So this is the pinnacle of martial arts. My strongest slash compared to this is no more than a firefly next to the bright moon. Yet he did not feel disheartened by the vast gap, instead an unprecedented excitement filled his heart. He had seen a brand new path to a higher realm. Meanwhile, Kenpachi Zaraki, standing aside, grinned with a smile more savage and wild than ever before. He said nothing, but the insane fighting spirit gleaming in his single eye, almost materializing, said it all. The strongest creature in the world. In his eyes, Kaido had become a boring loser. Now his only prey remained that man, the guild master of the Universal Guild, Lin Feng. Kenpachi Zaraki, hey, guild master, you bastard. Wait for me. One day I'll come and cut you down myself. At that moment on the battlefield of Oni Island, a figure appeared behind Lin Feng, as if teleporting. It was Zaitia. Kneeling with her face to the ground, she praised in a high-pitched tone that was almost like an aria filled with boundless fanaticism and infatuation. Ah, my supreme master. Your glory can make stars fall. Your power can make gods tremble. To be your humblest servant and witness this great miracle with my own eyes is the supreme honor of my humble self. Know of this dirty world since eternity. Lin Feng paid no attention to the fanatical head made behind him. He merely glanced at Kaido in the pit below and then issued a command in the guild channel. Lin Feng, everyone come over. As soon as the words fell, a huge teleportation gate silently opened above the ruins of Oni Island. Doflamingo, Kenpachi Zaraki, and Hawkeye Mihawk stepped out one by one. When they personally set foot on this island whose terrain had been thoroughly transformed by Lin Feng, and sensed the lingering aura of annihilation that made their souls tremble, even Kenpachi and Mihawk showed a hint of solemnity in their eyes. Guildmaster. The two nodded slightly at Lin Feng by way of greeting. Doflamingo, on the other hand, trotted over to Lin Feng's side and bowed respectfully, his posture even more standard than the most humble butler. Lin Feng's gaze swept over everyone and finally fell on the deep pit below. He casually lifted his foot toward the pit. An invisible blast of wind shot out, hitting Kaido's battered body precisely. Ugh! A painful groan escaped as Kaido's heavy eyelids slowly opened a crack. What met his eyes were four figures looking down at him. One was the man he had just fought, a being like a god or demon. One was his former business partner Doflamingo, now standing beside that man like a lapdog. There were also two others. One carried a sword with eyes like a beast about to devour its prey. The other bore a black sword, his gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce through souls. Kaido's consciousness gradually cleared. He recalled the scene before his defeat. That seemingly ordinary crimson ray, yet imbued with the ultimate law of destruction. Before that light, his proud dragon scales, physique, haki, even his tenacious near-immortal vitality, were as fragile as paper, silently decomposed and annihilated. That was the first time in his life he had felt the outline of death so clearly. No, it wasn't even death, but a nothingness, more terrifying than death. He felt no anger, no resentment. His heart, numbed by invincibility and yearning only for a glorious death, was now left blank under the domination of absolute power. Lin Feng looked into his hollow eyes and spoke calmly. Kaido of the 100 Beasts, haven't you been searching for your own burial ground? Kaido's pupils slightly contracted. This world is too small, so small that it cannot even find someone. Lin Feng's voice carried an undeniable magic. But in my guild, which connects countless worlds, there are swordsmen who can cut planets with one/emperors who can destroy universes with one punch, gods who play with time and causality, treating death as a game. The death you desire, I have countless kinds here. The most magnificent grand death you want to experience, I can give you that too. Lin Feng paused, looking down at him from above like a deity overlooking mortals, and offered his choice. Then make your choice. Do you choose to continue your ridiculous suicide game in this boring world until you die of old age? Or join us, become the sharpest spear of my Universal Guild, conquer the myriad realms, challenge those who can truly kill you until you welcome the most splendid death you have always dreamed of? Kaido fell silent. In his hollow eyes a glimmer of light gradually reignited. It wasn't the old brutality and madness, but a kind of ecstasy that came from finding his final destination. That's right. What he had been pursuing was never death itself. What he pursued was the thrilling battle that would bring about that magnificent death. This man before him had not only defeated him with absolute power, but also showed him an endless battlefield, one that existed only in his wildest dreams. Grrrr. Grerora. Kaido first laughed softly, then the laughter grew louder. He struggled using his relatively intact arm to prop up his shattered body. Grerora. Interesting. Very interesting. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with an unprecedented gaze filled with excitement and submission. They'll join. Ding. Kaido of the 100 Beasts has joined the Universal Guild. The Beast Kaido has joined the Omniverse Guild. The cold system notification echoed not only in Lin Feng's mind, but also resounded in the consciousness of every guild member. Upon the ruins of Onigashima, the atmosphere grew strangely tense. Doflamingo's jaw nearly dropped as he stared at the man struggling to his feet, the one he had once feared like a demon god, and then at the calm, composed Lin Feng beside him. His mind completely short-circuited. Subdued. The guild master with just a few words had subdued the strongest creature in the world. This was 10,000 times more shocking than defeating him through sheer force. It meant that from now on Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors, would become the guild master's enforcer. The moment this thought surfaced, Doflamingo felt a shiver run down his spine, followed by an indescribable surge of ecstasy. Omniverse Guild, terrifying as such. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kenpachi Zaraki let out an annoyed tch, hoisted his sword, and wore a face full of boredom. In his eyes, a man who obediently surrenders after being defeated had lost all value as a target for his blade. Dracul Mihawk remained silent, but his gaze swept back and forth between Kaido and Lin Feng as if pondering something. As for the newcomer Kaido, he was utterly bewildered at the moment. Propping up his severely injured body, his massive head was filled with question marks. Omniverse Guild. What is that? Is it something that Brat mentioned? He asked in a gruff voice, the sound carrying weakness from his wounds, but also raw curiosity. Lin Feng looked at Kaido, then recalled the times he had explained the guild's functions to Kenpachi Shaltier and Mihawk one by one. He couldn't help but frown. With the guild's membership growing, having to personally act as a guide for every new recruit was becoming too troublesome. It seemed necessary to establish a standardized new member onboarding process. With a thought, Lin Feng called up the guild system's management interface. System, compose and publish a guild announcement set to be automatically received by all new members upon joining. Ding. Please edit the announcement content. After a brief moment of thought, a passage of text quickly took shape in his mind. Omniverse Guild new member guidelines. Welcome to the Omniverse Guild. From this moment on, you shall become a member of the greatest organization spanning infinite dimensions. To help you better understand our guild, please read the following terms carefully. 1. Core benefit eternity. All official guild members will automatically receive the eternity status. Under this status, your appearance will be forever preserved, your physical functions locked at their peak, unaffected by aging. Your lifespan shall be as eternal as the myriad worlds, lasting until the end of the universe. 2. First iron rule. No internal strife. Guild members are absolutely forbidden from engaging in personal battles with the intent to kill each other for any reason. Sparring is allowed, but lethal duels are not. Those who violate this iron rule will be unconditionally stripped of their guild membership, all benefits revoked, and will be regarded as an enemy of the guild, pursued by all members. Let all be warned. 3. Basic functions. Introduction. 1. Guild channel. The core communication tool of the guild. All members, regardless of their location or the distance between worlds, can communicate in real time without delay through the guild channel via mere thought. 2. Teleportation. Guild members can consume a small amount of points to return to their original world or teleport to the guild headquarters, current world, One Piece Onigashima. 4. Core system points and shop. 1. Guild points. The sole universal currency of the guild. Members can earn points through the following methods. A. Complete guild tasks issued by the guild master. B. Submit valuable items to the guild warehouse. C. G. Special bloodlines, rare minerals, powerful weapons, devil fruits, Zanpakuto, divine cores, etc. C. Defeat designated hostile targets assigned by the guild during expeditions to other worlds. 2. Guild shop. The core welfare system of the guild. The shop contains countless treasures from across the myriad worlds, ranging from cultivation techniques and divine weapons to bloodline talents and law insights. Everything imaginable. All items can be exchanged using guild points. As long as you have enough points, you can buy anything you desire, including becoming a god. Above is all. Publisher Guild Master Lin Feng. After finishing the edit, Lin Feng directly published it. Ding. Guild announcement has been published. All members can view it in the system interface at any time. New member Beast Kaido has automatically received it. Almost simultaneously with Lin Feng's publication, every guild member present received this detailed new member guidelines in their minds. Shaltier merely glanced at it before respectfully bowing her head. To her, the master's every word was a divine decree, not to be understood but obeyed. Doflamingo, however, read it with eyes gleaming, especially the parts about earning points and the shop exchange. Submitting valuable items for points. Using points to exchange for a chance at godhood. Fufufu. Isn't this the greatest business across the myriad worlds. This king of the underworld seemed to see a golden shining road ahead. Mihawk's expression remained calm, but when he saw the shop contains divine weapons from across the myriad worlds, his eyes clearly flickered. A sword stronger than Yuru. A swordsmanship that can sever laws. To him this was a fatal attraction. As for Kenpachi Zaraki, upon seeing defeating hostile targets earns points, and the shop offers treasures that can make you stronger, his lone eye instantly lit up. Kenpachi Zaraki, hey guild master. You mean if I go chop people I can get stuff that lets me chop even more satisfyingly, and then go after stronger bastards? Lin Feng, you can think of it that way. Kenpachi Zaraki, this deal's not bad. I like it. As for Kaido, this newcomer, who had just been beaten half to death, sat cross-legged on the ground, grimacing from the excruciating pain all over his body while digesting the sudden influx of information in his mind. Eternity. Immortality. He scoffed at that. He only wanted to die, not live forever. No, and a bunch of losers. He couldn't be bothered to fight them either. Guild channel. Teleport. Sounded somewhat interesting, but nothing special. Until he reached the part about points and shop. Go to other worlds. Fight. Challenge beings that can truly kill me. Earn points through battle. Then use those points to become stronger. Or more durable. Kaido's breathing grew heavier. His simple battle-driven mind instantly grasped the core gameplay. Wasn't this the life he had always dreamed of? Endless battles. Endless powerful foes. Waging war across worlds, and meeting his most glorious death. Wororo. Kaido, clutching his wounds, burst into laughter again, his voice filled with satisfaction and anticipation. He looked at Lin Feng and rumbled, "Brat. No, guild master. What do I do now? When do we fight?" Lin Feng looked at the motley crew of guild members before him, every one of them a battle lover, and nodded with satisfaction. Good, their enthusiasm was stirred. He walked over to Kaido and said calmly, "Your current task is..." With that, Lin Feng took out a healing crystal from the system space, one obtained from the Nazarick Great Tomb Dungeon, radiating a soft holy light. This is a healing potion. With the Eternity boost, it will help you recover quickly. Once you're healed, you and your beast's pirates will have a great role to play. Lin Feng tossed the crystal to Kaido, then turned and swept his gaze across the island he had personally broken and the remnants of the beast's pirates trembling in the distance. Onigashima was now the first stronghold of the Omniverse Guild, and Kaido's vast army and weapon factories would become the guild's first batch of assets. His eyes finally settled on the pile of colorful devil fruits in his system inventory looted from Doflamingo's and the beast pirates' warehouses. The quantity was sufficient. It was time to initiate the guild's next phase of the plan. Kaido took the healing crystal that emitted a gentle holy light in his hand, feeling that he could crush it with just a bit of force from his thick fingers. He sensed a vast and pure life energy hidden within. Galugulu, can this thing really restore me? Without hesitation, he popped the crystal into his mouth like a candy and crushed it with a crunch. In the next moment, Kaido's massive body trembled violently. A warm current surged through his shattered form like a flood breaking its dam. The wound obliterated by Lin Feng's light of eternal demise began to regenerate visibly, with flesh buds sprouting at an astonishing rate. The broken bones made crackling sounds as they reconnected, and the charred skin rapidly peeled away, revealing strong and resilient muscles glistening with a metallic sheen underneath. In just over 10 seconds, his gravely injured body on the brink of death was restored to a significant degree. This terrifying recovery speed left even Kaido himself dazed. The abnormal recovery ability from his Zoan-type fruit paled in comparison to this small crystal. Kaido let out a powerful roar that echoed through the heavens, scattering the clouds above. He stood up, feeling the explosive power refilling his body, and his gaze towards Lin Feng completely transformed. It was a mixture of awe, fervor, and an intense desire for endless battles in the future. "President," Kaido's deep voice boomed like thunder. "What shall we do next?" He looked around, his eyes sweeping over the members of the beast pirates who were terrified, kneeling and trembling on the ground. Impatiently he shouted, "Everyone listen up. From today onwards, Onigashima is the territory of the 10,000 Realms Guild. I, along with all of you useless lot, must obey the president's orders. If anyone has objections, step forward and let me see." The venue fell silent. It was absurd. Even their governor, whom they regarded as a god, had been beaten down to such a state. Who would dare to stand up against that? It would be like an old man hanging himself, seeking a long life. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Kaido's performance as the HR manager was quite competent. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. From today onwards, Onigashima will officially be renamed as the headquarters of the 10,000 Realms Guild. Kaido, you are responsible for integrating all personnel and resources awaiting orders. Galugula, no problem. Kaido patted his chest and readily agreed. Lin Feng did not dwell on the subsequent restructuring matters, focusing instead on all the core members of the guild. Doflamingo, Shasham, Mihawk, Kenpachi, and Kaido. Now it's time for you to witness the true benefits of the guild. With that, Lin Feng concentrated, opening the guild system interface. In his system bag, a dozen devil fruits looted from the beast pirate's treasury lay quietly, each adorned with strange patterns and exuding an alluring aura. To celebrate the establishment of the guild's headquarters and the joining of new members, I have decided to open the second guild dungeon. Guild dungeon. Besides those who had already experienced it, the others showed expressions of confusion. Lin Feng did not explain much. He simply extended his hand, and 5 devil fruits appeared out of thin air in his palm, slowly floating up. System, submit the devil fruits and open the guild dungeon. Ding. 5 devil fruits detected. Conditions for opening met. Randomly selecting dungeon world. A massive illusory roulette composed of countless light points appeared before the eyes of all guild members. The roulette glimmered with various patterns representing different worlds. There were planets entwined by divine dragons, demon skulls engulfed in green flames, and Frostmourne embedded in a throne. The roulette spun rapidly, the pointer streaking past trails of light. Finally, under everyone's tense gaze, the pointer slowed down and precisely stopped on an icon depicting the character Demon. Ding. Dungeon world selected. Dragon Ball early phase. Generating dungeon. Dungeon generation complete. A system light curtain visible only to guild members unfolded before everyone. Guild Dungeon 2, the Terror of Demon King Piccolo. Dungeon background. This is a world filled with chi. The evil incarnation Demon King Piccolo, sealed for hundreds of years, has reappeared in the world. He has regained his youth and defeated the dragon, plunging the world into eternal darkness and fear. Clearing objective, defeat the rejuvenated Demon King Piccolo. Dungeon rules. Guild members can challenge one. The dungeon is an independent space. If members die inside, they will not truly perish, but will be deemed to have failed the challenge and can reattempt after 1 hour. First clear. Rewards 1. Senzu Bean X1, a miraculous bean from Karen Tower. Consuming 1 can instantly restore all injuries and stamina, no matter how severe the wounds. As long as there is a breath of life, it can revive you. 2. Skill book, Flight Technique, a technique allowing one to fly freely in the air by mastering the subtle control of chi. 3. Skill book, Chi Perception Training Method, a beginner's method to learn, control, and enhance one's life energy chi. As the information on the light curtain clearly entered everyone's minds, the atmosphere in the venue instantly froze. The first to lose composure was Doflamingo. Senzu Bean, restore all injuries and stamina. As long as there is a breath of life, it can. His breath became rapid. The eyes behind the flamingo mask widened in greed and fervor like never. This is no mere bean. It's practically a divine medicine, a strategic level treasure. If we could procure it in bulk, wouldn't an army equipped with Senzu beans be a true immortal legion? Huh, President, are you asking us to conquer the gods? His worldview was shattered once again. If the eternal benefits were top-tier luxury items, then this Senzu bean was the most straightforward, crude, and unreasonable warfare cheat. Kaido's reaction was equally intense. His enormous eyes were fixed on the description of the Senzu bean, his throat rolling up and down. Galugulu. Is it even better than the crystal I had? With this thing, can I challenge the president every day and then eat a bean to revive fully? This battle-hungry man's thoughts were always so unique. For him, the greatest value of the Senzu bean was that it granted him infinite endurance to challenge strong opponents. In contrast, Mihawk and Kenpachi's focus was entirely different. Flight technique. Free flight. Mihawk glanced at the description, his expression calm as a deep well. For someone who could walk on air, the allure of flying was not great. His gaze was firmly locked onto the last reward. Chi Perception Training Method. Perceiving, controlling, enhancing life energy chi. Mihawk's pupils constricted sharply. As the world's greatest swordsman, his greatest strength lay in his beast-like, keen intuition and perception. He could sense the breath of all things, allowing him to sever everything. Now a method that would enable him to actively perceive and control life energy lay before him. If I could master this power. Mihawk tightened his grip on the hilt of his black sword. Perhaps my sword could reach an entirely new realm. Kenpachi also grinned, revealing an interested smile. Kenpachi Zaraki. Hey President, is this chi perception similar to the captain's spiritual pressure perception? Can it help me find hidden strong enemies more easily? Lin Feng, it exceeds that. Kenpachi, huh? That's great. No more wandering around like a headless chicken every time I want to fight someone. Seeing everyone's expressions, whether they were fervent, excited, or expectant, a satisfied smile curled on Lin Feng's lips. This was the effect he wanted. The rewards from the early Dragon Ball phase may have limited absolute power enhancement for these top-tier warriors, but these functional skills could perfectly fill their gaps and bring about qualitative leaps. especially the chi perception training method. Once they mastered it, it would be equivalent to having an energy system from another world as a reference with future growth potential immeasurable. The dungeon has been opened. Lin Feng's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. Remember, each person only has one challenge opportunity per day. He scanned the crowd, observing the eager faces, and finally asked, so, who wants to be the first to take the plunge? Lin Feng's calm question was like a pebble thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring 1,000 ripples in the hearts of these monsters in the guild. The first to react was none other than Kaido of the Beasts, who had just been fully revived. Wuggagugu. Of course this kind of good stuff should come to me first. Kaido stepped forward, causing the entire Onigashima to tremble. His massive body radiated explosive power, and his eyes as large as copper bells were fixed on the illusory instance portal filled with undisguised longing. For him, Senza beans and the air dance technique were secondary. The key point was that it was a brand new world full of unknown powerful enemies. However, before he could take a second step, a figure faster and more eager than him had turned into a yellow flash and stood before Lin Feng. It was Kenpachi Zaraki. He carried the jagged-shaped Zanpakuto on his shoulder, grinned with a beastly excited smile, and his single eye burned with pure fighting spirit. Hey Guildmaster, such a good thing is going to cut down new guys shouldn't fall to a loser you just defeated, should it? Zaraki's words were filled with undisguised provocation. He glanced at Kaido, as if looking at an uninteresting stumbling block. What did you say? You bastard want to fight? Kaido instantly erupted in fury, his terrifying aura soaring into the sky, and even sparks of lightning emerged from his horn. Huh. Anytime. Zaraki countered, and the spiritual pressure under his eye patch began to leak uncontrollably. As the two fighting maniacs of the guild were about to clash on the spot, Lin Feng just glanced at them calmly. If you want to fight, go fight in the instance. Just one sentence instantly calmed the tense atmosphere. Kaido snorted in discontent and stepped back. Zaraki, on the other hand, had a smug expression that said, I knew it. Then Zaraki, you'll be the first, Lin Feng said calmly. All right. Zaraki shouted excitedly and said eagerly, let's start now. Lin Feng nodded. Allow member Kenpachi Zaraki to enter the instance, the terror of Piccolo Daimyo. Yes. The next second, a teleportation gate emitting a faint blue light appeared out of thin air in front of Kenpachi Zaraki. At the same time, a huge light screen appeared before all guild members, clearly displaying the words connecting to instance livestream. Without any hesitation, Zaraki laughed and plunged into the teleportation gate with his blade on his shoulder. As the light and shadow shifted, when Zaraki opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. Beneath his feet were broken streets surrounded by collapsed buildings and burning ruins. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and despair. Oh, a battlefield right from the start. Not bad. Zaraki looked around, and he could sense that the world's laws of heaven and earth were completely different from those of Soul Society Hueco Mundo and the One Piece world. There was no erasure in the air, nor any so-called natural energy, but there flowed a kind of energy he had never encountered before, full of the breath of life. Just then he abruptly raised his head, his gaze piercing like a sharp sword toward a distant castle that was the tallest and had been half destroyed. In his perception, an evil, powerful aura filled with the desire for destruction was dwelling there like a lighthouse in the night, extremely conspicuous. Found him. Zaraki grinned, and his figure instantly vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the great hall of that castle. On the throne in the center of the hall, a monster, with green skin antennae on his head, and wearing a purple martial arts uniform, was arrogantly overlooking the ruined city below, reveling in the fear he had caused. It was Piccolo Daimyo, who had regained his youth and reached the peak of his power. Moi. Piccolo Daimyo sensed Zaraki's arrival. He slowly turned his head, looking at the intruder carrying a strange sword with an expression like looking at an ant. Another worm coming to die. You don't have any ki in you. What a strange fellow. Cut the crap. Zaraki pointed the tip of his Zanpakuto at Piccolo, his single eye full of fervor. Are you the strongest guy in this world? Come fight me. Piccolo Daimyo was taken aback, then let out a contemptuous laugh. Huh. A worthless fool who can't even use ki dares to show off in front of me. How utterly ridiculous. Fine, let you die screaming in endless pain. Before he finished speaking, Piccolo suddenly opened his mouth, and a yellow beam of highly concentrated energy shot towards Zaraki like lightning. Explosive magic wave. This attack was enough to instantly vaporize a small mountain. However, facing this terrifying attack, Zaraki neither dodged nor evaded, not even bothering to swing his sword, allowing the beam to strike his chest solidly. Boom. The violent explosion kicked up clouds of dust, enveloping the entire hall. Worthless. Piccolo Daimyo snorted dismissively and prepared to look away. But the next second his smile froze on his face. Hey, is that all the power you've got? It's like a tickle. As the smoke cleared, Zaraki's figure was still standing there. He patted his scorched shahakusho, his face full of disappointment. How is that possible? Piccolo Daimyo showed a shocked expression for the first time. He took my explosive magic wave Hedon, and is completely unharmed. At this moment, there was an uproar in front of the livestream screen on Onigashima. Don Quixote Doflamingo Fufufu. That green-skinned monster's attack doesn't seem weaker than a Marine Admiral's laser. That Kenpachi guy is a real monster. Kaido Waganu. Interesting. This guy called Piccolo seems much stronger than the weaklings in my crew. But that bastard Kenpachi's body is ridiculously tough. In the instance world, Zaraki had lost patience. Too slow. If that's all you've got, then die. He stomped the ground fiercely, his figure shooting out like a cannonball, and his Zanpakuto, with a sharp howl that tore through the air, slashed down on Piccolo. So fast. Piccolo was greatly startled and could only cross his arms to block in haste. Crack. With a crisp sound, Piccolo's arms, which he thought were indestructible, were severed by Zaraki's slash. Yawa. Piccolo let out a scream, his body flying backward and slamming heavily into the wall. But before he could feel the pain, the wounds on his severed arms squirmed, and in the blink of an eye, two perfectly intact arms grew back. Oh, you can regenerate. Zaraki's expression of disappointment faded a bit, replaced by a hint of amusement. That's a bit more interesting. At least ITLL, let me slash a few more times. The following battle turned into a one-sided slaughter. Piccolo Daimyo's speed and strength were nothing, and no matter if he used the Mekanka Sappo special beam cannon or various ki blasts, none could inflict substantial damage on Zaraki. And every slash from Zaraki could easily cut through his body. Arms, thighs, chest. Piccolo Daimyo was chopped into pieces again, and each time he restored himself with the powerful regenerative ability of the Namekians. The entire hall became his bloody slaughterhouse. Shaltir Bloodfallen. Era, this green fellow has decent regenerative ability. But compared to my undying body, it's still far behind. Hawkeye, a fight relying purely on brute force and instinct. Crude but effective. That guy called Piccolo's defeat is only a matter of time. As Hawkeye said, after being massacred for over 10 minutes, Piccolo Daimyo finally realized a terrifying truth. His regenerative ability consumed a massive amount of physical strength. And this monster before him seemed to have inexhaustible stamina, growing stronger as the fight went on. Damn it. Damn monster. Piccolo Daimyo panted heavily, fear appearing in his eyes for the first time. He knew he couldn't keep wasting energy like this. You forced me. Let me show you my strongest technique. Together with this city, turn into cosmic dust. Piccolo Daimyo gathered all the ki from his entire body between his hands, and a massive energy ball radiating destruction began to take shape rapidly. Finally going all out. Zaraki also stopped. He could feel that this attack was far more powerful than before. He grinned, reached out, and slowly grabbed the black eye patch over his right eye. In that case, he'll get a little serious too. Boom. The moment he tore off the eye patch, a golden tsunami-like torrent of spiritual pressure surged into the sky, instantly piercing through the entire castle and shredding the dark clouds above. Piccolo Daimyo's action of gathering the energy ball came to an abrupt halt. Feeling that violent, domineering, and pure destruction energy, his entire soul trembled. Wah! What kind of a monster is this? Died. Zaraki laughed wildly, gripping his sword with both hands, and slashed down with the force to split heaven and earth. A massive yellow blade pressure capable of splitting the earth instantly engulfed Piccolo Daimyo, and the energy ball in his hand that he hadn't yet fired. No. In the last moment of his life, Piccolo Daimyo could only let out a desperate cry before being completely erased, along with the throne behind him, the castle, and half the city by this slash. Ding. Congratulations to member Kenpachi Zaraki. Challenge failed. Almost at the same moment, the blade pressure landed, an icy system prompt echoed in the minds of all guild members. The next second, Kenpachi Zaraki's figure was enveloped in a white light and forcibly teleported back to Onigashima. Huh. Failed. Zaraki stood there dumbfounded, then flew into a rage. What a joke. I clearly slashed him into pieces. How could it be a failure? Zaraki Kenpachi's roar like a clap of thunder exploded across the desolate ruins of Demon Island. Everyone's gaze shifted from the cold screen displaying "Challenge failed" to his face, which was filled with fury and bewilderment. He had won, yet not entirely. He had blasted the enemy and half the city into rubble, yet the system told him he had lost. This feeling was 100 times more frustrating than losing a direct fight. Don Quixote Doflamingo Fufufu. What's going on? Is the system bugged? That guy Zaraki clearly achieved an overwhelming victory. Doflamingo's mind couldn't wrap around it. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out what kind of judgment logic this was. Kaido Yugagogo. Am dying of laughter. So you're just a fake tough guy? You fought for so long, and ended up a loser. What a waste. Kaido mercilessly taunted. He despised those who lost battles, even if the defeat seemed utterly inexplicable. Zaraki Kenpachi, you stupid dragon, wanna die. Believe me, he'll cut you down again right now. Kenpachi's rage instantly found an outlet. His terrifying Ryatsu pointed straight at Kaido. Kaido, come on. Think I'm scared of you. Kaido refused to yield, power surging through his just-recovered body. As a second internal conflict was about to erupt, Lin Feng finally spoke. Enough. His voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that instantly silenced the two battle maniacs, leaving them only to glare at each other. Kenpachi spun around, his single eye glaring at Lin Feng, as if demanding an explanation. Lin Feng didn't look at him. Instead, he waved his hand gently. The image on the massive live broadcast screen began to rewind rapidly, finally freezing on the moment when Zaraki Kenpachi tore off his eye patch and released a tsunami of Ryatsu. Kenpachi, what was your mission objective? Lin Feng asked calmly. Of course it was to kill that greenskin monster. Correct. Lin Feng nodded, swiping his finger across the screen to enlarge the line. Clear objective: defeat the rejuvenated Piccolo Daimao to the most prominent position. Look carefully, it's defeat, not destroy. Lin Feng's voice rang out in the guild channel, clearly reaching everyone's mind. Your final strike was indeed powerful. Powerful enough to erase Piccolo Daimao and the city beneath him from that world. But that's exactly the problem. Lin Feng's gaze swept over the crowd and finally settled on Kenpachi's face. Your completely uncontrolled and purely for destruction and slaughter, not only killed Piccolo, but also destroyed the entire core area of the dungeon. The system judged that your actions caused excessive damage to the dungeon world, resulting in mission failure. Simply put, the guild needed a surgeon to precisely excise a tumor. But you turned the scalpel into a bomb, blowing up the patient and the entire operating room. Lin Feng's analogy was simple and crude, yet it instantly made everyone understand. Don Quixote da Flamingo, so that's it. Fufufu, I get it. This isn't a pure contest of power, it's a test of control. Only by precisely achieving the objective while causing minimal destruction can it be considered a true victory. This king of the underworld instantly grasped the deeper meaning. These rules were practically tailor-made for cunning overlords like him. Shaltir bloodfallen, as expected of the supreme being. Such profound wisdom is beyond the comprehension of these lowly creatures who only know brute force. You are teaching us that true conquest is an elegant art, not barbaric destruction. The admiration in Shaltir's eyes grew even more fervent. Kaido, troublesome rules. It's just killing a person, why all the fuss? Though Kaido's words were dismissive, his look at Kenpachi held even more mockery. In his view, failing to control one's own power was a sign of weakness. And Dracul Mihawk had not spoken from beginning to end. He just silently watched the screen, his golden hawk-like eyes shimmering with contemplative light. Control. This was precisely the ultimate principle of swordsmanship he had pursued all his life. With the smallest motion and the most precise angle to deliver a slash of maximum power, yet condensed to its purest form. Zaraki Kenpachi's swordsmanship was pure release, while his swordsmanship was the ultimate restraint. After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Zaraki Kenpachi froze on the spot. In his simple mind, born only for battle, the strange concept of controlling power appeared for the first time. Control? Why control? Isn't fighting about slaughtering freely and cutting enemies until they die? He wanted to retort, but found nothing to say. Because the rules were set by the guild master. On someone else's turf, you had to follow their rules. In the end, 1,000 words turned into this extremely displeased click of his tongue. Kenpachi shouldered his sword and walked silently to the side, emitting an aura of "don't mess with me." Though unconvinced, he understood that he had indeed messed up. Lin Feng smiled inwardly at Kenpachi's chagrined expression. These unruly monsters were each a natural disaster. If not restrained and guided, major problems would inevitably arise. This dungeon's failure mechanism was perfect for grinding down their sharp edges. Alright, the first challenge failed, but it's also gained experience. Lin Feng turned his gaze back to the crowd. Now you all understand the trick to clearing the dungeon. So who wants to try a second time? As soon as the words fell, Kaido eagerly stepped forward. Guild Master, this time it's my turn. I swear I'll only use my fist to punch a hole in the guy's chest, and I won't break a single extra brick. He thumped his chest, swearing earnestly. Shaltir also stepped forward, bowing gracefully. Supreme Master, please allow this one to fight. This one will present you with the most perfect textbook victory. However, Lin Feng's gaze passed over them and landed on the man who had remained silent throughout. Eagle Eye, you go. Everyone's gaze converged on Dracul Mihawk. A trace of reluctance flickered across Kaido and Shaltir's faces, but they did not argue. Because they all understood that when it came to control, overpower, none among those present could surpass the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk slowly opened his sharp golden eyes, nodded, and his voice was as calm as ever. All right. Without another word, he walked unhurriedly to Lin Feng. Allow member Dracul Mihawk to enter dungeon, the terror of Piccolo Daimao. Yes. The azure blue portal opened once again. Mihawk, carrying his black blade Yoru, stepped expressionlessly into the portal. The live broadcast screen lit up once more. Everyone held their breath, eager to see how the world's greatest swordsman would complete the challenge that the sword demon. Light shifted. Mihawk's figure appeared in the same war-ravaged ruin of a city where Kenpachi had. Unlike Kenpachi, he did not charge toward the castle immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes. Standing still, his mighty observation haki spread like invisible ripples, instantly enveloping the entire city. The layout of streets, the structure of buildings, the gasps of survivors, even the peculiar energy called ki, flowing in the air. Everything formed an incredibly clear, three-dimensional map in his mind. I see. So this energy is ki. Mihawk opened his eyes, his gaze precisely fixed on the distant castle. Not only did he sense the evil aura of Piccolo Daimao, but he also perceived the flow pattern and intensity of the ki within Piccolo's body. The next second he moved. Without using Jeppo, he simply tapped his feet lightly on the ground. His figure like a black phantom darted at high speed through the intricate streets and buildings, stirring not a speck of dust and colliding with no obstacles. Like a ghost, he silently merged into the shadows of the city. In just a dozen breaths, he had already arrived beneath the castle's throne. Yet Piccolo Daimao on the throne was completely oblivious to the arrival of this uninvited guest. Seated upon his throne, Bike, the great demon king, savored the lingering fear. Amidst the rubble of the ruined city, the wails, the roaring flames, and the collapsed buildings all faded into mere backdrop in the eyes of this demon king. Lifting his chin and curling his lips into a grin, Bike was about to resume his grand declaration of world domination when a shadowy figure had already appeared before the throne. Hawkeye Mihawk spoke not a word. The black blade Yuru was drawn. The sound was so faint. Yet before the live projection screen of Onigashima, every single person tensed up for no reason. Duafulangming adjusted his sunglasses, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Duafulangming fufufu. This feeling. How is it more terrifying than that guy Jinba smashing half a city? Kaiduo folded his arms, two puffs of white vapor blasting from his nostrils. Kaiduo, what's this kid up to? Not charging in to cut. Dawdling around, how infuriating. Gungmu Jinba curled his lip, his single eye fixed on the screen. Gungmu Jinba tch. Posing before a cut. What a bother. Lin Feng remained silent. He simply stared at the edge of Hawkeye's blade. This man had already found the most fitting way to clear the dungeon. Like the great demon king finally sensed something amiss. His green face abruptly darkened, a glaring energy sphere coalescing in his palm. Wretched insect, when did you sneak in? Hawkeye merely lifted an eyelid. The blade slid forward with a gentle push. No earth-shattering sword pressure. No explosive impact on the castle. Not even a trace of dust was stirred from the ground. A black slashing line so thin it was nearly invisible flashed across Bike, the great demon king's chest. Bike's raised hand froze midair. The energy sphere in his palm dissipated with a faint crack. Before the arrogance in his eyes could transform into fear, his body split apart from the chest. The slash precisely severed the core point of chi circulation and simultaneously shattered the vital node of regeneration. Bike opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. His massive body crashed heavily to the ground. The throne remained intact. The castle stood whole. Even the crooked banner beside him swayed in the wind. Ding! Congratulations to member Hawkeye Mihawk for clearing the guild dungeon, the terror of Bike, the great demon king. First clear rewards are being distributed. Obtain Senzu Bean X1. Obtain Skill Book Bukajutsu. Obtain Skill Book Chi Sensing Training Method. A white light flashed and Hawkeye returned to Onigashima. In his hand appeared a greenish bean and two skill books glowing with golden light. The entire place fell silent for 3 seconds. Duafulangming nearly crushed his sunglasses. Duafulangming fufufu. Is that it? One slash. The castle didn't even collapse. That's absurd. Kaiduo's smile froze. Just moments ago he had been shouting about dawdling, but now he couldn't force out a single word. Gungmu Jinba's face darkened further. Cutting people. He had smashed half a city and failed. Hawkeye's effortless slash achieved a perfect clear. Is this system targeting me? Hawkeye picked up the chi sensing training method, not using it immediately, but turning his gaze to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. Use it. It won't conflict, it will only give you an additional way to sense and manipulate energy. Hawkeye pressed his finger against the skill book. Golden light instantly drilled into his brow. The next second Hawkeye's entire aura transformed. It was not hockey nor sword intent. It was something more primal, closer to the very essence of life. Hawkeye closed his eyes and gently raised Yuru. Before the blade tipped, a wisp of barely perceptible chi coiled around the edge like a living creature. The originally ancient and weighty black blade now possessed a sharp, hair-raising life pulse. Duafulangming took half a step back. Cold sweat broke out on his back. This guy was already freakish, now he had filled the chi sensing gap. The title of world's greatest swordsman was about to upgrade to an extraterrestrial version. Ding! Detected that member Hawkeye Mihawk has completed system integration. Combat power assessment upgraded to late 4th stage. Hawkeye finally opened his eyes. In his golden pupils no joy was visible, only even more terrifying sharpness. Good stuff. Those 3 words were the highest praise Mihawk could give. Kaiduo could no longer hold back. He strode to the teleport gate. It's my turn. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the dungeon teleport gate opened once more. The posture with which Kaiduo plunged in was fiercer than a starving wild dog spotting meat. Inside the dungeon, Bike the Great Demon King had just resurrected on his throne, yet before he could strike his demonic pose, a colossal azure dragon crashed down from the castle ceiling. Bike looked up, his entire face turning a sickly green-black. What the hell is this? Kaiduo forcibly suppressed the hot breath he had been about to unleash. His massive dragon form shrank into human beast mode. Wrapping Conqueror's haki around his kanabo, he condensed that world-shaking power into a single point at the tip. Ragnaroku. The kanabo smashed into Bike's chest. Crack. Bones shattered, chi core disintegrated. Bike thrown and all flew backward and embedded into the wall, his eyes bulging wide. Until death, this demon king could not comprehend what was happening today. One after another, none of them respected the martial code. Ding. Congratulations to member 100 Beast Kaiduo for clearing the guild dungeon. When Kaiduo returned, he held a Senzu bean and 2 skill books in his hand, grinning so wide his mouth nearly reached his ears. The skill books turned into golden light and merged into his body. The next moment, the aura around Kaiduo began to skyrocket. Haki dragon body and chi sensing collided fiercely within him, then were forcibly twisted together by his monstrous physique. Cyan chi erupted from Kaiduo's shoulders, intertwining with the black-red lightning of Conqueror's haki, causing the entire Onigashima to tremble. Ding. Member 100 Beast Kaiduo completed system integration. Combat power assessment upgraded to late 4th stage. Kaiduo threw his head back and burst into wild laughter. Wagagugu. Flight. Chi attacks. Recovery. This dungeon is amazing. I'm coming back tomorrow. Zaitia gracefully lifted her skirt, her crimson eyes burning with competitive spirit. Master, this servant shall claim victory for you as well. Lin Feng nodded. Go ahead. Zaitia entered the dungeon and cleared it even faster than Kaiduo. Before Bike the Great Demon King could even detect the blood-red figure, the dripping spear had already pierced his chest. In an instant, his life essence was drained. Bike's regeneration ability hadn't even activated, his entire body deflated like a punctured balloon. Zaitia even took the trouble to straighten the throne. Ding. Congratulations to member Zaitia Biladefurin for clearing the guild dungeon. Golden light merged into her body. Blood magic, undead constitution, and the chi sensing training method performed a strange fusion within Zaitia. A faint white aura appeared over the outer layer of her blood-colored magic. She merely raised her hand using no magic, and her body floated upward by itself. Ding. Member Zaitia Biladefurin completed system integration. Combat power assessment upgraded to late 4th stage. Zaitia landed before Lin Feng, her face full of ecstasy. The power bestowed by Master is truly greater than any world-class item. Duofulangming's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. One after another, late 4th stage. How long had this guild been established? Outside, those Marine admirals and Yonko commanders were still fighting tooth and nail over a single devil fruit. Inside the guild, a single dungeon run had all members ascending together. This gap was no longer a gap between people. It was the gap between humans and cheaters. Duofulangming took a deep breath and stepped into the teleport gate. Inside the dungeon, Bike the Great Demon King looked at the man in the pink feather coat and finally felt a bit more confident. This one doesn't seem too terrifying. Duofulangming smiled. With a flick of his finger, transparent threads had already filled the entire hall. Just as Bike was about to unleash a chi blast, his 4 limbs were yanked by the threads. The 5 color strings closed in. The parasite threads locked his joints. The birdcage shrank to its extreme, becoming a meticulously intricate cage of threads. Duofulangming did not kill immediately. Instead, he began to study the flow of chi inside Bike's body. Fufufu. So the core is here. He flicked his finger. A fine thread pierced Bike's back, precisely shredding the chi core. Ding. Congratulations to member Duofulangming for clearing the guild dungeon. Upon returning to Onigashima, Duofulangming absorbed the skill books and stood frozen in place. His Ito fruit had originally relied on external control, but now with the chi sensing training method, the threads became finer, tougher, and harder to detect. Armament haki wrapped around chi, and chi in turn nourished the body. Duofulangming's old injuries and hidden ailments were swept clean. Ding. Member Duofulangming completed system integration. Combat power assessment upgraded to early 4th stage. Duofulangming looked down at his hands, his laughter growing louder. Fufufu. Admiral level. I have actually stepped into it. The once distant threshold of the Yonko had now been forcefully kicked open by a single bean and 2 books. Duofulingming's gaze toward Lin Feng had transformed into pure fanaticism. What kind of guild leader was this? A man who mass-produced miracles. Gengmu Jinba walked out with a dark expression. The 1-hour penalty for failure had long passed. This time Jinba did not roar. The hand gripping his sword was for once much steadier. The teleport gate swallowed his figure. Inside the dungeon, Bike the Great Demon King resurrected, yet again his face already numb. Jinba stood at the entrance of the hall grinning. Hey greenskinned one'll go easy this time. Bike's face twitched. Go easy. Do you even understand politeness? Jinba charged forward, his blade lowered. He didn't release his full Ryatsu, didn't blast the castle, didn't send the city into the sky. One slash. It cut through the chest and stopped 3 inches behind. The raging Ryatsu was forcibly locked into the blade. Bike looked down at the wound on his chest, deeper, fear creeping into his eyes. This madman had actually learned control. Ding. Congratulations to member Gengmu Jinba for clearing the guild dungeon. A white light flashed. Jinba returned to Onigashima, his face full of displeasure, yet he still slapped the 2 skill books into his body. Boom. Golden Ryatsu soared into the sky, then abruptly contracted midair. Chi sensing like a rope forcibly restrained Jinba, rampaging beast-like Ryatsu. It wasn't weaker. It was more focused, more dangerous, more like a butcher's knife, finally honed to an edge. Ding. Member Gengmu Jinba completed system integration. Combat power assessment upgraded to early 5th stage. Kaiduo's laughter got stuck. Duofulingming's face stiffened. 5th stage. Beyond Yonko level. That madman who only knew mindless slashing had crossed that line in 1 step. Jinba twisted his neck and looked at Lin Feng. Captain, can I cut you now? Lin Feng's mouth twitched. So typical of you. Lin Feng ignored him and raised his hand to enter the dungeon. The teleport gate flashed and extinguished in the blink of an eye. Nobody even saw the process. On the screen, only a crimson leg shadow flickered past. Bike the Great Demon King had just stood up when his entire chi core was shattered by a single kick. The floor didn't crack. The throne didn't fall. But Bike was already kneeling. Ding. Captain Lin Feng cleared the guild dungeon. Detected that the captain completed a full party first clear, bonus reward distributed. Obtained fragment of chi origin. The golden fragment merged into Lin Feng's body. The flame of martial extreme inherited from the male striker's 3rd awakening surged as if doused with high concentration fuel. Chi haki and martial extreme power condensed into a blazing white fire core in his dantian. Lin Feng merely stood there, and the ground beneath him began to melt on its own. No eruption. No roaring. Yet every person felt as if a mountain were pressing on their chest. Ding. Captain Lin Feng's combat power assessment upgraded to mid-5th stage. A deathly silence fell over Onigashima. The fighting spirit that Jinba had just ignited was instantly suppressed back into his stomach. Kaiduo swallowed hard. Duofulingming's smile stiffened, leaving only one thought in his mind. Early 5th stage was already beyond Yonko. What was mid-5th stage? The ceiling of the world's ceiling. Lin Feng's gaze swept across everyone, and he said calmly, from today onward the Dragon Ball dungeon will be listed as a daily guild training project. Everyone must complete 1 run every day. They immediately nodded. This time no one objected, because everyone understood. The strength of the Wanjie Guild depended not on talent, not on luck, and not on the so-called favor of the era. It came from seizing the power systems of all realms, devouring them cleanly, and turning them into one's own. Lin Feng looked up at the guild emblem slowly spinning above Onigashima and smiled. The Wanjie Guild was finally taking shape. Above Ghost Island, the guild emblem slowly rotated. Below, a large area had been cleared by the beast pirates overnight. The once belonging to Kaido's skeletal fortress had been directly transformed into the main hall of the guild headquarters by Lin Feng. Although there were several large holes in the walls created by Kenpachi's pressure and deep pits on the floor from Kaido's strikes, it was not a major issue. After all, these people did not seem like serious office workers. Having a place to stand for a meeting was already quite considerate. Lin Feng sat on the stone seat at the top of the main hall, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Kenpachi stood on the left holding his sword, his single eye half-closed, looking as if he were asleep. Mihawk leaned against a stone pillar, his black blade Yuru resting behind him, as quiet as a statue. Shatia stood beside Lin Feng, her back straight, her face expressing that her master had commanded her to stand, and she could stand until the world ended. Kaido sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, resembling a small mountain, holding a wine gourd. Doflamingo stood on the outskirts, his eyes behind the sunglasses darting quickly. This ruler of the underworld had already caught a whiff of the situation. The president suddenly summoned all core members, definitely not for casual chat. This was to establish rules. And the rules meant power. Power means interests. Interests determine whether one can live like a lord in the guild of all realms, or merely be a lackey. Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. This was far more thrilling than robbing Dressrosa. Lin Feng scanned the crowd and spoke directly. The number of members in the guild will only increase in the future. Kaido paused his drinking. Kenpachi opened his eyes. Mihawk lifted his gaze as well. Lin Feng continued, right now there are only a few of you, so arranging things is simple. But if there are dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of members all receiving the same treatment, the guild will inevitably become chaotic. Doflamingo's eyes lit up. Here it comes. It's definitely about splitting the cake. Shatia immediately lowered her head. Master is wise. An organization without a hierarchy will only become a cesspool of lowly creatures scrambling around. The Master's willingness to personally establish order is truly the highest grace bestowed upon the Guild of all realms. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Goodness. This flattery was so excessive that even he felt a bit nauseated. Yet Shatia spoke earnestly. Lin Feng ignored the vampire maid with her countless filters, and with a thought opened the guild management interface. A gigantic system light screen unfolded in the center of the main hall. Establish a member rank system for the guild. Yes. Please set the rank names and permissions, President. Lin Feng had already thought this through. With a swipe of his finger, lines of golden text began to appear. Guild of all realms member rank system, ranks from lowest to highest are apprentice member, regular member, elite member, elder, vice president, president. As soon as the light screen appeared, the expressions of everyone changed instantly. Kaido grinned widely. Oh ho ho. Interesting. It's quite similar to the ranking of pirate crew officers. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, his laughter low. Hee hee. It's not the same, Kaido. This is not a— The guild can connect to all realms, and the higher the rank, the more terrifying the resources one can access. Kaido shot him a glance. You still know how to do the math, huh? Doflamingo maintained his smile. What's wrong with doing the math? It's better than just knowing how to take a beating. Kaido clenched his fist. The floor tiles of the hall cracked with a snap. Doflamingo's expression stiffened, and he immediately shut his mouth. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Not now. Lin Feng tapped the armrest. The hall fell silent. The system light screen continued to unfold. Apprentice member default rank for new members. Benefits: can use the guild channel, can view basic announcements, can participate in some low-level tasks. Does not enjoy the full eternal enhancement, receives only temporary lifelock protection. No discounts in the shop. Standard points acquisition, 1 daily challenge for guild dungeons. No choice of world for strategies. This line made Doflamingo gasp. How ruthless. In the future, newcomers would not even be granted the full version of eternity directly. This is like dangling the biggest carrot in front of a donkey. Want longevity. Want to avoid aging. Want to sit at the table to eat. First work hard, first show performance, first make the president satisfied. This system is simply too dark. The more Doflamingo looked, the more excited he became. How great is it to be this dark? If it weren't dark, how could it reflect the value of old members? Lin Feng continued to set it up. Regular member promoted after being recognized by the president. Benefits: receives full eternal enhancement. Shop discount of 95. Points acquisition multiplier of 1. 2 times. 2 daily challenges for guild dungeons. Can participate in regular strategy tasks, and has basic loot distribution qualifications. Kaido raised an eyebrow. 2 dungeon challenges a day. So newcomers can only run once. Lin Feng nodded. Exactly. Kaido immediately laughed. Oh ho ho. Then regular members are not bad. I can hit the greenskin monsters 1 more time a day. If the great demon King Piccolo, who was far away in the dungeon, had consciousness, he would probably cry out loud. What do you mean hit 1 more time? Does the demon king have no dignity? Elite member, the backbone combat power of the guild. Benefits: shop discount of 90. Points acquisition multiplier of 1. 5 times. 3 daily challenges for guild dungeons. In strategy world tasks, has priority registration rights. Can apply for individual tasks. Can mobilize a small amount of guild peripheral resources. Mihawk's gaze shifted slightly. Individual tasks. Lin Feng nodded. For example, if a world has a strong swordsman, you can apply to challenge them first. Mihawk lightly touched the hilt of his black blade. This privilege is quite valuable. Kenpachi also— so if a world has a really strong guy, can I go cut him down by myself? Lin Feng glanced at Kenpachi. Provided you don't just destroy the task world casually. Kenpachi frowned. TCH troublesome. Kaido immediately burst out laughing. Oh ho ho. Did you hear that? It's talking about you, the guy who failed to attack the city. Kenpachi glared with his single eye. Stupid dragon, do you want to try the current early stage of the 5th rank? Kaido's laughter faltered. Doflamingo nearly burst out laughing. Is this what level suppression feels like? Physically speaking. Lin Feng didn't give the two a chance to continue arguing and directly swiped to the next section. Elder top combat power of the guild or significant contributors. Benefits: shop discount of 80. Points acquisition multiplier of 2 times. 5 daily challenges for guild dungeons. In strategy world tasks, has rights to suggest team formations and prioritize target selection. Can view certain high-level shop items. Can obtain exclusive titles and privileges. At this moment, even Kaido in the hall stopped drinking. 5 dungeon challenges. Double points. Shop discount of 80. Priority rights for strategy world target selection. This was no longer an ordinary benefit. This was stuffing guild resources down one's throat. Doflamingo's breathing became slightly rapid. Hee. The benefits for the elder rank are too exaggerated. Regular members have 2 dungeon challenges a day, while elders have 5. That's 3 fewer challenges a day. 30 fewer challenges in 10 days. What about 100 days? By then won't the gap just widen? On the surface, this system is about ranking, but in reality, it is creating a promotion channel for the strong to remain strong. Those who can climb up will grow stronger. Those who can't will only watch enviously. The key point is that the right to promote does not lie within the system, nor in points nor in votes. It lies in the president's hands. Doflamingo looked at Lin Feng completely convinced in his heart. This is what power looks like. A single word can make someone go from an apprentice to a regular member. A single word can also make a regular member watch longingly as an elder drools. Lin Feng continued. Vice President, the highest management level of the guild. Benefits shop discount of 70. Points acquisition multiplier of 3 times. 8 daily challenges for guild dungeons. Has priority decision-making rights in strategy worlds. Can issue regular tasks on behalf of the president. Can temporarily mobilize guild members. Can unlock certain strategic level privileges. Current Vice President none. When the words none appeared on the light screen, everyone fell silent for a moment. Kaido grinned. Kenpachi showed no interest. Mihawk's expression was calm. Yet Sheisha's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Master, I am willing to manage all the lowly. All the members for you. Whether it's cleaning up enemies, dealing with traitors, or organizing your chamber, I can do it. Doflamingo's eyelids twitched violently. You definitely meant lowly creatures just now, didn't you? Lin Feng waved his hand. The position of vice president will not be set for now. Sheisha's face flashed with a hint of disappointment, but quickly returned to fervor. The master's decision is undoubtedly correct. President Lin Feng benefits the highest authority of the guild. Final decision-making rights over all resources. Member appointment and dismissal rights. Task issuing rights. World strategy rights. Rights to create subguilds. Special reward distribution rights. When the last column appeared, the entire hall felt as if it had been compressed. Everyone had no objections. No one dared to object. Are you kidding? The guild was established by Lin Feng. Eternity was granted by Lin Feng. Dungeons were opened by Lin Feng. Ghost Island was conquered by Lin Feng. Even Kaido, this monster, was subdued by Lin Feng. Who would dare to say it was unreasonable? Does he really think the temper of a mid-stage 5th-rank president is good? Lin Feng's finger paused over the promotion rules. All members' promotions are evaluated comprehensively by the president based on strength, contribution, loyalty, task completion, and guild value. No member is allowed to buy or sell positions, privately forge contributions, or coerce other members to relinquish task slots. Violators will be demoted. Severe cases will result in expulsion from the guild. Doflamingo's smile froze on his face. No way. Is this clause specifically aimed at him? What do you mean by no private buying or selling of positions? What do you mean by no coercion of other members to relinquish task slots? President, you might as well read my ID number directly. Kaido turned to Doflamingo, laughing particularly loudly. Oh ho ho. Clown, I'm talking about you. Doflamingo spread his hands, forcing a calm demeanor. Hee. I am a law-abiding good member. Kenpachi wore a face of disdain. That sounds even more fake than a green-skinned monster begging for mercy. Mihawk coldly added. Indeed. Doflamingo's smile completely froze. He couldn't stay in this guild. They were all too straightforward. Lin Feng ignored their mutual attacks and directly began appointing. From today on, all new members will start as apprentice members. The golden text flashed on the light screen, and the rules were officially solidified. Default level for new members, apprentice member. Lin Feng's gaze fell on Doflamingo, Mihawk, Sheisha, and Kaido. Doflamingo, Mihawk, Sheisha, Beast, Kaido temporarily listed as regular members. Ding. Member Doflamingo's position updated, regular member. Member Mihawk's position updated, regular member. Member Sheisha's position updated, regular member. Member Beast Kaido's position updated, regular member. For notifications rang out. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, then a flash of wild joy crossed his eyes. Regular member. Full eternal enhancement. Shop discount. 2 dungeon challenges a day. This was much more enjoyable than being a warlord. As a warlord, he still had to watch the world government's expressions. Regular members only had to pay attention to the president's face. And at least the president truly provided benefits. Those old fossils in the world government only drew pies and didn't reimburse. Shatia knelt on one knee. Thank you, master, for granting me this identity. I will prove with the blood of enemies that your choice was not wrong. Mihawk nodded. Sufficient. However, Kaido was a bit displeased. Just regular. I'm a latest stage 4th rank. Lin Feng shot a glance at Kaido. If you want to be an elite, then exchange it for contributions. Kaido was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily. Oh ho ho. Alright, I like this rule. Next time we strategize a world, leave more enemies for me. Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on Kenpachi. Kenpachi looked up grinning. What is it? Do you want me to manage people? Just to be clear, I won't. Lin Feng smirked. You don't need to manage people. From today on, Kenpachi, you are appointed as an elder of the guild. Ding. Member Kenpachi's position updated elder. Elder title generating. Title Sword Demon. Golden light fell upon Kenpachi. A black and gold elder badge condensed on his chest, then transformed into flowing light and entered his body. The hall instantly exploded. Kaido's eyes bulged. Huh, why is this guy an elder? Doflamingo was also dumbfounded. Although he had known that Kenpachi was absurdly strong, this was too direct. An elder. 5 dungeon challenges, double points, and an 80 discount in the shop. This bastard could only cut people, yet he suddenly transformed into management. Shatia frowned, evidently also a bit unconvinced. But Lin Feng raised a hand, silencing all doubts. In the early stage of the 5th rank, Kenpachi's combat power is currently second only to mine in the guild. He completed a breakthrough in strength control during dungeon clearances. In the future, during high-risk world strategies, Kenpachi can take on the most dangerous frontline assaults. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but every word struck deep into everyone's hearts. Elders are not those who manage the guild. They are the blades that can cut through the hardest enemies at critical moments. Upon hearing this, Kenpachi laughed. Not in a careless way, but in a truly ignited manner. Huh, this elder is pretty good. No need to manage trivial matters, just cut down the toughest guys, right? Lin Feng nodded. Exactly. Kenpachi threw his Zanpakuto over his shoulder. Then I'm on it. Kaido scoffed, looking displeased. Once I reach the 5th rank, there better be a spot for me as elder too. Lin Feng said lightly, with contributions, there will be a position. Kaido laughed. Oh ho ho. I love this statement. Doflamingo's eyes sparkled. Contributions. Those 2 words mean opportunity. Fighting is not the only contribution. Intelligence, resources, management, world strategy plans can all be counted as contributions. This means that even he, the lowest combat power regular member, may not lack a path upward. Doflamingo lowered his head and began to laugh. Hee hee. Rest assured, President, I will show you what it means to be the most profitable regular member of the guild. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This is the effect he wanted. Fighting maniacs go to brawl. Sword masters go to challenge. Merchants go to scour for resources. Maid goes to execute orders. Everyone can find a direction to climb up within the system. This is what an organization is. Not just a group of strong individuals temporarily banding together, but a true war machine that can crush through all realms. Ding. The Guild of All Realms rank system has officially taken effect. The announcement has been automatically updated. Subsequent new members will automatically receive position descriptions. Lin Feng stood up, and all eyes in the main hall immediately focused on him. Remember, in the Guild of All Realms, strength is important, but contributions are also important. If you want better benefits, prove your value. If you want more dungeon attempts, more points, lower shop discounts, and more rights to choose strategy worlds, then climb. Everyone's breathing slightly thickened. Even Mihawk's calm eyes sparkled with a hint of sharpness. Lin Feng looked up at the system interface, focusing on the unused subguild function. In the main hall of Onigashima, the atmosphere had just been ignited by the hierarchical system and had yet to fully cool down. Lin Feng had already set his sights on the branch guild function. That section had remained grayed out for a long time. Now it could finally be tapped. Doflamingo was the first to crowd around, his eyes behind the sunglasses gleaming as if he had spotted a mountain of gold. Guildmaster, is this the branch guild function? Lin Feng nodded. Surrender 10 devil fruits and a world will be randomly selected. If the conditions are suitable, a branch can be established. Between the branch and headquarters, teleportation arrays can be used for travel. Doflamingo's breath caught. Teleportation arrays. Fixed world channels. To a battle maniac, this might simply mean an additional place to fight. But to him, this was the very lifeline of interuniversal trade. The resources of one world could be sold to another. The technology of one world could arm another. As long as the channel opened, gold coins would line up and leap into the guild's warehouse on their own. Doflamingo mentally kowtowed to this function on the spot. Was this a branch guild? No, it was a money printing machine. Kaido didn't think that far. He slammed his gourd on the ground and burst into laughter. Agaha! A new world. Any strong opponents? Zaraki Kenpachi raised his head. Are they strong? Hawkeye touched the hilt of Black Blade Yuru without speaking, but his gaze said it all. Shaltir stood behind Lin Feng, her expression full of seriousness. No matter which world you choose, Master, I will level every obstacle for you. Lin Feng's mouth twitched. These people were truly a bunch that required no worry. So much so that fighting was the only circuit in their brains. Lin Feng raised his hand and retrieved 10 devil fruits from the system warehouse. The strangely patterned fruits floated in midair, radiating a faint luster. These were all stocks plundered from the treasure vault of the 100 Beasts pirates. Kaido used to hoard fruits to build an animal-type army. Now all of them were used to open blind boxes for the guild. Kaido stared at the 10 fruits, not a trace of reluctance on his face. After all, the 100 Beasts pirates had become the guild's assets. Assets just shifted from the left pocket to the right. No big deal. System surrender 10 devil fruits and initiate the branch guild world draw. Ding. 10 devil fruits detected. Branch guild function activation conditions met. Surrender. Yes. The 10 devil fruits instantly turned into flowing light and vanished into the system interface. In the center of the main hall, a colossal illusory star chart, far larger than the instance roulette, unfurled with a rumble. Countless world icons flickered within the star chart. There was a continent burning with holy light. There was a cosmos traversed by steel warships. There was a high wall where giants roared. There was an ancient castle shrouded by a blood moon. And there was a ninja world marked with a spiral symbol and a leaf pattern. Doflamingo's eyeballs almost stuck to it. Fufufu. So many worlds. Are they all real? Lin Feng said calmly. In the future they will all be within the guild's business scope. Doflamingo's grin stretched wildly. Business scope. The guild master's term was far too modest. This was clearly a map of the myriad realms waiting for the flags of the 10,000 Worlds Guild to be planted. The roulette began to accelerate. The light point sped by. Kaido stared until his eyes turned bloodshot. Bring on someone worth fighting. Preferably one that can fight across the entire world. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned. Don't draw someone too weak or it'll be boring. As the words fell, the pointer came to an abrupt halt. The light froze. That spiral and leaf symbol suddenly enlarged before everyone's eyes. Ding. Branch Guild Candidate World selected. Naruto World. Time anchor the 4th Great Ninja War period. World Strength Assessment in progress. Assessment complete. World Danger Level High. Current primary high-level target 6 Paths of Beto Uchiha, Early Stage 5. Current primary high-level target Naruto Uzumaki, Early Stage 5. Current primary high-level target Sasuke Uchiha, Early Stage 5. Potential special threats: Ten Tails Divine Tree, karmic ties related to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Recommendation: current guild high-level combat, strength insufficient. Direct establishment of branch, guild not advised. Forcefully initiate conquest. The entire main hall fell silent. Not an ordinary silence. It was the kind of silence where a second ago everyone was ready to charge in and hack, and the next second the system slapped the danger list straight onto their faces. The smile on Doflamingo's face froze. 3 early stage 5s. Kaido sobered up halfway. Ugh, how interesting. He said it was interesting, but his eyes were clearly heavy. What did early stage 5 mean? Zaraki Kenpachi was early stage 5. Currently, the only one in the guild who could firmly suppress early stage 5 was Lin Feng at middle stage 5. Kenpachi could handle one. What about the other two? Let Kaido, Hawkeye, Shaltier, and Doflamingo surround them together. They could fight, sure, but to crush them, don't even dream. Not to mention that hanging behind the system was something about Kagaya Otsutsuki's karmic ties. That definitely didn't sound like an ordinary minor monster. Doflamingo's expression shifted rapidly. Just now he thought it was a money-printing machine. Now he looked again. Was this a money-printing machine? It was clearly an arsenal that could blow up in your face the moment you turned it on. Guildmaster, I recommend postponing. Unusually, Doflamingo dropped the jesting tone, his voice turning serious. If we only set up a trade post or intelligence base, the risk can be controlled. But the system indicates the 4th Great Ninja War period, which means that world is engulfed in a large-scale war. 3 early stage 5s coexisting plus unknown latent threats. If we go in now we could win, but the price may not be worth it. Kaido glanced at him sideways. Scared, Doflamingo spread his hands. Fufufu. Call it prudence. If you want to challenge 3 early stage 5s alone, he'll definitely applaud. Kaido's face twitched. 1 early stage 5 he could handle. But 3 coming together, that was called suicide. Zaraki Kenpachi, however, laughed. The battle intent in his single eye slowly kindled. 3 early stage 5s. Sounds good, Guildmaster. Lin Feng gazed at the light screen without answering immediately. The allure of the Naruto world was enormous. The chakra system, Kekkei Genkai, Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tailed Beast, Sage Techniques, Sealing Arts. Any one of them would be of extremely high value. If they could take this world, the guild system would surge once again. The problem wasn't whether they could fight. It was whether they could cleanly devour it. The 4th Great Ninja War period was too chaotic. 6 paths, Obito, Naruto, Sasuke, the 10 Tails, the Divine Tree, and the karmic ties of Kagaya lurking in the shadows. The top combatants of the 10,000 Worlds Guild now were only Lin Feng and Kenpachi at stage 5. If they really charged in, it might turn into a high-end chaotic brawl. Even winning would be exhausting. A slight slip and the branch guild might not even be established before their forces were crippled. Lin Feng tapped the armrest lightly with his finger. Defer conquest. The system light screen flickered. Forced conquest cancelled. Naruto World Coordinates recorded. May be reopened when combat strength conditions are met. Kaido frowned. Not fighting. Lin Feng looked at him. Not fighting. Wait until we can crush them before fighting. Kaido was stunned. Lin Feng continued. The guild's world conquest isn't a pirate duel. Our goal isn't to jump and fight and run. It is to establish a branch, take resources, recruit members, and consume the entire world. Winning isn't enough. We need to beat them until they don't even have the thought of resistance. At these words, Doflamingo's eyes instantly lit up. Exactly. This was the vision a guild master should have. Pirates grabbing territory only talk about winning. The guild's world conquest talks about taking over. A high-risk battlefield like the Naruto world. If they couldn't crush it, forcing entry would be gambling with the guild's elite. Win and reap benefits. Lose and lose everything down to the grandmother. Shaltir knelt on one knee. Master, your far-reaching wisdom leaves me in awe. Hawkeye nodded. We need more high-level combatants. Zaraki Kenpachi hoisted his sword and grinned. Then let's go find them. Lin Feng looked at Kenpachi. Exactly what I was thinking. Kenpachi's grin widened. Where to? Lin Feng opened the guild teleport interface. A familiar world coordinate lit up. Bleach World. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. Kenpachi's original world. Zaraki Kenpachi licked his lips. There are quite a few capable fighters there. As he said this, Kenpachi's eyes gleamed with excitement. The old man Unohana, Aizen Yamamoto, and a few captains are passable too. If we can recruit them into the guild, then that Naruto world would be a good place to slash to our heart's content. Kaido perked up upon hearing they could recruit strong opponents. They'll go too. Lin Feng shook his head. Stay behind. Kaido's face darkened. Why, oi? Lin Feng said calmly. Onigashima has just become headquarters. The 100 Beasts pirates aren't fully integrated yet. If you're not here, who can keep them in line? Kaido opened his mouth, but couldn't refute. Those 100 Beast pirates guys truly submitted to him. But they might not submit to the guild. Especially King Queen Jack. He'd have to personally knock them into shape. Doflamingo immediately chimed in. Rest assured, guild master. We'll handle the pirate world side. He'll assist Kaido in integrating the weapons factory inventory, the devil fruit stock, and merge the underworld channels under the guild's name. Kaido glared at him. Assist me. Doflamingo smiled brightly. Let me rephrase, I'll do the thinking, and you make those who don't listen shut up. Kaido considered it. That phrasing was acceptable. Hawkeye raised his eyes. Should I also stay? Lin Feng nodded. Continue grinding the Dragon Ball instance to solidify your sense of chi. When we later conquer Naruto, you'll need to cut through enough troublesome things. Hawkeye didn't ask further. Understood. Shaltir immediately stepped forward. Master, please allow me to accompany you. Lin Feng waved his hand. You also stay and guard headquarters. Shaltir's face showed clear disappointment, but she bowed her head. As you command. Lin Feng stood, his gaze falling on Kenpachi. This time I'm only taking you. Zaraki Kenpachi twisted his neck, bones cracking. Huh. Go back to recruit, huh? Lin Feng nodded. First pick a few suitable for joining the guild. Kenpachi grinned. Then we've got to beat them into submission. Lin Feng smiled. Exactly. I want to see just how many surprises the top combatants of the Bleach world can bring to the guild. The system teleportation gate slowly opened. A deep blue light illuminated the main hall. Doflamingo's heart tightened inexplicably as he stared at the gate. The Naruto world hadn't even been conquered yet, but the guild had already begun expanding its forces to conquer it. This is the 10,000 Worlds Guild. When facing a formidable foe, they don't retreat. Instead, they go back and recruit even more monsters than crush through. Kenpachi stepped into the teleportation gate, his laughter echoing inside. Hey, guild master, let me get this straight. If we run into the old man, let me take the first swing. Lin Feng followed through the gate, his voice calm. Just don't kill the ones we intend to invite. Kenpachi roared with laughter. That depends on how tough they are. The teleportation gate closed. The main hall of Onigashima fell quiet again. Kaido stared at the vanished gate, grabbed his gourd, and took a hefty gulp. Bleach World. Naruto World. Ugh. This guild is getting more and more interesting. Doflamingo lowered his head and laughed. Fufufu. Interesting is an understatement. This is the most terrifying hatching ground for monsters across the Myriad Worlds. The Azure teleportation portal closed behind him. Lin Feng looked up, finding himself on a street so dilapidated it made one question existence. The wooden houses were crooked, their peeling walls like skin afflicted with disease. A few emaciated spirits crouched in a corner, fighting over a bowl of rice soup of indeterminate age. In the distance, others were brawling. It wasn't for treasure or territory, just for half a piece of bread hard enough to drive nails. Lin Feng scanned the scene, his expression subtly complex. So this is the Gengmu district of Luhan Street. No wonder it could raise a beast like Gengmu Jianba. Drop an ordinary person here, and in 3 days they'd turn from human into wolf. Jianba stood beside him, shouldering his blade, his nose twitching and face scrunched in disgust. TCH, still this stench. Lin Feng shot him a glance. Back to your hometown, not happy. Jinba pursed his lips. What's there to be happy about this dump? Everywhere you look there are weaklings who shatter at a touch. Before when I looked for fights here, I had to pick carefully. As the words fell, a few thugs from Luhan Street, who were brawling in the corner, froze mid-motion. One bald man raised his head, his originally ferocious face turned pale instantly upon recognizing Jinba's face. Jen. Gungmu. Several others also looked up. The next moment, everyone scrambled backward as if seeing a ghost. It's Gungmu Jinba. That madman is back. Run. Half the street erupted in chaos. The thugs who were just fighting to the death over half a bread instantly abandoned the bread and fled. One unlucky fellow ran too fast, slammed headfirst into a door, spraying nose blood all over his face. He got up and kept running without daring to look back. Lin Feng watched with a twitch at the corner of his eye. Good grief. This reputation is even more effective than the Yonko bounties in the One Piece world. Jinba, however, looked displeased. TCH, still so boring. Seeing you and running away, indeed boring. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a system light screen appeared before him. Arrived at the Bleach World. Current region Luhan Street, Gangmu District. Scanning for high-value targets. Scan complete. Target 1 Shanbin Yuan Luzi Zhonghua. Overall value extremely high. Combat assessment quasi 5th stage to early 5th stage. Specialty Flamed Zanpakuto Command Ability Core of Soul Society's Order. Target 2 Lonran Zongyuji. Overall value extremely high. Combat assessment 5th stage potential target. Specialty Illusions Strategy Spiritual Pressure Evolution Rule Adaptation. Target 3 Mao Jihua Lai. Overall value high. Combat assessment late 4th stage peak. Specialty Swordsmanship Healing Life and Death Combat Experience. Target 4 Puyuan Shiju. Overall value high. Combat assessment late 4th stage. Specialty Technology Development Sealing Cross-System Research. Target 5 Nye Jianli. Overall value high risk high reward. Advice approach with caution. Lin Feng looked at the last entry and curled the corner of his mouth. High risk high reward. The system's assessment was already giving plenty of face. That guy is no researcher. He's a laboratory accident itself wearing a captain's Haori. Jinba leaned over to glance at it, found he couldn't understand and couldn't be bothered. Found the old man. Found him. Then what are we waiting for? Jinba started walking toward the Siri-IDI. Lin Feng reached out to stop him. You plan to walk all the way? Jinba said with justification. What else? Lin Feng looked at the endless dilapidated road of Luhan Street and was speechless for half a second. This guy really didn't have the options of stealth or negotiation. Either cut through or lure them into cut. Lin Feng considered, hey, the second seemed easier. Don't you want to see? Jinba grinned. Of course. Then make him come out himself. Jinba paused, then smiled, so wide all his teeth showed. Huh. Great idea. As soon as he said that, Jinba reached for the eye patch over his right eye. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Don't release everything. Jinba paused, clicked his tongue in annoyance. Troublesome. Despite complaining, he didn't take off the eye. He simply gave his shoulders a shake. Boom. Golden spiritual pressure erupted from Jinba's body. Not the wild, explosive flood of the past. Instead, it was a terrifying pressure forcibly compressed by chi sense, like 10,000 blades being drawn at once. The spiritual pressure shot skyward. The air above the Gangmu district warped instantly. The windows of the shacks exploded with bangs. The gravel on the ground bounced up from pressure, then was slammed back down. The thugs from Luhan Street, who hadn't run far, fell to their knees with thudding sounds. Some had faces pressed into mud, mouths trembling. Over. This madman is even stronger. Is this even a Shinigami? Isn't this a natural disaster? And I once cut him off. Him still alive, must be great ancestors' blessing. Lin Feng stood in the center of the spiritual pressure, his clothes fluttering slightly. His expression was as calm as if watching New Year fireworks. Not bad. Jinba hadn't wasted his time grinding dungeons. The early 5th stage spiritual pressure combined with chi sense restraint had transformed from mere area suppression into a blade capable of precise killing. This guy used to throw mountains at people. Now at least he knows to sharpen the mountain into a blade before striking. Still reckless, but reckless with skill. Siri-IDI. Inside the 1st Division barracks. Shanbin Yuan Luzi Zhonghua was originally sitting with eyes closed. His cane stood before his knees, the whole man like a dormant old volcano. The next second the old man's eyes snapped open. A terrifying golden spiritual pressure like a brutal blade slashed directly into Soul Society's sensory barrier. The alarm shrilled. Warning. Abnormal spiritual pressure detected in the Gangmu district of Luhan Street. Confirming spiritual pressure source. Confirmation failed. Suspected to be captain of the 11th Division Gangmu Jinba. Spiritual pressure intensity abnormal. Spiritual pressure intensity abnormal. The messenger Shinigami of the 1st Division turned pale, the record board in his hand nearly dropping. Captain Commander. Captain Jingma's spiritual pressure. is abnormal. The intensity has exceeded the normal range of a captain far too much. Sean Ben stood up with his cane. The wooden stick thumped against the ground. The entire 1st Division fell silent. Notify all division captains. Assemble immediately. Yes. 2nd Division. Sui Feng had just finished training. The moment she heard the alarm, her figure vanished. Gongmu Jianba. What trouble did that beast stir up now? 6th Division. Xiumu Baizai put down the documents in his hand, his brows furrowed. This spiritual pressure. More brutal than before and more concentrated. 10th Division. Rafengu Dongshalong shoved his window open, his small face darkening. Hey, is this a joke? What did that Gongmu guy eat? Songbin Lonju stood behind him, her mouth twitching. Captain, I don't think this can be explained by eating. 8th Division. Jingle Chunshue pressed down his straw hat, his usually lazy smile vanishing. What a bother. Little Jian this time. Seems to have brought back something extraordinary. 13th Division. Fuju Shizalong coughed twice, his expression grim. Not just Gongmu. Beside that spiritual pressure, there's another presence. Jingle Chunshue was halfway there when he heard this and paused. Another? Fuju nodded. Can't sense any spiritual pressure. Jingle's heart skipped a beat. Unable to sense doesn't necessarily mean weak. It could also be completely outside this system. This kind of situation is even more troublesome than sensing a powerful enemy, because you don't even know what the other side is. At the gates of Siriadii, rows of Shinigami had already rushed out. Ordinary soldiers' knees began to weaken as soon as they approached the border of Luhan Street. Some gritted their teeth to push forward. Jianba's spiritual pressure gave a slight push. Thud. The whole row of Shinigami fell like reaped wheat. What the hell? Is this Captain Gongmu? Captain Jingma's spiritual pressure was scary before, but not this ridiculous. I feel my sword trembling on its own. It's not me trembling, it's the sword first. A vice-captain level Shinigami managed to stand at the forefront, veins bulging on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the dust and saw 2 figures. One carried a sword, grinning like a beast just released from its cage. The other stood with hands in pockets, extremely casual, with no spiritual pressure fluctuation at all. Yet for some reason the vice-captain's cold sweat poured faster upon seeing the man without spiritual pressure. This person was too calm. So calm that he didn't seem to be standing beside Jianba's spiritual pressure at all. More like strolling in his own backyard. Jianba saw movement from the Siriadii direction and grinned even wider. You're pretty slow. Lin Feng glanced at the soldiers who couldn't stand under the pressure. Your welcome method is quite distinctive. Jianba carried his sword, looking utterly justified. When calling someone, you need to be loud to be heard. Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, probably the whole Soul Society heard. As the words fell, several figures shunpod from the Siriadii direction. Sui Feng landed first. The moment her toes touched the roof, her body tensed. Xiumu Baizai followed closely, his haori flapping in the spiritual pressure. On his eternally unchanging icy face, for the first time a trace of gravity appeared. Rafengu Dongshalong gripped Hyarimuru Bing Lunwen, his brow furrowed enough to kill a fly. Jingle Chunshue pressed down his hat, but his gaze passed over Jianba and landed directly on Lin Feng. Fuju Shizalong stood nearby, breathing a bit rapidly, his eyes full of vigilance. These captains had originally come to suppress Gongmu Jianba, but after actually landing, half of everyone's attention was drawn by Lin Feng. Sui Feng spoke coldly. Gongmu Jianba releasing this level of spiritual pressure in Luhan Street. Are you planning a rebellion? Jianba picked his ear. Don't slap labels on me. I came back to fight the old man. Sufing's eye twitched. Are you insane? Jianba grinned. Been insane long ago. Rafengu couldn't help cursing under his breath. This guy is still the same. Xiumu Baizai looked at Lin Feng. Who are you? Before Lin Feng could speak, Jingle Chunshue raised his hand and adjusted his hat. Baizai, don't rush. Jingle looked at Lin Feng, his smile somewhat forced. This gentleman being able to stand beside little Jian's spiritual pressure so easily mustn't be an ordinary traveler, right? Lin Feng smiled. I am Lin Feng, president of the Myriad Realms Guild. As these words came out, the faces of all the captains changed entirely. Myriad Realms Guild. It didn't sound like any known organization in Soul Society, nor like a force from Hueco Mundo. Sui Feng narrowed her eyes. Leader of an unknown organization returning to Soul Society without authorization with Gongmu Jianba and releasing provocative-level spiritual pressure. You'd better surrender immediately. Jianba laughed at that. Surrender? The golden spiritual pressure shook violently. The roof under Sufing's feet cracked with a crisp sound. Xiumu Baizai's fingers already rested on Sinbin Zakura, Qian Bening. The Hyarimuru Bing Lunwen behind Rafengu also emitted cold air. The tension on the scene instantly maxed out. Lin Feng raised his hand and pressed down gently. The spiritual pressure that was about to explode from Jianba was pressed back into his body by a reddish flame. Jianba tilted his head to look at Lin Feng. What? Don't scare away the people I plan to invite. The captains fell into collective silence. Invite? Who? Invite us. You call this spiritual pressure slamming in our faces an invitation? Jingle Chunshui's mouth twitched. This Myriad Realms Guild president's social style is a bit too hardcore. Lin Feng didn't explain much. His gaze passed over the crowd and looked into the depths of Siridiat. Since you're here, come out. The air suddenly grew heavy. All the captains turned aside simultaneously. An old man, leaning on a cane, walked step by step through the path the captains had cleared. The old man had white brows and beard, not particularly tall, but each step he took felt like a volcano shifting. Shanben Yuan Luzi Zhonghua, Captain Commander of the Godai 13, the strongest Shinigami in Soul Society for a millennium. Shanben stopped at the forefront, his old eyes first on Jianba, then on Lin Feng. Jianba grinned split wide. His hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Old man, long time no see. Shanben ignored Jianba's provocation. The old man's gaze locked onto Lin Feng, heavy like iron before it turns red. Gungmu Jianba, what did you bring back? As Yamamoto spoke, the air at the boundary of Soul Society felt as if it had been pressed down. What was that? The words sounded rather impolite, yet no one present felt it was excessive. Because Lin Feng truly did not resemble a human. At least not in the way recognized by the Soul Society. There was no spiritual pressure. No hint of a hollow's aura. There was no fluctuation of the Quincy's spiritual particles. Yet standing there he could suppress a fifth-tier monster's spiritual pressure like Kenpachi Zaraki with a mere hand. Kayaraku Shunsui felt a bead of sweat form at his temple, forgetting to wave his fan. This feeling was too awful. It was like standing at the edge of a volcano, only to find the thermometer reading 0 degrees. The data was incorrect, but the magma was right in front of him. Yukitake Jushura's fingers rested on the hilt of Sinbin Zakura, his gaze as cold as ice. Captain Commander, this person has an unknown origin and entered the Soul Society alongside Captain Kuramad. According to regulations, he should be restrained first. Shattered Bee nodded almost simultaneously. I second that. The second division can act immediately. Hitsugaya Tushuru gripped Hyorinmaru, his gaze darting between Kenpachi and Lin Feng. Wait a moment. The issue now is not whether we can capture him, but whether we can hold him. Shattered Bee's expression darkened. Hitsugaya, what do you mean? The literal meaning, Hitsugaya replied, his lips twitching. This statement struck hard, but it was very realistic. Kenpachi Zaraki was already outrageous enough. Now there was also Lin Feng, who was completely inscrutable. If a fight broke out, whether they could even protect the boundary of Soul Society was in question. Kenpachi heard the word capture and laughed outright. Huh, capture the captain. He rested his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, his golden spiritual pressure stirring restlessly once more. If you really have that capability, I'd like to see it. Shattered Bee's face darkened further. Kenpachi Zaraki had always been insane. Now he seemed even crazier. The key was that this madman had also grown stronger. Strong enough that even a captain like her could feel her soul pressed against the tip of his blade. Yamamoto lightly tapped his cane. Thud. Kenpachi's emerging spiritual pressure was momentarily suppressed by the dull sound. The old man raised his eyes, his gaze like a red-hot nail piercing Kenpachi's face. Kenpachi Zaraki, retract your spiritual pressure. Kenpachi grinned. Old man, don't talk to me like that, as if you were giving orders to your subordinates. Yamamoto's eyes flashed with cold light. You are the captain of the 11th Division of the Godai 13. Leaving the Soul Society without permission, returning with an unknown individual, and releasing provocation-level spiritual pressure in Soul Society. The fact that I haven't dealt with you on the spot is already giving you an opportunity to explain. Kenpachi scratched his ear, his face full of impatience. Explain? What a hassle. I joined the Multiversal Guild. I am now an elder of the guild. This time I came back to bring the guild leader to find some capable fighters. The scene fell silent again. Kayaraka Shunsui's eyelids twitched violently. Elder. Kenpachi Zaraki. The combination of these two terms sounded like a disaster. Kiraku Shunsui coughed lightly, his expression strange. Littlekin, are you saying that being an elder means you hold a management position? Kenpachi looked utterly disdainful. Management? Who wants to deal with that sort of broken matter? The guild leader said that the elders are just the knives that cut through the hardest enemies. The corners of the captain's mouths twitched in unison. Fine. This was very Kenpachi-like. Lin Feng almost laughed aloud. This guy might not be good at summarizing, but he had a knack for hitting the key points. Yamamoto, however, did not laugh. Multiversal Guild. The old man slowly pronounced these 4 words. I have never heard of this organization before. Lin Feng stepped forward. This step was not heavy. Yet all the captains instinctively tensed up. Shattered Bee's figure flickered, almost instinctively about to make a move. Kayaraka Shunsui raised a hand to stop her. Shattered Bee, don't be impulsive. Shattered Bee gritted her teeth. Kayaraka, do you want to allow him to approach the captain commander? Kayaraku Shunsui lowered his hat, his voice unusually serious. It's not about allowing, it's about not sending him off. Shattered Bee's breath hitched. This was too harsh. But Shattered Bee couldn't refute it. Because when Lin Feng walked over there was no fluctuation of spiritual pressure around. Yet that invisible oppression made her Shuanpa routes all feel dangerous. It was as if the moment she moved her toes, she would be crushed. Lin Feng stopped 10 steps away from Yamamoto. It's normal if you haven't heard of it. The Multiversal Guild does not belong to the Soul Society, nor to the living world, nor to the Hollow Realm. We come from beyond worlds. As this sentence fell, the expressions of the captains changed dramatically. Beyond worlds. Yukate's Jushiru's brows furrowed even deeper. Absurd. Hitsugaya couldn't help but speak up. Are you saying there are worlds beyond the 3 realms? Lin Feng nodded. Not just one. Countless ones. Kayaraka Shunsui's smile completely vanished. If this was said by an ordinary person, it would be called madness. But if someone who could stand beside Kenpachi and make him refer to them as guild leader said it, then it was no longer mere madness. It was trouble. Big trouble. Yamamoto fell silent for half a second. Evidence. Lin Feng raised his hand. A phantom screen that only appeared when the guild was invited projected a portion of outer information. The footage was brief. The ruins of Onigashima. Kaido the Dragon King. Dracul Mihawk the Black Blade. Bloodred Shotya. And the moment when Demon King Piccolo was cut down in the Dragon Ball copy. The screen flashed by, and the captain's expressions became increasingly vivid. Kaido's dragon form did not exist in the Soul Society. Shotya's magical aura and undead presence were also absent in the Soul Society. The aura within Piccolo was completely unfamiliar. Kayaraka Shunsui's throat moved slightly. This is truly extraordinary. What kind of monster is that dragon? Hitsugaya's eyes widened. Kenpachi casually remarked, foolish dragon, quite durable. The captains fell silent again. To be deemed durable by Kenpachi's Araki, it was highly likely that it was no ordinary creature. Yamamoto stared at the spot where the screen disappeared, his gaze heavier. So you came to the Soul Society to recruit the Godai Fan. Lin Feng nodded. To be precise, I am looking to recruit valuable, strong individuals. The Soul Society has several targets that I am very interested in. Shattered Bee sneered. Do you think the Godai 13 is just something you can come and go as you please, eh? Lin Feng glanced at Shattered Bee. I am not forcing anyone. But if someone is willing to join, you cannot stop them. A glint of killing intent flashed in Shattered Bee's eyes. Arrogant. Her figure vanished in an instant. Her Shuanpa was so fast that ordinary squad members couldn't see it at all. A sharp finger sleeve thrust towards Lin Feng's neck. A lethal strike Shattered Bee. She acted quickly and accurately. But Lin Feng merely tilted his head slightly. The fingertip grazed past his collar. Lin Feng flicked his finger back. Bang. Shattered Bee felt as if she had been struck by an invisible hammer, hurtling backward, her feet hitting the rooftop multiple times before she finally steadied herself. Her arm felt numb. Half of her shoulder seemed to lose feeling. The entire place fell silent. Shattered Bee's face turned pale, her eyes filled with disbelief. She saw clearly. Lin Feng didn't use spiritual pressure, didn't use Kido, nor did he draw a weapon. He just flicked his finger. Kayaraku Shunsui smiled wryly. I told you don't send him off. Shattered Bee was so angry, she almost spat blood. Yamamoto's gaze had finally changed entirely. It was no longer anger. It was scrutiny. Lin Feng retracted his hand, his tone calm. I said I'm not here to start a war. Kenpachi was laughing particularly happily beside him. Shattered Bee, your speed is still so petty. Shattered Bee's forehead bulged with veins. Kenpachi's Araki. Yukate's Jushiru stepped forward, Senbon Zakura slightly unsheathed. The unknown intruder exhibiting hostile behavior is sufficient to determine a threat. Lin Feng looked at Jushiru. She attacked first. Yukate's Jushiru coldly replied, your very presence in the Soul Society is a threat. Lin Feng smiled. That logic is quite convenient. As long as one can understand, it's deemed a threat. No wonder Aizen was able to play around under your noses for so long. This statement struck like a knife, piercing the hearts of all the captains. Kayaraka Shunsui's expression stiffened. Yukate's Jushiru halted his cough for a moment. Hitsugaya's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Shattered Bee was on the verge of exploding. The name Aizen was now a scar for the Soul Society. Anyone who touched it would feel pain. Yamamoto gripped his cane tighter. Outsider, be cautious with your words. Lin Feng shrugged. Just speaking the truth. Kenpachi laughed even louder. Guild leader, your words are sharper than blades. Lin Feng didn't even spare Kenpachi a glance. You shut up too. Kenpachi rolled his eyes. TCH. Yamamoto slowly raised his cane. The wooden shell shattered, revealing an ancient long sword. As soon as the sword appeared, the temperature around spiked. The dilapidated wooden houses at the edge of Soul Society began to dry out, cracks spreading like spider webs. The ordinary squad members' faces changed drastically, hurriedly retreating. Kayaraku Shunsui sighed. The captain commander is serious now. Lin Feng looked towards Kenpachi. Kenpachi was already laughing maniacally. The fighting spirit in his single eye was like pouring oil on a fire. Old man, are we finally going to fight? Yamamoto ignored Kenpachi, focusing only on Lin Feng. I do not care where you come from. If you threaten the Soul Society, I will burn you to ashes. Kenpachi stepped forward, positioning himself between Lin Feng and Yamamoto. Hey, guild leader. Let me take the first strike from this old man. Lin Feng looked at Kenpachi's nearly bursting expression and sighed. All right. Kenpachi grinned. Lin Feng added, just don't cut through the Soul Society. The captains collectively fell silent. What do you mean by don't cut through the Soul Society? Can you all respect the world itself when you talk? Yamamoto's eyelids slightly lifted. The long sword was slowly positioned horizontally. All things in nature shall turn to ashes. Harenryu. Boom. Flames erupted. A terrifying heat wave swept across the boundary of Soul Society. Kenpachi gripped his sword with both hands, his golden spiritual pressure compressed into a line coiling around his Zanpakuto. His manic laughter drowned out the flames. Come on, old man. The moment the flames erupted, the boundary of Rakongai turned into a furnace. The dilapidated wooden huts didn't even have a chance to struggle. Their outer walls cracked with a sharp sound, and the next second they were reduced to black ash by the searing heat. Ordinary Shinigami retreated faster than rabbits. One man barely opened his mouth to shout for water when the hot wind rushed in, almost cooking him on the spot. Kairaku Shunsui pressed down on his straw hat, his Shuinpa, carrying him 30 meters back in an instant. His face was grim. Hey, the captain commander starts off with Ryujin Jaka. Little Kenpachi really got the old man mad this time. Yukatate Jushiro coughed twice, but his gaze was locked on the battlefield. It's not just anger. Kenpachi's spiritual pressure right now has forced the captain commander to treat him seriously. Hitsugaya Toshiro's forehead was beaded with sweat. Not from fear, from the heat. Haya Rinmaru vibrated behind him as if provoked by the flames. What the hell did that guy go through? The Kenpachi before was never this strong. Kuchiki Byakuya said nothing. Senbenzakura was already half drawn from its sheath. Because either of those two auras within the combat circle, if they ran out of control, would be enough to carve this entire stretch of Rakongai into a historical relic. Soifin gritted her teeth, her expression even darker. It was already humiliating enough that Lin Feng had flicked her away with a finger earlier. Now Kenpachi Zaraki was going head-to-head with the captain commander. And the most absurd part was that the madman hadn't been turned to ash by a single slash. At the very center of the sea of flames, Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni held his sword with one hand. The flames of Ryujin Jaka coiled around the blade like a fire dragon compressed to its limits. Before the edge even fell, the ground beneath began to melt. Kenpachi stood opposite him, the hem of his shahakusho catching fire. The tongues of flame licked his shoulder, and his skin sizzled with a hissing sound. Kenpachi didn't even furrow his brow. Instead, he grinned even wider. Ha ha ha. Old man, now this is what I'm talking about. Golden spiritual pressure burst from Kenpachi, but instead of exploding wildly as before, the moment it emerged, his chi sense forcibly twisted it into a single stream winding along his arm and onto his blade. The Zanpakuto hummed. A golden edge line formed around the jagged blade. Not large, not flashy, but so sharp that the captains in the distance felt their eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Kairaku Shunsui's mouth twitched. Is this still little Kenpachi? This is a disaster wrapped in a captain's Haori, an upgraded one. Kenpachi stomped his foot. Boom. The melted ground exploded. He charged through the sea of flames straight at Yamamoto. No dodging. No circling. A direct frontal collision. Yamamoto's eyes darkened. Reckless, Ryujin Jaka swept horizontally. The sea of flames was compressed by the blade's momentum into a burning wall, crushing toward Kenpachi. This wasn't ordinary fire. It was heat hot enough to evaporate spiritual particles. An ordinary captain would have shed a layer of skin just from touching a trace. But Kenpachi raised his sword. Both hands gripped the hilt. Golden spiritual pressure was fully driven into the blade. Reckless. Kenpachi grinned. I know how to control it now. One slash fell. Golden blade light crashed into the firewall. Boom. Flames and spiritual pressure exploded in midair. The shockwave swept outward, instantly turning a vast stretch of ground into glass, then carving deep cracks with the golden pressure. The vice captain standing nearby turned pale, scrambling backward frantically. Fall back. Hurry. This residual energy is wrong. It can kill. A third-seat officer was half a step too slow. The wooden clogs under his feet began to smoke, and his face turned green with terror. Help! The soles of my feet are cooked. No one laughed, because everyone was staring at the battlefield. The firelight dissipated. Kenpachi was still standing. A charred wound stretched diagonally from his shoulder to his ribs, the flesh peeling and steaming. Yet Kenpachi laughed more crazily than before. It hurts. It really hurts, old man. Ha ha ha. You're still rock solid. Yamamoto's brow finally furrowed. Not because Kenpachi had endured that slash. Not because he was laughing despite the wound. That kind of thing was nothing strange for Kenpachi Zaraki. What truly caught Yamamoto's attention was that last slash. Kenpachi's power hadn't leaked out. It hadn't recklessly torn apart the district. It hadn't relied on brute force to overwhelm, like before. That violent, absurd spiritual pressure had been compressed into a single line. A line that existed solely to break through the flames. Yamamoto spoke quietly. Kenpachi Zaraki, you have learned to sheath your blade. Kenpachi shouldered his sword, the wound still smoking. Huh, don't make it sound so refined. The president said you can cut people, but don't accidentally cut away the places you need to use. The expressions of all the captains froze simultaneously. What kind of reason was that? Just because of that. Because he shouldn't cut away the places Kenpachi Zaraki learned to control his spiritual pressure. Hitsugaya was stunned. You've got to be kidding me. How many years have we trained and still might never achieve such compression, and he just went out and got it? Kairaku Shunsui sighed. That's why the Multiverse Guild is so troublesome. It can make a person like little Kenpachi stronger and even make him listen a little. That's more frightening than mere powerful enemies. Yamamoto raised his sword again. Flames rose from the blade, the temperature climbing another notch. The air around began to warp. In the distance, the beams of broken huts creaked and groaned, as if they would spontaneously combust at any moment. Lin Feng stood outside the battle circle, his gaze calm. Yamamoto's value was even higher than the system's assessment. A flame Zanpakuto, a millennium of combat experience, the commanding authority over Soul Society. And this terrifying, almost obsessive control. If this old man joined the guild and ran through a Dragon Ball quest one more time, his chi sense would be supplemented and his flame control would rise another level. Then when they tackled Naruto, if the divine tree dared to grow wild, Yamamoto alone could trim it into a bonsai. Kenpachi charged again. Yamamoto didn't move his feet. Ryujin Jaka slashed 3 times in quick succession. The first, a fire serpent gliding along the ground, biting at Kenpachi's legs. Kenpachi pressed his blade down, golden spiritual pressure cutting through the fire serpent. The soles of his feet were charred black, but his speed only increased. The second, flames erupted from the side like a giant palm, slapping at Kenpachi's chest. Kenpachi twisted his shoulder, taking half the palm strike, then reversed his blade and shattered the flame's core. The third, Yamamoto's blade was already at his eyes. Fast, precise, vicious. The old man's body looked frail, but when this slash fell, it felt as though all the fire of Soul Society was pressed onto the edge. Kenpachi's single eye blazed with excitement. This is it. His Zanpakuto met the attack. Clang. The clashing of metal tore at eardrums. Flames exploded from beneath their feet in a ring. Kenpachi skidded backward more than 10 meters, his arms burned and cracked. Yamamoto also retreated half a step. Only half a step. Yet that half step silenced the entire Godai 13. The captain commander had been pushed back by Kenpachi Zaraki. Soifan's eyes went wide. How is that possible? Kachiki Byakuya's fingers tightened on his hilt. It's not that the captain commander is weaker. Kairaku Shunsui took over, his voice low. It's that little Kenpachi has become too outrageous. Kenpachi looked down at his burned arm and grinned. Blood dripped down the hilt, evaporating the moment it touched the scorching ground. Old man again. Yamamoto didn't strike immediately. The old man's gaze swept across the golden spiritual pressure on Kenpachi, then passed over Kenpachi to Lin Feng behind him. This power does not belong to Soul Society. Lin Feng smiled. Of course. If Soul Society could produce a Kenpachi like this, you wouldn't have been toyed with by Aizen for so long. The captains felt another stab to the chest. This man was merciless with his words. And yet they couldn't refute him. Yamamoto's gaze grew heavier. Foreign power is not necessarily a blessing. Lin Feng said flatly. Clinging to old rules is not necessarily a misfortune either. Yamamoto did not answer. The flames of Ryujin Jaka rose once more. This time it wasn't just the blade burning. The ground beneath the old man's feet began to glow red. Flames spread outward in rings as if dragging the entire boundary of Rakangai into an inferno. Kairaku Shunsui's expression changed sharply. Damn, the captain commander is going to release more power. Yukatate shouted urgently, everyone fall back. The captains moved. Ordinary Shinigami ran even faster. But Kenpachi trembled with excitement. Ha ha ha. Yes, just like that. Stronger, old man. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. If Yamamoto kept going, this place would truly be lost. Recruiting was one thing. You couldn't turn the entrance to someone's main city into a crematorium. Lin Feng raised his hand and pressed down gently with his palm. Crimson Martial Ultimate Flame descended with a roar. Not to attack Yamamoto, but like a giant hand clamping down on the edge of the spreading sea of fire. Boom. The flames that were about to sweep outward were forcibly squeezed back into the combat circle. The fire waves crashed against the crimson aura with a piercing roar, but could no longer spill beyond even a fraction. The entire boundary of Rakangai fell into a terrifying silence. Yamamoto's pupils contracted slightly. Kairaku Shunsui's fan clattered to the ground. Hitsugaya opened his mouth, but couldn't find words for a long moment. Soifan's face turned pale. This was the flame of Ryujin Jaka, the oldest and strongest flame Zanpakuto in Soul Society, and it had been suppressed from a distance by that man. Kenpachi turned his head annoyed looking at Lin Feng. Hey President, I was having fun. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. Have your fun, but don't actually set Soul Society on fire. Kenpachi clicked his tongue. Troublesome. Yamamoto finally stopped focusing solely on Kenpachi. The old man's gaze locked onto Lin Feng for the first time. There was no longer mere wariness in those eyes. A weight had been added, and a fighting intent that he had to personally confirm. Lin Feng lowered his hand, the crimson aura slowly dissipating at his fingertips. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni. You've seen Kenpachi's slash. Now it's time for you to see me. As the crimson aura dissipated, no one at the edge of Luhan Street dared to breathe. The ground still smoldered and glass-like cracks stretched far into the distance, as if two monsters had just gnashed their teeth upon it. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni stood with his sword held horizontally. The flames of Lurin Roho had not extinguished, but were compressed into a thin layer clinging to the blade. It wasn't that the fire had weakened. It was that the old man had withdrawn his power. Kayaraka Shunsui felt his scalp tingle. The Captain General hadn't sheathed his flames because the fight was over. It was because the man before him had just pressed back the sea of Lurin Roho's fire with a wave of his hand from a distance. If word of this got out, half the Shinigami in the Soul Society would probably doubt they were still awake. Kenpachi hoisted his sword, his chest charred black, yet a wide grin stretched across his face. Chairman, if you're going to fight, get on with it. I haven't had my fill yet. Lin Feng glanced at Kenpachi. Keep quiet. Kenpachi clicked his tongue, but indeed did not charge again. At this, the captain's expressions grew even stranger. Kenpachi Zaraki actually obeyed. This scene was more eerie than the Captain General taking half a step back. Yamamoto's gaze never left Lin Feng. What do you want this old man to see? Lin Feng took a step forward. Soifan's body tensed instantly, her toes shifting slightly, then halting abruptly. That finger strike from earlier still throbbed in her shoulder. Charging again might not end with just being sent flying. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a translucent light curtain unfolded in midair. The main hall of Onigashima, the guild emblem, the Dragon Ball instance, Kaido roaring as an azure dragon, Hawkeye, slashing Demon King Piccolo, in one stroke Shaltir, hovering with a dripping lance in blood-colored magic, Doflamingo manipulating threads to seal the battlefield. The images were brief, but each struck like a heavy hammer upon the cognition of the Godai 13. Hitsugaya Toshiro's pupils contracted. That dragon, it's neither a hollow nor a Zanpakuto ability. Yukitake, Jushiro murmured. And that white creature, the flow of power within it is completely different. Kayaraka Shunsui gave a wry smile. Troublesome. Now we can't even pretend we didn't see it. Yamamoto stared at the light curtain, his voice heavy as iron. Are these all the members of the so-called Myriad Worlds Guild you spoke of? Lin Feng nodded. A portion. The hearts of the captains leaped. A portion. This was only a portion. Soifan gritted her teeth. Who knows if these images are real or fake? Lin Feng looked at her. You can assume they're fake. Soifan was taken aback. Lin Feng said flatly, after all, I'm not here to beg for your belief. These words nearly choked Soifan. Too arrogant. Yet he had the capital to be arrogant. Lin Feng turned to Yamamoto. The Myriad Worlds Guild recruits powerhouses from all realms, offering cross-world instances, resources, power systems, and eternal life. After Kenpachi joined, he obtained the chi cultivation method, which gave him his current control. You saw it with your own eyes just now. Yamamoto's eyelids drooped slightly. No one in the Soul Society knew better than him what Kenpachi was like before, a vicious weapon without a sheath. But the Kenpachi Zaraki just now had actually compressed his spiritual pressure into a blade line. This was not a change that could be explained by talent alone. Kayaraka Shunsui had retrieved his fan, but had no mood to wave it. Eternal life. That sounds far from an ordinary perk. Lin Feng smiled. Those who join the guild will never age and have infinite lifespans. Silence fell once more. Ordinary officers could not grasp the weight of those words, but the captains understood. Shinigami lived long lives, but not infinitely. Yamamoto, a millennium-old Shinigami, was already a monstrous rarity in the Soul Society. The word, eternal, alone was enough to drive countless powerhouses mad. Yet Yamamoto was not tempted, instead his gaze turned colder. If such power falls into the hands of an ambitious person, the balance of the three realms will surely be destroyed. Lin Feng nodded. That's why I came to find worthy individuals. Powerhouses, administrators, researchers, strategists. There are a few promising people in the Soul Society. Kuchiki Byakuya said coldly, the Godai 13 is not your recruitment ground. Lin Feng looked at Byakuya. The Soul Society is not anyone's private property either. Byakuya's face darkened. Senbenzakura was half drawn again. Yamamoto's cane-like hilt gave a slight tap, and Byakuya halted. The old man stared at Lin Feng. If someone joins your guild, can they still protect the Soul Society? Lin Feng answered quickly. Yes. The guild does not require members to abandon their original world. But the priority of guild missions is determined by me. Yamamoto's eyes deepened. This answer was unadorned, and thus more like the truth. Just then a messenger Shinigami staggered over from the distance, followed by several inspectors adorned with no. One of them pale-faced, but propping up an air of authority, pointed at Lin Feng. Temporary decree from the Central 46 Chambers. An unknown foreign enemy has invaded the Soul Society. Kenpachi Zaraki is suspected of treason. The Captain General should immediately arrest both and detain them in the underground prison for trial. As the words rang out, the expressions of all captains changed. Kayaraka Shunsui's mouth twitched. These people sure know when to show up. Kenpachi slowly turned his head, his single eye landing on that inspector. He did nothing, just glanced. The inspector's knees buckled and he fell to the ground with a thud, the decree flying half a meter away. I. Kenpachi grinned. Who did you say to arrest? The inspector's face turned deathly pale, his lips quivering like a sieve. The several noble inspectors behind him also froze in place, not daring to retreat. Soifon frowned. Zaraki, don't act rashly. Kenpachi picked his ear. I haven't even moved yet. Lin Feng looked at the inspectors and laughed. Central 46 Chambers. Aizen performed right under your noses for so long, yet you couldn't tell truth from lies. And now you have the nerve to order me around. These words were hotter than the fire moments ago. The captains' faces turned ugly and those inspectors flushed a livid purple. But no one dared retort because the Aizen incident was the greatest joke in the Soul Society's history. Yamamoto's voice dropped heavily. Enough. The inspector, grasping at straws, scrambled up. Captain General, the decree has been issued, you must. Yamamoto's gaze swept over him. Withdraw. Those two words landed, and the inspector froze. But Yamamoto's eyes turned cold. This old man said withdraw. The inspector dared speak no more and stumbled backward. Kayaraka Shunsui shook his head. The Captain General is truly enraged this time. Lin Feng, however, was somewhat satisfied. Yamamoto was conservative, but not stupid. If those people were allowed to command the battlefield, the Soul Society would soon become a disaster zone. Yamamoto turned back to Lin Feng. Outsider, this old man will not believe you are harmless based on a few images alone. Lin Feng spread his hands. Reasonable. Yamamoto raised Lurin Rohuo. Flames climbed the blade once more. This time they did not spread. All heat was compressed within an inch of the edge. But the captains' faces turned ashen. Kayaraka Shunsui broke out in a cold sweat. Captain General, that's not ordinary Shirkai control. Yukite paled. Everyone retreat further. Yamamoto's voice resonated slowly. You say the Myriad Worlds Guild is no threat. Then prove it to this old man. Kenpachi's eyes lit up, but Lin Feng raised a hand to stop him. This is... Kenpachi clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. TCH. Lin Feng walked to the center of the battlefield, and a ring of crimson flames ignited beneath his feet. The supreme martial flame burned along the ground, harming not a single splinter of wood, yet firmly repelling the intense heat from Yamamoto's blade. A sharp glint flashed in Yamamoto's eyes. What control? Lin Feng looked up, his smile calm. How should I prove it? Yamamoto gripped the sword with both hands. The old man's spine straightened, his entire being like a sun about to erupt. Withstand this old man's strongest strike. If you can endure it, I will acknowledge that you have the right to discuss the myriad realms with the Soul Society. The entire Godii 13 changed color. The strongest strike. That was not a spar, it was something that could incinerate heaven and earth to ashes. But Lin Feng simply flexed his ankle. The crimson aura surged skyward as if a blazing martial god opened its eyes behind him. All right, but let's be clear. If anything gets broken, don't ask me to pay for it. Kayaraka Shunsui's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Worrying about compensation at a time like this. Yamamoto did not laugh. The flames of Lurin Ro'o suddenly contracted, the air around the blade completely distorted. The old man's voice fell low. Then let this old man see whether the fire from outside this world can withstand the millennium-old flame of the Soul Society. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni gripped his sword with both hands. The flames of Ryujin Jaka suddenly vanished. Not extinguished. All compressed back into the blade. In that instant, the heat at the edge of Rakangai was gone, the firelight was gone, even the scorched smell in the air seemed drained away. Yet Kayaraka Shunsui's face turned white. Everyone retreat. Now. Soifun blinked. Didn't the flames withdraw? Kayaraka grabbed his hat, his voice breaking. That's not withdrawal. The Captain General forced all the fire into the sword. Yukite Jushiro coughed harder, already flashing away. Move, or well die. Kachiki Byakuya said nothing, releasing Simbin Zakura, its cherry blossom blades sweeping the vice-captains backward. Hitsugaya Tashiro's forehead veins bulged. Haya Rinmaru quaked violently. Not in excitement, in instinctive rejection. The heat compressed in that blade was beyond ordinary flame. Kenpachi stood still, his lone eye wide. Huh, old man, you've been hiding this. Lin Feng glanced. You too retreat. Kenpachi scowled. Huh. Lin Feng raised a finger and tapped Kenpachi's shoulder. A flash of crimson aura. Kenpachi was shoved backward, sliding over 10 meters, his sandals leaving 2 black streaks on the glassy ground. He twitched. Chief, that's no fun. Lin Feng ignored him. This strike was not something Kenpachi could take. Yamamoto was not sparring now. He was using the ultimate trump card of the strongest Soul Reaper in a millennium to determine if the 10,000 Realms Guild deserved a seat at the negotiation table. Yamamoto spoke slowly. Benkai. The 2 words fell. Heaven and earth seemed plunged into the deepest furnace. No explosion. No sea of fire. Yet everyone felt their throats, dry skin stinging, even the rapier felt scorched to ash. The sword in Yamamoto's hand had become a charred, blighted edge. Plain. Withered. Like a remnant of burnt charcoal. But the moment that blade appeared, no captain dared underestimate it. Kayaraku's Adam's apple bobbed. Zenka no Tachi. Soifin's pupils contracted. That's the Captain General's Bankai. Hitsugaya gritted his teeth, a wisp of white smoke rising from Hiramru. No way. My ice is evaporating. Yamamoto took a step. The ground didn't crack. It did because the ground beneath his feet had already lost sound and form in the searing heat, like a patch licked by the sun, turned into dark red dead matter. Lin Feng squinted. Damn, this old man has something after all. If Ryujin Jaka spread flames to burn Zenka no Tachi, packed an entire sun into a broken blade. One touch, and you're gone. Yamamoto stared at Lin Feng. With this blade drawn, I cannot sustain it for long. If you are merely bluffing, retreat now while you still can. Lin Feng smiled. We've come this far, and you still advise retreat. Old man, you sure honor martial ethics. Yamamoto's gaze remained unyielding. I do not wish to destroy the Soul Society. Lin Feng nodded. Relax. Neither do I. Crimson martial extreme flame ignited at Lin Feng's feet. 1 ring. 2 rings. 3 rings. The flames did not expand outward but clung to his body like a boiling crimson armor. As the aura surged, Lin Feng's presence was fully released for the first time. The pressure of a 5th-level midstage cultivator pressed down on the entire battlefield like an invisible hand. Ordinary Soul Reapers collapsed on the spot. Vice captains could still stand, but their knees trembled. Kayaraku's wry smile completely vanished. Hey, this guildmaster. Was he never serious before? Yukate's face grew grim. Zaraki is already that strong, yet before him, he's like a restrained blade. Kuchiki Byakuya remained silent, but gripped his sword tighter. The Soul Society's understanding had been shattered 3 times today. First, when Zaraki learned to control his Ryatsu. Second, when Lin Feng sealed Ryujin Jaka. Third, now. This man's power could actually withstand the world-ending heat of Zenka no Tachi Hiden. Kenpachi grinned, teeth showing. Chief, don't kick the old man down too early. Lin Feng didn't turn. Shut up. Yamamoto moved. The old man's speed was not flashy, just 1 step, 1 slash. When Zenka no Tachi descended, outsiders saw no flames. But wherever the blade passed, space was seared like a branding iron, leaving a dark, twisted scar. Kayaraku's eyelids twitched. If that slash landed in Rakongai, half the district would be vaporized. Lin Feng did not retreat. He raised his right foot. Crimson aura contracted violently, all martial extreme flame pouring into his leg, instep, ankle, shin, knee. Every muscle burned like steel. Yamamoto's charred blade fell. Lin Feng kicked. Not a wide, not a dazzling beam. Just a simple, straightforward front kick. But as that foot lashed out, the entire air was compressed into a crimson straight line. Zenka no Tachi and martial extreme flame collided. No thunderous roar. No towering pillar of fire. 2 forces capable of obliterating an area held steady at the point of contact. Like 2 monsters wrestling on a needlepoint. A blazing white light flared where blade met foot, expanding bit by bit. All surrounding heat collapsed inward. Kayaraku's face turned ashen. Damn, the power is being compressed together. Yukatake shouted urgently, if it explodes, the consequences will be worse. Soifin clenched her teeth. Then what do we do? No one answered. No one could intervene. Yamamoto's arms bulged with veins, his white brows lifted by the searing heat. The old man's voice was deep and ominous. To withstand this slash of mine is indeed remarkable. Lin Feng pressed his toe against the charred blade, a smirk curling his lips. Withstand? Old man, you misunderstand. Yamamoto's eyes narrowed. Lin Feng stomped down. Martial extreme flame coiled along the high-temperature edge of Zenka no Tachi like a crimson chain, dragging all the devastating heat about to escape back to the center. The blazing white point flattened into a ring of fire. The ring spun beneath their feet, barely a palm's width, yet it made every captain's scalp tingle. The energy compressed within was enough to send most present to meet their ancestors. Lin Feng raised his foot and stamped on the fire ring. Crack! A crisp, absurd sound rang out like glass shattering. The blazing white ring split on the spot. The residual power of Zanka no Tachi and the impact of martial extreme flame shattered inch by inch under that stomp. Heat did not spread. There was no explosion. It faded away like a dying spark beneath Lin Feng's foot. Dead silence fell over the entire scene. Yamamoto's sword still hung in midair. Lin Feng's foot had returned to the ground. A thin ring of crimson aura flickered around his shoe before dissipating. Only a single charred footprint remained on the ground. Not even the surrounding gravel was burned further. Hitsugaya Toshiro's mouth opened and closed. He stamped it out. Kairaku nearly dropped his fan again. The lingering heat of the Captain General's Zanka no Tachi stamped out with one foot. Soifan's face stiffened and her shoulders suddenly ached. That earlier finger strike might have been a greeting, if it had been this foot. The second division would be electing a new captain. Kachiki Byakuya was silent for a long time. This is no longer mere power. Yukitake nodded, his voice hoarse. It's control. Control beyond even the Captain General. Kenpachi laughed the loudest. Huh, Chief. That stomp was something else. Lin Feng glanced back at him. Want to try it too? Kenpachi's laughter stopped. His lone eye fixed on Lin Feng's foot for a few seconds, then he clicked his tongue. Wait till I'm stronger. The captain's mouths twitched in unison. Zaraki Kenpachi actually said wait till later. That was more frightening than Zanka no Tachi being stamped out. Yamamoto slowly sheathed his sword. The Bankai presence of Zanka no Tachi faded. But the old man's solemnity did not diminish by a fraction. This exchange was enough. Lin Feng had not destroyed the Soul Society. He had not seized the chance to counterattack. He had even minimized the most dangerous residual waves of Zanka no Tachi. Power, control, and attitude. All three were laid before Yamamoto. He was silent for a long time. Lin Feng. It was the first time Yamamoto had called his name directly. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. My. Yamamoto stood leaning on his sword, his voice steady. I acknowledge that you possess the qualifications to negotiate with the Soul Society on behalf of the Myriad Realms. The Soul Reapers at the edge of Rakangai were dumbfounded. The Captain General had acknowledged it. The strongest Soul Reaper in a millennium, after drawing his blade in earnest, admitted that this outsider was worthy of negotiation. The weight of those words was heavier than the slash itself. Lin Feng smiled. Then that makes things easier. Yamamoto stared at Lin Feng. Speak then. Who is it you truly wish to recruit? Kairaku's eyes flickered. Yukitake also looked over. All captains pricked up their ears. Since Lin Feng first approached Yamamoto to prove his worth, his real target must be something extraordinary. Lin Feng's gaze passed over everyone, fixing on the deepest part of Siriidii. There lay the underground prison. The Mukin, a man sealed in darkness. Lin Feng spoke calmly. The first. Sosuke Aizen of the Mukin. Boom. The moment those words fell, the Soul Society, which had just quieted down, nearly erupted. The four characters, Lanran Zongyuji, landed, and the boundary of Luhan Street instantly exploded. Not a burst of spiritual pressure. It was the minds of all the captains that exploded. Suifeng immediately tightened her grip on Shuefeng, her face as cold as if she were about to kill. Impossible. Shumu Baizai's voice also sank. Lanran Zongyuji is a heavy criminal of Shurhun realm and must never be allowed contact with any external forces. Rafenga Dongshilang's forehead veins jumped vigorously. Do you know what that man has done? Lin Feng glanced at Rafengu. I know. That's why I sought him first. Upon hearing this, the captains nearly drew their swords collectively. Jingle Chunshue pressed his bamboo hat, his smile bitterly unable to hold. President Uri for recruits is really picking the most troublesome ones. Jinba shouldered his sword, grinning. Lanran, that guy is good at hiding troublesome to cut. Suifeng suddenly looked at Jinba. You find it troublesome? Jinba said matter-of-factly. Otherwise, I like to cut real people, not illusions. This remark made many captains' faces turn uglier. Jinghua Shuewa. These four words were like a scar upon a scar for the Shurhun realm. Shanben Yuan Luzi Chonghua remained silent for a long time. Lurin Raho had been sheathed, but the old man's oppressive aura did not diminish at all. Lin Feng, you know what you are touching. Lin Feng nodded. A monster so intelligent it's dangerous. Shanben's eyes turned slightly cold. Knowing that you still want to recruit him. Lin Feng smiled. I came here precisely to recruit monsters. The entire hall was silent for a moment. These words were too arrogant. But after that kick extinguished the residual might of the Tsanhua Taidao, no one could take it as a joke. Shanben leaned on his sword and turned around. I can allow you to see him. Sufeng's face changed dramatically. Captain Commander. Shanben did not turn back. But I will accompany you personally. If Lanran shows any signs of losing control, I will execute him immediately. Lin Feng spread his hands. Agreed. Jinba's eyes lit up upon hearing that they could enter Wujin. What are we waiting for? Shanben glanced at Jinba. Gungmu Jinba, you will also go. Jinba laughed even more happily. Perfect, I want to see if that guy still owes me a cut. Jingle Chunshui sighed. In Xiao Jian's mouth owes a cut, basically, means still alive. Fuzhu coughed twice, his expression complex. Hope nothing goes wrong. Lin Feng followed Shanbin into the depths of Jingling Court. Along the way the soldiers automatically made way. Not out of politeness. It was because their legs went weak. The previous battle had shattered the confidence of Shihun realm into pieces. Now everyone looked at Lin Feng as if seeing a world-ending flame wrapped in human skin. The entrance to the central underground prison. Heavy stone doors open layer by layer. Seal patterns lit up and then extinguished under Shanbin's authority. A cold dark aura surged from the door gaps. Jianba wrinkled his nose. Tisk, this place stinks worse than Gengmu district. Jingle Chunshui followed behind the corner of his mouth twitching. This is the deepest prison in Shihun realm. Comparing it to Gengmu district really disrespects Wujian. Jianba pouted. No fighting anywhere, it's about the same. Several Wujian guards stood on both sides of the passage. Seeing Shanbin, they immediately bowed. Seeing Lin Feng, their eyes were wary. Seeing Jianba, their faces turned even paler. Today's stress was maxed out. The group continued downward. The spiritual pressure seals grew thicker. The sense of space became increasingly distorted. At the end, only an almost eternal darkness remained. Deep in the darkness, a sealing chair stood silently. On the chair sat a man. His entire body was locked layer by layer with restraints and sealing devices. His eyes were covered. His mouth was sealed. Yet that sense of presence was still like a sword hidden in its sheath. Not drawn, but no one dared to say the sword was not sharp. Shanbin stopped. Lanran Zongyuji. On the sealing chair the man did not move. The next second, a low, gentle voice came from beneath the sealing devices. How rare. The captain commander personally visits Wujian accompanied by Captain Gengmu, and guess not from this world. The guard's scalps tingled. Jingle Chunshui's gaze darkened. Sealed like this, he could still immediately discern Lin Feng's origin. This man was indeed still reassuringly infuriating. Lin Feng took 2 steps forward. Lanran Zongyuji. Lin Feng. Lanran's voice remained steady. President of the All Worlds Guild, correct? Sufeng's pupils contracted. How do you know? Lanran chuckled softly. Captain Suifeng, that is not the right question. You should ask why has it taken you until now to understand. Sufeng's face darkened. Jianba was directly impatient. Here we go again. This guy still talks, and with a boom, golden spiritual pressure surged from Jianba's body. The darkness of Wujian hell trembled under the pressure. The guards nearly collapsed to their knees. Jianba raised his sword, pointing at Lanran. Hey Lanran, stop playing tricks. If you want to test, I'll play with you first before the president. Lanran did not turn his head. His body was sealed and unable to move. But there was a hint of amusement in his voice. Captain Gengmu, you seem to have grown stronger. Moreover, you've learned control. Jianba grinned. So you are now easier to deceive than before. As the words fell, Jianba stepped forward, his blade directly slashing toward the sealing chair. Shanbin's eyes turned cold, his fingers twitching, but he did not intervene. Because Jianba's sword just 3 feet from Lanran suddenly veered off. Boom. The blade struck the black stone ground beside. Cracks exploded in a line. The guards' faces turned white. Missed? How? Captain Gengmu clearly slashed straight ahead. Jianba looked down at the scar, his single eye burning with even fiercer fighting spirit. Huh. Still this cheap trick. Lanran said calmly. Jinghua Shuiwe does not require your approval. Suifeng gritted her teeth. He's clearly sealed, how can he still affect perception? Jingle Chunshui said in a low voice. Residual influence. Or rather, from the moment we entered here, we have already stepped into his rhythm. After these words, the guards' backs were covered in cold sweat. Lin Feng, however, smiled. Lanran was indeed strong. Even sitting on a chair, even sealed like a dumpling, he could drag the whole scene into his rhythm with just a few words. Pity. Lin Feng did not like riddlers. He had no intention of playing a guessing game with Lanran. The crimson flames of martial extremity ignited from beneath his feet. The flame was not large, only spreading a thin line along the ground. That line of fire like a scalpel cut through the darkness, the erasure, interference, and the invisible paths of illusion. Chi. A faint burning sound echoed in the air. The space before Jianba's eyes rippled like water. The ground that was originally struck changed position. Lanran's sealing chair also returned to its true location. Jianba was stunned for a moment, then laughed even louder. President, that technique is good. Jingle Chunshui's eyelids twitched wildly. The influence of Jinghua Shuiwe was burned away. Fuzu's voice was hoarse. Not simply burned away, but forcibly corrected the distorted perception paths. The Wujian guards' eyes toward Lin Feng changed completely. Previously, they feared Lanran. Because Lanran could make you die without even knowing how. Now they feared Lin Feng more. Because this man could sweep away Lanran's unreasonable ability like Lanran was silent for a second. Very short. But all who were familiar with Lanran could tell. This time Lanran was truly interested. Interesting. Lin Feng stepped on the crimson fire line and walked to the ceiling chair. Only one step away from Lanran. Shanben's hand was already on his sword hilt. Jinba also stared at Lanran, afraid that the guy would suddenly create 10 fake ones. Lin Feng looked down at the man on the ceiling chair. Stop testing me. You may influence Jinba now, but that doesn't mean you can influence me. Lanran said softly. Absolute confidence usually becomes a weakness. Lin Feng smiled. Then you can try. Wu Jianhao fell silent. The darkness seemed to be suppressed. After a moment, Lanran chuckled. It seems you are not here to judge me. Of course not. Nor to release me. Not yet. Lanran's tone was calm. Then President Lin Feng. What do you want from a sealed criminal? Lin Feng did not beat around the bush. Your brain. Jingle Chunshui nearly lost his composure. Jinba looked disgusted. What use is that thing? Lanran laughed instead. Truly a blunt and crude assessment. Lin Feng continued. I am going to conquer a world. There are resurrection illusions, spatial teleportation, sealing a divine tree that devours planetary life, and a few beings who have just stepped into the threshold of the 5th rank. The guild currently does not lack fighters. It lacks someone who can break down a complex battlefield into a chessboard. Lanran's breathing barely changed. Yet the spiritual pressure around the ceiling chair imperceptibly dropped. Shanben's gaze sharpened. This reaction indicated that Lanran was tempted. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a strand of system light screen unfolded before Lanran. Countless world silhouettes flashed by. The Qi of the Longzhu world. The Chakra of the Huiying world. The Haki of the Heizei world. Guild dungeons, point shop member ranks, eternal benefits. Each scene lingered only for an instant. Enough for Lanran to see. Not enough for Lanran to fully analyze. Lanran was quiet for a long time. I see. Beyond worlds there are more worlds. Above the Spirit King's palace there is an even higher sky. Sufing's heart sank as she heard this. For a man like Lanran, the scariest thing was not his ambition. It was that after seeing a larger stage his ambition would grow wings. Shanben said in a deep voice, Lanran, restrain your thoughts. Lanran replied calmly, Captain Commander, I am merely listening to an invitation. Jinba snorted. So pretentious even when hearing an invitation. Lin Feng looked at Lanran. Now it's your turn to ask. The corner of Lanran's mouth seemed to lift slightly. Then, President, what can you give me? Lin Feng leaned forward, his voice not loud, yet like a kick opening the ceiling of Wu Jianhao. A stage higher than the Spirit King's palace. Larger than the 3 realms. And more interesting than your little plan. The hell of endless void was unsettlingly quiet. Yamamoto remained silent. Kayaraka Shunsui did not interject either. Even Kinpachi seldom closed his mouth. Because what Lin Feng just said was indeed grand. It was higher than the Spirit King palace. It was larger than the 3 realms. If someone else painted this pie, Aizen would probably just laugh and casually check if the other person's head was filled with water. But Lin Feng was different. This person truly placed the path beyond the world before Aizen. Sitting on the ceiling chair, Aizen smiled gently. Sounds tempting. But the president should understand that an empty stage cannot impress me. Lin Feng nodded. Of course. He waved his hand. A system light curtain unfolded deep within the void. It was not the fleeting silhouette from before. This time it was more specific. Guild channels, member lists, rank levels, point shops, dungeon entrances, world coordinates, explanations of apprentice member privileges, eternal benefits for formal members, and rules for violations. Each item was clear. Aizen's voice paused. A standardized organizational framework. Driven by resources for promotion, distinguished by permissions for hierarchy, and locked in by systems to control monsters. Very interesting. Kayaraka Shunsui's eyes twitched. He was too familiar with this tone. Once Aizen started saying something was interesting, it basically meant that this guy had already started turning his thoughts. Lin Feng said lightly, the interesting part is still to come. The light curtain shifted. The Dragon Ball dungeon opening scene popped up. Piccolo Senzu Bean's flight technique, energy training methods. Flipping further back. Coordinates of the Naruto world, the 4th Great Ninja War, high-risk alerts, 6 paths, Madara Naruto Sasuke. 10 Tails Divine Tree, Otsutsuki Kagaya's causality. Aizen's previously stable aura finally showed a slight change. Very subtle, but Yamamoto and Kayaraka both noticed. Yamamoto's gaze became slightly heavy. This indicated that Aizen was truly looking into it. Aizen slowly spoke. Multiple worlds. Different systems. Can be conquered, plundered, absorbed. So you came to find me not just because I'm smart. Lin Feng smiled. Of course. There are many smart. Not many can dismantle a complex battlefield, reorganize it, and casually use the enemy's mind to play chess. Kinpachi listened with a face full of disdain. Why complicate things? Just say you want this guy to think, and that's it. Kayaraka Shunsui almost, alright. The translation was quite straightforward. Aizen did not get angry. There was even a hint of amusement in his voice. Captain Korinji this time is indeed more accurate than before. Kinpachi hoisted his sword. Stop the nonsense. Are you in or not? Aizen ignored Kenpachi and continued to look at the light curtain before him. His gaze paused for a moment on the word eternal. Then he moved it away. Lin Feng noticed. Aizen did not seem to care much about eternity. This guy himself was not particularly afraid of lifespan issues. What truly concerned him was the higher-tier power systems and a larger stage. Aizen said lightly, eternity holds limited appeal for me. Sui Feng furrowed her brow. You still have standards? Aizen replied softly. Captain Sui Feng, if it were only ageless beauty and extended lifespan, such conditions would not be enough to make me stray from my original line of thought. Lin Feng nodded. Normal. So the focus I showed you is not eternity. It is the limit. The light curtain shifted again. A scene of eagle eye slicing through the oppressive feeling of a dungeon meteor flashed by. Kaido roared into the sky after merging with his energy. Kenpachi compressed his spiritual pressure into a blade. The scene of Yamamoto's residual fire sword being extinguished by its own aftermath was also captured, freezing for a moment. Aizen was silent for 2 seconds. I see. You are not recruiting ready-made powerhouses. You are creating higher-level monsters. Once this statement was made, even Kairaka Shunsui gasped. Too accurate. The most terrifying aspect of the Guild of All Realms has never been how many monsters exist now. It is its ability to continuously push monsters to higher tiers. Lin Feng nodded. I'm glad you understand. Aizen smiled lightly. The Naruto world. Resurrection, sealing illusion techniques, spatial transfer, divine tree expansion. This kind of battlefield indeed cannot be fully consumed just by straightforward crushing. If it were up to me, I would first dismantle the information chain, then the perception chain, and finally the possibility of cooperation. Yamamoto's gaze turned cold. Aizen's tone remained calm. Captain Commander need not be so tense, I am merely analyzing. Lin Feng, however, laughed. It worked. This guy had already started to automatically step into his role. Aizen continued, however, President. Since you came to find me, you should also know that someone like me will not unconditionally submit to a set of Lin Feng raised his chin. Speak. Aizen paused for a moment. First, lift part of my seal. Second, give me a chance to verify the authenticity of the guild. Third, once it is confirmed that all of this is not an illusion, I will evaluate whether it is worth joining in my own way. As he finished speaking, the temperature around them seemed to drop a few degrees. Sufing's expression changed on the spot. Absolutely not. Kairaka Shunsui furrowed his brow as well. President, these conditions are quite high. Yamamoto was even more direct. I do not agree. The danger of Aizen Sosuke does not need me to repeat. The Void Guards were sweating coldly on their backs. Unsealing Aizen. This term sounded like making a joke about the Soul Society's top. Kenpachi, however, looked excited. A little unsealing is fine. Just right, I want to see what tricks this guy can still play now. Sui Feng suddenly turned her head. Kirinji. Kenpachi rolled his eyes. It's noisy. Aizen did not urge. He just quietly waited. This guy was very clever. Because he knew it wasn't him who should be anxious now. The one who wanted to conquer the high-risk world was Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Aizen and suddenly smiled. You really know how to choose. Aizen said softly. Only reasonable terms have significance to discuss. Lin Feng nodded. You are right. Yamamoto's gaze darkened. Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand, signaling Yamamoto not to rush. He then looked at Aizen. But you've got one thing wrong. You are not negotiating conditions with me as equals. You are currently just a high-value candidate. The void fell silent all at once. Kairaku Shunsui blinked. Goodness. That statement was truly cutting. Aizen fell silent for a moment, and the slight smile at the corner of his mouth faded half a point for the first time. Lin Feng continued, unlocking part of the seal is possible. Verifying authenticity is also possible. But not because you said it I must give it, but because I am willing to give you this opportunity. This tone left no room for negotiation. Yamamoto's gaze shifted slightly. Aizen also finally truly raised his head. Even though he was still sealed, his attention was clearly more focused. Lin Feng looked at him. Additionally, do not think of yourself as too free. Once you enter the guild, being smart is fine, but danger is also possible. But the premise is that you have value and do not cross the line. If you cross the line, I will personally press you back into your seat and add 3 more layers to the seal. Kenpachi heard this and laughed. This sounds good. Disobedience means punishment. Kairaka Shunsui facepalmed. Truly a simple and brutal organizational culture. Aizen, however, smiled. This time the smile was more genuine than before. The president is indeed more direct than I imagined. Lin Feng said lightly. I do not like to beat around the bush. Now I give you a chance to verify. After speaking, Lin Feng raised his hand. A wisp of crimson martial flame fell, hitting the first layer of confinement seal before Aizen. Sizzle. The sealing patterns burned out a gap. It was not fully unsealed, just loosened a layer. The next second, a wave of spiritual pressure deep enough to make the Void Guard's scalps tingle slowly emanated from the sealing chair. Like a seam opening in the deep sea. Not large, but it instinctively made one feel suffocated. Sufing's fingers tightened. Kairaku Shunsui pressed down his hat, and his breathing noticeably deepened. Yamamoto's hand was already on the hilt of his sword. Kenpachi, however, smiled widely, revealing his teeth. Now this is right. Aizen adjusted his now relaxed shoulder and neck restraints, his tone still calm. Limited unsealing. It seems the president is not joking. Lin Feng looked at him. Now let's start the Aizen slowly stood up a little. Not completely, leaving the ceiling chair. Just his body for the first time had some leeway from the original absolute restraint. The spiritual pressure spread like water, then quickly receded. Aizen said softly, then President, let me see what height this organization, known as the Guild of All Realms, can take me to. The darkness of the Mukin hung over everyone like a waterlogged cloth, heavy and suffocating. A layer of the restraints on Aizen's shoulders and neck had been loosened. He was not completely free to stand. Yet the sense of his presence was utterly unlike when he was chained to the chair moments ago. The guards' throats went dry as they subtly stepped backward. They knew all too well. Aizen, even when sealed, was terrifying. Now loosening one layer was almost like releasing half a venomous snake from its cage. Aizen rolled his neck, his tone still mild. The guild leader said he wants to test me. Then let's start with the simplest. Kenpachi grew annoyed hearing that tone. Stop your jabbering. He raised his Zanpakuto. Golden spiritual pressure exploded with a hum, only to be forced back into the blade by his spiritual sense. If you want to test, they'll cut first. Soifan's expression changed. Kenpachi, don't be reckless. Kenpachi didn't listen. With a step he rushed forward. The blade was straightforward, no frills. Its main purpose was to strike on sight. Aizen stood before the sealed chair, not even making a move to dodge. He only spoke softly. Captain Kenpachi, you're always so impatient. The blade fell. Boom. The blackstone floor was split open with a crack over 10 meters long. The ceiling chair was unharmed. Aizen was unharmed. All Kenpachi had struck was a warped patch of air. Shunsui Kairaku's eyelid twitched. Wide again. Jushiro Yukitake murmured. It's not wide. His perception was entirely distorted. Kenpachi clicked his tongue, the ferocity in his one eye intensifying. I knew it. Before finishing the sentence, he swung another horizontal slash. The blade's light swept to the left, shattering a stone pillar. Aizen's voice drifted from the right rear. Relying too much on your first instinct is not a good habit. The guard's hair stood on end. Even sealed, he could toy with them like this. If Aizen were to undo more layers, who knew what this place would become? Kenpachi turned his head, a grin spreading across his lips. Huh. This is interesting. His golden spiritual pressure rose again. It wasn't wild bursts. Instead, it was compressed back around his body in rings like a beast chained with iron links, straining harder and harder. Lin Feng stood aside, not rushing to intervene. It wasn't a bad thing for Kenpachi to suffer a bit from illusions. On the Naruto side, there were Sharingan users everywhere. Tsukuyami, Kotoamet, Tsukumi, Infinite Tsukuyami, each more unreasonable than the last. Let this guy take a few hits from Aizen now, oh, at least it would serve as a preventive shot. Yamamoto stared at the arena, his hand still resting on his sword hilt. Aizen, don't overstep. Aizen smiled. Captain Commander, you worry too much. I am merely helping Captain Kenpachi confirm that even after his power boost, his shortcomings remain shortcomings. That remark was harsh. Kenpachi heard it and laughed even more wildly. Shortcomings? Then today you'll smash that board to pieces. Instead of charging again, immediately Kenpachi bent slightly, his blade slanting downward. Shunsui Kairaku blinked. Kenchan stopped. Yukitake was also surprised. The old Kenpachi would never have braked at such a moment. Kenpachi's nostrils flared slightly, and his one eye narrowed. Golden spiritual pressure spread from his body like silk threads. Not far, just around him in a circle. Spiritual sense. Lin Feng's lips curled. Good. This guy wasn't just swinging his blade anymore. Aizen's voice still echoed around. Captain Kenpachi, trying to find me with spiritual pressure? Unfortunately, spiritual pressure itself can become part of the deception. Kenpachi didn't reply. He just twisted his foot, abruptly spinning his body and slashing his Zanpakuto upward behind him. Clang. A sharp sound rang out. Something in the air seemed to shatter under the impact. Aizen finally took half a step back. Not much, but that half step made everyone in the room change their expressions. Soifan's eyes widened. He landed a hit. Shunsui Kairaku lowered his straw hat. Not a direct hit to the body, but he grazed the correct direction. Kenpachi grinned, his teeth bared. Got you? Aizen was silent for a moment. The amusement in his voice faded slightly. Interesting. You actually used this method to correct your judgment. Kenpachi rested his blade on his shoulder and spat out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva. The guild leader said, if you can't see clearly, don't look. I don't trust my eyes anymore. Oh, I trust the feeling of cutting. Lin Feng found this amusing. Those words were rough, but right on the mark. Hyoka Suigetsu could deceive vision and distort perception, but once Kenpachi's killer instinct, amplified by his spiritual sense, was unleashed, he could actually wrench a shred of truth out of the tangled mess. Aizen looked at Kenpachi for the first time not as a beast that simply charged, but as a whetstone that had suddenly begun to develop a mind. The Everworld Guild can indeed break through original limits. Captain Kenpachi's rate of growth has already surpassed the common sense of Soul Society. Kenpachi grew impatient. Are you done praising? Then let's continue. He was about to charge again, when Lin Feng reached out and pressed his shoulder. That's enough. Kenpachi scowled. I was just getting into it. Lin Feng said flatly. You found the door, not the man. Kenpachi paused. A second later he understood and grinned. TCH true. The door is cut. Now it's your turn. Aizen looked at Lin Feng, his tone steady. Guild leader, are you finally going to test me in person? Lin Feng walked over. His steps were not fast. Crimson martial extreme flames spread along his feet like strands of fire riding in the darkness. The distorted sensory paths emitted faint crackles as they touched the flames, as if falseness was being burned back to its true form. Shunsui Kairaku narrowed his eyes. Here it comes again. This ability really isn't friendly to Aizen. But Aizen didn't move, he only said softly, Kyoka Suigetsu is not a mere illusion. If the guild leader thinks burning away visual deviation is enough, you underestimate me. Lin Feng nodded. I know. That's why I'm not relying solely on burning. As the words fell, Lin Feng's figure vanished abruptly. It was not Shunpa, not Sonito. It was more like stepping and collapsing the air than squeezing through the point of collapse. Soifan's pupils contracted. So fast. The space before Aizen rippled slightly, and several afterimages appeared simultaneously. A fist to the left, a leg to the right, even a phantom kicking straight ahead from the front. The guards were stunned. What was happening? Even Aizen was having trouble seeing clearly. Aizen chuckled. Using high speed to generate wrong answers, trying to disrupt my judgment. Very clever, but insufficient. His spiritual pressure sank. The surrounding perception twisted once more. Lin Feng's afterimages scattered like a moon's reflection in water rippling outward. But the next second, a fist stopped directly before Aizen's brow, less than an inch away. It didn't strike. Yet the fist's wind made Aizen's bangs flutter lightly. The Mukin fell silent instantly. Soifan opened her mouth, unable to make a sound for a long moment. Shunsui Kairaku let out a long breath. Well, as expected, guild leader is a little more unreasonable. Aizen did not retreat, nor did he panic. He was silent for 2 seconds before speaking softly. I see. It wasn't simply speed nor completely ignoring Kyoka Suigetsu. You accepted the wrong information but refused to surrender your judgment to it. Lin Feng withdrew his fist. Pretty much. Your Kyoka Suigetsu does affect me, but trying to lead me around by it. Not quite enough. Aizen's lips curled slightly. This smile was a little more genuine than before. Because Lin Feng didn't boast. He didn't claim absolute immunity. He only said it was effective but insufficient. That answer made Aizen believe him more. Yamamoto said gravely, Aizen, that's enough. Aizen didn't argue. He turned to Lin Feng. Guild leader, I admit it. With your current power and judgment, Kyoka Suigetsu cannot dominate you. Kenpachi stood nearby with a regretful look. TCH, I was this close to getting a few more cuts in. Shunsui's mouth twitched. That was far from close. Lin Feng looked at Aizen, his tone calm. The test is done. Now what is your answer? Aizen lifted his head slightly. Even with the seals over his eyes, the sense of his gaze was still clear. I am willing to join the Everworld Guild. But I hope to retain freedom of thought. Soifan's expression darkened. You still want to negotiate? Lin Feng, however, smiled. Freedom of thought. Granted. The guild is not afraid of smart people. Only those without value. Aizen was silent for a beat, then chuckled softly. I like that phrase very much. Kenpachi shouldered his blade. Hurry up and enlist him. After that, I'll find another chance to cut you down. Aizen's tone was mild. Captain Kenpachi, if you can first learn to hit me completely, I will look forward to it. Kenpachi's brow twitched. Damn it, here we go again. Lin Feng ignored their bickering and pulled up the system interface. A golden invitation unfolded slowly in the darkness of the Mukin. The light fell on Aizen's face. It also made the gazes of Yamamoto, Shunsui, and Yukite darken at the same time. They all knew. After this moment, the greatest trouble in the Soul Society might just change its identity. The golden letter of invitation hovered within the Wujin Hell. Its radiance was not harsh. Yet when it fell upon Lanran Zonyuji, it caused every nearby Shinigami's eyelids to twitch involuntarily. Suifeng's expression soured to the extreme. Lin Feng, do you truly intend to drag such a man into your organization? Lin Feng did not turn back. I told you I came here to recruit monsters. Jianba bared his teeth in a grin. This fool's annoying, but he certainly qualifies. Lanran said in a low voice, to earn such an appraisal from Captain Gungmu is not entirely devoid of interest. A vein pulsed on Jianba's temple. Say that again. Lin Feng raised a hand and pressed down. The golden spiritual pressure that had just begun to surge on Jianba's shoulder was forced back. Quiet. Jianba clicked his tongue. Joining a guild yet dragging your feet. What a hassle. Lanran paid no heed to Jianba. His full attention was fixed upon the letter of invitation. As the letter unfolded, lines of guidance for new guild members appeared. Probationary member, full member, elite member, elder, vice president, president. Every tier of authority, every benefit, every restriction, all laid out with crystal clarity. Lanran read very slowly. Not like an ordinary person scanning perks. More like dismantling a precision machine. Jingle Chunshui felt a knot tighten in his stomach. The quieter this man became, the more unsettling he grew. Suifeng said coldly, Lanran, do you believe switching organizations will wash away your sins? Lanran's tone remained even. Captain Suifeng, I have never required such a thing. Suifeng's eyes turned icy. Shanbin stood by, leaning on his sword, his voice heavy as iron. Lanran, I warn you. Should you use this to evade judgment, I shall sever you with my own hands. Lanran tilted his head slightly. Captain Commander, what truly concerns you is not my escape from judgment. It is that I have gained a new path of ascension. In an instant, the Wujian hell turned freezing cold. That remark struck too accurately to be comfortable. Lin Feng, however, chuckled. Don't rush to analyze others. Read the final clauses carefully. At the end of the invitation, golden characters blaze to life. Guild members shall not actively harm the core interests of the guild, shall not maliciously assault members of the same faction, shall not overstep authority to pry into the president's permissions, shall not circumvent guild rules through fraud, manipulation, parasitism, possession, or any other means. Violators shall trigger punitive measures. In severe cases, the president shall execute the verdict. Lanran paused for 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. Yet Jingle Chunshui instantly sensed something amiss. He's testing the rules. Fuju's expression shifted. Now, Lanran chuckled lightly, merely confirming the boundaries. As his words fell, a line of crimson gold warning suddenly flashed on the invitation. Detected that the target exhibits a tendency to deduce ways to circumvent the rules. Warning triggered. Snap. A golden arc of lightning shot out from the invitation and struck precisely upon Lanran's brow. Lanran's body stiffened slightly. No scream. No loss of composure. Yet the profound spiritual pressure around his ceiling chair was immediately suppressed by a third. The Wujian guards nearly popped their eyes out. Jingle Chunshui forgot his fan. It can actually warn him. Suifeng too was stunned. Lanran Zongyuji, the man who had toyed with the entire Shahanji, had merely stirred a hint of probing intent, and this letter lashed him. Jianba burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Lanran, even you have your day. Lanran was silent for a moment, then unexpectedly laughed. And his laugh was more genuine than before. I see. Not a verbal rule, nor a mere contract. It is a high-level constraint directly embedded into the member's identity. Lin Feng nodded. Understood. Lanran continued, the president holds the power of promotion, resources drive actions, missions bind interests, rules govern risks. A traditional sovereign rules subordinates through authority. You are different. You built a machine that compels monsters to actively operate in order to become stronger. A chill ran down Jingle Chunshui's spine. The description was too absurd, yet too apt. The 10,000 Realms Guild was no ordinary power. Ordinary powers fear strong members refusing to obey. But this system placed precisely what the strong desired most right in front of them. Strength, longevity, worlds, rivals, knowledge, resources. Want them, then contribute. Aim higher, then follow the rules. This was no recruitment. It was putting reins on monsters and making the monsters themselves complain they weren't running fast enough. Shanbin's gaze also shifted. The old man's greatest fear had been that Lanran would spiral beyond control once he stepped onto a larger stage. But that warning just now proved the guild's rules were not mere decoration. At the very least, Lanran could not casually bypass them. Lin Feng looked at Lanran. Finished reading. Lanran said softly, essentially understood. New members default to probationary status. During the probationary period, they do not receive the complete blessing of eternity. No access to advanced shop privileges. No selection rights over strategies. Daily dungeon attempts are minimal. All promotions are comprehensively evaluated by the president. Jianba picked his ear. Why are you reciting that? Just join already. Lanran said coolly. Captain Gungmu, understanding the rules is the prerequisite to using them. Jianba rolled his eyes. Sounds annoying. Lin Feng smirked. Don't think about finding loopholes. Lanran smiled faintly. Rest assured, President. Until I have confirmed the rule's rigidity, I will not engage in meaningless actions. Suifeng gave a scornful laugh. And you call that reassuring? Lin Feng, however, was quite satisfied. Men like Lanran would not suddenly become virtuous, nor would they become loyal because of a few words. But that was fine. The guild did not need him to become a good man. It only needed his intellect, his combat power, and his ambition, all directed toward the guild's goals. Lin Feng raised a hand and tapped. The letter of invitation flew before Lanran. Lanran Zongyuji. Accept the invitation and join the 10,000 Realms Guild. Start as a probationary member. If your contributions are sufficient, the stage you desire will come. If not, then remain on the bench. Lanran's lips curved upward. Bench. That is a rather novel expression. The golden invitation descended. Lanran lifted his fingers, still partially bound by seals, and pressed them upon the acceptance mark. Golden radiance erupted instantly. A guild emblem coalesced upon Lanran's chest, then dissolved into a stream of light that merged into his body. Ding. Lanran Zonyuji has joined the 10,000 Realms Guild. Current position probationary member. Detected threat rating of member Lanran Zonyuji extreme. Special surveillance clauses generated. If this member actively harms the core interests of the guild, the president's right of judgment will be triggered automatically. If this member attempts to manipulate guild members to circumvent rules, warnings and punishments will be triggered automatically. If this member conducts unauthorized analysis of the president's authority, their relevant permissions will be revoked automatically. As the three prompts appeared, the entire Wujin hell fell silent. Sui Feng's gaze rippled violently. Jingle Chunshui let out a long breath. Well, this is far more reliable than the Center 46 chambers. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jingle realized his mistake and cleared his throat softly. Shanben did not reprimand him, because although the remark was unpleasant, it was quite true. The Center 46 chambers had once failed to keep watch over Lanran. Now the guild system had instantly placed 3 locks on him on the spot. Lanran lowered his head, sensing the emblem within him, and spoke with rare interest. Probationary member. Starting from the very bottom is not bad either. If the heights come too easily, they lose the pleasure of observing the structure. Jinba looked disgusted. Speak like a human. Lanran smiled. I will climb. Jinba grinned. That I understood. Lin Feng turned to Lanran. You are still under detention by the Shahanji. Your status as a guild member does not mean I will immediately let you run wild. Lanran showed no surprise. Reasonable. But I require basic information access. Lin Feng swiped a finger, opening the probationary member's basic channel. Before Lanran's eyes, the guild interface, visible only to members, materialized. The list of members lit up. President Lin Feng, Elder Gingmu Jianba, full members Kaido and Yin Zaidia Duo Furangming, and the newly joined probationary member Lanran Zonyuji. Lanran's gaze lingered for a moment on the names Kaido and Yin and Zaidia. Interesting. It seems there is much I need to learn. Jinba suddenly leaned in. Lanran, the guild has plenty of, but don't die too soon. Lanran chuckled. Captain Gingmu, please continue to grow as well. Otherwise next time you will still only manage to strike the gate. Jinba's face darkened, and he immediately reached for his blade. Lin Feng cast a glance at him. Jinba stopped himself with visible effort. TCH. Sui Feng watched with a complicated expression. Gingmu Jinba listened to Lin Feng. Lanran was locked down by the guild's rules. Either event alone was absurd enough. Together it felt as though the entire Shahanji was having a collective nightmare today. Shanben slowly spoke. Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned. Shanben stared at the spot on Lanran's chest where the emblem had vanished. Do you know what kind of monster you have let into your guild? Lin Feng smiled. Of course I know. That is why I came personally to recruit him. Shanben's gaze was heavy. If one day he turns against your guild. Lin Feng looked at Lanran. Lanran too seemed to await the answer. All eyes in the Wujin hell fell upon him. Lin Feng's tone was very calm. Then I will break him. Beat him into submission. Beat him until he follows the rules again. Jinba laughed. Simple enough. Lanran's lips also curled upward slowly. Lin Feng withdrew his gaze. Shanben Yuan Luzi Chonghua. I never said the guild only takes good people. Kindness, justice, order. These things certainly have value. But ambition, madness, and danger also have value. The key lies in who holds the reins. Shanben fell silent. Lin Feng stepped forward, and a crimson martial extremity flame flickered lightly beneath his feet. I came here to recruit monsters. The moment the Bleach membership prompt appeared, the main hall of Onigashima erupted into chaos. In the guild channel, a golden announcement had just flashed when Kaido's gourd of sake cracked with a sharp sound. Guild announcement: Aizen Sosuke has joined the Wanjie Guild. Current position probationary member. Special supervision clause has been generated. Kaido stared at the light screen, his eyes wide as saucers. Kaido Agahoho. A newbie. Probationary. Is he strong? Doflamingo, who had been counting the Beast Pirate's warehouse, narrowed his eyes behind his sunglasses at the name. Doflamingo Fufufu. How long has it been since the guild master went to the Soul Society? And he already recruited a special supervision target. The danger rating seems high. Shaltir sat in the side hall holding a power chart of the pirate world just written by Doflamingo. Seeing the new member announcement, her crimson eyes turned cold. Shaltir, special supervision. Who seems like a troublesome piece that needs master to put a collar on. Mihawk leaned against a stone pillar, the black blade Yoru resting across his knees. His hawk-like eyes swept over Aizen's name without any further reaction. Mihawk, someone from the same world as Kenpachi. Kenpachi's Araki, annoying. Uses illusions, always messes up my swings. Kaido grinned upon hearing illusions. Kaido illusions. I hate this sneaky stuff. Bring him to Onigashima, I'll test his mettle with one swing of my club. Aizen Sosuke, a pleasure to meet you all. The guild channel fell silent for a second. A very gentle greeting. But somehow several veteran members felt this person didn't seem like a newcomer. More like he had been sitting in a corner observing them for a long time. Doflamingo's lips twitched. Doflamingo fufufu. Newbie, that tone doesn't sound like a probationary member. Aizen Sosuke, a position is merely current authority, not ultimate value. You as a formal member should understand this better than I. Doflamingo's smile froze. Good grief. A jab right after joining. This guy is definitely no pushover. Shaltir snorted. Shaltir, watch your tone, probationary. Master allowed you to join, but that doesn't mean you can be rude to formal members. Aizen Sosuke, of course. I was merely stating the system itself. Kaido, roundabout talk annoying. Newbie, once you can get out, fight me first. Aizen Sosuke, if the guild master permits, I don't mind observing the combat style of a Yonka level being. Kaido's smile froze instantly. Kaido, observe. Kenpachi Zaraki, ha. Stupid dragon, this guy picks your brain apart before fight. Kaido, damn you Kenpachi. You want to fight too? Kenpachi Zaraki, I'll cut you when I get back. The guild channel was as lively as a marketplace. In the Mukin, Lin Feng looked at the endlessly chattering chat screen and twitched his mouth. Aizen, on the other hand, seemed intrigued. A very active organizational atmosphere. Lin Feng glanced at him. You call this active? Aizen chuckled. At least it's not as rigid as the Soul Society. Yamamoto's brow furrowed again. The words weren't directed at anyone, but the old man heard them clearly. The Soul Society had indeed been without change for too long. So long that a monster like Aizen could grow into a catastrophe within the cracks of its rules. Soifin's face darkened. Captain Commander, since Aizen has joined the Wanjie Guild, this must be reported immediately and the risk reassessed. Kayaraka tapped his fan against his palm. Reporting is necessary, but what do we write? That Aizen became a probationary member of an external organization and is bound by a set of unknown rules. Half of Central 46 would faint from reading that. Yukitake smiled bitterly. It's not about fainting. This matter has exceeded the Soul Society's capacity to handle alone. Yamamoto said nothing. The old man's gaze fell on Aizen, then back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng. Lin Feng dismissed the channel screen. You've already seen the special supervision clause. Yamamoto's voice was steady. I don't want the clause. I want you. The Mukin fell silent again. Lin Feng smiled. Understood. You're afraid Aizen will become more dangerous through the guild, and also afraid the guild might one day consume the Soul Society as a resource. Yamamoto didn't deny it. Soifin said coldly, shouldn't we be afraid? Lin Feng nodded. Yes. So the best way is not to guess from outside the door, but to come in and watch. Kayaraka's movements paused. Yukitake's expression shifted. Soifin's eyes widened. Yamamoto finally lifted his eyelids. You want to invite me? Lin Feng spread his hands. Otherwise, you are the core of Soul Society's order, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years with top-tier fire control and administrative experience. The Wanjie Guild lacks fighters and someone to hold the fort. Aizen is in. If you don't come in and see, aren't you afraid he'll eventually twist the rules into something? Aizen's lips curled. The guild master describes me as if I'm a dangerous experiment that needs supervision. Lin Feng looked at him. Aren't you? Aizen paused for a moment, then smiled deeper. In a way, that's accurate. Soifin almost drew her sword. Lin Feng. The captain commander would never join such a shady organization. Kenpachi dug his ear. Shut up. If the old man joins, it'll be easier to run dungeons later. One more fight. Kayaraku's eyelid twitched. Kenpachi, your persuasion method is utterly useless. Yamamoto stared at Lin Feng. If I join the guild, will it make me betray the Soul Society? Lin Feng answered quickly. No. But when guild tasks conflict with Soul Society affairs, I will decide based on the situation. You can refuse tasks that clearly harm the Soul Society's foundation. But you cannot use the Soul Society as an excuse to damage the guild's interests. The answer was still not smooth at all. Yet Yamamoto trusted it more. True constraints were never fine words. They were boundaries. Yamamoto was silent. Aizen had already joined. Kenpachi was an elder. The power and system of the Wanjie Guild had been witnessed firsthand. Hostility from the outside was meaningless. The Soul Society needed to know where this power would flow. And more importantly, someone had to keep an eye on Aizen. Yamamoto spoke slowly. If I join, it will only be as a probationary member. Soifin's face changed drastically. Captain Commander. Yamamoto raised his hand. Soifin's words stuck in her throat. The old man continued, I will not abandon my duties as Captain Commander of the Godii. 13, nor will I allow anyone to use the guild's name to harm the Soul Society's foundation. Lin Feng smiled. Agreed. But once you're in the guild, you must follow the guild rules. Yamamoto nodded. I understand. Lin Feng raised his hand. A second golden invitation unfolded in the Mukin. The moment the light fell, Kairaku felt his entire body go numb. If this were written into the Soul Society's history books, the title would write itself. Former traitor and Captain Commander joined the same guild on the same day. Absurd. Ridiculous. Yet it was happening. Aizen looked at the invitation, his tone amused. Even the Captain Commander starts as a probationary member. Quite fair. Yamamoto glanced at Aizen. If you cross the line, I will still cut you down. Aizen said calmly, then please continue watching, Captain Commander. Yamamoto reached out and touched the invitation. A golden emblem coalesced on the old man's chest, then dissolved into his body. Ding. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni has joined the Wanjie Guild. Current position probationary member. The guild channel erupted again. Kaido, another newbie. Who's this old man? Such a long name. Is he strong? Kenpachi Zaraki, very strong. He almost burned down the Soul Society just now. Kaido Ugahoho. This one's good. I want to fight him. Doflamingo, 2 probationary members in one day, one under special supervision, and one the Captain Commander of the Soul Society. Did the guild master go on a recruitment drive, or just tear down someone else's ceiling? Shaltierhunf, as long as they submit to master, whether old man or sinner, they must prove their worth. Mihawk, a blade of flame. I'd like to see it. Yamamoto looked at the chaotic messages in the channel, his white brows twitching slightly. This is the guild channel. Lin Feng nodded. You'll get used to it. Yamamoto paused for 2 seconds. Indeed. Very noisy. Kenpachi burst out laughing. Old man, you'll get used to it. Yamamoto ignored him and began browsing the basic permissions for probationary members. Newcomer guide, guild rules, dungeon functions, points, shop member ranks. Each item deepened the old man's, especially the Dragon Ball dungeon and the chi cultivation method. Yamamoto saw at a glance how valuable this was to the Shinigami system. If Kenpachi's transformation came from here, then the Soul Society's future possibilities had indeed opened a path never seen before. Lin Feng closed the invitation interface with satisfaction. Aizen, Yamamoto. You'll both remain in the Soul Society for now. Once I finish this round of recruitment, we'll return to the guild headquarters together. Yamamoto frowned. Who else are you recruiting? Kenpachi was already excited. Guildmaster, we're going to find Unohana, right? At the mention of that name, Kairaku and Yukitake both fell silent. Yamamoto's expression changed slightly. Lin Feng looked beyond the Mukin. Exactly. The Soul Society still hides a very sharp blade. Since we're here, we can't let it pass by empty-handed. As his words fell, a soft footstep came from the entrance of the Mukin. A gentle female voice sounded. Kempikateko, your scent is different from before. Unohana Retsu stood outside the shadows, her face bearing her usual gentle smile. But deep in her eyes it was as if a blood sea that had slumbered for years had finally opened its eyes. Kenpachi grinned. You finally come. Unohana looked at Kenpachi, her smile growing softer. It seems you finally reached a position that makes me The entrance to the abyss changed the atmosphere instantly. Ma no Hana Rei stood in the shadows, her smile as gentle as the warm tea in the 4th Division's infirmary. However, Kenpachi Zaraki had already gripped his sword tightly. His expression was far from that of a colleague's. He resembled a beast that had been starved for 3 days, finally catching the scent of blood. Kiraku Shunsui rubbed his forehead. This is troublesome. His voice was complex as he spoke softly. I never expected Captain Ma no Hana Rei to come over voluntarily. Soifan looked at Ma no Hana Rei, her brows furrowing tightly. She's just the captain of the 4th Division. Why such a reaction from all of you? No one answered. Kachiki Byakuya remained silent. Hitsugaya Tashiro's expression grew more peculiar. The young captains knew Ma no Hana Rei was strong. Yet that strength in their impression was more about healing returning souls and experience. But now Kenpachi Zaraki's monstrous grin was unsettling. Yamamoto was silent. Kiraku and Yukitake seemed to recall some old matters that were not suitable for daylight. This was very strange. Aizen stood in the shadows of the seal, the emblem of the guild on his chest had faded. His gaze fell on Ma no Hana, his voice gentle. The first Kenpachi Ma no Hana Kyuketsu. As soon as the words were uttered, the air froze. Soifan's pupils narrowed. The first. Kenpachi. Hitsugaya suddenly turned to Ma no Hana Rei. Are you joking? Ma no Hana Rei's smile remained unchanged. But her eyes, as if uncovered by Aizen's words, revealed something beneath. The scent of blood had not yet emerged, but the murderous intent had already manifested. A few guards of the abyss felt their legs weaken, nearly kneeling, though they were clearly far from Ma no Hana Rei. Yet it felt as if an invisible blade pressed against their chests. Lin Feng looked at Ma no Hana Rei, his eyes brightening slightly. The system scan quickly popped up. Target Ma no Hana Rei. True identity, the first Kenpachi Ma no Hana Kyuketsu. Overall value, combat power assessment, peak late stage of the 4th tier. Specialties, swordsmanship, returning souls, experience in life and death combat, extreme endurance type opponent. Recruitment suggestion, high priority. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. As expected, the Soul Society is not only home to Yamamoto and Aizen as monsters. There was also a blade hidden in a medicine box. normally saving lives. When drawn, it would likely be more professional than many murderers. Kenpachi took a step forward. Are you finally dropping the act? Mono Hana Ray softly replied, I have never acted. You just never qualified for me to draw that blade. Kenpachi's smile grew more sinister. What about now? Mono Hana Ray gazed at the still flickering golden spiritual pressure surrounding Kenpachi, watching the sharpness bound by the aura. Her smile became increasingly gentle. Now you have it. Soifan felt her scalp tingle. The tone was too gentle. Gentle as if discussing what to eat tonight. But the content suggested that she was about to seriously chop him. Kenpachi hefted his sword. So what are we waiting for? Here to fight. Yamamoto spoke while leaning on his sword. No fighting allowed in the abyss. Kenpachi clicked his tongue. Old man, you're really a buzzkill. Yamamoto's gaze darkened. I have already endured you many times today. Kenpachi pouted, but did not continue to retort. Lin Feng looked at Yamamoto. Is there a suitable place? Yamamoto was silent for a moment. The 7th Underground Training Ground. That place was once used for extreme combat testing for captains, reinforced with multiple barriers. Hiraka Shunsui's lips twitched. Captain Commander, that place hasn't been used in over 100 years, has it? Yamamoto replied calmly, today is just right. Kenpachi laughed. As long as it can hold up. Mono Hana Ray walked slowly outside. Every step was light. Yet the guards on both sides of the corridor lowered their heads, not daring to look. Just moments ago they were afraid of Aizen. Now they were additionally terrified of Mono Hana Ray. Today's Abyss Watch was more hellish than going to hell. Lin Feng followed behind, casually opening the guild channel. Kenpachi Zaraki, I want to fight Mono Hana Ray. Kaido Mono Hana Ray. A newcomer. Is she strong? Kenpachi Zaraki, very strong. She has cut me before. Doflamingo, wait, someone who can cut Kenpachi. How many monsters did the guild leader dig up in the Soul Society? Aizen Sasuke, to be precise, they are monsters buried by the era, now uncovered by the guild leader. Shatya humph, another woman. I hope she understands to maintain awe towards her master. Hawkeye, a swordsmanship expert. Kenpachi Zaraki, yes. The blade is quick. The person is annoying. The laughter is also annoying. Aizen Sasuke, Captain Zaraki's description of the strong remains quite. Kenpachi Zaraki, Aizen, just wait. He'll chop you next time. Lin Feng looked at the channel and silently closed it. These people were hopeless. The mere mention of fighting made them more spirited than discussing salaries. The 7th Underground Training Ground soon opened. The heavy stone doors slid open to the sides. Inside there were no unnecessary decorations. Black stone walls. White ceiling patterns. At the center lay an absurdly expansive circular battlefield. The layers of barriers were stacked as if the entire underground space was wrapped in a barrel. Hitsugaya glanced around, his expression grave. The specifications of the barriers here are far higher than those of the captain exams. Hiraka Shunsui smiled wryly. That's because this place was never meant for normal captains. Soifan's expression darkened further. Did you all already know her identity? Hiraku adjusted his hat. Knowing a little doesn't mean we want to bring it up. Some old matters are safer left. Aizen spoke softly. It's a pity that safety is often just another term for stagnation. Yamamoto shot Aizen a glance. Be quiet. Aizen smiled without speaking. Kenpachi and Mono Hana Ray had already walked to the center of the battlefield. The golden spiritual pressure on Kenpachi gradually rose. Not explosive, but very sharp. It felt like countless blades swirling beneath the skin. Mono Hana Ray quietly drew her sword. The moment the blade was unsheathed, all sound in the training ground seemed to be severed. There was no massive spiritual pressure. No exaggerated flames. Only a pure murderous intent that was almost nauseating. Soifan's expression finally changed. This? Hitsugaya's hand was already on Hyarinmaru. Is she really the captain of the 4th Division? Lin Feng smiled. Of course. It's just that she is equally skilled at saving lives as she is at killing. Mono Hana Ray looked at Kenpachi. Captain Zaraki, you once put yourself in chains to enjoy battle. Kenpachi grinned. Stop with the old tales. Now I have broken those chains. Mono Hana Ray gently shook her head. Not enough. You merely changed how you hold the blade. The true you must awaken once more in death. Kenpachi's eyes brightened sharply. Then come on. Mono Hana Ray's smile vanished. That gentle face seemed to be sliced open down the middle by a blade. What was revealed was not ferocity, but tranquility. A tranquility to the extreme of a killer. With a misstep, Mono Hana Ray vanished in an instant. Kenpachi almost simultaneously raised his sword. Clang. The first clash erupted, illuminating the barrier's patterns. The expressions of the watching captains changed in unison. It was too fast. Mono Hana Ray's blade made no unnecessary movements. Not a single bit wasted. Every inch of its trajectory aimed at vital points. Throat, heart, wrist bones, spine. One strike after another, as if dissecting a living corpse. Kenpachi laughed while blocking, soon adorned with 3 red lines of blood across his chest. Huh. Yes, this is it. No Hana Ray did not respond. The blade skimmed past the side of Kenpachi's ear, slicing open his shoulder. Blood flew up only to be shattered by the next strike. Kiraku Shunsui murmured, "This is the first Kenpachi. Not the one who cuts the best, but the one who understands how to kill the best." Kenpachi stomped down, shattering the ground, as his Zanpakuto swept across. The golden spiritual pressure arched, directly cutting towards No Hana's waist. Yet No Hana Ray did not retreat. Her wrist flicked, guiding the tip of her blade along the golden arc. Swoosh! Kenpachi's abdomen was pierced. In that same moment, Kenpachi's sword also grazed No Hana Ray's shoulder, sending blood flying. The two locked eyes at close range. Kenpachi laughed like a madman. No Hana Ray also smiled. "Now this looks proper." In the next second, the light of returning souls shone in No Hana Ray's palm. The blood hole in Kenpachi's abdomen began to heal rapidly. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Goodness. While stabbing someone, she's also healing them. Mastering everything from killing to aftercare. Kenpachi looked down at his wound, laughing even louder. "Huh, you're still so perverse." No Hana Ray softly replied, "Not enough. Captain Zaraki, let me see the strength the Guild of All Worlds has given you." Kenpachi tightened his grip on the sword handle. The golden spiritual pressure intertwined with the formless aura simultaneously. The blade no longer exploded chaotically but condensed into a line so thin it was nearly invisible. Lin Feng nodded. This guy was serious. No Hana Ray's eyes finally shone brightly. It was no longer gentleness, but a long-sleeping instinct for slaughter rejoicing. No Hana Ray positioned her sword horizontally in front of her, her voice soft like a whisper in someone's ear. Bangkok. Drops of blood-colored liquid dripped from the blade. 1 drop. 2 drops. After hitting the ground, the entire training ground seemed to have activated a bloody switch. Crimson spread out. The viscous blood color crept along the ground, filling the air with the scent of death. Soifan suddenly stepped back half a step. Hitsugaya's pupils contracted. Kiraku Shunsui sighed. "Here it comes." No Hana Ray stood in the center of the blood, a smile returning to her face. But this time no one felt gentleness. All will perish. Kenpachi grinned widely as the golden spiritual pressure erupted. "Huh, this is what I'm talking about." The training ground was soaked in blood. In the center of this sea of blood stood Lai, holding his Zanpakuto, which looked as though it had been melted as thick blood dripped down its blade. The scene was anything but glamorous. In fact, it was quite eerie. Yet Kenpachi Zaraki was grinning so wide it seemed his teeth might touch his ears. "Huh, this is the flavor." With a stomp of his foot, the blood-soaked ground exploded. Kenpachi Zaraki surged forward like a golden cannonball, crashing directly into the area of destruction. Lai twisted his wrist. Instead of meeting Kenpachi Zaraki's Zanpakuto Hiden, he slid alongside it, aiming to stab at Kenpachi's heart. Quick, precise, poisonous. A regular captain might not even realize how they were fatally struck. Yet Kenpachi grinned deliberately, leaning his chest towards the blade. Sizzle. The blade pierced flesh. Lai's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Kenpachi's Zanpakuto was already crashing down from the side. It was not a slash. It was a smash. The golden spiritual pressure coalesced into a line, forcefully slicing open a gash in the sea of blood. Lai withdrew his blade, but the edge still grazed his shoulder, causing blood to erupt. The spectators fell into a stunned silence. Hitsugaya Tushira's lips twitched. Did he just intentionally take a hit? Kiraku Shunsui adjusted his hat, his voice dry. Little Ken used to do that too. But back then he was reckless. Now, it seems calculated. As these words were spoken, the expressions of the captains grew more peculiar. Kenpachi Zaraki. Calculated. Putting these two words together was even more absurd than Aizen claiming to love peace. Yet Lai chuckled. Very good. You've finally learned to trade wounds for position. Kenpachi glanced down at his chest. The wound, affected by the surroundings, quickly corroded, but was forcefully pulled back towards the edge of healing by Lai's returning light. It was painfully absurd. Exhilaratingly absurd. Kenpachi raised his hand, wiping away the blood. Let's talk. Keep slashing. Lai stepped forward. The blood-soaked ground curled like a living thing, concealing blades within the waves of crimson, instantly unleashing several killing lines. Throat, eyes, under the ribs, behind the knees. Each strike was not aimed to win. It was to kill. Soifan felt a chill run down her back. She finally understood why Kiraku and Yukitake would react that way when mentioning Lai. This woman was not a medical captain. She was someone who had turned killing into a breath. Kenpachi was forced back 3 steps. His chest, shoulder, and thigh all burst open with blood lines. But he did not retreat a 4th step. The golden spiritual pressure suddenly became heavy. An invisible aura surged from Kenpachi's body, brushing against his skin and entwining with the blade. This sensation, the full body control brought by the dance in the sky technique, plus the newly exchanged hockey training package from the guild shop. Armament Haki Observation Haki Conquerors Haki. The three types of haki felt like three brutal iron nails forcefully driven into Kenpachi's battle instincts. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, finally willing to use it. What kind of power is that? Yamamoto glanced over. Lin Feng chuckled. The haki from the pirate world. Armament enhances attack and defense, observation enhances perception, and conqueror suppresses the spirit. Combined with the aura and spiritual pressure, this guy is finally firing on all cylinders. Aizen muttered softly, cross-system stacking. So Kenpachi's growth isn't just a singular power enhancement, but a brutal fusion of multiple systems within his battle instincts. Kiraku felt his scalp tingle. Brutal fusion. Those words were too fitting. While others practiced new systems like embroidery, Kenpachi trained in new systems like hammering a door. And that door actually cracked open. In the arena, Kenpachi's blade turned black. It wasn't stained by spiritual pressure. The armament haki covered the blade, transforming the tattered Zanpakuto into a black lethal weapon. Golden spiritual pressure on the outside. Invisible aura on the inside. Black haki locking in the sharpness. The three layers of power combined did not enlarge the blade, but made Mao Hualai's expression turn serious for the first time. Kenpachi grinned. Mao Hualai, this time don't die. As his words fell, the conqueror's haki erupted. It wasn't the chaotic release that cleared out fodder like in the One Piece world. Instead, it was compressed into a single beam, directly pressing towards Mao Hualai's core of killing intent. Boom. The sea of blood suddenly stilled. Mao Hualai's blade slowed by half a beat. Just half a beat. For Kenpachi, that was enough. His observation haki caught the trajectory of the blade. The armament haki protected his vital areas. Kenpachi sidestepped, brushing against the blade's tip, and retaliated with a downward slash. Clang. Mao Hualai blocked with his horizontal blade. In the next second, he was sent flying backward. The blood-soaked ground was plowed open, creating a long furrow. The barrier's patterns flickered wildly. Hitsugai's eyes widened. Captain Mao Hualai was pushed back. Soifin's throat tightened. Not just pushed back. Her blade's momentum was interrupted. What? Kiraku fell silent. The most terrifying aspect of the first Kenpachi was never the overwhelming spiritual pressure. It was the kind of killing sword that gradually shattered the enemy's rhythm. But now Mao Hualai's rhythm was shattered by Kenpachi's Araki in an even more brutal manner. That was what was truly frightening. Mao Hualai steadied herself, her shoulders slightly sinking. Her arm trembled, not from fear, but from her body reacting to the overwhelming force. Mao Hualai glanced down at her blade. A small nick appeared on the blade. A smile slowly surfaced. Early stage of the 5th level. I see. So you've reached this level. What level? I don't get it. Kenpachi replied, I just know that you feel a bit lighter to cut now. This statement hit hard. It made the spectators' mouths twitch. Yet Mao Hualai was not angry. Instead, she smiled more gently. Then let me confirm it once more. The sea of blood surged. The overwhelming crimson returned, even thicker and fiercer than before. Mao Hualai vanished. When she reappeared, she was already in front of Kenpachi. The blade rose from below, aimed straight at his heart. Kenpachi looked down. His observation haki captured the movement in advance. Armament haki covered his left hand. His 5 fingers directly grasped the back of the blade. Buzz. The blade vibrated, blood corroding his palm. Yet Kenpachi smiled as if he felt nothing. Got you now. Mao Hualai's pupils constricted. Kenpachi swung his right hand, channeling golden spiritual pressure, black armament conqueror's haki, and the aura's blade line, all compressed into this one strike. There was no large-scale explosion. No chaotic aftermath. Just a single black and gold blade line descending alongside Mao Hualai's shoulder. Sizzle. The sea of blood was cut open. The area of oblivion was forcefully sliced out, leaving a vacuum. A deep wound exposing bone appeared on Mao Hualai's shoulder. The blade halted just before her collarbone. Half an inch lower, and it would have severed her body. The entire arena fell silent. So quiet that even the faint hum of the barrier could be distinctly heard. Kenpachi gripped his blade, his face still showing signs of dissatisfaction from not getting enough hits. Mao Hualai looked at the halted blade and suddenly smiled. Why did you stop? Because the chairman wants you, Kenpachi replied. Killing you would be troublesome. Lin Feng nearly burst out laughing. All right. This reason was very Kenpachi. Mao Hualai was briefly taken aback. Then a hint of indescribable relief appeared in her smile. You've really changed. Kenpachi frowned. Don't start. I just still want to cut you in the future, Kenpachi said. Mao Hualai sheathed her blade. The sea of blood gradually receded. The training ground revealed its black stone surface once more. However, the deep scar left by Kenpachi's slash continued to emit wisps of faint white smoke. Kiraku let out a sigh of relief. It's over, Yukitake said softly. Kenpachi has won. Hitsugaya stared at the madman holding the blade in the arena, finally managing to utter a sentence. What did this guy consume after going out? Aizen smiled. It's not about what he consumed. It's that the guild has encapsulated his wildness in a sharper shell. Yamamoto did not refute, because this was the truth. Lin Feng walked into the arena looking at Mao Hualai. Mao Hualai, the guild needs people like you. Mao Hualai glanced at Lin Feng, then at Kenpachi. Are there more battles like this? More? Stronger? And sword arts, life, death, and monsters that you've never seen before? Lin Feng nodded. Mao Hualai's smile softened again. But this time, everyone knew what lay beneath that gentleness. Sounds like it's definitely worth a look. The golden invitation unfolded in Lin Feng's palm. Mao Hualai reached out to touch it. Ding. Mao Hualai has joined the guild. Current position apprentice member. The guild channel instantly displayed a notification. Kaido, another newcomer. Is that the woman Kenpachi mentioned earlier? Kenpachi Zaraki, yes. She's quite skilled with a blade. Hawkeye, a master of swordsmanship. Aizen Suzuki, the first Kenpachi worth looking forward to. Shiteria Humph, I hope she understands the position of an apprentice member. Mao Hualai, nice to meet you all. If anyone is injured, feel free to come to me for treatment. The guild channel fell silent for a second. Doflamingo felt a shiver from that incredibly gentle statement, inexplicably. Doflamingo, I don't know why, but I always feel like this treatment is not simple. Kenpachi looked at the channel and grinned. You guessed right. Unohana Retsus entry notification had barely faded when the atmosphere in underground training ground No. 7 remained unsettled. Soifan's gaze toward Lin Feng had shifted from wariness to a blend of caution and numbness. Aizen had joined. Yamamoto had joined. Unohana Retsu had joined too. Today the Godii 13 felt as though 3 foundational pillars had been pried away. What was more, the one doing the prying wore an expression of utter entitlement. Lin Feng glanced at the system list. Among the probationary members, 3 titans from the world of Bleach now appeared. Aizen, Yamamoto, Unohana Retsu. Such a lineup, if deployed to conquer the Naruto world, would no longer be a mere gesture of goodwill. It would be preparing to dismantle the very ceiling of the shinobi realm and use it as a tabletop. Yet one piece was still missing. Lin Feng dismissed the light screen and turned to Yamamoto. Next stop, the human world. Yamamoto's white brows furrowed. Kasuke Urahara. Lin Feng smiled. Soul Society has no shortage of fighters. But minds that can dismantle systems, craft tools, devise seals, and lock away trouble into boxes are few. Aizen murmured, indeed. Urahara Kasuke's value lies not in sheer combat, but in his ability to always prepare an undignified escape route for the worst-case scenario. Yamamoto glanced at Aizen. You speak highly of him. Aizen smiled. If an enemy is not worthy of respect, defeating them holds no interest. Kenpachi listened with growing irritation. Another one who uses his head. Lin Feng looked at Kenpachi. You can stay behind. Kenpachi hoisted his sword and turned to leave. No way. If that Aizen bastard is going, I sure as hell need to keep an eye on him. Aizen's tone was mild. Captain Zaraki, your vigilance touches me deeply. Kenpachi's temple twitched. Shut up, or I'll cut you down right now. Unohana Retsu let out a soft laugh. Captain Zaraki, your wound hasn't been fully treated. Kenpachi instinctively touched his shoulder. A deep gash had been opened there by the Kaien just moments ago. Though it had already healed, an inexplicable chill lingered. No need. A scratch. Kairaku Shunsui watched the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching. A treatment that could make little Kenpachi's body tense by instinct. Every time he saw it, it was absurdly impressive. Lin Feng, unwilling to watch their bickering any longer, raised his hand and activated the guild teleport. The coordinates of the human world lit up. Urahara shop. A portal of light unfolded. Yamamoto, Aizen, Unohana Retsu, and Kenpachi stepped through behind Lin Feng. Kairaku Shunsui had intended to follow, but as his foot moved, Yamamoto's voice fell. The Godii 13 needs someone to remain on guard. Kairaku sighed. Fine. Overtime for me again. The portal sealed shut. The next instant they appeared on a quiet street. Ahead lay an unremarkable little shop. The wooden sign hung. The curtain was old and faded. Its overall vibe screamed stable poverty. Kenpachi glanced at it. This is where your so-called valuable person lives, eh? Lin Feng nodded. The shabbier the shop, the more likely it hides secrets. Aizen murmured. Urahara Kasuke has always been skilled at disguising danger as routine. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the shop door creaked open. Urahara Kasuke, wearing a green bucket hat, a folding fan in hand, wore his trademark frivolous smile. My, what wine blows you here? Head captain himself gracing my humble shop. Truly an honor. But as he finished, his gaze fell on Aizen. The smile froze for a moment. Just a moment. Yet that instant was caught clearly by every monster present. Kenpachi burst out laughing. Ha! You're scared. Urahara hid half his face behind his fan. Captain Zaraki sure knows how to joke. It's just that seeing Mr. Aizen, who should be deep in the Mukin, standing here, any normal person would be a bit surprised, right? Aizen smiled. Long time no see, Kasuke Urahara. Your hat taste remains as consistent as ever. Urahara's eye twitched. And Mr. Aizen's way of greeting is still just as unpleasant. On the shop roof, a dark shadow descended silently. Yuruchi Shuhan crouched on the tiles, her golden eyes locked on Aizen. Urahara, this goes beyond, a bit surprised. Inside, Hachigen Ashoda adjusted his glasses. An immense barrier spell formation flared to life. Seal nodes in the underground space layered upon one another, wrapping the entire shop like an iron bucket. Urahara still maintained his smile. Gentlemen, having come so far, would you care for some tea first? Lin Feng looked at the spirit-enforced array beneath his feet, a grin tugging at his lips. Forget the tea. Your welcome ceremony is quite enthusiastic. Kenpachi glanced down. Traps. Should I cut them? Urahara's smile nearly cracked. Wait. Captain Zaraki, my humble shop can't handle your rampage. Kenpachi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Troublesome. Lin Feng lifted his foot and pressed it lightly against the ground. A crimson martial extreme flame flickered along the sole. No explosion. No burned floor. It merely traced a circle along the array patterns. Crack. The first hidden barrier extinguished directly. Crack, crack, crack. The second, third, fourth layers, like someone unplugged them in sequence. Urahara's smile finally shattered completely. Yuruika's pupils contracted. He saw through the nodes in one glance. Hachigen's voice turned heavy. Not seeing through. He used a different energy to forcibly expose the barrier's operating path. Urahara slowly closed his fan. President Lin Feng, yes. It seems what happened in Siriidii today is even more exaggerated than I imagined. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. You know of me. Urahara gave a bitter smile. The head Captain Aizen, Captain Unohana, and Captain Zaraki all leaving Soul Society at once. The Siriidi's alert barrier is trembling like a broken alarm bell from Captain Zaraki's spiritual pressure. With that kind of commotion, if I still didn't know something, I'd better close up shop and retire. Aizen chuckled softly. You remain as cautious as ever. Urahara looked at Aizen. When it comes to matters involving you, a lack of caution leads to death. Yuruchi landed beside Urahara, her gaze sweeping over the guild emblem that had already faded on Yamamoto's chest. Head Captain, what's the situation with Aizen now? Yamamoto said solemnly. Aizen has joined the Myriad Realm Guild and is bound by its rules. Yuruika's expression froze. Huh. Urahara nearly dropped his fan. Aizen, joining an organization, and starting with rule constraints. Aizen's tone was calm. Probationary member. Urahara was silent for 2 seconds. His eyes then turned extraordinarily vivid. It felt like seeing a Minos Grande wearing an apron and washing dishes in a kitchen. Absurd. But it had actually happened. Kenpachi grinned. The old man is a probationary member too. Urahara looked at Yamamoto. Yamamoto's face was expressionless. Urahara took a deep breath. I probably shouldn't have opened shop today. Lin Feng laughed. Too late. Kisuk Urahara, I've come to invite you to join the Myriad Realm Guild. The guild needs expertise in research, sealing, item development, and cross-system adaptation. You're a perfect fit. Urahara did not reply immediately. His expression regained its frivolity. But his eyes had turned serious, coldly serious. Sounds tempting. But President Lin Feng's lineup here hardly looks like an ordinary invitation. A current head captain, a former trader, the original Kenpachi, and the current Kenpachi. Honestly, my little shop is under a lot of pressure. Lin Feng spread his hands. Relax. No coercion. Urahara smiled wryly. So I can refuse, eh? Lin Feng nodded. You can. Kenpachi added with his sword slung over his shoulder. But you'd better not waste too much time with nonsense. Urahara's mouth twitched. This elder's patience is truly reassuring. Aizen said softly. Kisuk, hear him out. This guild can offer things far more worthy of study than Soul Society's closed system. Urahara looked at Aizen. For you to say that, it must indeed be remarkable. Lin Feng raised his hand. The light screen unfolded. Guild functions, dungeon features, merit shop, cheese sensing, cultivation, method, devil fruit samples, fire world coordinates, high-risk assessments, and a preview of the chakra system. At first Urahara was still smiling. When he saw the devil fruits, his eyes moved. At the cheese sensing method, his fan stopped. When he saw the preview of sealing techniques, tailed beasts, and space-time jutsu from the fire world, his breath even caught for half a beat. Yuruchi frowned. Urahara did not reply. He seemed completely hooked by that screen. Aizen's lips curved slightly. See, for someone like him, the unknown is more dangerous than any prophet, and more alluring. Urahara finally withdrew his gaze. President Lin Feng, I admit the information you've presented is astonishing, but I still need to verify one thing. Lin Feng nodded. Speak. Urahara raised his hand and waved. The shop floor opened, revealing a staircase leading to the underground training ground. I have a custom-made sealing box here. It combines keto barriers, spirit particle interference, and spatial folding. If you can crack it, I'll listen to the invitation seriously. Kenpachi snorted. Why not just cut it open? Urahara quickly waved his hands. No, cutting doesn't count as cracking. It's called a shop accident. Lin Feng looked at Aizen. Aizen looked back at him at the same time. Urahara's smile froze again. Wait, you're not planning on having Aizen do this, are you? Lin Feng grinned. Technical matters are for professionals. Aizen stepped toward the underground entrance, his Kasuk Urahara. It seems this time it's my turn to inspect your toys. Urahara tightened his grip on his fan, forcing a strained smile. This is a downright terrible turn of events. The underground space of Urahara's shop was not large, but the moment one descended, the atmosphere turned to... The walls were layered with stacked demonic path patterns, the floor covered with white lines resembling spatial folds, and in the corners stood numerous instruments that clearly weren't meant for normal people to touch. Kenpachi swept his gaze around with utter disdain. This wretched place of yours is more awkward than Mukin. Urahara tapped his shoulder with his fan. Thanks for the compliment, but this is my proud little workshop. Yoruchi stood on the high beam above, arms crossed. Enough chatter. Bring out the box. Urahara wasted no time raising his hand to form a seal. A few clicks sounded. From the center of the floor rose a black metal chest, half a man's height. The chest was not large, but its surface was plastered with dense layers of talismanic patterns. A demonic path compression layer. An anti-Ryatsu interference layer. A spatial folding layer. There was even a rather malicious perception deception layer. Urahara spoke with a grin. This thing was originally prepared for some particularly troublesome guests. Aizen glanced at him. For example, me. Urahara waved his fan. You can't just say that. Kenpachi grew impatient. Can we start fighting already? Lin Feng said calmly, quiet. Watch the tech team perform. Kenpachi's mouth twitched. Hate this the most. Urahara looked at Aizen. Mr. Aizen, would you like to go first? Aizen stepped forward, the guild insignia on his chest concealed, but present, his voice still gentle. Since it's a test, I should first see how many layers of teeth your toy has. As his words fell, the influence of Kyoka Suigetsu instantly spread throughout the space. The light in the underground space flickered slightly. An ordinary person might not notice a thing, but there were no ordinary people here. Yoruchi narrowed her eyes at once. Tessai moved his fingers, and a ring of protective patterns lit up along the barrier's edge. Yet Urahara showed no panic at all, lightly pointing with his fan. The talismanic patterns on the ceiling chest suddenly reversed. The originally outward-pointing ceiling path instantly locked inward. Aizen's freshly laid perception deception was bounced back by an extremely thin layer of mirror-like erasure on the chest's surface. Aizen's brow twitched slightly. An anti-illusion trigger mechanism. Urahara nodded with a grin. Can't go knowing who you're dealing with and not make any preparations. Kenpachi grinned broadly. Haha. Aizen, even you have moments when things don't go smoothly. Aizen ignored him. He raised a finger, and a wisp of Ryatsu condensed to the extreme, like a fine needle stabbing, toward the lower left corner of the chest. It wasn't brute force dismantling. It was probing. Probing the bite points of the internal demonic path structure. Urahara's expression instantly turned serious. Fast indeed, already touching the first layer's lock. Aizen said calmly, your thing is lively on the outside, but the real core is hidden deeply. Urahara neither confirmed nor denied. The next moment, the talismanic patterns on the ceiling chest suddenly split. One layer became two became four. The originally stable spatial folding structure shifted its angles like flipping pages. Aizen's wisp of Ryatsu needle had barely pierced in before the path had folded into 7 or 8 segments, forcibly looping back to the origin. Kayaraka wasn't here. Otherwise, seeing this he'd probably say those two really don't treat their brains as consumables. Aizen chuckled softly, making the spatial circuit alive. Urahara, you really do love causing trouble. Urahara sighed. Can't help it. Wanting to live a few more years means making the chest complicated enough. Yamamoto stood behind, silent and watching. The old man didn't understand these detailed dismantling methods, but he could tell that Urahara's creation was indeed impressive. An ordinary captain would probably not even reach the first door. Aizen suddenly raised his hand. This time the Ryatsu was no longer a single straight line. Instead, it transformed into dozens of fine streams, like a group of excessively patient vipers burrowing into the different talismanic patterns simultaneously. Urahara's smile faded slightly. Multi-thread parsing. That's not very polite. Aizen said gently, technical discussions should prioritize efficiency. As his words fell, a small crimson talisman popped open atop the ceiling chest. It wasn't an attack, it was a marker. 3 of Aizen's Ryatsu streams were instantly locked and dragged backward into a localized closed circuit. Like 3 fingers that had just slipped into a crevice, then the door slammed shut with a bang. This time Aizen truly paused for a second. Yoruchi couldn't help speaking. Urahara, just how many dirty tricks did you stuff into that chest? Urahara spread his hands. Just reasonable defense. Aizen looked at the ceiling chest, and a hint of genuine interest finally colored his voice. Not bad. Able to target the residual logic of Kyoka Suigetsu, even anticipating the parsing habits. You've become more of a qualified technician than before. Urahara's temple twitched. That compliment is hardly a pleasant one. Kenpachi was already yawning. So who won? Lin Feng, arms crossed, finally spoke. Neither one. One is dismantling, the other is patching. If they keep this up, they might go until dark without a result. Urahara immediately nodded. The president's words are very fair. Aizen smiled lightly. So is the president ready to step in? Lin Feng walked to the ceiling chest. Urahara unconsciously tightened his grip on the fan. Let's get one thing straight. Smashing it doesn't count as solving it. Lin Feng glanced at him. Do I look like Kenpachi? Kenpachi took immediate offense. Hey. Lin Feng ignored him, placing his hand on top of the ceiling chest. A crimson martial extreme flame ignited silently. It didn't burst or explode. The flame seemed to have a will of its own, burrowing along the finest gaps in the talismanic patterns. The first layer of demonic path compression patterns flashed once, then extinguished. The second layer of spatial folds began to tremble like paper softened by high heat. The third layer's perception deception structure tried to loop back, but the martial extreme flame stepped on its nodes and pinned it down. Crack! The outer shell of rule split. The frivolous smile on Urahara's face vanished completely. Yoruichi straightened up from the beam at once. Not brute force destruction. Is that turning the outermost operating rules into a state of invalidation? Tessei's hand that was adjusting his glasses froze. He's not opening the chest. He's making the chest shell temporarily forget how to work. Kenpachi grew. Speak human. Yamamoto cut and succinctly, shells done for. Kenpachi caught on immediately. Lin Feng withdrew his hand. The last circle of crimson patterns on the ceiling chest dissipated, revealing the true core lock inside. A silver racer cube the size of a palm. Its complexity far surpassed the outer layer. But now it was exposed. Aizen's lips curved into a smirk. The president has kicked the door open. Then let me take the final step. The Ryatsu needle struck once more. This time without the flashy outer obstacles, Aizen almost instantly touched the core circuit. A twist. A lift. Click. The silver racer cube split open from the center. The ceiling chest's lid slowly rose. Inside was completely empty. Only a small note reading test passed. Kenpachi stared at the note for 2 seconds. That's it. Urahara coughed lightly. Still, a sense of ceremony is important, isn't it? Yoruichi pressed her forehead. You are really asking for a beating. Aizen looked at the empty chest, then suddenly laughed. I see. The outer layer traps the enemy, the inner layer verifies, and the very core merely confirms whether the visitor is qualified to reach this step. Urahara put away his fan and nodded in rare seriousness. Exactly. What truly matters isn't what's inside the chest, but whether you can open it without tearing down the world together. At this, Urahara looked up at Lin Feng. President, I admit it. Pure strength. Aizen has that. Pure technique. I have that too. But someone who can blend otherworldly energy, rule, destruction, and tactical rhythm into a new whole. You're the first. Lin Feng smiled. So, Urahara let out a breath. So this invitation, I accept it sincerely. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the system's light panel unfolded again. This time it didn't spread out a mountain of things. It only listed a few most critical sample permissions. Devil fruits. Kazen's cultivation method. Dragon Ball instance data. Naruto chakra system preview. The more Urahara read, the more his eyes gleamed. Yoruichi knew that look all too well. It's the exact expression he wears every time he's about to stay up all night tinkering with something dangerous. Aizen murmured beside him, congratulations. The guild's technical department finally has its first real fox. Urahara's mouth twitched. Can Mr. Aizen shut up for 3 minutes? Lin Feng couldn't be bothered to listen to their bickering. He directly unfolded a golden invitation. Urahara Kisuk. Join the Vanguard Guild. Start as a probationary member. Want higher access. Bring results. Urahara stared at the invitation, silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Fair enough. His finger pressed down. A golden insignia coalesced on his chest, then faded into his body. Ding. Urahara Kisuk has joined the Vanguard Guild. Current position probationary member. The guild channel instantly displayed the announcement. Kaido, another one. Is this one strong? Zaraki Kenpachi strong in the mind. Don't know about fighting. Don Quixote, Doflamingo Fufufu. Even researchers are joining now. Is the president planning to turn the guild into an interdimensional weapons factory? Shaltier, another probationary member. Hope it's not some weakling who hides in the back. Aizen Sasuk, rest assured. When he hides in the back, that's usually when he's most dangerous. Urahara Kisuk, first meeting everyone. Pleasure to be in your care from now on. Kaido, he talks normally. This one's good. Much more pleasant than Aizen. Aizen smiled without a word. Urahara's temple twitched. Just joined and already sensing the future work environment is far from stable. Yoruichi looked at Urahara's fading insignia, then at Lin Feng. So that's it, Lin Feng nodded. That's it. Yoruichi was speechless for a moment. Today's proceedings had been far too absurd. The head captain of Soul Society joins, Aizen joins, the first Kenpachi joins, and now even Urahara Kisuk is in. At this rate, the Siriides' top combat power will be packed into the guild's team-building roster. Yamamoto spoke in a low voice. Lin Feng, the first round of recruitment for the Bleach World is about finished. Lin Feng nodded. About time. But Aizen suddenly smiled. Not necessarily. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Aizen's tone was calm. There's one person who's probably already unable to sit still. Urahara's expression shifted slightly. You mean? Before he could finish, from a corner of the underground space, a mechanical insect the size of a thumbnail crawled out from behind an instrument. Its compound eyes glowed, eerily aimed directly at the residual direction of the guild invitation interface. Urahara's face darkened. Yuruiki's gaze turned cold. Whose thing is that? Aizen's lips curled upward. Who else but that captain who loves picking samples from under other people's experiment tables? Lin Feng looked down at the mechanical insect and smiled. Looks like someone is already eager to see what the guild's core really looks like. In the underground space, the atmosphere immediately shifted as the mechanical insect crawled out. Urahara Kisuke's smile vanished. He closed his folding fan, his gaze turning distinctly cold. Yi-Yi's figure flickered as she landed beside the mechanical insect. Just as her fingertip was about to press down, the creature's belly suddenly bulged. Urahara's expression changed. Don't touch it. The moment he spoke, the mechanical insect split open with a crack. It didn't explode. It didn't spew poison. Instead, it ejected an incredibly thin spiritual particle membrane that spread outward like a spider's web. Wolaying Tiejai reacted with lightning speed, instantly deploying a barrier. The membrane collided with the barrier, emitting a piercing, resonant hum. Yi-Yi retreated half a step, her golden eyes burning with displeasure. Repulsive. Lan Ran stood to the side, a faint smile on his lips. The hallmark of Ni's style. It may not kill you, but it always leaves you feeling like something filthy just licked you. A vein pulsed at Urahara's temple. As much as I want to argue that your choice of words is too vile this time, it's surprisingly accurate. Jianba had already raised his blade. Who? Lin Feng asked calmly. Captain of the 12th Division, Nie Jianli. Sean Ben's white brows furrowed. As expected, it's him. The next moment, the sound of slow applause echoed from a corner of the underground space. Clap, clap, clap. The rhythm was unhurried, yet each clap sent a jarring vibration through the mind. From the shadows, a tall, gaunt figure slowly emerged. A pale face, exaggerated makeup, like the lead performer from some deranged traveling troupe. Nie Jianli licked the edge of his lips, his gaze sweeping over Lan Ran, then Urahara, before finally fixing on Lin Feng. Brilliant, truly brilliant. This old man merely released a small recording insect and witnessed something extraordinary. Otherworldly energy, unknown contracts, high-order rules, cross-world organizations. The Soul Society is certainly lively today. Jianba clicked his tongue. Annoying look. Yi sneered. And you dare show yourself? Nie Jianli spread his hands. Why not? One captain commander, one former traitor, one former head of the Technical Development Bureau, and one mysterious guild leader. With such a lineup, this old man wouldn't be able to sleep tonight if he didn't come see for himself. Urahara adjusted the brim of his hat. You don't strike me as someone who sleeps well anyway. Nie Jianli grinned. Urahara Kisuke, you're still as insufferable as ever. Lan Ran responded mildly. The feeling is mutual. Sean Ben's voice grew heavy. Nie Jianli, you monitored this location without authorization. You have crossed the line. Nie Jianli remained unflustered, instead turning his gaze to Lin Feng. Captain Commander, do not be so quick to anger. This old man is not here to confess today. I am here to recommend myself. The underground space fell silent for a moment. Yi-Yi's expression twisted. Self-recommendation. Urahara's mouth twitched. I have a bad feeling about this. And sure enough, Nie Jianli raised his finger, pointing one by one as if taking inventory. Lan Ran Zhongyuji's spiritual pressure state has great research value. The embedding method of the guild member insignia also has great research value. And the energy system within guild leader Lin Feng holds even greater research value. If permitted, this old man would like to obtain 1 blood sample, 3 spiritual pressure slices, and the opportunity for a close-range anatomical observation. Jianba was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This thing is crazy in the most straightforward way. Yi-Yi's forehead bulged with veins. Urahara covered his face. Here it is, the classic speech. Even Lan Ran paused for a rare moment. Then he offered a calm evaluation. This is why I dislike cooperating with him. His mind is useful, but his mouth courts death. Nie Jianli was unfazed, even more excited. Courts death? No. This is the spirit of scientific exploration. When the unknown lies before you, not cutting it open to see is an insult to the truth. The blade in Jianba's hand let out a low hum. Guild leader, can I cut him? Lin Feng glanced at Nie Jianli. You truly have no fear of death. Nie Jianli let out a dark chuckle. I do. But compared to death, missing out on the unknown would be far more tormenting to this old man. Moreover, if the Myriad Worlds Guild is truly as high order as you've shown, it shouldn't be so narrow-minded as to not accommodate a scientist's curiosity, should it? The provocation was evident. But Lin Feng didn't take the bait. Because while this man's words were like the wild lunges of a mad dog, his hands were not idle. At the edge of the system interface, a faint line of text appeared. Detected external microsurveillance unit approaching the remnants of the invitation interface. Detected low-level authority probing behavior. Lin Feng smiled. Fine. Talk about samples while stealing the core. That's very Jianli. Urahara also sensed at his expression shifting. Jianli, where did you place your devices this time? Jianli blinked. Oh dear, was I found out. From the cracks in the ground, 3 silver monitoring bugs, each smaller than a fingernail, emerged simultaneously. Their target was precisely the residual spiritual particle fluctuation point left by the guild invitation interface. Their speed was not fast, but they were extremely covert. An ordinary person wouldn't notice them at all. Sean Bin's gaze darkened, and he was about to act. Lin Feng raised his hand. Leave it. Urahara was taken aback. Lan Ran seemed to sense something, the corner of his mouth slowly curling up. I see. The moment the monitoring bug touched the residual fluctuation. Boom. It was not an explosion. It was a bolt of pure golden lightning that descended from thin air without warning. Precise. Ruthless. Carrying an unreasonable high-order suppression. The 3 monitoring bugs were instantly vaporized. The lightning didn't stop. Following their control link, it struck back. The smile on Jianli's face truly shattered for the first time. Wait, boom. The golden lightning struck him square in the forehead. The entire underground space flashed. Jianli's hair stood on end, his face smoking, the white coating peeling off in crackling chunks. It was as if the thunder god had grabbed him and slammed him into the ground. Several monitoring instruments nearby erupted in sparks. 3 units shattered in rapid succession. Jinba was stunned for a second, then doubled over with laughter. Ha ha ha. Even that works. Yi nearly couldn't resist applauding. Serves him right. Urahara's eye twitched. This defense mechanism is even more unforgiving than I imagined. Lan Ran followed up gently. And more efficient than the central 46 chambers. Sean Bin didn't argue. Because this strike was indeed very efficient. Overstepping investigation. Direct strike. Even skipped the interrogation process. Jianli was smoking all over, staggered twice, but stubbornly refused to fall. This guy looked up, his face charred black, but his eyes were terrifyingly bright. So beautiful. Yi was stunned by the comment. Are you sick? Jianli wiped his face, smearing it even darker, but his laughter grew louder. Auto-identification, permission, assessment, karma, countermeasure, tracking, punishment. It's not a simple defense. It's a system rule that thinks about boundaries. Wonderful. Wonderful. Jinba was thoroughly disgusted. Did the lightning fry his brains? Urahara sighed. No, he's just more excited now. Lin Feng looked at Jianli, his tone flat. Did you see clearly? Jianli nodded vigorously. I saw a little bit clearly. So this old man applies to join. I don't need a high-ranking position, even an internship will do. Just grant me access to multi-world technology samples, and this old man will turn the Soul Society's technical library over 3 times for you. Urahara and Lan Ran both made expressions of disgust, a rare sight. It was an unusual tableau. But Lin Feng didn't agree immediately. The guild is not a garbage dump. This sentence made the entire underground space fall silent. Yi almost couldn't suppress her smile. Urahara's fan almost applauded. Lan Ran also chuckled lightly. Jianli's expression froze for a moment. His gaze first turned cold, then quickly brightened. Very good. Having a threshold is only reasonable. Then name your conditions. Lin Feng looked at him. Research is acceptable. Overstepping authority is not. If you want to see core data, first prove your value. You are not qualified to join the guild at this time. Jianli's face darkened. Not qualified. Lin Feng nodded. You have the brains. The risk is too high. And you have no contributions yet. This response left no room for mercy. Yet Jianli didn't explode. Instead, he licked the corner of his mouth. So as long as this old man provides value, there's a chance. Lin Feng raised his hand and cast out a light screen. On it was only a single temporary task. Peripheral cooperation task: compile a list of tradable technologies from Soul Society, including artificial bodies, spiritual particle machinery, basic keto techniques, spiritual pressure monitoring modules, and ceiling structure classifications. Task rank: basic observation. Completion will determine subsequent access privileges based on contribution. Jianli stared at that task, his gaze flickering rapidly. Not a formal member. Not an intern. Not even an invitation. Just peripheral cooperation. The treatment seemed half dismissive. But for Jianli, a crack in the door had opened. With a crack he could squeeze in. Jianli slowly grinned. Deal. Urahara's eyelids twitched as he heard this. This guy actually took the job after getting struck by lightning. Lan Ran said softly. The guild leader was wise not to take him in. If someone like that is brought in too early, the tech division will blow up first. Urahara immediately nodded. I very much agree with that. Jianba shouldered his blade, looking bored. After all that, I can't cut him. Yi shot him a glance. What else can you do besides cutting? Jianba replied matter-of-factly. I can watch the show. Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with this group and turned to dismiss the system light screen. Enough. The first round of recruitment in the Bleach world concludes here. Sean Ben said gravely. Lan Ran Unohana Urahara, and now Nye Jinli under peripheral observation. On this trip you have indeed excavated Soul Society quite thoroughly. Lin Feng smiled. Don't worry, I haven't emptied it yet. Urahara gave a wry smile. That is hardly reassuring. At that moment a notification appeared on the guild channel. Detection main guild high-level combat power has met the conditions for the next stage of campaign evaluation. Recommendation: return to headquarters for instance adaptation and cross-world pre-battle preparation. Lin Feng glanced at it, a smirk curling on his lips. It's time to move forward on the Naruto side. Lan Ran noticed the prompt and spoke gently. It seems the true grand stage is about to begin. Jianba immediately perked up. Where do I go to cut? Sean Ben leaned on his sword in silence, but his gaze darkened. Urahara adjusted his hat, already contemplating anti-sealing and cross-world devices. Yi looked at this group of monsters and suddenly felt a headache coming on for the other world. Meanwhile, Nye Jinli stood there, his hair still singed, staring at the spot where the system light screen had vanished, laughing like a madman who had just caught the scent of a fresh corpse. The Myriad Worlds Guild. Truly something to look forward to. The first round of recruitment in the Soul Society had concluded. Lin Feng didn't dawdle. He raised his hand and activated the guild teleportation. A crimson gold light portal slowly unfurled beneath the Urahara shop, its other end directly facing the main hall of Onigashima. Kaido had already received the channel notification on his end. Before anyone even arrived, the guild chat had already exploded. Kaido Ugahoho. Captain, get back here quick. I want to see just how tough these new guys are. Zaraki Kenpachi quit Russian. He'll be back to cut you down soon enough. Kaido, come on. I'm waiting. Don Quixote, Doflamingo Fufufu. I suggest everyone rein in their aura before stepping through the gate. Onigashima was only partially repaired to ID, rather not see it wrecked again today. Sosuke Aizen, Lord formal member, seems quite adept at anticipating losses. Don Quixote Doflamingo, that's not anticipation, it's experience. Lin Feng glanced at the channel, then shut it off. If he kept reading, it felt like they'd started Demolition Dungeon before even engaging in battle. Yamamoto, Aizen, Unohana, Urahara, and Kenpachi stepped through the light portal in sequence. Yaruchi stood behind, arms crossed, staring at the gradually closing teleportation gate, and clicked her tongue. What a bunch of troublesome monsters. Urahara tipped his hat, his smile tinged with bitterness. And now I'm one of them. As the words faded, the light gate sealed shut. The next moment, everyone landed in the main hall of Onigashima. This place had a completely different flavor from the Soul Society. Massive, rough, savage. The air was thick with the scent of alcohol, blood, and sea breeze, and the walls were adorned with numerous sea beast skulls. Kenpachi glanced around and grinned. Not bad. Looks like a great place to fight. Yamamoto's white brow furrowed slightly. Utterly devoid of order. Aizen, however, said softly, but very straightforward. Retsu Unohana stood quietly, her gaze sweeping over the hall's structure and the ambient energy, a gentle smile playing on her lips. Indeed, it has a wild essence. Urahara, meanwhile, immediately turned his attention to the crates of devil fruit samples stacked on both sides and the row of half-finished weapons deep within the main hall. His eyes lit up instantly. Good heavens! The technical conditions here seemed equally restless. From directly ahead came the rumbling sound of heavy footsteps. Kaido, with his iron club over his shoulder, strode into the main hall, followed by Shaltir, Doflamingo, and Hawkeye. The moment their gazes met, the air grew taut. Kaido looked first at Yamamoto. The old man wasn't tall, nor was he muscular. Yet that suppressed but searing heat made Kaido's dragon scales feel as though they were itching. Then he looked at Aizen. This guy smiled so gently, yet he somehow exuded a danger even more slippery than sea stone. Finally, his gaze swept over Unohana and Urahara. One looked like she'd stab you with a smile. The other looked like he'd dismantle you with a smile. Kaido bared his teeth, his beast instincts sounding an immediate alarm. Ugahoho. This is getting interesting. The ones brought back this time are definitely no small fry. Kenpachi stepped forward. Stupid dragon wanna fight. Kaido hoisted his iron club. I've always wanted to. Yamamoto stood motionless. Aizen smiled without speaking. Unohana looked at Kaido, a hint of interest in her eyes. Lin Feng's temple twitched. A few more words, and this hall would be gone. Everyone stop. 2 words landed, and the entire arena ground to a halt. Kenpachi clicked his tongue, but he truly sheathed his sword. Kaido also snorted, slamming his iron club back onto his shoulder. Doflamingo stood to the side, his heart twitching. All right. The captain had put down 2 monsters with a single sentence. This scene was both reassuring and terrifying to watch. Shaltier's gaze, however, fell on Aizen, her red eyes narrowing. Master, this man's smile makes me very uncomfortable. It's like he's plotting something underhanded behind the scenes. Aizen turned to look at Shaltier. Your perception of danger is quite sharp. Shaltier gave a cold snort. You're also a probationary member. Aizen nodded. Yes. Shaltier curled her lips. Good. Then remember your place. Aizen's smile remained unchanged. A position only reflects current authority, not ultimate value. The moment those words came out, Doflamingo nearly covered his face. It's over. This guy had started the moment he arrived. Shaltier's gaze turned icy and magical energy fluctuations began to emanate. Lin Feng spoke calmly. Shaltier. Shaltier immediately bowed her head. Yes, master. Lin Feng then looked at Aizen. Less provocation. Aizen smiled. Understood, captain. Kaido was laughing heartily on the side. Ugga ho ho. This pretty-faced kid sure knows how to stir trouble. Hawkeye ignored the commotion, his gaze resting on Yamamoto and Unohana. The black blade Yoru trembled faintly. It was a swordsman's instinctual response to other swordsmen. The blade on Yamamoto felt like a compressed volcano. The blade on Unohana, meanwhile, felt like a sea quietly bleeding. Hawkeye spoke. You two, do you wield blades? Yamamoto said flatly, a little. Unohana let out a soft laugh. Just a touch. Hawkeye's gaze sharpened. Those answers sounded like a master's modesty. Kenpachi burst out laughing on the spot. Ha ha ha. Hawkeye, don't bother asking. Both of them can fight. Doflamingo looked around at this circle of people and felt his head throbbing. Kaido, Kenpachi, Hawkeye, Shaltier. Now came Yamamoto, Aizen, Unohana, Urahara. The main hall of Onigashima no longer resembled a meeting room. It was more like a powder keg ready to explode at any moment. And he was the one in charge of resource operations. Thinking about that, Doflamingo suddenly noticed a very subtle point. All these newcomers were probationary members. He was a formal member. Doflamingo couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching upward. But just as it rose half an inch, he met the gazes of Yamamoto, Aizen, and Unohana. The smile instantly died. Better to keep a low profile. His rank was high. But if it came to a real fight, he'd probably be at the front of the line to get beaten. Lin Feng stepped onto the main seat, raised his hand, and swiped, unfurling the guild's basic interface in midair. First, the rules. New members start as probationary. Jinryusai, Shigekuni, Yamamoto, Sosuke, Aizen, Retsu, Unohana, Kisuke, Urahara. All currently probationary members. Kaido blinked after hearing that. The old man's also a probationary. Yamamoto's face was expressionless. Something wrong. Kaido bared his teeth. Nothing wrong, just suddenly realized this system is pretty ruthless. Aizen said softly, very reasonable. A low starting point makes it easier to see the structure. Urahara adjusted his hat. I have no objection either. As long as research permissions can be exchanged for contributions, probationary is fine. Unohana nodded gently. I likewise have no objection. Kenpachi added from the side. I'm an elder. Kaido was instantly displeased. Why are you an elder? Kenpachi grinned, his sword over his shoulder. Because I joined before you. Kaido's eyes widened. What kind of reason is that? Lin Feng said flatly. Because his contributions are enough. Kaido opened his mouth, then shut it again. Fine. Couldn't argue with that. Urahara was already browsing the probationary permissions. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes grew. Devil Fruit Sample Library, Basic Dungeon Descriptions, Chi Sense, Training Method, Bukajutsu Flight, Art, Cross-Dimensional Coordinate Records, and a Technical Interface Application section. This wasn't just a guild. It was an amusement park for a scientific mind. Aizen was also browsing simultaneously, his gaze pausing on the contribution point system and mission hierarchy. Resource allocation permission unlocks combat promotion world conquest. Captain, your system here is more mature than I imagined. Doflamingo's teeth ached listening to them. These people were insane. They had just stepped through the door and were already dissecting the system skeleton. Shaltier, impatient with all this, closed in half a step toward Lin Feng. Master, shall we arrange a welcome banquet for the new members tonight? Kaido's ears perked up. Yeah, let's drink. Kenpachi also nodded. And then fight after. Yamamoto frowned again. Aizen looked like he wanted to laugh. Unohana smiled gently without speaking. Urahara suddenly felt that the daily life of this organization might be far more dangerous than research. Lin Feng looked at the group, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The banquet is fine, but fighting comes later. After tonight, all new members will start their first dungeon challenge. As the words fell, everyone's expressions shifted slightly. Yamamoto raised his eyes. Dungeon. Urahara also looked over. Aizen's gaze flickered. Lin Feng raised his hand and swept, and the Dragon Ball dungeon data opened. An image of Piccolo Daimao appeared in midair along with previews of rewards such as Senzu Bean's Bukajutsu and Chi Sense training method. Kaido laughed heartily, his club over his shoulder. This thing is the dungeon boss. Aizen glanced at it, his tone calm. Its combat power isn't very high. But the system is indeed quite interesting. Yamamoto stared at Bukujutsu and the Chi Sense training method, his white brows sinking slightly. Unohana looked at the Senzu beans, a hint of research interest appearing in her eyes. Urahara had already started muttering. Otherworldly life, energy system flight techniques, instant recovery items. Lin Feng watched them and spoke calmly. Welcome to the Myriad Worlds Guild. Starting tonight, Onigashima will be even livelier. The main hall fell silent for a moment. The next second, system notifications popped up simultaneously in front of all members. Detected that probationary members have assembled. Dragon Ball Dungeon basic permissions unlocked. Members proceed with initial dungeon adaptation. Aizen looked at the light screen, a slow smile spreading across his lips. Yamamoto stood silent, leaning on his sword. Unohana's smile was gentle. Urahara's eyes sparkled. Kaido had already started rolling his wrists. Kenpachi grinned widely. Doflamingo sighed. Well, tonight Onigashima was probably not going to have any peace again. Behind the main hall of Onigashima, the temporary dungeon hall had just been set up. Though it was called a hall, it was merely a warehouse Kaido had ordered cleared, with the guild banner hung on the wall and the dungeon teleportation array placed in the center. Doflamingo stared at the freshly carved array patterns on the ground, his lips twitching. Fufufu. If this thing blew up, would half of Onigashima still be standing? Urahara crouched beside the array, gently scraping a bit of lingering spiritual particles with a small knife, his eyes gleaming with alarming intensity. It won't explode, at least not for now. Doflamingo grew even more uneasy. Your at least does nothing for my sense of security. Lin Feng stood before the teleportation array, raising his hand to open the Dragon Ball dungeon. The phantom of Piccolo Daimao materialized in midair. Green skin, pointed ears, a fluttering cape. It did project a certain imposing presence. Kaido hoisted his spiked club with a booming laugh. This guy doesn't look like he can take a hit. Zaraki grinned. True. We've cleared it before. He's not much to fight. It was as if Piccolo's phantom had heard them, his face darkening like a man forced to work overtime under a scolding boss. Urahara tipped his hat. The dungeon objective is to kill A. Lin Feng nodded. Or subdue in a way recognized by the system. Aizen murmured, that means killing isn't necessary. Unohana smiled. Then we can try more methods. Piccolo's phantom paused for a second. If it had consciousness, it would probably have filed a labor dispute complaint by now. Lin Feng turned to Yamamoto. Old man, you go first. Yamamoto leaned on his sword, his white brows sinking slightly. Will this dungeon damage the outside world? No. Yamamoto nodded. Then I'll try it. A flash of teleportation light, and Yamamoto entered the dungeon. The floating screen unfolded in midair. A barren wasteland. Piccolo Daimao stood before his throne, just raising his hand to deliver a villainous opening speech. Yamamoto had already drawn his blade. All creation turned to ashes. Flowing blade like fire. A single line of flames. There was no ocean of fire engulfing the sky, no earth-shattering explosion. Only a thread of fire so fine, it was nearly invisible, piercing straight through Piccolo's chest. Piccolo's expression froze. The energy core was burned through. His body began to disintegrate. The throne was untouched. The ground was untouched. The stone pillars beside him hadn't even shed a speck of dust. Kaido's eyes widened. That's it. Doflamingo swallowed hard. The old man's fire is more miserly than I imagined. Aizen smiled. That's called control. Urahara nodded. Extreme compression, precise burning of the life energy core with no waste. Zaraki frowned. Speak human. Unohana said softly. He cut very accurately. Zaraki understood immediately. Yamamoto walked out of the teleportation array, and the system prompt sounded. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni cleared the Dragon Ball dungeon. Reward Senzu Bean X1. Reward Bukujutsu. Reward Chi Sense training method. Yamamoto closed his eyes, sensing the newly acquired basic Chi Sense within him. Amidst his originally volcanic spiritual pressure, a more delicate flow now stirred. The old man opened his eyes. Useful. Just 2 words, but heavy with meaning. Kaido grew impatient. I'm next. Lin Feng glanced at him. New members get priority adaptation. Kaido grunted in displeasure. Troublesome. Unohana stepped into the teleportation array. The screen shifted. Piccolo Daimao respawned. This time, as soon as Piccolo saw the gentle woman before him, his expression turned fierce. Foolish human woman, how dare you? Crimson spread. Unohana drew her blade. Her smile was gentle. Please don't move. Before Piccolo could react, fine bloodlines had already split open across his chest, neck, shoulder blades, and spine. They were not random cuts. They were made along the nodes of energy flow. Piccolo's regeneration ability had just activated when Unohana's palm glowed with the light of Kaido, forcibly redirecting the regeneration path. Piccolo froze. The wounds wanted to heal, but the healing route was altered. His energy wanted to burst forth, but the energy channels were severed. His body could still move, yet it felt like he had been dismantled into a dozen living parts. Shaltier's eyes lit up slightly. This woman's healing is rather interesting. Doflamingo felt a chill down his spine. I'm not sure that qualifies as healing. Zaraki grinned. That's just how she is. On the screen, Unohana delivered a single gentle thrust piercing Piccolo's brow. Before he fell, his gaze was filled with bewilderment. He probably never understood, even in death, whether he had been killed or healed to death. Unohana Retsu cleared the Dragon Ball dungeon. Reward Senzu Bean X1. Reward Bukujutsu. Reward Chi Sense Training Method. Unohana stepped out of the teleportation array, closed her eyes for a moment, and her smile grew softer. The flow of life energy is quite fascinating. Urahara was already taking notes. Combining Chi with Kaido could lead to new battlefield first aid techniques. Zaraki glanced at him. You call that first aid? Urahara paused for half a second. Battlefield first aid and battlefield dissection are sometimes only a hair apart. Lin Feng waved his hand. Aizen stepped into the array. The atmosphere in the main hall grew subtle. Kaido stared at the screen. How does this pretty boy fight? Zaraki sneered. He might not fight at all. On the screen, Piccolo Daimao respawned for the third time. His expression was as sour as if he had died twice in a row. Aizen stood on the barren wasteland, speaking calmly. Pleased to meet you. Piccolo roared in rage, raising his hand to gather an energy sphere. The next second, the scene changed. Piccolo saw his energy sphere pierce Aizen's chest. Aizen fell. The world fell silent. Piccolo laughed uproariously. But the others outside saw it clearly. The real Aizen had never moved. Piccolo's energy sphere had veered off into the distance. Aizen's Zanpakuto lightly touched Piccolo's back. A needle of spiritual pressure pierced in. The energy core shattered. The mad grin on Piccolo's face hadn't even faded before his body began to crumble. Doflamingo's gaze stiffened behind his sunglasses. That ability is revolting. Shaltier snorted. Just a cheap trick to deceive the senses. Aizen stepped out of the teleportation array, smiling. If it's merely a cheap trick, why do you frown, my lady? Shaltier's crimson eyes turned cold. Lin Feng glanced over. Aizen yielded gracefully. My apologies. Aizen Sosuke cleared the Dragon Ball dungeon. Reward Senzu Bean X1. Reward Bukujutsu. Reward Chi Sense Training Method. The rewards merged into his body. Aizen's eyes flickered. Deep within the Hogyoku, a sliver of unfamiliar life energy seemed to awaken, resonating subtly with his spiritual pressure. In that instant, the aura around Aizen sank slightly. It was subtle, but Yamamoto, Zaraki, and Lin Feng all noticed. Kaido grinned. This guy got stronger. Lin Feng nodded. He's touched the threshold of 5th stage. Doflamingo's heart skipped a beat. A probationary member at the threshold of 5th stage. Could this position leave any dignity for formal members? Urahara was the last to enter the array. Piccolo respawned for the 4th time. This time, as soon as Piccolo appeared on the screen, Urahara had already tossed a dozen small cylinders onto the ground. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Ghostly light pillars rose. Ceiling arrays spread out. Spirit particle nets locked his limbs. Just as Piccolo tried to burst his energy, a device resembling a pot lid dropped from above and clicked onto his head. What is this thing? Urahara cheerfully pressed a switch. A temporary suppressor just made. A bit crude in craftsmanship. Boom. The energy within Piccolo was forcibly extracted by the ceiling array and compressed into a transparent jar nearby. His body instantly withered. Urahara walked over and tapped the jar with his fan. Sample obtained. Urahara Kisuke cleared the Dragon Ball dungeon. Reward Senzu Bean X1. Reward Bukujutsu. Reward Chi Sense Training Method. Additional record low-level Chi sample successfully sealed. Urahara exited, his eyes brighter than before. Chief, may I request research permission for this Chi sample? Lin Feng looked at the system prompt and nodded. Approved at the basic level. Urahara beamed. Doflamingo felt his scalp tingle. It's over. The tech department has started collecting corpses. The adaptation of the 4 new members was complete. The system screen reappeared. Guild combat power evaluation updating. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni semi-5th stage, Chi Sense adaptation, in progress increasing. Aizen Sosuke threshold of 5th stage Hogyoku, and Chi Sense showing adaptation reaction. Unohana Retsu late 4th stage peak life system understanding enhanced. Urahara Kisuke late 4th stage cross-system research permission unlocked. Current number of high-level combatants is approaching the minimum standard for the Naruto World Conquest. The main hall fell silent for a second. Zaraki laughed. Kaido laughed. Yamamoto remained silent, leaning on his sword. Aizen's lips curled slightly. Urahara was already calculating equipment. Doflamingo silently opened the mission list. Fufufu. Looks like I should work overtime too. Lin Feng looked at the newly lit coordinates of the Naruto world, his gaze growing deep. Get ready. Next step, combat power testing. On the outer side of Onigashima, a temporary battlefield had just been laid out. Urahara, Kasuk, and Tessai joined forces to set up 3 layers of solid barriers, with demonic patterns and spirit circuits intertwining on the ground, ensuring safety was maximized. Doflamingo stood at the edge, his eyelids twitching. Fufufu. I'm increasingly convinced that guild activities are essentially high-end demolition. Urahara adjusted his hat brim. Don't worry, it should hold theoretically. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. That theoretically sounds rather ominous. Lin Feng walked to the center of the field and raised his hand to unfold a light screen. Today is only for positioning, not life or death. Anyone who gets carried away and blows up Onigashima will have to compensate with their own points. Kaido, who was still twirling his spiked club, paused at those words. Zaraki clicked his tongue. Troublesome. Lin Feng ignored him and directly called out names. First group, Kaido Yamamoto. Kaido grinned and strode into the arena. Urigogo. Old man, come on. Yamamoto slowly stepped into the battle circle, Ryujin Jaka, resting on the ground, his white brows low. Young man, your temper is too hot. Kaido laughed louder. Then try to suppress it. The moment the words fell, he immediately assumed his human beast form. Dragon scales flipped up, muscles bulged, Conqueror's hockey coiled around the spiked club, and black-red arcs crackled violently. As the club smashed down, the air screamed with a deafening blast. Yamamoto didn't meet it, Heaton. The old man drew his blade, and the flames didn't spread, they condensed into a single line on the edge of the sword. Chi. A single slash flashed. Kaido's pupils constricted sharply, and the spiked club was forcibly deflected half a foot. The dragon scales on his chest were scorched black, the fire line nearly grazing his heart. Kaido landed, looked down, and his smile faded slightly. Sneaky enough. Yamamoto said flatly, you're too big. Zaraki burst out laughing on the spot. Ha ha ha. Stupid dragon, the old man thinks your build is too conspicuous. Kaido's brow twitched, and his second strike was swung with full force. No testing this time. Conqueror's hockey, monstrous strength, and residual dragon breath were all packed into one swing, making the ground tremble. Yamamoto shifted his stance, the fire line flashing again. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. He didn't clash with Kaido's explosions, but instead struck at the most uncomfortable points in Kaido's power delivery. Each cut seemed to sever Kaido's force chain. The more Kaido fought, the more frustrated he became. He was clearly stronger, yet he always felt a stifling sensation, like punching into a cotton ball. Aizen stood outside the arena, his tone calm. The captain commander is dismantling Kaido's frontal advantage in the most economical way. Unohana smiled softly. Very seasoned. In the arena, Kaido suddenly looked up. Heat breath. A blazing dragon flame came crashing down. Yamamoto raised his eyes, the blade's edge lifting lightly. A golden-red fire line sliced upward through the center of the heat breath, cleaving the entire dragon breath in two. Columns of fire shot past the old man on both sides. For a moment, Kaido truly paused. Not out of fear, but astonishment. Old man, your fire. Yamamoto's hand holding the sword halted slightly. The sense of chi gained from the Piccolo instance was slowly circulating within his body. Over the many years, Yamamoto had always known he could go further. But the world of Bleach seemed to have an invisible ceiling. Spiritual pressure, Zanpakuto, millennia of accumulation, all had been pushed to extreme heights. Yet to go beyond, there was always that elusive line. It wasn't a lack of power. It was that the path had narrowed. This period of fusing the sense of chi felt like prying open a gap on that old path. The fire was still the same fire. The man was still the same man. But the delicacy of control, the fluidity of spiritual pressure, the synchronicity between blade and body, all suddenly became seamless. Seeing Yamamoto pause, Kaido thought the old man's strength was spent, grinned, and charged straight in. Urigogo. Distraction isn't a good habit. The spiked club crashed down with a thunderous roar. Yamamoto raised his blade. No retreat. No dodging. The fire line on the edge suddenly grew even thinner. So thin it resembled a strand of hair. But in that instant, several people outside the arena changed expressions. Aizen's gaze darkened. Unohana's smile faded slightly. Urahara directly held his hat. Not good. Mihawk's black blade Yoru hummed faintly. A swordsman's instinct told him that the old man's sword had just crossed a line. Clang. The spiked club clashed with the blade edge. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it was eerily silent. Kaido's smile first stiffened, then turned into shock. The spiked club wrapped in Conqueror's hockey was being burned away layer by that thin fire line. Not shattered by force, but peeled off like a rule. Yamamoto stomped his foot, his white hair lifting slightly. A pressure more solid and complete than before slowly rose from the old man. No longer Quasa 5th rank. He had formally crossed over. Zaraki's eyes lit up. Oh. Lin Feng's lips curled. It was done. The old man had only been a step away. The system's ceiling and environmental constraints of the Bleach world had kept that step stuck for a millennium. Now, borrowing the intense frontal pressure from Kaido, and using the sense of chi to fully connect the power within, he finally shattered that shell. In the arena, Yamamoto's voice was low. So that's it. It's not that I've grown old. It's that the world was The words weren't loud, but they struck everyone present. Kaido reacted first. Instead of retreating, he laughed even more wildly. Haha, good. This is more like it. He swung the spiked club again, this time even fiercer. Yamamoto no longer held back. Ryujin Jaka spun the fire line coiling around the blade. He didn't release Bankai, but the suppression was on a completely different level. One slash. Another scorched black scar appeared on Kaido's chest, forcing him back dozens of meters. Dragon scales flipped up, smoke rising. Kaido steadied himself, looked down at the wound, then up at Yamamoto, grinning. Old man, you're getting stronger mid-fight. Yamamoto sheathed his blade, his aura converging. Thanks to you. Kaido clicked his tongue, then shrugged. Find this fight was worth it. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the light screen refreshed automatically. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni, early 5th rank. Assessment update, firepower anchor core. Doflamingo stared at those words, silent for 2 seconds. It was supposed to be just a test. And this old man broke through on the spot. Apprentice member, early 5th rank. How were official members supposed to live? Aizen said softly, congratulations, Captain Commander. Yamamoto glanced at him. This step isn't earned with congratulations. Aizen smiled, saying nothing. Lin Feng continued. Second group, Mihawk Unohana. Mihawk stepped into the arena. Unohana smiled, gently drawing her blade slowly. Neither spoke. The blade clashed, and the sound was very light. But the lighter it was, the more it commanded attention. Mihawk's blade was steady, precise, and clean. Unohana's blade was soft, fine, and vicious. One slash to test the path. One slash to dismantle the move. Another to skim the line between life and death. Zaraki curled his lip. Too fussy. Aizen said calmly, no, this is pure swordsman dialogue. After dozens of exchanges, both stepped back simultaneously. A thin cut appeared on Mihawk's sleeve. A strand of black hair fell from Unohana's shoulder. Mihawk spoke. Your blade is dangerous. Unohana smiled softly. Your blade is quite sharp as well. Lin Feng nodded. Enough. Third group, Aizen Doflamingo. Doflamingo's face nearly stiffened. Fufufu. Our president sure knows how to arrange. Aizen smiled and stepped into the arena. Honorable official member, please. At the start, threads filled the sky. Control strangulation blockade. Everything deployed. Aizen, however, stood still without moving. He merely lifted his eyes. In the next second, several Aizens appeared in Doflamingo's perception. Left, right, front, back. All seemed real. Doflamingo's scalp tingled as he activated both his sense of chi and observation haki. Amidst the chaos, he finally grasped a thread of discordant reality. Threads instantly coiled back. Snap! The illusion shattered. But the real Aizen was already standing behind him, the tip of his blade lightly pressing against his shoulder and neck. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Fine, I get it. Still as disgusting. Aizen sheathed his blade, smiling in silence. Lin Feng glanced at the results and made a direct assessment. Aizen illusion and strategy core. Doflamingo control support perception still has room for improvement. The last group, Urahara versus Shaltir. The result was even more straightforward. Urahara had just laid 3 layers of ceiling formations when Shaltir pierced through 2.5 layers with a single spear thrust. Urahara nearly lost his hat as he quickly distanced himself, retreating while recording data. Understood. For this type of charge monster, the priority isn't trapping. It's not letting her touch me first. Shaltir snorted coldly. The correct realization of the week. The test was essentially enough. Zaraki had been restraining himself for a long time. President, can we have a free-for-all now? Kaido also hoisted his spiked club. Let's have one. Lin Feng cut indirectly. No. Zaraki looked displeased. Why, oi? Lin Feng swept his gaze over everyone. Because Yamamoto just broke through to 5th rank. If you all get carried away tonight, Onigashima will really vanish from the map. Kaido clicked his tongue. So stingy. Lin Feng didn't respond, only raised his hand to update the overall assessment. The light screen hung in the air. Lin Feng mid-5th rank, President Absolute Anchor. Zaraki Kenpachi early 5th rank, Elder Frontal Assault. Aizen Sosuke early 5th rank, Illusion and Strategy Core. Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni early 5th rank, Firepower Anchor Core. Kaido Mihawk Shaltir Unohana Retsu Urahara Kisuk late 4th rank, Taquazi 5th rank, Flank Suppression. Doflamingo early 4th rank, Resource Management and Support Control. Doflamingo finished reading the last line and simply didn't want to speak anymore. Brutally honest. Too honest. But Aizen spoke softly. Titles are only starting points, not endpoints of value. At those words, Kaido narrowed his eyes. Urahara adjusted his hat. Yamamoto remained silent, and Unohana smiled. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Great. This guy had stirred up all these monsters with one sentence. Just then the coordinates of the Naruto world lit up again. A system prompt popped up simultaneously. Combat assessment complete. Current lineup can execute high-risk strategy in Naruto world. Recommendation: formulate a complete battle plan before initiating transfer. Lin Feng looked at the prompt, a smile slowly creeping across his lips. That's it for tonight. Meeting tomorrow. Prepare to go to the shinobi world and take over the battlefield. The main hall of Onigashima was filled for the first time with people seated at the long table. Before, this place had been more like Kaido's tavern. But today was different. The sake barrels had been removed. The weapon racks were pushed aside. Urahara laid 3 layers of temporary spell formations on the floor, while Doflamingo used his threads to suspend a row of data boards. Aizen stood at the edge of the shadows, smiling as though he had already turned everyone's minds inside out. Kaido stared at the tea on the table, his expression sour. A meeting is a meeting, but where's the sake? Lin Feng sat at the head seat, casting a calm glance his way. If you get drunk, who's going to restrain the tailed beasts, eh? Kaido paused. Tailed beasts. Kenpachi's eyes lit up instantly. Can I cut them? Urahara adjusted his hat brim. Theoretically, yes, but it's best not to just slice them apart carelessly. That thing is more like a highly condensed mass of life energy. Cutting it recklessly might cause an explosion. Kenpachi clicked his tongue. Troublesome. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the Naruto World's light screen unfolded. A massive projection of the battlefield materialized in the center of the main hall. The allied shinobi forces, the Ten Tails, the Divine Tree, 6 Paths, Madara, Naruto, and Sasuke. Scenes flashed by one after another. Kaido had been feeling bored, but when he saw the Ten Tails' colossal form, his eyes lit up. Ugh, now that's big. Shaltir narrowed her crimson eyes. Ugly enough to be displeasing. Mihawk fixed his gaze on the truth-seeking balls behind 6 Paths, Madara, his expression growing serious. Those black orbs don't seem like ordinary energy. Yamamoto sat gripping his sword, his white brows lowered. They have a nullifying property. Aizen picked up the thread softly. Yin-Yang released products possessing the characteristic of erasing most conventional ninjutsu and physical structures. Doflamingo's eyes flickered behind his sunglasses. Fufufu. New guy, how did you understand it so quickly? Aizen smiled. The data wasn't complicated. Doflamingo fell silent. Fine. That statement sounded more complicated than the data itself. Lin Feng swiped his finger, and the system evaluation popped up. Current key threat assessment for the Naruto world. 6 Paths, Uchiha Madara, early stage 5th order. Naruto Uzumaki, early stage 5th order. Sasuke Uchiha, early stage 5th order. Ten Tails and Divine Tree, special threat. Kagaya Otsutsuki, causality, high risk, hidden variable. The main hall went silent for a moment. Kaido grinned. 3 early stage 5th orders. Kenpachi laughed. Enough to go around. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Can you two stop acting like you're looking at dinner? Unohana Retsu spoke gently. If there are resurrection and regeneration mechanisms, we do need to confirm the death judgment first. Urahara nodded. That's the problem. The most troublesome thing about the Naruto world isn't that one person is strong. It's that resurrection, sealing jinjutsu, spatial movement, tailed beast rampages, and divine tree absorption are all crammed into a single battle. Aizen raised his hand, and the light screen automatically split into several lines. Simply defeating Madara isn't enough. If the intelligence chain continues, the allied shinobi forces will instinctively see us as new enemies. If the divine tree continues to expand, the battlefield will turn into an energy harvesting ground. If Kagaya's causality is triggered prematurely, the enemy will shift from a battlefield command type to a space sealing type. Kaido frowned. Say it in human language. Aizen looked at him. If we don't control the field, it'll only get more chaotic. Kaido nodded. Got that part. Lin Feng shot Aizen a glance. This guy had only just joined the guild and was already automatically breaking down the battlefield. Probationary or not, his mind was indeed sharp. Yamamoto spoke in a deep voice. The divine tree must be suppressed immediately. This kind of life-absorbing entity cannot be allowed to run rampant. Urahara continued. I need a stable anchor point. After teleportation, I'll first set up a temporary branch beacon, then deploy anti-spatial movement devices. It won't completely seal things off, but at least it'll alert us to enemy spatial fluctuations. Shaltir lifted her chin. This one will handle the miscellaneous troops. Lin Feng shook his head. The allied shinobi forces are not targets. Shaltir was slightly displeased. If they attack my master, knock them out. No killing. No killing. Shaltir bowed her head. As you command. Doflamingo breathed a sigh of relief. If that one were let loose, the allied shinobi forces might lose half their number first. Lin Feng began assigning. Kenpachi. Kenpachi grinned. 6 Paths, Madara. Yes. Ha ha ha. That's a good one. Kaido immediately grew annoyed. Why? Lin Feng turned to Kaido. You're in charge of suppressing the tailed beasts and the Ten Tails' limbs. Kaido was about to protest. On the light screen, the Ten Tails roared, sending a tailed beast bomb sweeping across the battlefield. Kaido stared at that thing for 2 seconds, and his grin returned. Find this one's big enough too. Lin Feng continued. Yamamoto, you shall incinerate the divine tree's expansion routes. Yamamoto nodded. This old man understands. Don't burn through the entire battlefield directly. Yamamoto's white brows twitched. This old man knows his limits. Kaido muttered on the side. A guy who just broke through to Fifth Order saying he knows his limits. That's terrifying too. Yamamoto glanced at him. Kaido grinned and fell silent. Lin Feng turned to Aizen. Aizen, you're in charge of battlefield perception interference. Disrupt the ninjas' communication sensing and jinjutsu systems as much as possible. Aizen smiled. The president wants them to not understand the battlefield first. No. Lin Feng tapped the table. I want them to see what we want them to see. Aizen's smile deepened. Understood. Doflamingo felt a chill down his spine. Those two with just one sentence sounded more dangerous than Kaido swinging his club. Lin Feng looked at Mihawk and Unohana. Mihawk, cut the high-risk front line. When you encounter something that can be cut, probe first, don't cut straight into the divine tree's core. Mihawk nodded. Agreed. Unohana read some medical support and anti-regeneration observation. Unohana smiled gently. If the enemy has special life structures, I will try to preserve samples. Urahara's eyes lit up. That would be excellent. Doflamingo's face was numb. These two were already considering post-battle materials. The ninja world had no idea what was about to hit them. Lin Feng turned to Urahara. Urahara, you're responsible for the anchor point sealing safeguards and anti-spatial fluctuations. Top priority. Urahara smiled bitterly. In other words, everyone else is off fighting, and I'm the one preventing the world from being shattered by you. Lin Feng nodded. Pretty much. Urahara sighed. What a reassuring job assignment. Finally, Lin Feng looked at Doflamingo. Doflamingo already had a feeling. It was definitely not something good. Doflamingo, you'll guard the headquarters. Just as he thought. Doflamingo's smile froze. Fufufu. Mr. President, I could actually go to the battlefield. You're in charge of logistics. Devil fruit stockpiles, points and materials, medical resources, Onigashima defenses, and the remnants of the beast pirates. All yours. Doflamingo opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Staying behind. It sounded inglorious. But that resource allocation authority was truly tempting. Especially since after these monsters finished with the Naruto world, points and spoils would fly everywhere. Commanding from the rear might not be a loss. Doflamingo immediately grinned. Fufufu. Since the president trusts me, he'll reluctantly accept. Kenpachi sneered. If you're scared, just say so. Doflamingo chose to ignore him. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the final battle plan appeared. Naruto World Conquest Team confirmed. Field Commander Lin Feng. Frontline Assault Kenpachi Zaraki Kaido. Battlefield Suppression Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. Strategic Disruption Aizen Sosuke. Line Division Mihawk Shaltir Unohana Retsu. Technical Support Urahara Kisuke. Headquarters Logistics Doflamingo. The system prompt immediately followed. Operation plan generated. Proceed to open Naruto World Teleportation. In the main hall, everyone's gaze fell on Lin Feng. Kenpachi shouldered his sword, grinning as if it were New Year. Kaido cracked his neck, joints rumbling. Yamamoto sat with closed eyes, but the fiery intent had already been sheathed within his blade. Aizen stood quietly like a chessboard just laid out. Urahara stuffed a row of small devices into his sleeve, muttering about backup plans. Shaltir raised her drop-tip lance, crimson eyes fixed on Lin Feng. Mihawk gripped the black blade Uru. Unohana smiled gently, her hand already resting on her sword hilt. Lin Feng stood up. The blaze of martial extremes ignited lightly beneath his feet. 10-minute rest. After 10 minutes, begin the teleportation. Target the Ninja World battlefield. On the light screen, the Naruto World coordinates blazed blindingly bright. Doflamingo watched these people and silently mourned for that world for 1 second. No joke. With this lineup going over, it didn't look like support at all. It looked more like a group of cross-dimensional monsters coming to collect the property fees. Upon the clock striking 10 minutes in the Ghost Island main hall, Lin Feng raised his hand and directly pressed confirm. The crimson gold light gate didn't unfold slowly as before. Instead, the entire hall shuddered violently. Space felt as though seized by an invisible giant hand, brutally tearing open a vertical rift. Through the fissure, the battlefield smoke and chakra turbulence surged out like a tsunami. Kaido hoisted his spiked club, eyes gleaming. Worororo. This is the right scent. Kenpachi grinned. Let's go. Yamamoto leaned on his sword and stepped forward, white brows lowered, his fiery aura completely contained. Aizen stood behind, his smile gentle, but his gaze cut like a blade into the depths of the rift. Urahara adjusted his hat brim, a row of devices in his sleeve, faintly clicking. Hope the landing isn't too exciting. Lin Feng glanced at him. Those words never work out. Urahara sighed. I knew it. The next moment, everyone stepped into the light gate. The world of Naruto. The fourth great ninja war battlefield. The earth was rent as if gnawed by colossal beasts, pockmarked with craters everywhere. The divine tree had rooted at the very center of the battlefield, its thick, sturdy tendrils piercing through mountain ranges, frantically draining life and chakra. The allied shinobi forces had been pushed to their limits. Naruto and Sasuke hovered midair, the power of the six paths swirling around them, their gazes locked on the white-haired figure ahead. Madara of the six paths stood in the sky, his truth-seeking balls slowly rotating. His Rinnegan surveyed the scene as though watching a group of infants who had yet to learn breathing. So this is the current shinobi world. Madara spoke blandly. How dull. Not a single soul among the allied shinobi dared to respond. The five Kage's faces were extremely grim. Inoki was drenched in cold sweat, his hands trembling. This pressure is even stronger than before. Gaara clenched, his sand eyes fixed on the divine tree's roots. At this rate, the alliance will be drained to death. Kakashi stood on a pile of rubble, his Sharingan scanning the battlefield, his voice heavy. Naruto and Sasuke can only hold him back. Madara hasn't even begun to exert himself. Sakura gritted her teeth. Is there really no way? The moment her words fell, the sky split open. Not clouds parting nor space distortion. The entire firmament was brutally torn apart by a crimson gold scar. Crack. The sound was like glass shattering, as if the world's very bones had broken. Everyone looked up simultaneously. The allied shinobi were dumbfounded. The five Kages were dumbfounded. Naruto's pupils sharply contracted. What the hell is that? Sasuke's Rinnegan stared intently at the rift, his face instantly darkening. That's not a jutsu. Madara of the six paths smile also froze. The truth-seeking balls rotated slowly. For the first time, his Rinnegan showed genuine interest. Oh, visitors from beyond the sky. The crimson gold rift fully opened. Figures stepped out from the fissure, not descending to the ground. All stood in the sky. Lin Feng stood at the front, the scarlet martial extreme flame beneath his feet burning gently, as if treading a miniature sun. Behind him, Kenpachi shouldered his sword, his golden spiritual pressure causing the air to hum. Kaido was half in his human beast form, dragon scales gleaming coldly, his spiked club resting on his shoulder, black-red conqueror's hockey arcs crackling. Yamamoto Kairaku Jushiro leaned on his sword, floating small and aged, yet like a sun sealed within its sheath. Aizen stood the quietest, white clothes utterly still, his smile serene enough to send chills down one's spine. Hawkeye held his sword, the black blade Yoru slanted behind him, his gaze sharp enough to cut the entire battlefield in two. Shaltir carried her lance drain, her crimson eyes looking down contemptuously, as if they had seen nothing but dust. Unohana Retsu smiled gently, hand resting on her hilt, looking as pristine as a medical ninja, yet the blend of life and death emanating from her made Tsunade's expression shift. Urahara Kasuke was the last to step out, his hat brim pulled low. He tossed a small device into the air, it clicked open, and a ring of spirit anchors instantly pinned into space. Temporary anchor stabilized. Anti-space distortion monitoring initiated. My, this battlefield is quite a mess. Below, the allied shinobi forces fell utterly silent. The battlefield that had been roaring with battle cries seemed as if someone had pressed a mute button. Shikamaru's lips twitched. This is trouble. Choji swallowed. They're standing in the sky. Ino's face paled a little. I can't sense any complete chakra. No, the power they wield isn't chakra at all. The sensory unit was even worse off, faces turning blue. Captain, there aren't many, but each one is like a major natural disaster. Especially the one at the front, and the one carrying the sword, and that old man. And that smiling man. I don't want to look at him at all. Aizen seemed to hear and glanced down toward the sensory unit. The sensory ninjas instantly froze. Nothing happened, but their minds felt as if gently tapped. Shikamaru's scalp crawled. Don't look at that man. My instincts say it will end badly. Naruto flew forward a little, his golden chakra cloak blazing. Hey, who are you people? Sasuke said nothing, a minute to Jikara at the ready. Lin Feng didn't look at Naruto first, his gaze swept over the divine tree, the remnant aura of the Ten Tails, and finally settled on Madara of the Six Paths. We're not too late. Kenpachi had already targeted Madara, his single eye blazing with battle frenzy. You're Madara of the Six Paths. Madara looked at Kenpachi, his Rinnegan narrowing slightly. What a ferocious blade. Kenpachi grinned. You look like you can take a lot of cuts. The moment those words were spoken, the entire allied shinobi forces were stunned. What was happening? At a time like this, facing Madara of the Six Paths, and his first reaction was whether he could take a cut. Kaido roared with laughter. Kenpachi, this one's yours. That big thing like the Ten Tails belongs to me. Shaltir snorted coldly. A bunch of noisy lowlifes. Yamamoto's gaze fell on the divine tree's roots, his white brows sinking. Absorbing life. It must not be allowed. Madara watched these people dividing the battlefield, as if he wasn't there, and a smile slowly curled on his lips. Interesting. You dare to discuss how to deal with my possessions on my battlefield. A truth-seeking ball flew out from behind him, silent and extremely fast, heading straight for Kenpachi's brow. Naruto's face changed. Watch out. You can't touch that. Kenpachi was about to raise his sword, but Yamamoto had already moved. The old man simply lifted Ryujin Jaka, unsheathing the blade about half an inch. A thread-thin line of fire swept across the air. Kai! The edge of the truth-seeking ball was grazed by the flame line, and it was forced off course. The black sphere's surface rippled with a scorched distortion. Not completely destroyed, but deflected. Madara's eyes narrowed. Naruto's eyes went wide. Sasuke's expression changed too. The truth-seeking ball. Deflected. Inoki almost yanked his own beard off. Are you kidding me? That's yin-yang release. Yamamoto slowly sheathed his sword. This thing does have nullifying properties, but it's not untouchable. The allied shinobi were utterly dumbfounded. The very object that had driven them to despair moments ago had been deflected by a single stroke from this short, old man, who even offered a comment. Just who in the world are these monsters? Urahara looked down at his instruments. Recording complete. Captured a sample of yin-yang release's structure. Dangerous, but quite research-worthy. Unohana said softly, if you need live specimens later I can assist. Kakashi's eyes twitched violently. The way these people talked was even more terrifying than the Akatsuki. Aizen raised his hand, and his fingertip traced lightly through the air. The battlefield's already chaotic perception network suddenly stalled. The Yamanaka clan's telepathic line broke for half a beat. The Byakugan user's vision also experienced brief double images. Madara's Rinnegan detected an extremely faint layer of spiritual pressure membrane spreading out. Aizen smiled. The shinobi perception system is more straightforward than I imagined, and easier to guide. Shikamaru's face instantly darkened. Damn, they're not here just to fight. Lin Feng finally stepped forward. Scarlet flames spread into a ring beneath his feet. The rift in the sky slowly closed behind him, but the pressure didn't dissipate. Instead it weighed down the entire battlefield, making no one dare move. Naruto clenched his fists. What do you people want really? Lin Feng looked down at Naruto, then at Sasuke. Don't be nervous. The allied shinobi are not our target. Sasuke said coldly. Then who is your target? Lin Feng raised his hand, pointing at the divine tree and Madara of the Six Paths. This war. From now on it will be taken over by the Myriad Realms Guild. The entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The Myriad Realms Guild. Taking over the war. Madara suddenly laughed. A low chuckle at first, then quickly turning into a loud guffaw. Ha ha ha. Taking over my battlefield. His Rinnegan locked onto Lin Feng, all the truth-seeking balls floating up. Very well. Then show me whether you visitors from beyond the sky have the right to dance. Kenpachi was already grinning so wide he could barely contain his sword. Kaido cracked his neck, joints rumbling. Yamamoto's flame aura returned to its sheath. Hawkeye slowly gripped the black blade. Shaltir lowered her spear tip. Aizen's smile remained unchanged. Urahara's anchor points glowed into a halo. Lin Feng lifted his foot, and the martial extreme flame roared up. Qualifications. You'll know after we fight. As Six Paths Madara finished speaking, the truth-seeking balls behind him rose in unison. The black sphere spun. Sage chakra surged. The oppressive presence of his Rinnegan instantly peaked. Below, the shinobi alliance, already on edge, tensed even more. Gaara spoke in a low voice. Forget about those visitors from the sky for now. Madara is getting serious. Naruto, however, did not move. His golden chakra coat flared, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Hey, you guys suddenly show up and claim to take over. Who would trust that? Sasuke was even more direct. Whatever you intend to do, stay out of it for now. Lin Feng glanced at them. You just watch and learn. Those words darkened Naruto's face. Sasuke's eyes turned colder. These people had already been arrogant enough upon arrival. Now they assumed an attitude of letting them observe and learn. No one could tolerate that. Six Paths Madara, however, laughed. Haha, excellent. Compared to those shinobi who can't even comprehend despair, you are far more interesting. Kenpachi had run out of patience. Enough chatter. With a single step forward, a shockwave tore through the sky. Golden Ryatsu erupted violently. Armament haki coated his blade, while his spiritual pressure compressed into a thin thread along the edge. He lunged at Six Paths Madara like a beast breaking free from its cage. The shinobi alliance felt a chill run down their spines. So fast. Is that man insane, charging straight at Madara? The truth-seeking balls will erase him. Madara raised his hand, and the defensive ring of truth-seeking balls immediately tightened. The black spheres formed a barrier before him. Kenpachi did not stop. He struck the barrier directly with his blade. Clang. The sound was heavy and dull. The next moment, everyone's eyes widened. That ring of truth-seeking balls, regarded as an absolute threat by the ninja world, was forcefully knocked half a foot off position by that single slash. Not shattered, but forcibly pushed aside through sheer brutality. The smile on Madara's face froze for an instant. Oh, Kenpachi grinned. Your turtle shell is decent. Naruto was stunned. Aren't those black balls supposed to be untouchable? Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto Kenpachi's blade. It's not just raw power. There's something else on that sword. Madara finally raised his other hand. No unnecessary movements. Yet the air behind Kenpachi suddenly grew heavy. Bang! An invisible heavy blow struck Kenpachi's side. Bones cracked. Kenpachi was sent flying like he'd been hit by a massive hammer crashing through a distant mountain. The mountain crumbled. Dust shot into the sky. The Shinobi Alliance froze for a second, then burst into uproar. Invisible? Who attacked just now? Is that a new ability of Madara's? Shikamaru's face darkened. Trouble. There's not even a trace of the attack trajectory. Madara stood in the sky, his tone flat. Charging headlong like that, you're nothing but a beast. No sooner had he spoken than a low laugh came from the rubble. Faint at first, then growing louder. Ha ha. Boom. The rubble exploded. Kenpachi walked out, blade in hand, his side a bloody mess, blood at the corner of his mouth. But his face was pure excitement. This is it. Now that's more like it. The Shinobi Alliance was collectively dumbfounded. He survived that invisible attack, and not only survived. He could still laugh. What in the world was this guy made of? Unohana stood high above her, smile gentle. Good condition. Urahara adjusted his hat brim. A few broken ribs, nothing serious. Naruto was baffled. A few, nothing serious. Madara narrowed his rin again. Standing up is commendable. But what about the next time? Limbo Border Jail activated again. This time not just one. Invisible clones pressed in from all sides. Kenpachi didn't rush. His single eye narrowed, shoulders dropped, blade angled before him. In an instant observation, Haki's spiritual sense and battle instinct fused together. Can't see? Then don't look. Find them through killing intent. Bang! Another blow struck his left shoulder. Kenpachi's body tilted, but instead of retreating, he swung a counter slash. The blade cut through air, hitting nothing visible. Yet Madara's expression changed for the first time. Because that slash had grazed something. Only a faint touch. But the Limbo clone had indeed been forced back a step. Below, Sasuke's pupils contracted. He touched Limbo. Naruto looked confused. Limbo. Madara's invisible clones. Sasuke's voice grew heavy. Theoretically, only someone with the corresponding dojutsu can directly lock onto them. And yet now? A madman from Wano sheer through sheer punishment and instinct had barely brushed against one. A slow smile spread across six paths Madara's face. Huh. That laugh made even Naruto sense something was off. It wasn't contempt. It was excitement. Madara stared at Kenpachi like he had finally found a whetstone worthy of his blade. Excellent. You are far more valuable than I imagined. Kenpachi wiped the blood from his lips, grinning. Before the words died, he charged again. Even wilder this time. No longer a straight rush. Instead, he rode the shockwaves, constantly veering, as if searching, while moving, noting positions, even as he took hits. The Limbo clones struck repeatedly. More and more wounds opened on Kenpachi's body. Shoulder, abdomen, back, all splitting. Yet his blade grew more precise. The first slash was only a graze. The second forced an invisible clone to clearly retreat. By the third, a dull impact exploded in the air, as if something had been struck. The smile on Madara's face froze again. The Shinobi Alliance was completely lost. He's adapting. He can still adapt in the middle of battle like this. What kind of monster is he? Kakashi stared at Kenpachi, his Sharingan trembling. He isn't just tanking the hits. He's using his body to memorize attack patterns. Shikamaru cursed under his breath. That style is way too unreasonable. High above, Aizen chuckled softly. Very crude, but very effective. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, his expression unreadable. This was Kenpachi's way. The harder it got, the faster he grew. The closer to death, the more his potential exploded. Madara finally began adding real pressure. The truth-seeking balls formed a black staff in his hand. The Limbo clones pressed in simultaneously. The original and the clones, visible and invisible, trapped Kenpachi midair. Kenpachi took a staff blow to the chest. Ribs seemed to snap, and was sent flying half a rotation. Before he could stabilize, another Limbo strike from behind. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Yet Kenpachi grinned wider. Yes, just like that. Madara stepped forward, the black staff pointing diagonally. State your name, visitor from beyond. Kenpachi steadied himself, shouldering his blade, as golden Ryatsu slowly condensed. Kenpachi Zaraki. Remember it. I'm here to cut you down. Madara laughed heartily. Uchiha Madara. Excellent, Kenpachi Zaraki. You are worthy of making me dance. With those words, all the Limbo clones erupted at once. The truth-seeking black staff also descended. Kenpachi took a deep breath. His Ryatsu no longer burst chaotically, instead it condensed into the blade. Ripples of golden light climbed along the sword. The Shinobi Alliance suddenly sensed something wrong. That battered, worn-out blade. Its aura had changed. Naruto's brow twitched. That guy can still be stronger. Kenpachi grinned, his single eye blazing with menace. I've been playing with you till now. It's about time I cut seriously. He raised his blade slightly. His voice was low and savage. Devour Nozarashi. At the same moment, on the other side of the battlefield, the earth split open with a roar. The roots of the divine tree exploded like madness, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Countless shinobi turned pale. Yamamoto finally lifted his gaze. Ryujin Jaka unsheathed. The sound of Kenpachi's shuriken had barely faded when the other side of the battlefield erupted. The roots of the god tree spread outward like madness. The ground curled and rolled. Massive wooden roots burst from the cracks, grabbing and entangling everything in their path. A ninja from the allied forces was about to form hand seals, but his ankle was instantly caught by a root. His chakra was visibly drained from his body, and he collapsed limply on the spot. Help! Don't touch those roots. Our chakra is being drained. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos. The 5 Kage's expressions changed simultaneously. Tsunade smashed a section of root with a punch, but as she was about to rescue someone, more roots pressed down from all directions. Gaara-san surged as he tried to lift an entire area. But the god tree's roots were too numerous, like a living torrent. Inoki's forehead beaded with sweat. At this rate, the allied forces will be devoured. High in the sky, Yamamoto finally raised his hand. Ryujin Jaka was fully drawn. There was no sea of flames covering the sky. No explosive conflagration that could burn mountains and boil seas. The old man simply held the blade horizontally before him, his white brows drooping low, as both spiritual pressure and chi sensation sank into the sword. The next moment, strands of fire so fine they were almost imperceptible split from the blade. 1, 10, 100. Countless crimson gold threads descended like a net from the heavens, hissing as they carved into the tide of the god tree's roots. The ninja coalition below had already resigned to despair, but soon they noticed something amiss. Those fire threads wove through the battlefield, grazing the corners of ninja uniforms, passing by forehead protectors, even brushing through hair. Yet not a single person was burned. They burned only the god tree. SSSS. A thick root was severed in the middle. SSSS. Another section instantly charred and collapsed. SSSS. SSS. SSS. Vast swaths of roots were dissected, as if by the sharpest flame scalpel. One moment they were devouring people, the next they were charred timber on the ground. Tsunade was stunned. Such control. Inoki's throat went dry. Can fire release be used like this? Gaara stared at Yamamoto in the sky, his gaze frozen. It was not fire release. It was a different, more terrifying mastery. This old man had already deflected the truth-seeking balls with a single slash. That was absurd enough. Now he was performing precise incisions across the entire battlefield. This was no longer a battle. It was using the entire shinobi battlefield as a chopping board. Yamamoto paid no attention to the reactions below. His gaze fixed on the densest cluster of roots, and he pressed down slightly with his blade. The fire threads suddenly accelerated, burning back along the god tree's root network. The main trunk trembled as if in pain. High above 6 paths, Madara's gaze darkened. Annoying. Madara raised a hand forcibly, drawing the vast residual chakra of the 10 tails. In the center of the battlefield, a mass of black-purple energy rapidly coalesced. Tailed beast chakra surged wildly. The very atmosphere trembled. Killer Bee's eyelids twitched. Hey, no way. Naruto spun around sharply. Tailed beast bomb. And not an ordinary one. It was a supersized blast forcibly wrung from the remnants of the 10 tails. The black-purple sphere swelled wildly, growing larger and larger, crushing the air below until it collapsed. The allied forces watched, their scalps tingling with dread. If that thing really came down, not just the battlefield, everyone, and even the map itself, would be vaporized. Kaido had already set his sights on it. Seeing that thing take shape, his eyes blazed with terrifying excitement. Wugogogo. This is a real thrill. He fully entered his human beast form. Muscles bulged, dragon scales rippled, and Conqueror's haki coiled around his spiked club. Black-red arcs of electricity exploded from his arm all the way up into the sky. Before the allied forces could react, Kaido had already stomped through the air and charged straight at the tailed beast bomb. Kakashi was dumbfounded. What is he planning to do? Shikamaru's face went stiff. He can't possibly be. Boom. Kaido had indeed charged right to the front of the tailed beast bomb. The enormous black-purple sphere was right in front of his face. Anyone else would have been terrified out of their wits. But Kaido laughed and swung his spiked club in a full arc. Get up there. One swing. Black-red Conqueror's haki, monstrous arm strength, top-tier haki, and his dragon lineage, all poured into that blow. The moment the spiked club struck the surface of the tailed beast bomb, the entire sky seemed to pause for half a beat. Then, with a thunderous reversal, that tailed beast bomb, large enough to make the allied forces despair, was smashed by Kaido, sent flying diagonally into the sky. Naruto's eyes went wide. Killer Bee's mouth fell open. That actually worked? Rumble. The tailed beast bomb shot into the high sky and exploded into a massive black-purple halo. The sky looked as if an inverted bowl had been blasted open. The shockwave vaporized vast layers of clouds. The crowd of allied forces below was completely stunned. The tailed beast bomb that they might not have been able to stop even with their lives. In the hands of these people, one used fire like an embroidery needle, and another simply smacked it into the sky with a club. Was there no logic to this? Kaido, having smacked away the tailed beast bomb, didn't stop at all. He twisted his body and transformed directly into an azure dragon. The giant dragon coiled in the sky, scales blotting out the heavens, its immense form making countless ninjas struggle for breath. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Another flying giant monster. The azure dragon flipped and lunged straight at the convergence point of the Ten Tails' residual energy. That twisted mass of chakra struggled, as if alive, manifesting giant claws and a tail frantically swatting at Kaido. Kaido didn't even dodge. He took it heat in with his dragon body. With a furious roar, he coiled around it. The massive dragon body wrapped around the rampaging tailed beast chakra, holding it down like a raging primordial beast. Wave after wave of chakra impact exploded against his dragon scales. Kaido's scales cracked, blood poured out, yet he laughed even more wildly. Struggle more. Aren't you supposed to be big? The allied forces were utterly at a loss. An azure dragon grappling the Ten Tails. This was a scene no one had ever seen or even imagined. Gaara muttered, where exactly did these people come from? Tsunade gritted her teeth, glancing toward Lin Feng, then at Yamamoto and Kaido. She had originally thought these celestial visitors were far too dangerous. Now they were even more dangerous. Yet ironically, this danger was precisely what was shielding them from the God Tree and the Ten Tails. Yamamoto on his side had not stopped either. After large areas of the God Tree's roots were severed, the main trunk suddenly shuddered. A more insidious wave of life absorption spread from underground, no longer traveling through the surface roots. Like an invisible net, it attempted to bypass the fire line and drain all life across the field. In an instant, all the sensory-type ninjas' expressions changed. There's another layer. It's underground. It's bypassing. Yamamoto's brow furrowed. He had just raised his blade when Urahara's voice came from behind. Commander, left forward 30 degrees, 800 meters underground. I've marked the absorption path for you. One after another, Racier anchor points lit up underground like lamps, illuminating the God Tree's meridians. The previously invisible flow of life energy was instantly traced into a glaring trajectory. Urahara adjusted his hat brim. Just burn back along it. Yamamoto wasted no words. He raised his blade and delivered a single slash. This time it wasn't aimed at the roots. It followed the absorption path Urahara had marked, burning straight back to the God Tree's main trunk. The crimson gold fire thread plunged into the ground. Half a second later, the distant main trunk trembled violently, and a charred crack burst open on its surface. Madara's eyes turned completely cold. Naruto and Sasuke both jolted as well. They had been fighting until now, barely managing to contain the battlefield. But on the guild side, as soon as they made a move, they began dismantling the God Tree itself. High in the sky, Aizen stood perfectly still, but his gaze slowly fell upon a certain point deep in the God Tree's shadow. It was very well hidden. Even Madara might not have noticed it. But Aizen's lips slowly curled upward. So that's where you're hiding. In the shadows, a mass of pitch-black consciousness abruptly contracted. Black Zetsu had been observing from the shadows. Watching Yamamoto burn the tree, Kaido suppressed the Ten Tails' Urahara plant anchors. The more it saw, the more alarmed it became. Instinctively, it realized that these celestial visitors were far too dangerous. If this dragged on, Lady Kagaya's resurrection rhythm would be disrupted. Aizen tilted his head slightly, his smile warm yet chilling. Found you. The moment Aizen's words, found you, fell, the other end of the battlefield erupted first. Over at Kenpachi's side, the golden spiritual pressure suddenly sank. The initial release was complete. The instant Nozarashi entered his hand, the aura of the blade transformed entirely. The already ferocious Zanpakuto seemed to have its final lock torn open. The blade's intent was no longer merely wild. It gained a brutality that sought to cleave everything before it into pieces. Behind six paths, Madara, the truth-seeking orbs transformed into black staves, and the limbo clones pressed forward simultaneously. The main body, the clones, the black staves, the remnants of the truth-seeking orbs. Attacks descended from every direction. Madara had clearly grown serious. But Kenpachi's expression only darkened. Hey! Madara's black staff smashed down. Kenpachi lifted his blade to meet it, heat in the impact, erupting in a shockwave as he slid a dozen meters through the air. When you're fighting me. A limbo clone drove another fist into Kenpachi's ribs. Flesh burst open. Kenpachi stumbled back 2 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his single eye remained locked on Madara. You dare let your mind wander elsewhere? At these words, Madara paused slightly. The shinobi alliance below was stunned. What kind of timing was this? This madman was taking hits, yet he was still annoyed that his opponent wasn't giving him full attention. Shikamaru's mouth twitched violently. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Kakashi was silent for 2 seconds. Maybe more than just something. High in the sky, Kenpachi grew more irritated the more he thought about it. Yamamoto was burning the tree. Kaido was suppressing the Ten Tails. Aizen was also about to make his move. Yet his own opponent was still fighting him, while simultaneously watching the divine tree and surveying the entire battlefield. This wouldn't do. Not at all. Kenpachi shouldered his blade and straightened up, grinning, but his smile held no lightness. I'm here to cut you down with all I've got. But you're still looking elsewhere. Uchiha Madara, who do you think you're looking down on? As his words fell, the golden spiritual pressure erupted. It wasn't a chaotic burst. Instead, it collapsed inward like a volcanic crater, caving and compressing all the energy into Kenpachi's body and blade. Armament haki coiled around the sword edge. Observation haki expanded wildly. Conqueror's haki no longer scattered as before, but was forcibly twisted into the blade's momentum by sheer battle instinct. All power unleashed. Madara's Rinnegan sharpened. This time he finally stopped diverting his gaze elsewhere. Because the Kenpachi Zaraki before him had clearly jumped in danger level. Kenpachi took a step forward. Boom. The air seemed to crater beneath his foot, his speed even fiercer than before. Nozarashi slashed straight at the black staff. Madara raised his staff to block. Clang. The ringing explosion seemed to detonate from within their skulls. Madara's wrist actually numbed slightly. Before he could disperse the force, Kenpachi's second strike was already upon him. No technique. Just speed, weight, and brutality. A limbo clone attacked from the flank. Kenpachi didn't even turn his head. He whipped his blade around in a backhand slash. Shriek. A piercing crack tore through the air. An invisible force was violently sliced away. Madara's gaze turned utterly grim. Kenpachi wasn't adapting. He had already finished adapting. Huh. The more Kenpachi cut, the more exhilarated and ferocious he became. Now this is right. Each swing of the blade grew madder. The black staff, the limbo clones, the main body. All were driven back. Below, Naruto watched in disbelief. Madara is being forced back. Sasuke stared at the sky, his voice heavy. Not just forced back. Madara's attention has been forcibly dragged back. Exactly. That was what Kenpachi wanted. Forget your battlefield command, your divine tree variables, your grand strategy. If you're fighting me, you look only at me. If you get distracted again, I'll cut you until you focus. Madara suddenly laughed. Not the condescending laugh from before, but a laugh born of being genuinely pushed to his limit. Kenpachi Zaraki, you truly are worthy of dancing with me. The Rinnegan pulsed. The limbo clones were fully summoned again. But before Kenpachi could charge the other side, Aizen moved first. The man standing midair raised his hand gently. A faint film of spiritual pressure spread across the battlefield like silent tide. The Yamanaka clan's mental link suddenly stuttered. The Byakugan's reconnaissance vision blurred. The sensory unit's chakra traces instantly gained 3 false lines. Ino's face paled. The communication is being jammed. Ao gritted his teeth. It's not severed. Someone's redirected it. Aizen's lips curled slightly. He had no intention of blinding the Shinobi Alliance. Blinding them would only cause more chaos. What he wanted was for them to have images, judgments, information. But all that information had to pass through him first. In another shadow on the battlefield, Black Zetsu's heart plummeted. No. This was all wrong. From the moment Yamamoto burned the tree, these people seemed to know every key point in advance. And now even the sensory link was partially hijacked by that smiling man. If this dragged on, the scheme he had laid for millennia would truly be dismantled. Black Zetsu tried to conceal itself deeper. The moment its chakra flow contracted, Aizen turned his head. Found you. The words were soft. Yet they stabbed like a needle into Black Zetsu's mind. Its expression changed drastically. Instinctively it tried to shrink toward Madara. As long as it stayed near the core of the mother's plan, no one could touch it easily. But the moment it moved, the scene before its eyes shifted. The divine tree was gone. The battlefield was gone. Even Madara was gone. All that remained was a silent, overwhelming whiteness. Black Zetsu's heart pounded in terror. Genjutsu. No one had it been caught. Aizen's voice came from all directions. You hid well. Unfortunately, your thinking isn't elevated enough. Black Zetsu spun and lunged in one direction, convinced that was the truth. But after 2 steps, a seal flared beneath its feet. Click. A sealing device popped out of thin air, instantly clamping on a half of Black Zetsu's body. Urahara, having already completed his predictive placement, adjusted his hat with a sigh. Oh dear, we really caught you. Slipperier than I imagined. Black Zetsu was both shocked and furious. Now it understood completely. Aizen's illusion wasn't meant to trap it. It was meant to force it to choose its own path. And Urahara's seal lay exactly where it was most likely to flee. 2 schemers. Below, the Shinobi Alliance was stunned. What is that black thing? It's been hiding in the battlefield. How did it come out from Madara's side? Naruto's expression shifted. That thing. Sasuke's Rinnegan contracted. It's been lurking nearby from the very beginning. Miday's 6 paths. Madara also sensed the anomaly. His Rinnegan swept over, landing on Black Zetsu with half its body sealed. For the first time his face turned genuinely ugly. "What are you doing?" But Black Zetsu had no time to answer. It had been caught. The plan was exposed. If it didn't flip the board now, there would be no chance left. Black Zetsu twisted its body violently, tearing off the sealed portion with sheer will. Using the pain and rupture, it forced its consciousness into the roots of the divine tree. Urahara's expression changed. No, it's not trying to escape. It's trying to ignite. Boom. The divine tree's main trunk shuddered violently. From the charred cracks left by Yamamoto's flames, a chakra older and colder than the tin tails surged forth. The sky began to contort. The earth seemed to have a page turned over by something far higher. 6 paths. Madara's body stiffened. The truth-seeking orbs behind him paused for a beat. The calm command of the battlefield in his Rinnegan cracked for the first time. Because a will not his own was now flowing back into his body through the divine tree's chakra. Black Zetsu. This cry from Madara was genuine rage. Black Zetsu's mangled form clung to the tree roots, laughing maniacally. "Madara, you were never the mastermind. You were merely a vessel for Mother's revival." These words struck Madara's face like a slap. The Shinobi Alliance was dumbfounded. Naruto's eyes went wide. "Vessel?" Sasuke stared fixedly at Madara and the tree, his Rinnegan trembling. Aizen stood at a height, still calm. Lin Feng glanced at him. This man had clearly already guessed it. In fact, he had deliberately pushed Black Zetsu to this point. Forcing the board to flip early was far better than letting it stab them in the back at a critical moment. At the top of the divine tree, the first crack in space split open. Glimpses of ice, lava, crushing pressure, and desert flashed through the rift. A system notification instantly popped up. "Warning. Kagaya Otsutsuki's causal activation triggered early." The battlefield atmosphere plummeted. Even Kenpachi paused for a moment, grinning as he looked at the tearing space. Oh, Madara's body was already beginning to spiral out of control, his face grim to the extreme. Lin Feng finally took a step forward. The flame of martial pinnacle ignited lightly beneath his feet. "The real star is here." The instant the apex of the divine tree fissured the countenance of 6 paths, Ban shifted utterly. It was not a wound. Another consciousness had forcefully seized control of his body. Heiju's remnant body clung to the roots of the divine tree, grinning like a crafty old schemer who had finally clocked out. "Mother, awaken!" Ban roared, his Lin Hui eye contracting violently. Heiju, but it was too late. The divine tree's chakila surged backwards, plunging into Ban's body like chains of white. Ban's skin began to swell, and his bones emitted eerie cracking sounds. The legend of the ninja world, who had been battling wildly with Jinba moments ago, now seemed to have been forcibly stuffed with another soul. Jinba hefted his sword high on his shoulder, his face instantly turning sour. "Hey, where's my opponent?" The allied shinobi below were all stunned. Mingren's eyes widened. "What's wrong with Ban?" Zuozu's Lin Hui eye fixed intensely on the surging chakila within Ban's body, his voice deepening. "It's no longer Ban." As the words fell, white long hair burst forth from Ban's body. Chakila surged into the sky like a tsunami. A pale figure slowly materialized. Daitong Hui opened her eyes. Her eye overlooked the entire field, while the Lin Hui, shallow an eye on her forehead, slowly rotated. In that instant, the whole battlefield seemed to be plunged into icy water. The allied shinobi's legs gave way, and large numbers fell to their knees. The 5 Kage's faces turned deathly pale. Daimyo gritted his teeth and held himself upright, his voice trembling. "What kind of monster is this again?" Lanran raised his eyes, his smile fading slightly. "The true origin." The device in Puayuan's sleeve screamed simultaneously. "Beep, beep, beep, beep. Oh dear, the spatial reading is off the charts. This isn't an ordinary transfer. It's like flipping the entire battlefield like a tablecloth." Hui paid no attention to the allied shinobi. Her gaze first fell on Mingren and Zuoju, then quickly passed them to lock onto Lin Feng. There was no anger in those eyes. Only cold elimination. Otherworldly beings must be eliminated. Hui raised her hand. Kinji Yuzhong activated. Boom. The battlefield vanished. The ground, the divine tree, the smoke of battle, all were swept away in one motion. The next second, everyone plunged into a high-gravity space. Terrifying pressure pressed down from all directions. The allied shinobi collapsed in waves, their bones cracking audibly. Mingren's golden chakila cloak sank, nearly pressed into the earth. Zuoju slammed one knee to the ground, his Lin Hui eye contracting violently. Gravity space. Kaijuo's azure dragon form crashed down thunderously, its dragon scales plowing large sparks across the ground. But far from panicking, this guy burst into laughter. "Woo-ho-ho-ho. Heavy enough. This place is more intense than the sea stone prison." Jianba's shoulders sank, his knees bending half an inch, but his face grew even more displeased. "Where's Ban? Give that guy back to me." The allied shinobi listened with their scalps tingling. At a time like this, he's still thinking about Ban. Was this madman here for war or settling debts? Puayuan's face, however, grew increasingly grim. The spiritual particle anchors in midair were shattering one by one. The spatial lock is being crushed. No, she's going to split us apart. Yes, I shifted. Spatial fissures silently opened among the guild members. Ice and snow, lava, acid, sea, desert. Layers of worlds sliced toward the formation like blades. The most clear target, Lin Feng. First isolate the guild leader. Then eliminate them one by one. Luan lay on the ground, his face pallid. It's over. This woman is even more troublesome than Ban. She doesn't fight you, she directly dismantles the battlefield. Mingren gritted his teeth and tried to charge, but the gravity slowed his movements by half a beat. Zhuozhu prepared to activate Tianshou Li, but the space before him continuously misaligned. Even his target coordinates began to drift. Hui's spatial slash had already reached Lin Feng's front. Lin Feng finally moved. He raised his foot. The flame of martial extremity burst from the soul. The crimson flames did not explode outward, but instead drilled backward along the spatial fissures. Pu Yuan was stunned. Guild leader. Lin Feng stamped down. Blazing step. Boom. This kick did not strike a person. It struck the spatial node. The high-gravity space, like a pane of glass hit by a hammer, cracked with countless crimson lines with a crunch. Hui's spatial transition that was about to complete was forcibly halted. The ice and snow stopped in midair. The lava was stuck outside the cracks. The acid sea was like being capped back into a pot. The yellow sand of the desert had just drifted out when it was burned to nothing by the flame of martial extremity. The entire field fell dead silent. Mingren's mouth hung open. He stopped space by stomping. Zhuozhu's face grew even darker than before. This wasn't ninjutsu, not a dojutsu. It was using pure power to stomp down Hui's spatial conversion. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Pu Yuan stared at the restabilized anchors, silent for 2 seconds. I prepared over a dozen anti-spatial schemes, and the guild leader solved it with a kick. Lanran chuckled softly. Very fitting for the guild style. For the first time, Hui showed a clear emotional fluctuation. The Luan Hui Xieluan eye on her forehead spun violently. A grayish-white bone spur shot out from her palm. Ash bone of annihilation. The target was not Lin Feng. It was Mingren and Zhuozhu. She had already determined that Lin Feng was difficult to cut off in a short time. So destroy the ceiling conditions first. 2 gray bones tore through gravity, thrusting straight at Mingren and Zhuozhu. Mingren wanted to dodge, but gravity weighed on him, slowing his movements. Zhuozhu was about to swap positions when a black blade light swept in crosswise. Ingyan drew his sword. Black blade knight struck the side of the gray bone, the blade edge emitting a piercing screech. The gray bone did not shatter, but was forced off its trajectory, grazing Zhuozhu's shoulder as it flew past, turning the spot where it landed into ash instantly. Zhuozhu's pupils contracted. This thing. Ingyan glanced down at the blade of black blade knight. A trace of grayish-white corrosion mark had actually appeared on it. Danger. On the other side, Zaitia blocked in front of Mingren. Her dropper spear swept horizontally, magical power erupted, and the second gray bone was deflected. But the edge of the bone spur grazed Zaitia's arm. SSS. The immortal's skin began to disintegrate. Zaitia's crimson eyes brightened. It wasn't fear. It was excitement. Oh, it can injure my very origin. Before Mingren could react, Zaitia had already turned back with a cold smirk. Kids, stay far away. If the master hasn't allowed you to die, then don't cause trouble for me. Mingren's mouth twitched. I never wanted to die either. Hui's face turned even colder. Shanban raised his blade, a line of fire guarding the edge of the alliance. Mao Zihua's gaze fell on the corrosion mark of the gray bone, her smile gentle. It's best not to be touched by this thing. Jinba, however, stared at Hui with a face full of displeasure. Although you're not banned, you look quite capable of being cut. Kaiduo pushed his dragon body up from the ground, black-red arcs exploding again. Woo-ho-ho-ho. Whether space or God beat them up first. Lin Feng stood at the forefront, the crimson cracks beneath his feet still burning in the high-gravity space. Hui stared at him, retreating half an inch on her own initiative for the first time. Space twisted again. The high-gravity world was forcibly switched. This time it was the magma space. A sea of lava churned, and scorching waves surged to the sky. The allied shinobi's faces had just relaxed a bit when they turned green again. Changed places again. It's all magma below. But Lin Feng did not fall. The flame of martial extremity beneath his feet tread in midair, the crimson blaze even brighter than the lava. The magma waves rolled toward his feet, but parted to both sides as if afraid. Lin Feng looked at Hui, the corner of his mouth lifting. Playing with space. You're not steady enough. As soon as the lava space unfolded, Kagaya moved. The magma sea surged up like a giant crimson palm, crashing down upon the guild members. The ninja coalition, caught at the edges of the residual space, turned pale with dread. How can we fight in this place? If we fall, we're done for. Naruto gritted his teeth, raising his chakra arms to catch everyone nearby. Sasuke's Rinnegan swept across the surroundings, his expression darkening. The space is shifting again. As soon as he spoke, a blast of icy wind swept out from the fissure on the left. Yellow sand from the desert space poured in from the right, while green waves of the acid sea churned below. Kaguya opened multiple layers of space in one breath, as if tossing the entire battlefield into a chaotic stew. Urahara's hat brim was nearly blown off by the heat wave. My, this goddess has no manners. He flicked his sleeve, and dozens of spirit particle anchors flew out, embedding themselves at the edges of different spaces. As soon as the anchors fell, a translucent coordinate grid lit up. Urahara's fingers tapped rapidly on a small device. Lava, ice, desert, acid, sea, residual gravity. Got the switching frequency. She's not changing randomly. She's looking for the weak points in our formation. Aizen stood behind the coordinate grid, a faint smile on his face. Then let her find the wrong ones. The spiritual pressure film of Kyoka Suigetsu spread silently. Kaguya's Byakugan overlooked the battlefield, and the originally clear distribution of chakra and spiritual pressure suddenly shifted by half an inch. Not completely gone, just slightly off. But for a battle of this caliber, half an inch was absurd. A bone of ash and killing shot toward Lin Feng's flank. But the actual trajectory veered to the side of Kaido's dragon tail. Kaido turned and lashed out with his tail. Boom. The bone was smacked away, skimming the magma sea before falling, and the impact point instantly turned to ash. Kaido grinned widely. Wagyoyulu. Where are you aiming? Kaguya's eyes turned cold. Her Byakugan relocked. Aizen still stood there, his smile so gentle it was infuriating. The sensor unit watching through residual images felt their scalps tingle. She missed. That's the Byakugan. It's not that she can't see. Someone made her see wrong. Shikamaru twitched his mouth. That smiling man is the most troublesome, as expected. On the other side, Yamamoto raised his sword. The god tree's energy was still flowing back through the spatial rift, trying to replenish Kaguya's chakra. The old man's white brows lowered as Ryujin Jaka drew hundreds of thin fire lines. The fire lines did not chase Kaguya. They only severed the backflow. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. One by one, the chakra pathways were burned through, like pulling out the blood transfusion tubes behind Kaguya. Kaguya's breath hitched. Yamamoto's voice was low, trying to replenish. Did you ask this old man's sword? Tsunade washed her throat dry. He's cutting off Kaguya's chakra supply. Anoki had lost count of how many times had been shocked. That old man is still controlling the flames, even after all this. Not a single stray burn. Kaido wasn't idle either. Kaguya raised her hand, and a massive chakra arm extended from the spatial rift, pressing down toward Naruto and Sasuke. Kaido's dragon body coiled around, forcibly entangling the giant arm. Dragon scales cracked under the chakra impact. Blood splattered into the magma, sizzling and smoking. Kaido only laughed more wildly. Give me more strength. I haven't even warmed up yet. The giant arm struggled, but Kaido tightened his hold like a blue chain, forcing Kaguya's attack to a halt midair. Naruto's eyes twitched. That old man really isn't afraid of pain. Shaltir, holding her dripping spear, stood before Naruto and sneered. That stupid dragon has only one virtue. He can take a beating. Naruto's mouth twitched. That comment was too blunt. Suddenly, Kaguya split into several bone clones, bypassing Kaido and charging straight for the ceiling conditions. Kenpachi's eyes lit up. This one's mine. He swung Nozarashi. Golden spiritual pressure, black armament, and sensory sword lines erupted all at once. Kenpachi crashed straight into the bone clones. He swung his sword down. Boom. A bone clone was sent flying backward, and a crack appeared on its outer layer of gray-white bone spikes. The ninja coalition was dumbfounded again. The bone of ash and killing got cracked. Doesn't it destroy you on contact? Kenpachi's shoulder was grazed by a bone, and his flesh began to disintegrate. Unohana raised her hand and cast a Kido healing light, precisely suppressing the disintegration. Kenpachi turned back irritably. Don't interfere. Unohana smiled gently. The chairman didn't let you die? Kenpachi clicked his tongue and turned back to slash even fiercer. Then let me finish quickly. Hawkeye stood at the edge of space, slowly raising his black blade Uru. The fissure marked by Urahara's coordinate grid was closing rapidly. Once closed, the escape route and formation would be cut off again by Kaguya. Hawkeye made no unnecessary movements. He swung his sword once. A black slash grazed the edge of space, forcibly cutting a stable opening in the nearly sealed fissure. Urahara immediately planted anchors. Beautiful, Hawkeye said calmly, don't let it close. Urahara smiled wryly. Easy for you to say. I'm over here using tape to seal a world crack. Unohana meanwhile fixed her gaze on Kaguya's main body. Her eyes did not look at the face, only at the chakra flow, cell regeneration, and the bone changes before the ash bone release. A spirit thread from her palm gently coiled, collecting a few drops of tissue from Kaguya's clone, wound into a small bottle. Urahara's eyes lit up. Captain Unohana, a sample. Unohana nodded gently. Very fresh. Black Zetsu's remaining body was frantically crawling out from the god tree's roots. Just as it emerged halfway, a blade gently pinned it down. Kai! Black Zetsu froze. Unohana stood beside it, smiling without a trace of murderous intent. Please don't move. Black Zetsu's composure instantly shattered. What are you people, eh? Urahara's sealing jar clicked shut. Don't rush, we'll study you slowly later. Black Zetsu struggled desperately, but sealing talismans piled layer upon layer, like wrapping a schemer in 18 layers of plastic wrap. Aizen glanced down. To be the mastermind and end up like this, you've worked hard. Black Zetsu nearly broke apart in rage. The ninja coalition stared at the residual images, utterly speechless. The mastermind who had manipulated the ninja world for a millennium was now bottled up and even evaluated as worked hard. The humiliation hurt more than a beating. Kaguya was finally no longer calm. The Rinne Sharingan on her forehead spun violently. Chakra began to converge toward her palm. A black sphere slowly took shape. At first only fist-sized, it quickly expanded to the size of a mountain. Then even space itself warped under its pull. Sasuke's face changed dramatically. Expanding truth-seeking ball. Naruto gritted his teeth. She's going to destroy everything here. Shikamaru saw it through the residual perception images and felt a chill run down his spine. This isn't an attack. This is resetting the battlefield. After being suppressed on multiple fronts, Kaguya finally played her last card. Yamamoto's fire lines cut off her supply. Aizen obstructed her vision. Kaido entangled the giant arm. Kenpachi slashed the clones. Hawkeye stabilized the fissure. Urahara laid the coordinate grid. Unohana sealed Black Zetsu. Shaltir protected Naruto and Sasuke. The guild had dismantled every one of Kaguya's ability lines. But Kaguya simply stopped playing the lines. She was going to smash the whole board. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance as the six paths' power surged within them. Sasuke. I know. The two prepared to charge in for the seal. But Lin Feng raised his hand, stopping them. Naruto grew anxious. Hey, that thing can't be delayed. Sasuke also said in a deep voice, we have to seal her now. Lin Feng looked up at the ever-growing black sphere. The martial extreme flames softly ignited beneath his feet. No need to rush. Let me kick this thing back first. The moment the expanded truth-seeking ball descended, the entire space wailed in agony. The magma sea churned. The ice crevices trembled. Even the remnants of high gravity collapsed into that black orb. Naruto's forehead was drenched in sweat. We can't wait any longer. Sasuke's Rinnegan locked onto Kaguya. Seal her now. Both of them fully mustered their six paths power, about to charge forward, but Lin Feng stepped in front. Hold on. Naruto was nearly bursting with urgency. If we don't move, we're all done for. Lin Feng didn't turn back. The flames of martial extreme rose layer by layer beneath his feet. Crimson fire blazed from the soles of his shoes up to his calves, then surged all the way through his entire body. Chi Sense Conqueror's haki and inherited power. All were forged into a single thread at this moment. Behind him, a blurred, crimson martial god apparition slowly rose to its feet. The Shinobi Alliance, witnessing this through the fractured space, fell utterly silent. Shikamaru's throat tightened. He can't be planning to. Kaido burst into laughter. Yugalagalo. Here it comes. Kenpachi hoisted Nozarashi, his eyes gleaming. That's more like the captain. Kaguya sensed something was wrong. Both her Byakugan and Rinne Sharingan contracted, and the expanded truth-seeking ball descended even faster. She didn't want to give Lin Feng time to launch. But Lin Feng had already moved. One step into the void, the entire magma space shook. A second step. The ice, acid, sea, and desert in the surrounding crevices were all forced backward by the martial extreme flame. On the third step, his figure had already charged directly beneath the expanded truth-seeking ball. He raised his leg. The flames were compressed to their extreme. It wasn't a detonation. It was stuffing an entire blazing sun into a single limb. Supreme Martial Overlord Kick. Boom. The kick landed. The massive explosion that everyone expected never came. The expanded truth-seeking ball, capable of resetting space itself, was forced to collapse inward by that kick. The black orb's surface twisted wildly. Crimson fire patterns coiled around the sphere layer by layer, as if shackling destruction itself. Naruto's eyes nearly popped out. Kicked it back. Sasuke's expression darkened. Not kicked away. It was suppression reversal counterpush. That guy used pure power to alter the direction of the expanded truth-seeking ball's detonation. Kaguya finally changed color. Space fissures opened instantly as she tried to retreat into another. But the moment she drew back half an inch, the network of anchor points laid by Urahara lit up in unison. Sorry, not letting you leave this time. Space stalled. Aizen raised his hand, and the spiritual pressure film of Kyoka Suigetsu silently enveloped the area. The coordinates Kaguya saw skewed again. She tried to cut left, rammed into a false exit. Mihawk swung the black blade Yoru with a slant. Shoo! The one true spatial escape route was severed with a single slash. Yamamoto raised his blade. A line of fire burned through the last few threads of divine tree chakra reflux. Your path is cut off. Kaido was locked fiercely around the chakra giant arm, laughing like a madman. Why run? Kenpachi was even more direct. Seeing Kagaya about to retreat, he lunged forward, Nozarashi swinging in a full arc. Turn your face around. Blocked on multiple fronts, Kagaya became for the first time a truly cornered beast. Lin Feng stamped again. The first step crushed the expanded truth-seeking ball. The second step caught up to her main body. Blazing flame steps. Boom. Kagaya's outer chakra defense shattered on the spot. Her pale figure was struck heat like by a meteor, flying backward and slamming hard into the center line of the seal. Naruto and Sasuke shuddered simultaneously. That position, perfect. Lin Feng finally turned his head. Now. Naruto gritted his teeth. Go. Sasuke's Rinnegan blazed. The six paths power erupted at once. Yin-yang seals converged. Chibaku Tensei was activated. Kagaya had barely steadied herself from the impact of blazing flame steps when her arms were locked by the light of the six-path seal. Black Zetsu shrieked frantically inside the sealing jar. No, mother. But this time it was useless. Lin Feng had kicked the situation into the perfect position for sealing. The seal of Naruto and Sasuke was merely the final stamp. Rumble. The massive sealing core rose, dragging Kagaya inch by inch into it. Those Byakugan locked onto Lin Feng for the first time, not with aloof indifference, but with genuine fury and wariness. Just before the seal closed completely, Lin Feng suddenly raised his hand. Stop. Naruto blinked. Huh. Even Sasuke frowned. What are you doing? Lin Feng didn't he directly activated the system with his captain authority. A golden guild screen unfolded before the sealing core. Target detected, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Conditions met. Special employment invitation available. The entire shinobi world was stunned. What kind of move was this? Kagaya was almost sealed inside. Why pull out a screen now? Lin Feng looked at her, his tone calm, as if conducting an interview. You can open spatial rifts. You can grow trees. You can allocate resources across dimensions. You're quite suitable to be a branch guild leader. The whole place fell silent. Dead silent. Naruto's mouth hung open for a long time. Shikamaru was petrified. Even Sasuke was silent for 2 seconds. Kaido was the first to react, laughing so hard, he nearly shook his dragon frame apart. Yugalagalo. Captain, you're recruiting, even her. Kenpachi scowled. Hey, she's not Madara. But Aizen smiled. It's quite reasonable. Wasting such level of spatial ability would be a pity. Urahara's eyes lit up. And she comes with her own pocket dimension transport network. As a branch hub, her efficiency would be terrifying. The Shinobi Alliance was already lost. They were still shocked that Kagaya had been defeated. The guild side was already assigning her a position. Was this something a human mind could conceive? Bound by the sealing power, Kagaya's gaze was ice cold. Despicable otherworldly being. This humble one will not. Before she could finish, the system screen popped up a second layer. Eternal benefits preview. Authority explanation. Branch guild leader, independent branch construction rights, cross-border transit rights, resource commission rights. Aizen timely added the conditions are much better than being sealed in the moon. Urahara nodded seriously. And you get a formal position. Naruto nearly choked. A formal position. Lin Feng looked at Kagaya. I'll give you 2 choices. 1, stay sealed. 2, live under a new identity. Don't refuse too quickly. In the future you can still lead an entire branch guild. At these words, Kagaya's eyes genuinely flickered for the first time. She wasn't a hot-blooded idealist like Naruto, nor a purely conceptual one like Madara. She prioritized survival, control, continuation. Being sealed meant complete elimination. Joining the guild at least guaranteed a position, and as a leader. Black Zetsu panicked in the jar. Mother, don't trust him. Unohana smiled gently and tapped the jar with her finger. Black Zetsu fell silent instantly. Lin Feng continued, the Naruto World Branch Guild. You'll manage it. I give you authority, you give me stability. Fair enough. Kagaya was silent. Naruto and Sasuke maintained the sealing posture, completely stunned. They had prepared all this to seal the ultimate enemy, only to have the enemy's position changed on the spot by the captain. Where was the justice in that? Finally, Kagaya spoke coldly. If this humble one refuses. Lin Feng looked up. Then you stay sealed. Simple, direct, no nonsense. Kagaya stared at him for a few breaths, then slowly extended her hand. Show this humble one. The golden invitation unfolded. The people of the shinobi world watched the pale godlike woman accept the invitation before the sealing core, their minds short-circuiting. A system notification sounded. Ding. Kagaya Otsutsuki has accepted the special employment invitation. Position generated, Naruto Branch Guild Provisional Leader. Status transitioning. The light of the 6 paths seal slowly receded. Kagaya did not attack again. She merely stood in midair as the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead slowly closed, and the killing intent in her Byakugan was suppressed deep within. Naruto was dumbfounded. That's it. Sasuke looked at Lin Feng with an expression of extreme complexity. This group of otherworldly visitors, from their arrival to defeating Kaguya to recruiting her on the spot, had shattered the original logic of the shinobi world into pieces. Lin Feng turned around surveying the ruined battlefield. A system screen unfolded before him. Naruto World High-Risk Phase Complete. Branch Guild Anchor Conditions Triggered. Current Provisional Core Divine Tree Ruins. Kaido landed with his club, grinning widely. Captain, you really took her in. Lin Feng nodded. Kenpachi was still displeased. I lost my Madara, and now you take in a woman. Lin Feng glanced at him. I'll find you someone even more worth cutting later. Kenpachi clicked his tongue in reluctant acceptance. Aizen looked at the now quiet Kaguya, his smile deepening. Branch Guild Leader. That title suits her quite well. Yamamoto sheathed his sword, his white brows low. The battle is over. Now we talk about takeover. The lava dimension shattered. The ice dimension shattered as well. The high-gravity acid sea and desert pocket dimensions forcefully torn apart by Kaguya were like layers of tattered cloth stitched back into place by the system's golden light and Urahara's spirit particle anchors. Boom. Everyone fell back into the ninja world battlefield. The ground was still the same ground, but more craters. The remains of the divine tree still stood in the center of the battlefield, half-charred, half-nailed by spirit particle anchors like a massive signal tower. The allied shinobi forces stood amidst the ruins, not daring to utter a sound. Moments ago, they were desperately sealing Kaguya. Now Kaguya stood behind Lin Feng. White hair fell Byakugan, indifferent, the Rinne Sharingan on her forehead closed. She didn't speak, but the pressure was undiminished. Naruto watched the scene, feeling as if he were about to split apart. Hey. Is this really okay? She nearly destroyed this place. Sasuke stood nearby, his Rinnegan fixed on Kaguya. His hand did not lower. Amino Dejikura was ready at any moment. But Sasuke knew well that if a real fight broke out, the problem was not Kaguya. The problem was Lin Feng and the group of monsters behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't rush to explain. He raised his hand. A golden light screen unfolded above the divine tree ruins. Hokage World High-Risk War Phase ended. Branch Guild Anchor Conditions triggered. Current recommended core divine tree ruins. Urahara adjusted his hat brim as spirit particle devices flew out from his sleeve. Click, click, click. The devices embedded into the divine tree remains. Crimson gold patterns lit up on the charred trunk. The strange tree that had once devoured life was now suppressed layer by seals, becoming a stable spatial coordinate instead. Urahara looked at the data and sighed in relief. Not bad. A bit ugly, but good enough as a branch foundation. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Good enough. This was the divine tree that nearly devoured the entire ninja world. In your mouth, it becomes a foundation. Lin Feng stepped into midair. The flame of martial extreme ignited lightly beneath his feet. His voice was not loud, but it overpowers the entire battlefield. From now on, the Fourth Shinobi World War is over. The Hokage world is now included in the territory of the Universal Guild. The entire field fell silent. The next second, the allied forces erupted. Included. What does that mean? Are they going to rule the ninja world? We just finished fighting Kaguya, and now there's an even bigger one. The five Kage's expressions were all grim. The Raikage's fist clenched with cracking sounds. Bastard. You think you can take over the ninja world with just one sentence? Kaido grew impatient, hefting his mace onto his shoulder. Ugh. Boss want me to make them quiet. Lin Feng didn't turn around. Shut up. Kaido pouted. Troublesome. Those two words made cold sweat trickle down the Raikage's forehead. The Azure Dragon that could forcibly suppress the Ten Tails was subdued by Lin Feng's single sentence. This was more terrifying than a threat. Lin Feng continued. I'm not here to become Hokage, nor am I interested in meddling with the trivial matters of your villages. The 5 great shinobi villages will govern as usual. The daimyo system will operate as usual. Ordinary ninja missions, handle them yourselves. The 5 Kage were startled. Tsunade frowned. Then what do you mean by takeover? Lin Feng raised his hand, and the light screen content refreshed. Hokage Branch Guild establishing. Functions cross-world interface resource, trading instance organization shop, exchange, anomaly threat suppression. First priority, stabilize world order. It's simple. From now on, this world will have a door leading to all worlds. The door is under guild management. Cross-world resources are under guild allocation. Anomaly threats like the divine tree-tailed beasts and Otsutsuki are under branch guild supervision. Anyone who attacks the branch guild without authorization is equivalent to attacking the universal guild. Yamamoto took a step forward. Ryujin Jaka remained sheathed, but that flicker of flame pressure alone made the temperature of the entire battlefield feel like being scorched by the sun. Those who had been arguing instantly fell silent. Inoki's throat went dry. This wasn't negotiation. This was notification. Naruto's face was grim. What about Kaguya? You're not really going to let her manage this place, are you? Lin Feng tilted his head. Kaguya slowly raised her eyes. That glance swept across the entire field, and the allied forces quieted another degree. Lin Feng said, Otsutsuki Kaguya will serve as the provisional director of the Hokage Branch Guild. Boom. This time it truly exploded. Naruto jumped up. What kind of joke is this? She's an enemy. Sasuke said coldly, letting her control the Branch Guild. You're handing the ninja world over to her. Kaguya coldly glanced at the two of them. I have no interest in your village squabbles. The words were harsh, but also true. To Kaguya, the matters of the 5 great villages were indeed like children fighting over toys. Aizen smiled lightly. Compared to sealing her again, it's more beneficial in the long run to have a high-ranking existence bound by rules guard the cross-world hub. Of course, provided the rules are strong enough. Urahara cooperatively produced a contract light screen. Hokage Branch Guild Director Supervision Clauses. Shall not arbitrarily destroy Hokage world civilization. Shall not initiate infinite Tsukuyomi-level mind control. Shall not bypass main guild authority to devour world life. Branch Guild construction subject to main guild supervision. Violation triggers director judgment. Naruto stared dumbfounded. This? Can it really control her? The jar containing Black Zetsu was gently lifted by Unohana. Inside, Black Zetsu slammed against the walls wildly, but no sound came out. Unohana smiled gently. For now the effect is good. Naruto's mouth twitched. What kind of proof is that? But Shikamaru understood. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. It's not releasing the tiger back to the mountain. It's putting a chain on the tiger and letting the tiger guard the gate. Kakashi sighed. And we have no right to check this chain. Sasuke fell silent. That was the most uncomfortable part. The ninja world had no choice. Lin Feng had already proven this through battle. Tsunade gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. If the Branch Guild doesn't replace the ninja villages, what do the 5 great villages need to pay? Lin Feng answered quickly. Cooperation. Provide ninjutsu sealing techniques, medical ninjutsu barrier techniques, and chakra data. Accept anomaly threat supervision. Participate in the Branch Guild mission system. The Raikage angrily said, on what basis? Lin Feng looked at him. He didn't utter harsh words. He simply raised his hand. The light screen displayed the replay of the recent battle. Yamamoto burning through the divine tree. Kaido pinning down the 10 tails. Aizen extracting Black Zetsu. Lin Feng kicking back the expanding truth-seeking ball. The Raikage's words caught in his throat. On what basis? On the basis that this group could beat Kaguya into a position transfer. This reason was too solid. Too solid to refute. Gaara said in a deep voice, if we cooperate, what will the ninja world gain? Lin Feng curled his lips. You hit the point. The golden light screen unfurled again. This time the font was larger. Branch Guild member benefits instance permissions. Point shop permissions. Mission point system. Cultivation resource exchange. Eternal benefits to be unlocked after formal member status activation. The word eternal appeared. Anoki's eyes went wide. Tsunade's breath caught. The clan leaders of the major ninja clans instantly changed expression. Shikamaru's heart skipped a beat. It's over. From this moment on, the attitude of the ninja world's upper echelons would change. Fear remained, but greed also arrived. And no one could stop it. Kaguya stood behind Lin Feng, her eyes flickering slightly. She finally realized that what Lin Feng had given her was not a cage. It was a larger entrance. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the final line of authority appeared. Hokage Branch Guild Provisional Director Otsutsuki Kaguya. Authority level equivalent to main guild elder. Possesses free cross-world travel permission. The entire field fell into dead silence. This time, even Naruto didn't speak. Kaguya was not a puppet, not a prisoner. Instead, she was a branch director included in the Universal Guild's high-level echelon. Sasuke's gaze was complex. What exactly do you want to turn this world into, Lin Feng looked at the shattered battlefield. Turn it into part of the guild's territory. And also become your starting point for stepping out of the ninja world. Yamamoto sheathed his sword. Aizen smiled. Urahara's anchors were fully stabilized. On the divine tree ruins, the emblem of the Universal Guild slowly lit up. Lin Feng looked down at the entire scene. The war is over. Next, we talk about benefits. The moment Lin Feng announced benefits, the battlefield fell silent. The 5 Kage who had been arguing shut their mouths. The Shinobi Alliance moments ago full of defiance pricked up their ears. There was no help for it. Defeated they might be, but benefits were still worth hearing. Shikamaru, standing among the crowd, wore an expression even grimmer than before. Troublesome. Choji blinked. Troublesome again. Isn't he offering something good? Shikamaru's mouth. It's precisely because he's offering something good that it's troublesome. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a golden light screen unfurled above the divine tree ruins. Naruto Branch Guild Authority System. Branch Master equivalent to main guild elder. Possesses the authority to freely traverse worlds. Can travel between the main guild and already opened worlds. Kagaya, standing behind Lin Feng, shifted her Byakugan slightly. This time, even she turned her full attention to the screen. She had originally thought the so-called branch master was merely exchanging one cage for another. But elder-level authority instantly changed the flavor. Free world traversal. Those words shone brighter than any chakra to an Otsutsuki like her. Naruto listened bewildered. You mean she can just go to other worlds whenever she wants? Sasuke's face darkened. That's too much authority. Lin Feng glanced at them. A branch master is responsible for guarding one world. Without sufficient authority, how could they handle cross-world affairs? Aizen chuckled softly. Power bound to responsibility. Sounds far clearer than the old relationship between Kage and Daimyo in the shinobi world. The five Kage's expressions stiffened slightly. The barb had struck true. Lin Feng continued, waving his hand. Regular branch guild members no authority to freely traverse worlds. Can only use local functions of the Naruto branch guild. Cross-world missions, headquarters visits, travel to other worlds. All require main guild president approval. This line first brought a sigh of relief to the Shinobi Alliance. At least not everyone could run amok. But Sasuke quickly frowned, restricting regular members. Urahara adjusted his hat, smiling cheerfully. Not restriction, insurance. Your world just ended a great war. Hatred, jutsu, tailed beast, Jinchuriki, all high-risk variables. Letting just anyone cross worlds. Other worlds wouldn't handle it. Kaido, shouldering his iron club, grinned. In plain terms, too weak, don't go wandering. Naruto's mouth twitched. Crude words, but they seemed to hit the mark. Lin Feng gave them no time to die. The screen refreshed again. Basic benefits for branch guild members. Eternal benefits. Raid participation rights. Points mall exchange rights. Mission points system. Cultivation resource access. Except for free cross-world authority treatment identical to main guild members. The first few lines everyone was still struggling to comprehend. Then the word eternal lit up. The entire battlefield fell as if punched into a silence barrier. Inoki's eyes bulged, his aged body trembling slightly. Eternal. Tsunade's breath caught as well. No one knew better than a medical ninja what lifespan meant. No matter how strong the shinobi, they aged. No matter how tough the body, it decayed. Hashirama Senju died. Madara Uchiha had grown old. No matter how many legends the shinobi world produced, none escaped time's blade. But now Lin Feng had placed eternity upon the screen, like hurling a tailed beast ball straight into everyone's mind. Lin Feng's tone was flat. After formally joining the guild system, eternal youth, eternal life, free from natural aging. Boom. This time it wasn't chakra that exploded, it was hearts. The clan heads' expressions shifted. The medical corps expressions shifted. Even many ordinary jonin had rough breathing. Shikamaru closed his eyes. Done. Completely done. If the guild had just used force to subdue the shinobi world, now it had seized the shinobi world's throat with eternity. The Raikage clenched his fists, his voice heavy. Can something like this really be given to ordinary members? Lin Feng nodded. All formal members enjoy it. Inoki's lips moved, but for a long while he couldn't speak. Moments ago he had been thinking about shinobi world sovereignty. Now only one thought remained in his mind. How many more years could this old man live? Aizen observed the five Kage's expressions with a gentle smile. It seems time is the fairest and most cruel enemy, and the guild offers the ticket to bypass it. Lin Feng waved his hand. The screen switched. Dragon Ball raid footage appeared. Wasteland Throne Piccolo Daimao Ki, sensing method Bukujutsu Senzu Beans. Naruto pointed at Bukujutsu, utterly stunned. You can fly without chakra. Urahara nodded. Theoretically, once you learn ki sensing. Sakura stared at the Senzu Bean, eyes practically gleaming. Instantly heal severe injuries. Unohana gently added. The effect is quite direct. The drawback is limited quantity. Sakura's throat went dry. A medical ninja's worldview shattered by a single bean. Sasuke stared at the ki sensing method, his gaze deepening. Chakra came from bloodline spirit body. Kekii Genkai was even a clan monopoly. But this ki sensing was clearly another path. No Sharingan. No tailed beasts. No Otsutsuki. A path laid out in the mall. Lin Feng continued displaying the mall preview. Ki sensing method. Basic hockey pack. Basic keto. Devil fruit samples. Low-grade magic scrolls. Senzu bean exchange. Physical enhancement plan. Racier devices. The Shinobi Alliance could no longer sit still. What's that? Hockey. Keto. Magic. Can you eat a devil fruit? How do you earn points? At the last question, everyone turned in unison to Lin. Right. The key here. How to get them. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Missions. Contributions. Resources. Intelligence. Raids. Everything has a clear price. No regard for background, only for value. This sentence hit harder than all the benefits before. The Hyuga clan fell silent. The remaining Uchiha fell silent. Civilian shinobi brightened. The hardest barrier in the shinobi world had always been bloodline and inheritance. Now the guild mall had directly placed a new system on the shelf. As long as you had contributions you could exchange. Shikamaru murmured, this isn't a benefit. It's a new order. Lin Feng waved his hand one last time. The screen expanded. The seas of the One Piece world, the Soul Society of the Bleach world, the Dragon Ball raid space, the Onigashima, main guild, and more blurred star gates spread layer by layer. The Shinobi world's people looked up. They had once thought the 5 great nations were the world. Later they learned about the moon, the sage of 6 paths, and the Otsutsuki. Now they realized the Shinobi world was just a small room in an infinite universe. Its door only just opened. Aizen spoke at the right moment. Ladies and gentlemen, the Shinobi world is neither unique nor central. It is merely one door the Multiverse Guild has already opened. The 5 Kage fell into collective silence. The words carried no threat, but they weighed heavier than any threat. Not joining the system meant being left outside the door. Joining the system meant accepting the guild's rules. How to choose? It seemed there was no choice at all. Kagaya watched the world coordinates, and finally, her gaze changed. The coldness remained, but deeper something rekindled. A sea of stars. Worlds. Power of a higher level. What Lin Feng had given her was not a prison. It was a door to a larger domain. At the edge of the battlefield, a hoarse laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha ha. The Konoha crowd's expressions changed in unison. Kabuto tried to intervene, but it was too late. Orochimaru stepped out from the shadows, his golden slit pupils fixed on the mall screen. The look in his eyes was like a man starved for decades staring at an entire kitchen. Tsunade's face darkened. Orochimaru. Naruto instantly tensed. What do you want now, eh? Orochimaru paid them no attention at all. His gaze fell solely on Lin Feng. President Lin Feng. If the Naruto branch guild requires researchers, I can volunteer. Orochimaru's self-recommendation instantly twisted the battlefield atmosphere. On the leaf side, Tsunade's fists were already clenched. Naruto's temper flared directly. Orochimaru. What trick are you up to now? Orochimaru didn't even glance at Naruto. His golden slit pupils were fixed on the guild mall's light screen, his eyes gleaming like a snake spotting a whole nest of eggs. Naruto-kun, he said, don't be so tense. I've simply found a job that suits me better. A vein throbbed on Tsunade's forehead. Work, she retorted. You call this work? Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Exploring the unknown, studying life, pursuing eternity. Once the ninja world called me a rogue ninja, he continued. But now it seems the Multiverse Guild would better understand this kind of value. Urahara's eyes lit up. Era, sounds like a fellow, Aizen said, glancing at Orochimaru with a gentle smile. A very pure desire. And also very dangerous. Orochimaru finally turned to face Aizen. The two smiling, dangerous figures locked gazes for a second. A collective chill ran down the spines of the surrounding ninja. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. If those two start chatting, the ninja world might get dissected. Lin Feng raised his hand. The golden light screen scanned Orochimaru. Target Orochimaru. Value direction, forbidden techniques, souls reincarnation, cellular engineering, curse mark system. Risk rating high. Recommended position, trainee researcher of Naruto branch guild. Orochimaru, upon seeing the words high risk, instead laughed even more happily. High risk means high value, he said. Tsunade couldn't help but curse, you're still the same. Orochimaru spread his hands. Tsunade, the ninja world treats the unknown as taboo. But the guild clearly doesn't, he added. Urahara adjusted his hat brim. The unknown is not a crime. Exceeding authority is. Lin Feng nodded. The light screen expanded again. Basic rules of the branch guild. The main guild will not excessively interfere in the daily operations of the branch guild. Appointment and removal of branch guild members are decided by the branch leader. Specific task arrangements for the branch guild are executed through negotiation between the branch leader and the local management. The main guild only supervises the core boundaries. The 5 Kage's expressions relaxed slightly upon hearing the first few rules. The Raikage snorted. So you don't care how we allocate things internally? Lin Feng looked at Kagaya. Kagaya's Byakugan was cold, as if she completely didn't want to engage with the 5 Kage's quarrel. Branch members will be selected by me. Those without value shall not enter, she declared. Anoki frowned. So the slots are in her hands. Lin Feng said calmly, the branch leader has the authority to decide. The 5 Kage's faces immediately darkened again. Kagaya as branch leader, Orochimaru wanting to be a researcher. This setup didn't seem like an organization of the living world at all. But the next line on the light screen lit up, and everyone's hearts were gripped again. Guild interests are above all. Any individual ninja village organization or clan that harms the core interests of the guild destabilizes the branch guild, steals cross-border permissions, or attacks guild members. Penalty: direct annihilation. As soon as the word annihilation appeared, the entire battlefield fell into a terrifying silence. The Raikage swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Anoki felt a chill down his back. Tsunade's face was as hard as iron. Naruto couldn't help but speak up. Direct annihilation. That's too extreme. Lin Feng glanced at Naruto. The guild offers eternity, the mall dungeons, and a door to countless worlds. It's not for you to exploit loopholes. If you want the benefits, abide by the rules. Whoever breaks the guild's pot will vanish. Yamamoto stepped forward, leaning on his sword, his voice low. Rules without consequences are just scraps of paper, he said. Aizen chuckled. Simple yet effective. Shikamaru's face turned pale. The words were too blunt, too direct to appeal to emotions. The guild didn't care about the internal squabbles of ninja villages. But once guild interests were touched, even a trial was skipped. Direct annihilation. That was the bottom line of the new order. Lin Feng continued, the branch guild has limited slots in the initial phase. The first batch will only open 30 provisional slots. Boom. The entire venue erupted. 30. Only 30 for the whole ninja world. How will the 5 great villages split them? What about the smaller countries' villages? The ninjas who had been wary of the guild moments ago instantly forgot their fear. Eternity. Dungeons. The mall. Opportunities to advance to the main guild. All these were right before their eyes, yet only 30 slots. This wasn't recruitment, it was throwing a piece of meat into a wolf den. Inoki was the first to lose control. The Wagakure must have 5. The Reikage glared immediately. Why? Kumogakure has strong combat power and a complete tailed beast system. At least 7. Tsunade sneered. It was Naruto and Sasuke who ultimately sealed Kaguya. Konoha should take priority. The Mizukage was also unsettled. Hiragakure can provide Kekkei Genkai data and assassination systems, she offered. Gaara was relatively calm, but his voice firm. Samigakure is willing to cooperate with branch guild construction, exchanging resources and logistics for stable slots. The 5 Kage spoke one after another. Moments ago they were discussing world sovereignty, now they were scrambling for employment quotas. The allied shinobi forces watched in stunned disbelief. Naruto's mouth hung open. How did they suddenly start arguing like this? Shikamaru rubbed his forehead. You put eternity and a path to power on display, then limit it to 30 slots. It'd be weird if they didn't argue. Kaido found it amusing. Agaha. These ninjas are fighting fiercer than pirates. Kenpachi looked disgusted. What's there to fight over slots? If you want to just have a fight. Urahara quickly waved his hand. Mr. Kenpachi, administrative recruitment isn't a coliseum. Orochimaru, not waiting for the quarrel to end, stepped forward directly. Chairman Lin Feng. I can provide materials related to the Konoha Crush Plan, improved Edo Tensei data, curse mark samples, and Hashirama Cell research records. If needed, I can also compile a catalog of forbidden techniques from the ninja world. Tsunade's knuckles cracked. Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled calmly. Contribution for slots. That's the rule, isn't it? Lin Feng looked at him. Smart. The light screen contribution system open. Combat contribution. Technical contribution. Resource contribution. Intelligence contribution. Order stability contribution. Dungeon exploration contribution. Special contributors may receive evaluation qualifications for promotion to the main guild. This last line was even more brutal than the 30 slots. The allied shinobi forces fell silent again. Promotion to the main guild. That meant truly crossing worlds and accessing the endless universe. Sasuke's eyes flickered. Naruto was also stunned. Even ordinary ninjas can. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, it doesn't depend on background. Only on contribution. With these words, many civilian ninjas' eyes lit up completely. The Hyuga clan members fell silent. The expressions of various ninja clan leaders grew subtle. The ninja world's past bloodline barriers were cracked by a single sentence from the guild. Kaguya finally spoke. Branch members will be selected by me, but candidate lists can be submitted by each village. The 5 Kage's expressions shifted simultaneously. Kaguya continued, I don't care about your quarrels. Only value matters, Lin Feng added. In the initial phase, 30 slots. Poor performance will be eliminated at any time. Vacated positions will be filled by those behind. This only made the argument louder. Jonin clan leaders, sensory teams, medical teams, sealing teams from every village all started frantically calculating what their own side could exchange for slots. Shikamaru watched this scene completely dumbfounded. A moment ago it was a battlefield of the shinobi world war. Now it looked like a huge job fair. And the interviewer was Kaguya. This world is too absurd. Lin Feng looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Tentatively listed as a candidate for trainee researcher. Orochimaru smiled slightly. Honored. Tsunade's face was sour, but she didn't argue. Because everyone knew that a madman like Orochimaru, once bound by guild rules, was indeed terrifyingly valuable. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the guild emblem on the divine tree ruins lit up again. Naruto Branch Guild Provisional Recruitment Channel open. First batch, slots 30. Branch Leader Review, Otsutsuki Kaguya. Main Guild Final Decision, Lin Feng. Golden light illuminated the battlefield. Everyone looked up at that line of text. The new war has ended. A new competition has begun. The 30 slots were filled in an instant before Naruto could even react. Just moments ago, the five Kage had been arguing heatedly, their faces flushed red, but in the next moment, the list submitted by each village lay before Kagaya. Konoha offered sealing techniques, medical records, and the strategic archives of the Nara clan. Kumogakure presented records of tailed beast cooperation and lightning release chakra mode materials. The Wagakure submitted the earth release system and fragmented research on dust release. Sunagakure, more straightforward, listed 3 pages of logistical resources. Kirigakure dropped all pretense and placed its Kekkei Genkai archives directly on the table. Orochimaru was the fastest. While others were still arguing, he had already packaged the research catalogs of the Cursed Seal, Impure World Reanimation, and Hashirama cells. Tsunade clenched her fists, knuckles cracking. You're awfully practiced at this. Orochimaru smiled calmly. Tsunade, when opportunity presents itself, hesitation is an affront to the unknown. Shikamaru massaged his temples, looking utterly defeated. How troublesome. This isn't recruitment. This is the 5 great ninja villages scrambling for jobs on the spot. Lin Feng paid no attention to their quarrels. He raised a hand and pointed. A golden light screen spread above the divine tree ruins. First batch of probationary members of the Naruto Branch Guild recruitment complete. Count 30. Position probationary member. Permissions: Branch Guild local channel instance reservations, shop browsing, quest acceptance, contribution registration. Restriction: no free cross-world travel permissions. 30 golden insignias descended. Shikamaru, Kakashi, Tsunade, Orochimaru, Gaara, Killer Bee, and others felt a flash of light on their chests before it quickly merged into their bodies. Inoki, failing to secure a spot, scowled, as if someone had stolen his Tsuchikage hat. The Reikage also darkened his expression. This old man didn't make the first batch. Kagaya cast a cold glance. You were too noisy. The Reikage's mouth twitched. Inoki nearly lost his composure on the spot. The reason was far too absurd. Yet it was Kagaya who spoke. Who dared to argue? Lin Feng said calmly. Not being in the first batch doesn't mean you have no chance. Later make up for it with contributions. The guild does not keep idlers. As soon as these words fell, those who had intended to protest fell silent, all beginning to scheme. Contributions. Contributions again. In the future, when powerful ninja met, the first greeting would probably no longer be "Have you eaten?" but "Have you earned contributions today?" Urahara crouched beside the remains of the divine tree and pressed his finger. Clank, clank, clank. The spiritual anchor and guild insignia locked firmly together. At the center of the divine tree ruins, a golden crimson light array slowly materialized. Naruto Branch Guild channel activated. Connecting to main guild channel. Generating world independent channel. The next moment, all guild members simultaneously saw a chat interface pop up before their eyes. Main guild channel Naruto Branch Guild channel, One Piece World channel, Bleach World channel, Naruto World channel. Naruto stared at the light screen, completely dumbfounded. This thing can chat. Shikamaru's mouth twitched. The point is, you don't need hand seals or chakra. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed even brighter. Mental communication. Layered permissions. Real-time cross-world transmission. Urahara patted his sleeves with a grin. Don't rush. Research applications must be queued first. On the main guild channel, messages instantly popped up. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Fufufu. The Naruto Branch Guild is up and running. Looks like the guild master is done over there. Kaido, this old man is right here. Those ninjas scrambled for spots like pirates scrambling for treasure. Shaltir noisy. Lowly creatures show no grace toward the grace bestowed by the master. Sosuke Aizen, from resistance to competition, a sufficiently clear structure of interest suffices. Kasuke Urahara, Mr. Aizen says that as if he's already finished writing the analysis report. Kenpachi Zaraki, when are we going back? What about Madara? On the Naruto Branch Guild channel, the first notice appeared. Kagaya Otsutsuki, silence. All 30 probationary members who were about to try speaking fell collectively silent. Naruto's mouth twitched wildly. This channel opens with quite the pressure. Kakashi sighed. At least it's effective. Lin Feng glanced at the channel and nodded in satisfaction. The Naruto Branch Guild is initially stable. Kagaya, you will be responsible for filtering contributions going forward. Shikamaru, assist with mission categorization. Orochimaru, join the technical team, but all experiments must be reported. Orochimaru bowed slightly. Understood, Guild Master. Kagaya did not respond. She simply raised her hand and pressed it against the center of the divine tree ruins. A spatial gate slowly opened. Beyond the gate lay the direction of the main hall of Onigashima. The people of the ninja world gazed up at that gate, their expressions shifting. So the infinite universe was truly only a door away. Lin Feng turned. Prepare to return to the One Piece world. Kenpachi hefted his sword, displeased. What about Madara? As soon as the words left his mouth, Kagaya suddenly paused. Her Byakugan twitched, and a trace of disdain appeared on her face. Almost forgot. Everyone was startled. Kagaya raised her hand to her abdomen, and spatial ripples shook. Thud. A figure was spat out, crashed to the ground, and rolled twice. His white hair was gone. His Six Paths cloak was gone. His truth-seeking balls were gone. Only his Rinnegan remained still, cold and sharp. Uchiha Madara. But his aura was noticeably weaker. The system light screen automatically appeared. Target Uchiha Madara. Current status Kagaya's separated remnant. Combat assessment late 4th stage. Note not 6 paths level, retains only the core combat power of the Rinnegan period. The entire ninja alliance erupted again. Madara is still alive. He was spit out by Kagaya. Isn't this scene a bit off? Naruto's expression was supremely strange. Madara came out like this. Sasuke's face was also complicated. Uchiha Madara slowly rose to his feet. His body was somewhat weak, but his back remained straight. His gaze swept past Kagaya, past Lin Feng, then over the guild members. Finally, it landed on Kenpachi. Kenpachi grinned. Still alive, huh? Madara snorted coldly. Almost being used as a vessel. That's not a memory worth savoring. Kagaya said coldly, a useless vessel. Madara's eye twitched. If he wasn't outmatched, he probably would have started dancing on the spot. Lin Feng looked at Madara. Inside her, you must have learned everything. Madara was silent for a moment. When Kagaya devoured Madara the information about the guild's descent, the battle, the benefits, the branch guild, and the myriad world coordinates had all been observed by him in a rather humiliating manner. The moon's eye, the infinite Tsukuyami, the peace of the ninja world. In the face of the infinite universe and the eternal battlefield, all of this suddenly seemed laughably small. Madara lifted his gaze. There was no confusion in his Rinnegan, only a rekindled ambition. A false dream is indeed boring. If countless powerful beings truly exist in the myriad worlds, I have no reason to remain in this small pond. Kenpachi laughed. Now that's what I like to hear. Lin Feng raised his hand, and a golden invitation unfolded. Uchiha Madara, join the main guild. Starting as a probationary member. The allied shinobi forces were utterly dumbfounded. Kagaya as branch guild master. Orochimaru as a probationary researcher. And now Madara directly entering the main guild. The old perceptions of the ninja world today had been trampled into dust. Madara stared at the invitation, a slow grin spreading across his face. Probationary, Lin Feng said flatly. You're only at late 4th stage now. If you want a higher position, fight your way up. Madara smiled. This time there was no anger. Instead, he looked as if he had heard the most agreeable words. Very well. I accept. He pressed his fingertip. Golden light merged into his body. Ding. Uchiha Madara has joined the Myriad Worlds Guild. Current position, main guild probationary member. The main guild channel instantly exploded. Kaido Agaha. Madara is in 2. Let's fight when we get back. Kenpachi Zaraki, get in line. He fights me first. Sosuke, Aizen, welcome Uchiha Madara. The experience of being used as a pawn must be quite unique. Uchiha Madara, do you want to die? Kisuke Urahara, Aya the newcomer is quite fiery. Don Quixote, Doflamingo Fufufu. Did the guild master just pack up all the final villains from the Naruto world? Lin Feng glanced at the channel, his mouth twitching. This bunch was hopeless. Madara also saw the channel. After 2 seconds of silence, his Rinnegan narrowed slightly. Interesting. Lin Feng didn't waste any more words. The Naruto world takeover is complete. Main guild members return to Onigashima. Branch guild members remain in the Naruto world and await the activation of the quest system. Kagaya stood at the center of the divine tree insignia, her Byakugan sweeping over the 30 probationary members. From now on, those without value stepped down. The 30 felt a tightness in their hearts. Shikamaru sighed. A troublesome new job begins. Orochimaru, however, smiled broadly. No, a new era begins. The spatial gate opened fully. Lin Feng stepped through first. Kenpachi, Kaido, Yamamoto, Aizen, Urahara, Mihawk, Shaltier, and Unohana followed in order. Uchiha Madara took one last look at the ninja battlefield. There lay old dreams, failures, and shattered obsessions. Madara turned and stepped through the gate leading to Onigashima. Golden light closed. Above the divine tree ruins, only the Myriad Worlds Guild insignia glowed steadily. In the Naruto world channel, the system prompt appeared. Naruto branch guild function stable. Main guild and branch guild channel connection complete. Main guild ready to initiate next world extraction preparations. The people of the ninja world gazed up at that insignia, long silent. The war was over. But everyone knew that the true great era had only just begun. At the main hall of Ghost Island, a crimson gold spatial gate burst open with a thunderous roar. Lin Feng was the first to step out. Behind him, Shanben leaned on his sword. Lan Ran wore a smile. Pian pressed down his hat brim, and Moziwa's smile was exceptionally gentle. Kaiduo carried a spiked club. Jinba held his yeshai. Ingyen hugged his hideawai, and Zayatia carried her drip pipe spear. The last figure to stride out was Yuzebo Ban. His long black hair hung loose, his reincarnation, eyes icy cold. Though his aura was not as overwhelming as during the 6 Paths period, it was still like a fresh blade pulled from a pile of blood, sharp and reeking of gore. Duofu Langming had long been waiting in the main hall. The moment he saw Ban in person, the corner of his eye beneath his sunglasses twitched violently. Fufufu. President, this trip really had you packing up the ultimate villains of another world like boxes, huh? Ban glanced at him. You're noisy. Duofu Langming's smile froze for a moment. Good heavens. Newcomers are this hot-tempered. But upon second thought, this guy had just finished a heated argument with Lan Ran in the guild channel, and Duofu Langming felt, well, it made sense. This guild now didn't have a single normal person. Kaidoa, carrying his club, stepped forward and grinned widely. Wugugugu. Yuzibo Ban. I heard you used to be quite a fighter. Jinba also fixed his gaze on him. Line up. This guy is mine first. Ban lifted his eyelids, his reincarnation eyes scanning the two. One was like a dragon in human skin, the other like a mad beast gripping a sword. The corner of Ban's mouth slowly curled into a grin. Interesting. It seems this place is indeed not the small pond of the ninja world. Lanran chuckled. Adapting quickly, aren't you? Kicked by the world onto a bigger stage, your first instinct is not fear, but to seek opponents. Who you inside? Oh well, this is what happens with battle maniacs. Change the world, but they still keep that same raw flavor. Zaitia snorted coldly. Lowly combat instinct. Kaido glanced at her. You were laughing plenty during fights before. Zayatia's crimson eyes narrowed instantly. Stupid dragon, wanna die? Old Master Shanben leaned on his sword, his white brows sinking. Silence. No anger erupted, but the temperature around them instantly rose. Kaido clicked his tongue. Jinba curled his lips. Zaitia said no more. Ban gave the old man another look. This old man, not simple. Without even using chakra, he exuded a pressure that could burn through the entire battlefield. Ban's gaze then swept over Lanran, Yin, and Maozua. None of them were easy to deal with. The trainees and full members here were clearly not in a place that valued seniority like the ninja world. It was a place where true strength and worth spoke through blades and blood. Lin Feng walked to the main seat and raised a hand casually. A golden light screen unfurled in the main hall. Naruto Branch Guild Status Stable. Branch President Daitong Hui. First batch of trainees 30. Main Guild and Branch Guild channels. Naruto World enters long-term management phase. Duofu Langming looked at the light screen, his smile growing more playful. Just taken down the Naruto World and already establishing a branch guild. President, next step, continue to draw new worlds. Lin Feng shook his head. No rush. The moment those two words came out, everyone's eyes instantly focused on him. Kaido raised an eyebrow. No new worlds. Lin Feng tapped the air lightly with his finger. The image on the light screen changed. The map of the One Piece world unfolded. The red line, the Grand Line, the New World Marine Headquarters, Holy Land, Mariewatato Land, Red Hairs, Territory, Whitebeard's lingering influence, and the channels of the underworld, layer by layer, were lit up. The Naruto world is already a branch. The Bleach world is currently just a source of members. But this One Piece world is the main guild's headquarters. Lin Feng's gaze fell on the center of the map. The main world hasn't even stood firm yet. Expanding further would be building castles in the air, meaningless. Lanran nodded. First consolidate the foundation, then expand outward. Reasonable. Duofu Langming immediately stepped forward and flung out an intelligence light screen. President, this is the current power structure of the One Piece World Government Marine Headquarters, Shichibukai, remnants of the Four Emperors Revolutionary Army, and the underworld. With Kaido joining, the Beast Pirates have been completely suppressed. Dressrosa can also change its flag. Yinjian's joining will shake the Shichibukai system. But as long as the guild doesn't officially debut, the outside world will at most hear these as rumors. Ban listened to these unfamiliar terms, his brow twitching. This world also has a structure like the Five Great Nations. Duofu Langming laughed. It's much more chaotic than that Five-Nation system. On this sea, fists, bloodlines, wealth, intelligence, marines, pirates, all stirred into a mess. In short, whoever has the stronger fist has the louder voice. Kaido laughed loudly. Wugugugu. That's what makes it interesting. Shanben said in a deep voice. Too chaotic, it's hard to establish order. Lanran smiled and picked up the conversation. And precisely because of that, it's more suitable for our guild to intervene. Lin Feng nodded. From today onward, the 10,000 Realms Guild will no longer just recruit from behind the scenes. The One Piece world will be formally integrated into the guild's territory. The main hall fell silent for a moment. Duofu Langming's heart suddenly pounded. Finally it came. The guild before was like a giant beast lurking beneath the sea, occasionally extending a claw to tear apart Dressrosa and overwhelm Ghost Island. But this time, this giant beast was about to surface. Lin Feng continued. First step, consolidate the new world. Second step, announce our guild's existence. Third step, recruit high-level local members. The minimum threshold for new members in this One Piece world is the Shichibukai level. Duofu Langming's sunglasses gleamed. No weaklings. Lin Feng said calmly, the main guild is not a shelter. Those without combat power value or potential stay obediently within the peripheral system. Ban heard this and suddenly laughed. Seems that as a trainee I'm not too disgraceful. Jinba grinned. After the fight you'll know if you're disgraceful. Ban snorted. Anytime. Pu Yuan quickly raised a hand. You two, the training ground is still under repair. Don't tear down the main hall first. Duofu Langming's mouth twitched wildly. Repair? Last time when Kaiduo tested old Master Shanbin's flame control, they had just fixed half of it. Kaiduo dug at his ear. Stingy. Duofu Langming nearly laughed from anger. Stingy. One swing of your club, and our budget literally skyrockets. Lin Feng raised his hand to quell their clamor. Duofu Langming. Here. Go organize all usable channels in the new world. The underworld news organization's weapons lines and intelligence lines. Get them all moving. Duofu Langming bowed his head. Understood. Lin Feng looked at Kaiduo. All remnants of the beasts are to be incorporated into the periphery. Kaiduo grinned. Whoever doesn't obey, you'll beat them until they do. Lin Feng then looked at Ingyan. With the Shichibukai your name will be a very useful banner. Ingyan nodded. All right. Zaitia curled her lip disdainfully. A bunch of small fry on the sea worthy of Master's personal planning. Lin Feng's gaze rested on the red line at the edge of the map. Not for the small fry. It's to let the world government know. This sea will no longer be theirs alone to rule. Lanren's smile deepened. Before declaring order, first create an undeniable fact. The president is ready to plant the flag. Lin Feng raised his hand. Above Ghost Island, a crimson gold guild emblem slowly illuminated. The light pierced the clouds like a giant eye-opening, overlooking the entire sea of the new world. Duofu Langming's breath caught. Ban stood at the hall entrance watching the sea breeze sweeping over the island, gazing at the endless ocean in the distance, a long-lost excitement surfacing in his reincarnation eyes. This world was more chaotic and larger than the ninja world, and more suitable for him to dance again. Lin Feng's finger landed on the center of the new world. First, let this entire sea know. The 10,000 Realms Guild has returned. Above Ghost Island, the crimson gold guild emblem had just illuminated when the channel erupted. Main guild channel. Kaiduo Agahoho. The captain says we're making a debut, so I'm going to smash every disobedient one right now. Gung Mu Jianba, leave the sea world alone. Where's Ban? Come out and fight. Yujibwa Ban eager to court death. Gung Mu Jianba, less talk. Kaiduo, line up. I want to try the duo Fenming Gu Fufufu. Can you guys wait until I finish repairing the battleground? Ghost Island is not your toy. Hu Yuan Shizhu, from a technical standpoint, Ghost Island currently cannot withstand the three of you warming up together. Lan Ranzong, you Jia, how lively. A newcomer integrating so quickly is worthy of congratulations. Yujibwa Ban, shut up. Duo Funming Gu watched the channel, a vein bulging on his forehead. This was no organization channel. It was a monster fight club. In the main hall, Ban stood at the door, his Rinnegan scanning the channel's light curtain, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. Communicating across worlds. If this were placed in the ninja world, the intelligence system would be completely rewritten. Lan Ran chuckled softly. It is already being rewritten. As the words fell, another light curtain automatically popped up. Naruto Branch Guild Channel. The first message was simple. Datong Mu Hui Yi, submit today's contribution. No pleasantries. No welcome. No preamble. Just 6 words. On the Naruto world side, 30 apprentice members fell into collective silence. Beside the divine tree ruins, Lu Wan watched the light curtain before him, feeling as though life had kicked him straight into an office. Troublesome. Just finish the Ninja World War now, I start working. Kakashi stood beside him, his eyes curving into crescents. At least you don't have to fight Hui Yi. Lu Wan glanced at Hui Yi in the distance. Hui Yi hovered at the center of the divine tree emblem, her Byakugan cold, like an ultimate boss ready to throw out any underperforming employee. Lu Wan sighed. Instead of fighting her now, I work for her. Is the difference really that big? Gang Shou's forehead vein twitched. Less nonsense. First assign the tasks. Lu Wan resignedly raised his hand and began posting assignments in the channel. Niliang Lu Wan, first batch of tasks categorized as follows. Niliang Lu Wan 1 ninjutsu data compilation. Niliang Lu Wan 2 post-war order restoration. Niliang Lu Wan 3 tailed beast registration and communication records. Niliang Lu Wan 4 sealing techniques, barrier techniques, medical ninjutsu submission. Niliang Lu Wan 5 assistance in establishing the Divine Tree Ruins Branch Guild Center. Niliang Lu Wan 6 dangerous techniques registration. No hiding high-risk forbidden techniques. The message caused the channel to go silent for 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, Daishiwan submitted directly. Daishiwan basic data of the curse mark system submitted. Daishiwan directory of impure world reincarnation techniques submitted. Daishiwan summary of Hashirama cell research submitted. Daishiwan partial records of soul reincarnation experiments submitted. Sensitive content pending review. A whoosh. The contribution leaderboard popped up. Naruto Branch Guild Contribution Leaderboard. First place Deshiwan. Contribution Type Technology Forbidden Techniques Life Research. Current points 3,200. Gangsho's face instantly darkened. Naming's mouth twitched. How is that guy Deshiwan so fast? Kakashi said lazily, because others are still hesitating about whether to submit. He already packed everything overnight. Xiaoying watched the leaderboard, her fists clenched. Having someone like that in first place feels really awful. Gangsho directly posted in the channel. Gangsho basic data of Konoha's medical system submitted. Gangsho framework of the 100 healings technique submitted. Details require permission review. Gangsho compilation of wartime medical squad experience in progress. Gangsho Xiaoying take the medical squad and work overtime. Xiaoying froze. Huh. Gangsho shot her a glance. What huh? Do you want to stay in first place? Xiaoying instantly perked up. No. Konoha's medical squad immediately started grinding. On the other side, Wei Luo also moved quickly. Wei Luo basic data of Suna's puppet techniques submitted. Wei Luo sand gold resource list submitted. Wei Luo logistics transport assistance request submitted. On Chila Biz side it was even more absurd. Chila Bai-tailed beast communication insights submitted. Yeah. 8-tails Gyuki, don't write me like a pet. Chila Bai partner, don't be shy. Yeah. The channel fell silent for a second. Lu Wan rubbed his temples. Even-tailed beasts can post. Hui Yi coldly scanned Chila Bai. Datong Mu Hui Yi rewrite the format. Chila Bai instantly behaved. Chila Bai understood. In the distance the Reikage watched the leaderboard rankings, his face growing darker. Bai, get serious. Kumo cannot lose to someone like Deshiwan. Anoki also couldn't sit still. Where is the dust release data? Who is organizing it? The IWA ninjas broke out in cold sweat. Tsuchikajessima dust release is a core secret technique. Anoki slapped him. Core secret technique. If you don't submit it now, IWA won't even get a dungeon spot. On the Kirigakure side, they were also panicking. The Mizukage stared at the leaderboard, her tone terrifyingly gentle. Submit the basic version of the Kekkei Jinkai data first. Anyone who holds us back can explain to Hui Yesima themselves. The Kirigakure ninjas collectively shuddered. Explaining to the Mizukage meant survival. Explaining to Hui Yi depended on her mood that day. In the main hall of Ghost Island, Lin Feng looked at the scrolling messages from the Naruto branch and curved his lips. The competition has begun. Duo Fenming guest's shoulders shook with laughter. Fufufu. Guild master, this move is too ruthless. No full membership, no free cross-world access. Only the contribution leaderboard. Those ninjas will bring out their data, all by themselves. Pu Yuan adjusted his hat brim. Competition is the best engine. Lon Ran softly added, especially when the rewards are eternity power and class ascension. No one wants to fall behind. Ban watched the Naruto channel, a complex look in his Rinnegan. The Ninja World War hadn't united the 5 great villages like this. A contribution leaderboard did. Ridiculous. And also real. Lin Feng looked at Ban. This is the guild rule. If you want something, exchange value for it. Ban snorted. It's more pleasing than the hypocritical piece of the Ninja World. The main guild channel was still in chaos. Gung Mu Jianba Ban, stop watching. Come out and fight. Yujibwa Ban, let me first familiarize myself with this world. Kaiduo got cold feet. Yujibwa Ban, even dragons can die. Kaiduo Ugaho. This new guy I like. Duo Funming Gu, I don't like it. The battleground budget doesn't like it. Xiatiya, the noise of lowly creatures is so unpleasant. Lon Ranzone UGM Miss Xiatiya can also mute the channel notifications. Xiatiya, who allowed you to teach this lady how to act? Duo Fenming Gu took a deep breath. Suddenly he felt that being an underworld king in the sea world wasn't so glorious. At least the underworld didn't have people discussing how to demolish headquarters every day in the channel. On the Naruto branch side, the contribution leaderboard refreshed again. First Deshiwan. Second Niliang Luwan. Third Gangsho. Fourth Wei Luo. Fifth Kakashi. Gangsho looked at second place stunned. Luwan, when did you submit so much? Luwan slumped his face. Task classification, organizational structure, post-war order plans, and coordination templates with each village. All counted as contributions. Na Ming's eyes widened. Weren't you always complaining about troublesome things? Luwan sighed. Troublesome is troublesome. But not doing it is even more troublesome. Deshiwan watched the leaderboard, his smile deepening. How interesting. So administration can also overshadow technology. Luwan's eyelid twitched. Don't say it as if you're planning to change careers. The next second, Hui Yes message dominated the entire channel. Datong Mu Hui Yi, the top 10 in today's contribution leaderboard retain apprentice qualifications. Datong Mu Hui Yi, the bottom 3 will be re-evaluated tomorrow. Datong Mu Hui Yi, those without value exit. The Naruto world instantly fell silent. 3 seconds later, every ninja village erupted completely. Quick, bring the sealing technique scrolls. Medical squad, don't sleep. Is the perception record finished? Write the tailed beast communication report formally. No rhymes. Na Ming watched the ninjas working overtime everywhere completely numb. How do I feel? This is scarier than war. Kakashi patted his shoulder. You'll get used to it. It's a new era. At the center of the divine tree ruins Hui Yes Byakugan lifted slightly. Datong Mu Hui Yi tomorrow the first dungeon qualification screening will begin. With these words, the last trace of sleepiness in the ninja world vanished. In the main hall of Demon Island, Madara did not enter the dungeon immediately. His Rinnegan fixed on the shop screen, his whole demeanor eerily silent. Chi Sense Training Method Flight Technique, Senzu, Bean Hockey Basic Pack, Keto Introduction, Devil Fruit, Sample Ratio Device, Low-Level Magic Scroll, Physical Enhancement Plan. Rows of items scrolled down. The more Madara looked, the darker his gaze became. It wasn't disdain. He was finally serious. The ninja world system, strong as it was, ultimately revolved around chakra. Bloodlines, tailed beasts, Senjutsu, Dojutsu. Each path was like a well. You could see the sky from the well, but the sky was only that big. Now this shop had simply blown the lid off the well. Chi, Hockey, Spiritual Pressure, Magic, Keto, Devil Fruits. Every name was foreign. Behind each name seemed to hide a path leading to greater heights. Doflamingo stood beside him, grinning annoyingly. Fufufu. Madara, how do you feel? Madara glanced at him. You're not that strong, but you sure talk a lot. Doflamingo's smile froze. Good grief. Was this newcomer here to strike at the heart? Aizen chuckled. Perfectly normal. When coming from a single world to the multiverse system, the first thing to collapse isn't combat power. It's cognition. Madara didn't refute him, because Aizen was right. He stared at the Chi Sense Training Method column, his Rinnegan contracting slightly. Life energy. Urahara leaned in, lowering his hat brim. Simply put, it's not chakra nor spiritual pressure. It's closer to mobilizing the Bodhi's fundamental essence. ITLL be very helpful for your current state. Especially since you were separated from Kagaya, your 6 paths level dropped, and both your body and dojutsu need to be restabilized. Madara shot him a cold look. Are you analyzing me? Urahara waved with a smile. A well-occupational habit. Madara's aura turned icy. Kenpachi immediately perked up. A fight. Kaido also hefted his mace. Worororo. Count me in. Doflamingo pressed his hands to his temples. Can't you stop wrecking the base at the drop of a hat? Lin Feng raised a hand. The hall fell silent. Madara. For a newcomer's basic adaptation, run the Dragon Ball dungeon first. Madara looked at Lin Feng. Piccolo Daimo. Lin Feng nodded. Weaker than you. But the system is useful. Don't underestimate dungeon rewards. Madara smiled. I never underestimate anything that can make me stronger. A golden teleportation array lit up in the center of the hall. Dragon Ball Basic Dungeon, Piccolo Daimo. Participant Uchiha Madara. Clear rewards, Chi Sense, Training Method Flight Technique, Senzu, Beam Basic Physique Repair. Madara stepped inside. The screen simultaneously expanded. Before the guild members, the wasteland dungeon scene appeared. On a shattered throne, Piccolo Daimo slowly opened his eyes. This dungeon veteran had just revived and already wore a grim expression. Here we go again. This damn place again. Another new monster. Piccolo stared at the black-haired man before him, his green skin twitching slightly. A human. Madara stood on the wasteland, his robe fluttering in the wind, his Rinnegan calmly sweeping over Piccolo. No chakra, but there's another flow of energy inside him. Piccolo's eyes darkened. What are you looking at? Madara raised his hand. Universal pull. Bang. Piccolo's body was violently yanked toward Madara. The throne shattered on the spot. Piccolo's face changed and a ki blast instantly formed in his palm, fired point blank. Madara sidestepped, dodging, and his palm pressed against Piccolo's chest. Fire-released chakra erupted. Boom. The fire exploded at close range. Piccolo flew backward, plowing a 100-meter trench across the wasteland. In the main hall, Kaido grinned. This guy doesn't waste time in a fight, Kenpachi muttered. Too many fancy moves. Just slash through them, wouldn't that be simpler? Hawkeye said calmly, it's different. He's observing. That was right. Madara wasn't rushing to finish. His Rinnegan was locked onto the flow of chi inside Piccolo. Piccolo rose from the rubble, his fury surging. You bastard. How dare you look down on me, the great demon king? He thrust out both palms. Dozens of ki blasts rained down like a storm. Madara didn't dodge far. His figure flickered among the blasts, sometimes deflecting them with almighty push, sometimes detonating them with fire release, sometimes closing in to observe the point of impact. With each contact, the interest in his Rinnegan grew. Not mental energy. Not chakra meridians. It bursts from deep within the body, then is consolidated by will. Madara's lips curled. Interesting. Piccolo grew even more furious. This feeling was too frustrating. He was fine with running a dungeon, but being dissected alive as a textbook. Die. Piccolo opened his mouth and condensed a demon beam. A massive energy cannon blasted toward Madara. Madara formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of fire collided with the energy cannon. Boom. A massive halo exploded above the wasteland. Piccolo tried to charge through the chaos, but suddenly darkness fell before him. Madara stood right in front of him. Rinnegan cold. Seen enough. Almighty push. Bang. Piccolo took the repulsive force, heat and bones crackling in his chest, and was sent flying into the sky. Madara reached out and grabbed. Universal pull again. No sooner had Piccolo been flung away than he was forcefully pulled back. Fire release, Taijutsu, Rinnegan repulsion. 3 sets of attacks hammered into Piccolo in turns. From roaring to silence, Piccolo took only a dozen seconds. For the final blow, Madara stomped on Piccolo's chest, formed a chakra black rod in his palm, and stabbed directly through the chi core location. Boom. The dungeon space trembled. Dungeon clear. Uchiha Madara obtained Chi Sense training method. Obtained flight technique. Obtained 1 Senzabine. Obtained basic physique repair. Golden light descended. Madara closed his eyes. A new life energy slowly ignited within him. It wasn't chakra, yet it could run parallel to chakra. It even nourished his unstable body, freshly separated in reverse. His Rinnegan warmed slightly. The draining sensation of his dojutsu power was gradually supported by the Chi Sense. In the main hall, Urahara's eyes lit up. The Rinnegan and Chi Sense have good compatibility. Aizen smiled. The intersection of the chakra system and life energy system, worth long-term observation. A message from Orochimaru popped up in the Naruto branch channel simultaneously. Orochimaru, if permitted, I request access to Madara's Chi Sense adaptation data. Madara had just teleported back when he saw this message. His face instantly turned cold. Uchiha Madara, do you want to die? The Naruto branch channel fell silent for a second. Orochimaru, merely academic interest. Kagaya Otsutsuki, request denied. Orochimaru, a pity. Doflamingo watched, shoulders shaking. Fufufu. The Naruto branch is quite lively. Madara ignored him, lowered his head, and clenched his fist. Chi Sense flowed in his palm. The information of flight technique also surfaced in his mind. Madara lifted his toes off the ground, slowly rising half an inch. No chakra emission. No Rinnegan dojutsu. Purely by chi, he lifted his body off the ground. Madara's eyes finally lit up. Not bad. Lin Feng looked at the system screen. Uchiha Madara has completed basic dungeon adaptation. Current power evaluation 4th stage late, stabilized approaching 4th stage late peak. Rinnegan consumption recovery efficiency increased. Eligible to participate in guild internal combat test. As soon as this notification popped up, Kenpachi grinned. Q's done right. He hoisted Nozarashi onto his shoulder. Kenpachi stared at Madara, his single eye blazing. My turn. Kaido beside him was displeased. Worororo. I'm in line too. Madara landed back on the ground, his Rinnegan sweeping over the two, a slow smirk curling his lips. That dungeon just now was only a warm-up. This guild. Truly far more interesting than the ninja world. Come, let me see how tough these so-called monsters of the main guild really are. In the main hall of Ghost Island, the atmosphere instantly shifted. Kenpachi, carrying Yishai over his shoulder, fixed his single eye on Madara, grinning like a starving wolf that had finally spotted its meal. Kaido, standing nearby, was also displeased. Wabigagu. Kenpachi, I'll let you go first. But if you break him, I'll settle the score with you. Madara sneered. Break me? With you lot. Doflamingo felt a vain throb at his temple. The moment those words left his mouth, the budget for the battle arena was already weeping. Urahara adjusted his hat brim. Oh my, a friendly reminder, the normal battle arena of Ghost Island currently cannot withstand this level of warm-up. Last time, mister. Kaido casually swung his club, and the foundation still hasn't been fully repaired. Doflamingo immediately chimed in. Exactly. Very exactly. So I strongly suggest everyone sign a demolition compensation clause. Kenpachi curled his lip. Troublesome. Madara turned to Lin Feng. President, is this the main guild's venue? Can't even handle a spar. Doflamingo's eyes widened behind his sunglasses. You're so noble. So great. You just joined, you don't know how expensive it is to repair the island. Lin Feng ignored the commotion, his finger tapping open the guild shop. Light screens flipped layer by layer. Guild functional module training ground. Type internal sparring. Rules: members may enter an independent training space. Combat damage does not reflect on the real body. Additional rule: resurrect on the spot after death. Cost: requires points to activate. Doflamingo's eyes lit up instantly. Resurrection after death. No damage to headquarters. This function is great. Kenpachi also grinned. Die and get back up. Then I can cut more freely. Unohana smiled gently. Indeed convenient. It saves a lot on treatment costs. Urahara murmured softly, from a technical standpoint this thing is even more unreasonable than dungeons. Aizen gazed at the light screen, a faint smile on his lips. Removing the cost of death from battle. This will accelerate members' growth to an exaggerated degree. Lin Feng directly deducted points. Points deducted successfully. Guild training ground activated. Boom. In the center of the main hall, a red gold light array expanded. A colossal gate rose from the ground. Behind the gate was not a room, but a vast gray-white wilderness. The sky had no sun. The ground had no structures. Only floating golden runes hung in midair like laws themselves. Training ground rules confirmed. Participants Uchiha Madara Zaraki Kenpachi. Mode internal sparring. Victory condition: one party loses combat ability, or the president calls a halt. Death penalty: none. Respawn point same spot. Madara stared at the last line, his Rinnegan narrowing slightly. Interesting. Even death can be handled by the rules. Kenpachi was already tired of listening. He strode through the gate. Hurry up. I've been waiting forever. Madara snorted coldly and followed him in. The next moment, a viewing light screen unfolded simultaneously before the guild members. In the training wilderness, Madara stood at one end, his black hair tossed by the wind. Kenpachi stood at the other end, dragging Yishai behind him, the blade carving a long crack into the ground. Without a word, Madara raised his hand. Bansho Tenin. Kenpachi's body was yanked violently forward. He swung Yishai in the momentum, bringing it down in a single slash. Madara's eyes flickered. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Repulsive force exploded. Kenpachi took it, heat in his body blasted back over a dozen meters, his feet gouging 2 deep trenches into the earth. But his laughter grew louder. Not bad. Use more force. In the main hall, Kaido grinned. Wabigagu. This madman is still the same. Madara didn't stop. He clasped his hands together, fire release chakra and chi sense surging out simultaneously. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A sea of fire swept across the wilderness. It was no longer the mere chakra flame of the ninja world era. Infused with chi sense, the fire was denser, closer to burning flesh. Kenpachi didn't dodge. Armament haki coated his entire body, golden spiritual pressure bursting forth as he charged straight through the inferno. The flames scorched his skin black, but Kenpachi's smile only grew more savage. This fire's nothing compared to the old man's. He cleaved the sea of fire in one stroke. Madara shifted his footing, his Rinnegan locking onto Kenpachi's movements. The Susanoo skeleton materialized instantly. A giant purple arm slammed down with earth-shaking force. Kenpachi raised his blade to block. Clang. The deafening impact split the wilderness open. The Susanoo's giant arm pressed Kenpachi downward. A corner of Madara's mouth lifted. Not bad brute strength. Kenpachi looked up. Your shell's not hard enough. On Yishai, golden spiritual pressure suddenly compressed. Armament haki crawled over the blade like black iron. Boom. An upward slash split the Susanoo's arm from the middle, cracks spreading all the way to the half-formed skeleton. Madara's gaze finally turned somber. In the main hall, Doflamingo's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. That's Susanoo. And it got split in one slash. Aizen spoke calmly. The current Madara is not from the Six Paths era. He still has the Rinnegan and combat instincts, but his body level has dropped. Both his output ceiling and defensive thickness can't keep up with Zaraki Kenpachi. The assessment was accurate, and also cutting. Madara couldn't hear it, but he already felt it through his body. Kenpachi charged again. Madara didn't force a clash. He retreated, using Bansho Tenin to pull rubble fire style, to block paths, and Shinra Tensei to control the rhythm. The combo was dizzyingly fast. Any cage-level ninja from the ninja world would have been overwhelmed. But Kenpachi was even more absurd. He took the repulsion cut through the rubble, charged through the flames, and when knocked back, he charged again, like a beast that completely ignored reason. The more Madara fought, the tighter his brow became. This guy wasn't incapable of technique. He simply didn't care. Every wound, every shock, every blocked path was just a warm-up before that blade. One slash grazed Madara's shoulder. Blood splattered. Madara instantly distanced himself, a cold gleam flashing in his Rinnegan. A black rod condensed from his palm and stabbed toward Kenpachi's chest. Kenpachi advanced, instead of retreating, letting the black rod pierce his shoulder blade, while Yishai pressed toward Madara's face. Madara's pupils contracted. Shinra Tensei. Boom. Kenpachi was sent flying again. But the edge of Yishai still scraped through Susanoo's defense, cleanly slicing off half its outer shell. Madara landed, blood trickling from his shoulder, his Susanoo in tatters. Kenpachi got up from afar, pulled the black rod from his shoulder, and tossed it aside. You dodged too much. Not as tough to cut as your Six Paths form. A vein pulsed at Madara's temple. Those words stung more than a blade. In the viewing gallery, Kaido slapped his thigh with laughter. Wabigagu. Madara. You're being called not hard enough. Madara cast a cold glare toward the light screen, as if recording Kaido in his mental notebook. Lin Feng watched calmly. Madara's combat prowess was top tier, and his Rinnegan abilities were powerful, but he was only at the late 4th order now. Kenpachi was a solid early 5th order. The gap was clear. Madara lasted this long only because of his battle experience and Rinnegan system. Anyone else would have been carved into a resurrection package long ago. In the training ground, Madara suddenly smiled. Good. This pressure is worth regaining strength. His Rinnegan pulsed. The repulsion field compressed layer by layer. The remnants of Susanoo converged into a purple barrier. Kenpachi grinned. Don't dodge this time. He raised Yishai. Golden spiritual pressure furiously poured into the blade. The swing came down. The purple barrier held for half a second. Then, crack. Susanoo shattered. Shinra Tensei was torn open by the blade, forging a gap. Yishai stopped half an inch from Madara's forehead. The blade's pressure had already cut the skin, and a trickle of blood slid down his brow. Victory determination. Zaraki Kenpachi wins. The trial ground rules took effect. All injuries instantly froze. Madara looked up at the blade before him and was silent for 2 seconds. Kenpachi's face was full of dissatisfaction. Not enough. Where's that 6 paths form from before? Madara snorted. Gone for now. He'll get it back. Then hurry up, Kenpachi said as he sheathed his sword. The light gate opened. They returned to the main hall. Madara's wounds had been healed by the training ground, but the sensation of that blade pressing against his forehead lingered. Was it humiliating? A little. But mostly it was exhilarating. This wasn't the suffocation of being pushed around by fate and schemes in the ninja world. It was a clear gap. Visible, catchable, returnable. Madara turned to Lin Feng. I need higher-level dungeons. Something stronger than Piccolo. A faint smile curved Lin Feng's lips. Perfect timing. The guild is about to open new dungeons. Ban said they needed a higher-level dungeon, and the atmosphere in the main hall instantly changed. Jinba, carrying Yishai on his shoulder, looked utterly displeased. A dungeon? I haven't had enough cutting. Ban shot him a glance. You won just now. What's the hurry? Jinba grinned. I won unsatisfactorily. Kaido laughed heartily. Wuggugugu. Then open a dungeon that's worth fighting. I also want to see what other monsters the guild can cough up. Duofu Langming stood nearby, his smile a bit stiff. Monsters? Are you kidding? Everyone sitting in this room was a monster among monsters. If they opened a few more dungeons, who knew what bizarre things would pop up? Lin Feng couldn't be bothered with these battle maniacs. He raised his hand and opened the guild warehouse. The light screen unfolded. Devil fruit stocks seized from the remnants of the beasts, recovered through Dressrosa channels and intercepted from underground trading routes. Current available quantity for submission 11. Duofu Langming's eye twitched violently. Guildmaster, are you really going to use them? Devil fruits are the top hard currency on this sea. Lin Feng glanced at him. If we don't open dungeons, should we keep them to grow mold? Duofu Langming's mouth twitched. All right. That reason was very guildmaster-like. The secret treasures that pirates fought over were nothing more than fuel for card draws in this guild. Ban looked at the rows of fruits, his eyes shifting slightly. The source of power in this world. Pu Yuan quickly explained. Not exactly the source, more like a special carrier of rules. Eating one grants ability, but at the same time it is restrained by the sea. Ban sneered. Trade freedom for power. That fits the mentality of the weak. Kaido gave him a sidelong glance. Kid, don't make devil fruits sound too easy. If used well, they can still crush a lot of people. Lin Feng took out 3 devil fruits. 1 Zoan, 1 Paramecia, and 1 unknown fruit. The 3 fruits floated in midair, their surface patterns writhing eerily like 3 keys just twisted off the world itself. Submit devil fruits to initiate random dungeon draw. Initiate. The first devil fruit dissolved into specks of light. A massive roulette wheel appeared. Countless world images flashed by swiftly. Battlefield City, Cosmos, School Wasteland. The pointer stopped. Dungeon generated everyday world after school club activities. The main hall instantly fell silent. In the light screen, an ordinary classroom. A few high school students were sitting around a table drinking tea. On the blackboard was written, "Welcome new members." Kaido stared for 3 seconds, his expression growing sour. What the hell is this? Jinba frowned. Who can we cut? Pu Yuan was silent for a moment. From the energy readings. No anomalies. Lanran smiled. Slice of life series. No combat value. Zaitia looked disgusted. Master, such a low-level scene isn't even worth the time to clean. Duofu Langming laughed, his shoulders shaking. Fufufu. 1 devil fruit gave us a club classroom. This deal is damn exciting. Lin Feng expressionlessly clicked close. This dungeon's value is too low. It has been transferred to the background observation library. Estimated rewards: tea and snack, making social conversation skills, club management experience. Jinba's face darkened. Who wants this trash? Ban spoke calmly. Maybe it suits Na Liang Luan. A message instantly popped up in the Naruto branch channel. Nara Luan, don't drag me into this, thanks. The main hall immediately burst into laughter. Lin Feng didn't stop. He submitted the second devil fruit. The roulette spun again. This time the scene was clearly off. A pitch-black cosmos. A barren planet. A huge round spaceship hovered in midair. An icy laugh came from the light screen. A purple-white figure sat on a flying device, its tail swaying. Dungeon generated Dragon Ball World Namek Crisis. Target Felisa. Warning, dungeon difficulty extremely high. Current guild average combat power insufficient. Recommendation, postpone raid. Kaijuo's eyes lit up immediately. Wuggugugu. This one looks good. Jinba also smiled. There's killing intent. Ban stared fixedly at Felisa in the light screen. No chakra, no spiritual pressure. But that pure life-creating pressure pierced through the dungeon screen like, this guy is not weak. Lanren's smile faded a bit. Not just strong. The numerical level is outrageous. The small device in Puayuan's hand beeped wildly. Oh dear, the system is already frantically alarming. This isn't the kind of training pack for newbies like. Lin Feng glanced at the member list. Enter for trial purposes. Not aiming to clear. Test the gap. Jianba stepped forward. I'm going. Kaiduo followed. I'm going too. Shamban, Lanran, Ban, Ingyin, Zaitia, and Mazahua also entered one after another. Lin Feng did not enter. The light screen opened. Namek Dungeon. Felisa looked up at the suddenly appearing group. His smile was elegantly punchable. Oh, some more strange bugs. Kaiduo charged first. His human beast form maxed out conqueror's hockey coiled around his Kanabo black-red electric arcs crackling through the air. Bugs, He'll smash you. The Kanabo came crashing down. Felisa flicked his tail. Kaido flew backward like a cannonball, directly smashing through a mountain. In the main hall, Duofu Langming's smile instantly vanished. One tail flick. The next second, Jianba had already reached Felisa. He slashed down with Yishai. Felisa merely raised a single finger. Clang. The blade didn't budge. Jianba pupils contracted sharply. Felisa tilted his head. This sword is quite interesting. He flicked his finger. Boom. Jianba chest burst open, and he flew horizontally into the sky. Shanban drew his sword. Lanran activated Mirror Flower Water Moon Ban, used the Reincarnation Eye, and Zayatia's Dropper Spear along with Yinjian's Black Blade Knight struck almost simultaneously. A group of the guild's top combatants fired together. But Felisa sat on his flying device too lazy to even stand. He only tapped his fingertips continuously and a dense barrage of purple energy bullets rained down like a storm. Shanban's fire line was blown apart. Heat in Lanren's illusion had just spread before it was twisted by the outrageous energy waves and bands Shenluo Tanjung held for less than a second before being blasted into the ground. Yinjian's sword slash struck the protective energy, only creating a ring of ripples unable to break through. Zaitia had just closed in when her stomach was pierced by a tail strike. Maozoa was about to save someone, but the ground had already been blasted into a white light by energy bullets. Member Kaiduo has died, exited dungeon. Member Gungmu Jianba has died, exited dungeon. Member Yuzibo Ban has died, exited dungeon. Member Zaitia has died, exited dungeon. Member Shanban Yuan Lizi Zhonghua has died, exited dungeon. Member Lanren Zhang Yuji has died, exited dungeon. Member Ingyin Mahwok has died, exited dungeon. Member Mozihua Lai has died, exited dungeon. The main hall flashed with light repeatedly. The group resurrected on the spot, all silent. Jianba looked down at his chest, but the smile on his face grew more and more twisted. Ha ha. This guy is awesome. Kaiduo was also panting, his eyes frighteningly bright. Wugugugu. I got sent flying by one tail flick. I really want to do it again. Ban's face was cold, not out of anger, but purely stimulated by the absolute gap. It's not even on the same level. Lanran adjusted his sleeve, his smile returning. It was right that the guild master didn't go in. Going to raid now would just be wasting resurrection chances. Lin Feng nodded. Felisa dungeon sealed. Well, fight it later. Namek Crisis dungeon has been sealed. Current recommended raid level 5th order later stage and above. Duofu Langming swallowed. 5th order later stage. This dungeon draw is way too exciting. The third devil fruit rose. Everyone in the main hall looked over. The first one was trash. The second they couldn't beat. If the third had any issues, Duofu Langming felt he would be heartbroken enough to lose sleep. Light burst out. The roulette spun. This time the image froze on a palace. Dark corridors. An immense life force coiled in the depths. 3 guard-level pressures stood in 4 directions. On the throne, a green figure slowly opened its eyes. Dungeon generated Hunter World Chimera Ant Palace Assault. Dungeon level higher than basic dungeons, lower than the Namek Crisis. Target Ant King Melu Aimu and direct guards. Estimated rewards: none ability basics, life, evolution factor, mental resilience, enhancement, King cell sample. Huayuan's eyes instantly lit up. Life evolution factor. The Naruto branch channel simultaneously popped up. Dashawan King cell sample. Dashawan, I request to observe and record. Daetong Yu Hui, permission to observe, but not to overstep. Dashawan understood. Ban stared at the palace scene. The pressure from being crushed by Felisa hadn't dissipated, but his fighting spirit had reignited. This one is just right. Kaiduo rolled his neck. Can we fight? Puyuan looked at the data. We can fight. And it's very suitable for research. Lin Feng raised his hand and pointed at the dungeon. First group enter. Ban, Kaiduo, Mozihua, Puyuan, and Zaitia. Jianba face darkened. What about me? Lin Feng glanced at him. This is a suitability dungeon. It's not just about slashing monsters. Jianba clicked his tongue. Boring. Ban walked towards the teleportation array. Just now he was suppressed by Jianba. Then he was sent back to the main hall by a finger from Felisa. This long-lost sense of humiliation rekindled the fire in Ban's reincarnation eye. The ninja world was too small. The guild was too large. So large that strong men lined up to smash his pride to pieces. And also large enough for him to pick up the shattered pride. The crimson gold dungeon door slowly opened. Deep in the palace, the Ant King raised his head. Lin Feng stood outside the door speaking calmly. Go. Turn the beating you just took into your nourishment. Chimera Ant Palace Assault Dungeon opens. The moment the crimson gold dungeon door closed, the air changed. The palace corridor was eerie and utterly silent. The walls were blindingly white, the floor slippery enough to ice skate on, but from far away came an overwhelmingly exaggerated life force. It wasn't chakra, nor spiritual pressure, nor hockey. That feeling was like a monster only a few days old that had already welded the word evolution into its bones. Kai Duo cracked his neck and grinned. Ku la ku la ku. This is the right smell. Xiaotaya's crimson eyes narrowed. Mere insects. As soon as the words left her mouth, the ceiling exploded with a deafening boom. A massive red creature crashed through the floor, his muscles bulging like balloons, his arms like monstrous battering rams. The violent shockwave instantly overturned half the corridor. It was Yupai? Kai Duo's eyes lit up. This one's mine. He swung his spiked club, black-red arcs of electricity crackling around it. Yupai roared and charged. Boom. The two monsters collided heat-in. The palace wall cracked like a spiderweb with a sharp sound. The tiles under Kai Duo's feet shattered, but he stood unmoved, laughing even more excitedly. Not bad strength. Come on. On the other side, a cat-like creature crouched on the railing. An eye Fei by Duo tilted his head, excitement shining in his eyes. Meow. Such a strong prey. Xiaotaya let out a cold laugh and raised her droplet lance. You inferior feline, how dare you look at me with those eyes? A flash of red. The cat's claw clashed with the lance with a clang. Magic and Nun burst out simultaneously. Bai Duo's smile grew sweeter. Xiaotaya's disgust deepened further. Further back, Mao Zhihua walked slowly. At the end of the corridor, Pu Fu made an elegant bow, his scale powder spreading silently. Everyone, why be so rough? Mao Zhihua smiled gently, but her blade was already half drawn. Mental interference. Interesting. Pu Yuan immediately stepped back half a pace, and a spirit particle detector flew out from his sleeve. Oh dear, don't breathe in too much. This powder clearly isn't something good. The battlefield instantly split into 3 sections. Ban didn't move. His Rinnegan pierced through the long corridor and directly locked onto the throne hall. There a green creature slowly stood up. The Ant King Mei Lu Ai Mu. His tail swayed gently, his gaze as cold as looking at pebbles on the ground. Intruders. State your name. Ban's lips curled into a smirk as he stepped into the hall. Uchi, remember this name, you bastard. The Ant King narrowed his eyes into slits. Human. Ban raised a hand. Don't lump me in with those mortals. Universal pull. The throne exploded with a bang. The Ant King's body was forcibly pulled toward Ban by a tremendous force, but his tail whipped in midair, directly shattering the gravitational focus. Ban's eyes flickered. Quick reflexes. The Ant King landed and stomped his foot. Bang. His figure flashed and vanished. Ban's Rinnegan caught a series of afterimages, and he immediately unleashed Shinra Tensei. Boom. The repulsive force field spread out. The Ant King was knocked back 3 steps, plowing deep furrows in the ground. But the next second, he charged again, faster at a more treacherous angle. His fist actually sliced along the edge of the repulsion field and thrust straight toward Ban's face. Ban sidestepped, channeling fire release chakra and chi sense simultaneously to his throat. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames engulfed the entire hall. The Ant King didn't retreat at all. He crossed his arms in front of him, pressing Nun tightly against his skin, and charged through the fire wave. His fist wind directly tore the flames apart. Ban's Susanoo ribcage formed instantly. Bang! The Ant King's punch struck the chest of Susanoo. The purple skeleton immediately dented. Ban slid backward dozens of meters, and the faint interest in his Rinnegan finally ignited fully. You can actually learn my rhythm during combat. You insect, you're indeed far stronger than those useless ninjas in the ninja world. The Ant King looked down at his fist. You have a lot of tricks, but your body, not tough enough. At those words, Jian Ba, in front of the main hall's observation screen, burst out laughing. Huh. This insect is absolutely right. Duofulang Ming's mouth twitched. He pressed his forehead. Why is Ban always being told his body isn't tough today? Lan Ran smiled and said, because it's the truth. In the trial hall, Ban seemed completely oblivious to the outside mockery. Instead, the curve of his lips widened. Good. Then it's perfect. He'll use you to raise the intensity from chi sense flowed through the outer meridian layer while chakra surged inside his body. For the first time, Ban actively twisted the 2 completely different energies into one. Susanoo was no longer just an empty shell of chakra. A faint aura of life flickered on the surface of the purple skeleton. On the other side, Pu Yuan saw the data, and his eyes lit up. Oh, starting to merge, huh? Pu Fu seized the chance to release more scale powder. Mao Zhihua turned her blade, converting her spiritual pressure into invisible threads that sliced the powder into shreds in a flash. Please focus a bit. Pu Fu's smile froze on his face. What a frightening lady. Mao Zhihua nodded. Thank you for the compliment. In the distance, Kai Duo had already smashed through 2 walls with Yu Pai. The more Yu Pai fought, the more his body expanded, constantly changing form. Kai Duo's scales were cracked and blood flowed freely, but he laughed as if he had found a treasure. Yes, this is the feel. Get bigger. On Xiatai's side, the battle was faster. Bai Duo's claws had just torn Xiatai's shoulder, and his nun threads tried to manipulate her muscles, but a blood-red magic circle had already bitten back. Xiatai impaled Bai Duo's stomach with her lance, her crimson eyes full of excitement. Not bad healing ability. It'll allow you to struggle a little more. At the center of the hall, Ban and the Ant King clashed once more. Susanu's giant arm smashed down. The Ant King punched and shattered the bone fingers, his tail like a venomous stinger thrusting toward Ban's forehead. Ban raised his hand, compressing Shinra Tensei to its limit, and unleashed it point blank. Boom. The Ant King was blasted away, the carapace on his chest cracked. But after landing, the Ant King's gaze grew colder, and he immediately adjusted his stance. The next time he charged, he perfectly avoided the direct front of the repulsion blast. Ban's pupils contracted. What the hell? You learned it the second time. The Ant King said calmly. Your ability is not hard to understand. Ban laughed. This time he truly laughed. Having been crushed by Jian Ba and ground to dust by Fo Li, saw the pent-up rage in his chest finally found an outlet. Not a gap that made one despair, but an opponent that was just right, pushing him to evolve. His Rinnegan trembled violently. Susanu's skeleton soared wildly, flesh-like chakra patterns covering it, while Chi Sense transformed into fascia, welding the previously somewhat loose defensive layer firm. Half-body Susanu complete. The Ant King stopped for the first time. You've grown stronger. Ban crossed his arms, and behind him Susanu's giant arm raised its long blade. Come, continue. Let me see how far your evolution can go. The ground beneath the Ant King exploded. The two monsters clashed heat-in once again. Rumble. The entire dome of the palace hall was blasted off by the shockwave. In front the observation screen, Kai Duo's main body was still fighting hotly inside the dungeon, but the main hall was in an uproar. Jian Ba licked the corner of his mouth. This time Ban is getting interesting. Lan Ran nodded. The pressure is just right, and the enemy has the ability to learn. This dungeon has a high gold content. Lin Feng watched Ban's combat power curve. Late 4th stage. Peak late 4th stage. On the verge of Quasi 5th stage. The curve was still climbing relentlessly. Inside the palace dungeon, Kai Duo's club smashed UP's shoulder to pieces. Xiatai's blood lance pierced Bai Duo's heart. Mao Zihua's single stroke severed Pu Fu's hidden main body mental thread, and Pu Yuan's sealing device immediately snapped into place. The 3 guards were all KO'd at the same time. The Ant King sensed this, and his eyes finally changed. Ban seized the half-second opening. Universal pull. The Ant King's body jerked to a halt. Susanu's long blade sliced down from above. The Ant King crossed his arms to block, and his arm guards shattered instantly. Ban's main body had already flickered to his side, a black rod forming in his palm, Chi Sense compressed at the tip. Scratch. The black rod stabbed deep into the Ant King's chest. Shinra Tensei point-blank burst. Boom. The Ant King was sent flying, crashing through the wall behind the throne. The entire dungeon space shook violently. Key target eliminated. Chimera Ant Palace raid dungeon cleared. Golden particles of light rained down. Obtained basic nun ability. Obtained life evolution factor. Obtained mental toughness enhancement. Obtained king cell sample. Ban stood in the ruins, his chest heaving, but his Rinnegan were terrifyingly bright. Basic information about Nun flooded into his mind. Chi Sense chakra and Nun. 3 paths spread out before him simultaneously. Ban clenched his fist, and the afterimage of Susanu behind him stabilized for a moment. Uchiha Ban combat power evaluation updated. Current Quasi 5th stage. Note: Rinnegan Chi Sense and Nun ability have good compatibility with potential to break through to 5th stage. The dungeon door opened, and Ban walked back into the main hall. Jian Ba was already standing, shouldering Yi Shai, laughing even more crazily than before. Quasi 5th stage. This time it should be enough for me to cut, right? Ban lifted his eyelids, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Wanna try? Duofulang Minga held his head in his hands, looking utterly hopeless. Again, Lin Feng glanced at the two, raised his hand, and opened the training ground. If you want to fight, fine. Fight in the training ground. Jian Ba stepped in with one stride. Ban followed right behind. Kai Duo had just been teleported back from the dungeon, his body still radiating blood and killing intent, and he immediately panicked when he saw this. Ku. Wait, I want to be in line to fight too. At the entrance of the Ghost Island trial grounds, Kenpachi and Ban were about to enter when suddenly a burst of golden light appeared in the Hokage Guild channel. This time the quota 5 people. The dungeon type Dragon Ball Basic Dungeon. Estimated rewards, Chi Perception, Training Method, Sky Dance Technique, Senju, Beans, Basic Physique Restoration. The main hall was quiet for half a second. Kaido, carrying a Wolf Fong club, raised an eyebrow. Gaha. Is the Hokage side going to farm Piccolo too? Urahara adjusted his hat. Mr. Piccolo's workload is becoming increasingly stable. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. If this dungeon workhorse were to receive a salary, the guild would be bankrupt by now. Kenpachi's expression darkened. Let them queue first. Ben glanced at the channel, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Those folks from the ninja world will finally witness the new system. Lin Feng raised his hand, temporarily closing the trial grounds light gate. Ban and Kenpachi's second match will be later. First, let's watch the first selection from the Hokage subguild. Kenpachi clicked his tongue, while Ban remained calm. Just coming out of the Ant King dungeon, Chi Perception Chakra and none were still harmonizing within him. This little time was just enough to stabilize his state. Hokage World. The God Tree ruins had become a temporary subguild hall. The charred remnants of the God Tree were wrapped in a golden emblem, surrounded by scrolls, sealing boxes, medical equipment, and resource lists sent from various villages. Shikamaru stood in front of the light curtain, his face looking worse than after 3 days of overtime. 5 slots, 27 applicants. This is such a hassle. Naruto squatted beside him, holding his head. Everyone is so enthusiastic, huh? Kakashi lazily flipped through the application list. Eternity Marketplace, Dungeon Rewards. Would you not be enthusiastic if it were you? Naruto scratched his head. I actually want to go. Sasuke, standing not far away, shot him a cold glance. Aren't you a special observation subject? Naruto choked. That doesn't sound like a good thing. In the center of the God Tree emblem, Kagaya slowly opened her eyes. Her Byakugan scanned the entire area. The previously noisy ninjas instantly fell silent. Otsutsuki Kagaya, priority to the top 5 on the contribution list. Otsutsuki Kagaya, those with excessive risk will undergo additional review. Otsutsuki Kagaya, dungeon samples must not be damaged. 3 messages dropped. Orochimaru raised his head, first a smile appearing quite naturally. Looks like I have a chance. Tsunade's expression darkened. You don't just have a chance. You've already packed all the scrolls, haven't you? Orochimaru shrugged. Tsunade adapting to the rules is also a skill. The contribution list was quickly refreshed. First place, Orochimaru. Second place, Nara Shikamaru. Third place, Tsunade. Fourth place, Kakashi. Fifth place, Killer Bee. Sixth place, Gaara. The atmosphere on the Sand Village side instantly froze. Gaara looked at the 6th place, his expression remaining relatively calm. Kankuro became anxious. 1 place short. Just 1 place short. Temari gritted her teeth. Add another batch of logistical resources. Gaara shook his head. No need to panic. For the first selection, let's first see the rules. Just as he finished speaking, the Raikage side had already started yelling. B. How did you make it into the top 5? Killer Bee signaled with his hand. Tailed Beast communications super useful, yay. The 8 Tails Gyuki quietly added in the channel. 8 Tails Gyuki mainly because I write in a formal manner. Killer Bee's expression stiffened. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead. The tailed beasts are more reliable than humans now. Tsunade stepped forward. I have no objections. The medical system needs Senjubin samples. Sakura vigorously nodded from the side. If the Senjubin effect is real, the medical ninjutsu system will be rewritten. Kakashi closed the list. For the comprehensive task execution position, I would be more suitable. After all, if something unexpected happens, at least I can run fast. Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth. Kakashi-sensei, that reason is too realistic. Kakashi smiled. Only by coming back alive can there be a report to write. Orochimaru looked at Kagaya. What about my risk review? Kagaya raised her hand. A golden clause directly landed in front of Orochimaru. Dungeon supervision restrictions. 1. No unauthorized extraction of dungeon life samples. 2. No experimental observation on teammates. 3. No destruction of the dungeon's core objective structure. For all research applications must be reviewed remotely by Kagaya and Urahara. 5. Violations will result in the deduction of all contributions and cancellation of subsequent dungeon qualifications. Orochimaru's smile momentarily faltered. Urahara's message popped up simultaneously. Urahara Kisuk, Mr. Orochimaru, please rest assured I will supervise gently. Orochimaru, that statement does not inspire confidence. Aizen Sosuke, congratulations, the technical group's rookie, first lesson. Orochimaru fell silent for 2 seconds. This is really strict. Tsunade sneered. Deserved. Shikamaru looked at the final list and began to read. First dungeon experience members. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Kakashi, Shikamaru, Killer Bee. Me. Shikamaru's face turned green as he read his name. Kagaya looked over coldly. The administrative system designer must understand the dungeon mechanism. Shikamaru sighed. It's so troublesome that I don't even have the qualification to slack off. Naruto laughed heartily. Shikamaru, good luck. Shikamaru glanced over. You're laughing too early. In the future, the training for the Lord's candidates will only become more troublesome. Naruto's smile froze instantly. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. The next moment, the dungeon gate opened in front of the God Tree ruins. The golden light array slowly rotated. Behind the gate was a wasteland. On the shattered throne, the Demon King, Piccolo, opened his eyes. His green face visibly twitched. Here again. Another gate. Another batch of newcomers. Piccolo looked at the 5 who walked in, a vein on his forehead throbbing. You guys, how long are you going to keep this up? Orochimaru's eyes lit up instantly. Unknown energy system, stable life structure, possesses research value. Tsunade clenched her fist. Don't forget the restriction clauses. Kakashi pushed up his forehead protector, his Sharingan spinning. First, let's observe. Killer Bee raised his hand and posed. Green Demon King, don't be too busy today, yay. Shikamaru stood at the back looking utterly disinterested. Is it too late for me to withdraw now, eh? Kagaya's voice coldly echoed from outside the dungeon. It's too late. Piccolo's expression turned completely dark. What did they take him for? A training dummy for newbies. In front of the observation light curtain in the main hall, Doflamingo was already laughing so hard he was bending over. The look in Demon King Piccolo's eyes is just like that of a forced overtime worker. Ban crossed his arms, his Rinnegan fixed on the 5 from the Hokage. Let me see. How much can these younger generations from the ninja world obtain from the dungeon? Lin Feng watched the light curtain, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The first batch of dungeons from the Hokage sub-guild officially began. The Naruto branch dungeon had just opened, and on Gueji Dao, they were not idle either. Lin Feng stood outside the main hall with the entire Gueji Dao beneath his feet. Previously, this place was called the Beast's Pirates headquarters. Now it no longer deserved that name. Don Quixote Doflamingo held a stack of intelligence scrolls, smiling, as if he had just robbed the world government's treasury. Fufufu. Guild leader, all the underground world channels are already in motion. At the news agency, Morgan's has also received the news. As long as you give the nod by tomorrow morning, everyone on this sea will know the name Wan Jie Guild. Kaido carried his spiked club on his shoulder, looking utterly impatient. Still waiting for tomorrow? He'll just fly out and roar a few times and ITLL be done. Don Quixote Doflamingo's mouth twitched. Do you call that an announcement? You call that intimidation and disturbing the peace. Kaido shot him a sidelong glance. Is there a difference? Don Quixote Doflamingo was silent. Seems. Indeed no difference. Lon Ran chuckled. Fear spreads quickly. But order requires a symbol visible to all. Sean Ben stood leaning on his sword, his white brows lowered. A flag, a name, rules. Indispensable. Lin Feng nodded and raised his hand to point. At the highest point of Gueji Dao, the flagpole that originally belonged to the Beast's Pirates crashed down. The black pirate flag fell. A crimson gold light rose from the ground, condensing into a brand new flag. The flag's surface fluttered without wind. At its center was the emblem of Wan Jie Guild. It resembled an open door. It also resembled an eye overlooking the world. Boom. A crimson gold pillar of light shot into the clouds. The entire Gueji Dao trembled. The remnants of the Beast's Pirates knelt all around. Some people's teeth chattered. Some had fanatical eyes. Some hadn't yet figured out whether they were still pirates or had suddenly joined some absurd organization. Jean stood in the distance, silently watching the flag. Kuei-in wiped cold sweat off his forehead. Hey, isn't this thing too high profile? Jieka said in a muffled voice. Lord Kaido has no objection. Kuei-in's mouth twitched. Of course Kaido had no objection. That guy was now itching for the whole world to come and fight. Lin Feng's voice spread across Gueji Dao. From today onward, Gueji Dao is renamed as Wan Jie Guild Pirate Headquarters. The Beast's remnants, the Dressrosa channels, and the underground trading lines are all incorporated into the outer system. Those who are dissatisfied may leave. As soon as the words ended, Kaido slammed his spiked club onto the ground. Boom. Half the plaza cracked open. Who wants to leave? The whole place was dead silent. Don Quixote Doflamingo held his forehead. You're too democratic. Kaido grinned. I gave them a chance. Ban stood at the main hall's entrance watching this Pirate Worlds Declaration ceremony, a hint of interest in his Rinnegan eyes. Unifying forces with a flag. It's more straightforward than ninja village headbands. Pu Yuan said with a smile. And it's more suitable for dissemination. Especially since this world's newspaper birds are very diligent. As his words fell, a fluttering sound came from the sky. A news bird was brought flying by Don Quixote Doflamingo's subordinates, carrying a Den Den mushi and a visual shell. Don Quixote Doflamingo took the visual shell and flicked it with his fingertip. The image projected into the air. Imogen's cis bird face appeared on the light screen, his eyes frighteningly bright. Big news. Kaido joins mysterious organization. Hawkeye Mihoaku allegedly belongs to the same force. Dressrosa changes its flag behind the scenes. Wan Jie Guild officially appears. Mo Gensis feathers nearly exploded with excitement. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Are you sure these can all be published? Don Quixote Doflamingo smiled happily. Not only can they be published, also front page. The bigger the headline, the better. Mo Gensis voice trembled. The world government will go crazy. Don Quixote Doflamingo spread his hands. Isn't that even more marketable? Mo Gensis was silent for a second. Deal. The light screen went dark. Don Quixote Doflamingo looked at Lin Feng. Guild leader, the first wave of public opinion will cover the new world by tomorrow morning. The Marine headquarters, the world government, the 7 warlords, and the remnants of the 4 emperors. None of them can escape. Lin Feng nodded. Add one more. The light screen expanded. Wan Jie Guild Pirate World Recruitment Standards Main Guild Minimum Threshold 7 Warlords Level. The weak are not accepted. Those with special value may enter the outer system. Don Quixote Doflamingo's mouth curled upward. Fufufu, when this is published, many people won't be able to sleep. Hawkeye said indifferently, 7 warlords level, just a threshold. Lin Feng glanced at him. In the guild, of course, it's just a threshold. Hawkeye did not refute. Ben laughed upon hearing this. It seems the strong ones of this world also have to start lining up to prove their... Jian Ba clicked his tongue in displeasure. Don't just recruit people. When do we fight? Lin Feng glanced at him. If you want to fight, go to the training ground. Jian Ba immediately looked at Ban. Ban sneered. After I've seen the strong ones of this world, then I'll cut you down, no delay. Jian Ba's face grew even more sullen. Troublesome. Meanwhile, at the Marine headquarters, an urgent intelligence report was delivered to the conference room. Zhanghua opened the file, his face gradually sinking. Kapu paused mid-bite on his senbei. His brow furrowed deeply. Chi Quan slammed his fist on the table. Kaido joined a new organization. Hawkeye is also in it. What a joke. Huang Yuan drawled, so scary this Wan Jie Guild doesn't sound like the pay is enough to fight. Qing Ji leaned back in his chair, but his eyes were no longer lazy. If the intelligence is true, the new world's balance has already changed. Zhanghua looked at Kapu. That young man from Water 7, is he their guild leader? Kapu was silent for a moment, unable to force a grin. I thought it was troublesome back then. Now it seems the trouble is huge. At the Holy Land, Mary Geos. The 5 elders also received the same newspaper draft. The meeting room was terrifyingly silent. Kaido, Hawkeye, and Don Quixote Doflamingo, along with unknown strong fighters. They publicly raised their flag. This is a provocation. No. Another person stared at the Wan Jie Guild emblem, his voice deep. This is a declaration. At the other end of the sea, Amazon Lily. Han Kuku sat on the throne, casually taking the newspaper. Her originally indifferent gaze slightly tightened when she saw Lin Feng's photo and the words, Eternal Welfare. Neopapa's face changed dramatically. Snake Princess, this organization is very dangerous. Han Kuku did not reply. Her fingertip gently traced the name on the photo. Wan Jie Guild. Lin Feng. And Eternity. The Empress slowly raised her eyes. Interesting. This concubine wants to see. What kind of man is this who dares to make Kaido and Hawkeye bow their heads? The day after the flag was raised on Ghost Island, newspapers spread across the sea like wings. The 4 words, All Worlds Guild, slammed into the minds of every power. Yet inside the main hall of Ghost Island, the atmosphere was nothing like a headquarters that had just planted its banner. Instead, it was like a pack of beasts that had been caged too long, about to tear down their prison. Kaido hefted his iron club, grinning broadly. Yurigagogo. Chief, the flag is up. It's not too much for me to go out for a spin, is it? Lin Feng glanced at him. A spin. Doflamingo sneered from the side. Chief, when he says spin, he probably means beating up every pirate crew he finds irritating along the way. Kaido glared at him in annoyance. That's called understanding the world. Jian Ba dragged his sword, Nozarashi, his expression even more direct. I'm going to. Aren't there plenty of strong fighters on this sea? Let's cut a few and see. Doflamingo's mouth twitched wildly. Good grief. One goes out to understand the world. Another goes out to cut a few and see. What sin did this pirate world commit in its past life? Ban crossed his arms, his Rinnegan scanning the sea chart. I want to see this world's system of power with my own eyes. Hockey devil fruits, swordsman marines. Relying only on intelligence is too shallow. Hawkeye said calmly, the new world has many swordsmen, but few worth drawing a blade for. Jian Ba immediately looked at him. You lead the way. Hawkeye was silent for 2 seconds. I'm not a tour guide. Kaido laughed heartily. Then everyone out. Whoever hits a tough one, shout in the channel. Urahara tilted his hat and spoke with a grin. I'd also like to collect some samples here and there. Devil fruit users, sea stone, din, mushy abnormal sea currents. All very interesting materials. Doflamingo immediately became alert. Your collection doesn't sound like a legal activity. Urahara spread his hands. Oh my, how could it be? Aizen smiled. I'd like to see the power structure of this world. The world government marines underworld affiliated nations. Strong fighters are absorbed by the system, yet feared by it. Very worthy of study. A chill ran down Doflamingo's spine. That statement was more terrifying than Kaido wanting to go out and smash people. Yamamoto leaned on his sword, his white brows lowered. He'll go take a look around the marines. If the core order of this world has rotted, we need to judge in advance. If Kizaru were present, he would likely apply for leave immediately. Unohana smiled gently. He'll go find some interesting wounded. The pirate world has frequent wars, so there should be plenty of medical samples. Shaltir frowned with disgust. I don't want to watch lowly creatures brawl. Lin Feng glanced at her. Shaltir's crimson eyes moved. A nation of women. Doflamingo quickly added, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Boa Hancock. Conqueror's Haki Mero Nomi user. She's strong and the nation has value. Shaltir sounds like a woman who puts on airs. Lin Feng said calmly, go take a look. Negotiate if possible, if not, don't destroy the island. Shaltir knelt on one knee. As you command, master. Doflamingo's eyelid twitched. In other words, if talks didn't go well, she might almost destroy it. Boa Hancock had better be in a good mood. Though that was about as likely as Kaido not wanting to fight. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the guild's light screen unfolded. Pirate World Free Exploration Mission activated. Objective: understand the local power system, gather intelligence, identify recruitable members. Additional objective: do not senselessly destroy large islands. Additional objective: prioritize spreading the guild's reputation. Recruitment: standard warlord level and above, special value individuals considered separately. Kaido stared at the line about not senselessly destroying large islands, his face full of displeasure. What does senselessly mean? Aizen chuckled. For example, destroying an island just because the liquor didn't taste good. Kaido frowned. That's very meaningful. Doflamingo nearly fell to his knees on the spot. No, absolutely not. Lin Feng ignored them. Group assignments. Kaido head to the outer new world and clear out any forces still resisting the remnants of the beast's pirates. Kaido grinned. Got it. Beat them into submission. Jianba Hawkeye, you two go find swordsmen and bounty hunters. Jianba's eyes lit up. As long as I can cut. Hawkeye nodded faintly. They'll also see if the swords of this era still have an edge. Then you go to the vicinity of Sabaody. Lin Feng pointed on the sea chart. There's a mix of marines, pirates, slave traders, supernovas, and leads on the celestial dragons. Ban raised an eyebrow at the words celestial dragons. Nobles. Doflamingo smiled wryly. World nobles claiming to be descendants of the creators. Ban sneered. That sounds irritating. Lin Feng looked at him. Don't go on a rampage yet. Observe first. Ban snorted. I have my limits. Doflamingo chuckled inwardly. Uchiha Ban saying he has limits. That's only a tiny bit more credible than Kaido claiming he's reasonable. Yamamoto, Aizen, Urahara. You three observe the outer perimeter of Marine Headquarters, the world government's intelligence chain, and the technology and seastone system respectively. Yamamoto nodded. Aizen smiled. Urahara had already pulled out a small device. Unohana, stay in contact with Urahara. If you need medical samples, go through the guild mission channel. Unohana nodded gently. Understood. Finally, Lin Feng looked at Doflamingo. You stay at headquarters. Doflamingo's smile froze. Chief, I'd really like to go out for a spin too. Lin Feng said calmly. You handle intelligence compilation, news distribution, and registration of external forces. Also clean up after them. Doflamingo fell silent. The words clean up after them carried immense weight. Kaido Jianba Ban Shaltir. Once these few troublemakers were all let loose, he would go from being an underworld king to a guild babysitter. Fufufu. I suddenly feel that staying behind has its value too. Lin Feng raised his hand. Red gold teleportation gates opened within the main hall. Kaido was the first to step in. Small fries of the new world. I'm here to give you a lesson. Jianba and Hawkeye entered another gate side by side. Jianba was brimming with excitement. I hope not all of them are spineless. Hawkeye said flatly. You'd better not kill the person I'm looking for first. Before stepping into the Sabaody coordinates, Ban turned back to glance at Lin Feng. If I encounter someone valuable, Lin Feng said, recruit them if you can. Ban smirked. What if they refuse? Lin Feng looked at him. Don't kill them. Ban laughed. Then that's simple. Shaltir stepped into the teleportation gate toward Amazon Lily, her crimson eyes carrying obvious displeasure. I hope this Empress doesn't disappoint me. Yamamoto, Aizen, Urahara, and Unohana departed one after another. The main hall suddenly felt half empty. Doflamingo stared at the row of fading teleportation gates, suddenly feeling a premonition that the sea was about to suffer collectively. Chief, are you really comfortable letting them go out? Lin Feng walked toward the training ground deep in the main hall. Guild members aren't decorations. If we're to incorporate the pirate world into our territory, we have to let them go see and judge for themselves. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses. In other words, send the monsters out to find their own kind. Lin Feng's lips curled slightly. Something like that. Also let this sea get used to it. All Worlds Guild isn't just a name. It's a group of walking calamities. Doflamingo felt his scalp tingle. Those words were too real. So real that he had already begun mourning for the Marines and the world government. Lin Feng entered the training ground. Red gold formation patterns lit up. Guild exclusive training space activated. Current adjustable parameters: gravity, spiritual pressure, chakra concentration, sense pressure, mental pressure simulation. Activate seclusion mode. Activate. Lin Feng stood at the center of the formation, the extreme martial flame slowly igniting from beneath his feet. The battle in Naruto, kicking back the expanding truth-seeking ball, seemed satisfying. But it also made one thing clear: the myriad worlds were vast. Monsters like Frisia were only a glimpse behind the door. Guild members were growing. As the chief, he could not afford to stop. Gravity began to increase. Spiritual pressure descended. Chakra flow, simulated pressure at the level of the divine tree. Sense pressure washed over his body like a tide. Mental pressure pierced into his spirit like fine needles. Lin Feng closed his eyes. The crimson extreme martial flame contracted into his body little by little. Outside, the sea would soon be thrown into chaos by the guild members. But in the deepest part of Ghost Island, the chief began his seclusion. This time, Lin Feng would firmly stabilize the midstage of the 5th level. Deep within Ghost Island, the cultivation space had been completely sealed. Layer upon layer of crimson golden array patterns stacked, the gravity values skyrocketing wildly. Lin Feng stood at the center of the array, the hem of his robes pressed against his body by the invisible airwaves. Spiritual pressure like mountains. Chakra like oceans. The sensation of chi was like countless hammers hammering repeatedly against his bones and muscles. Mental pressure was more annoying. Not fierce, but insidious. Like fine needles stabbing precisely into the most taut parts of the spirit. Seclusion mode activated. External communications reduced to lowest priority. Dangerous events will be automatically alerted. Lin Feng closed his eyes, the martial extremity flame slowly retracting along his skin back into his body. Previously releasing flames outward gave enough explosive power. But having reached the mid-5th stage, raw power alone was insufficient. He needed stability. He needed to be able to compress every ounce of force into his body. A single kick would not only shatter mountains and split seas. It could even lock down spatial nodes. Lin Feng remembered very clearly that glance from the Frisia instance. That was not an enemy. It was a wall he would eventually cross in the future. Inside the cultivation space, gravity increased once more. Crack. A fine fissure split open in the ground's array pattern. Lin Feng pressed his foot down, and the crimson flame instantly suppressed the area. The crack was forcibly welded shut. Continue. Gravity increased. Spiritual pressure simulation increased. Chi pressure increased. Mental pressure interference increased. Boom. Lin Feng's figure was pressed slightly downward. But the next second his spine straightened again. At the main hall of Ghost Island, Doflamingo sat at the intelligence table with over 20 den mushi placed before him. Every single den mushi had a bad expression. Some rolled their eyes. Some broke out in cold sweat. Others looked as if they had been scared out of their souls. Speak. Doflamingo adjusted his sunglasses, forcing a strained smile. How is Kaido over there? The den mushi opened its mouth, and the frightened voice of a remnant of the beast's pirates came through. Lord Daffy. Lord Kaido has already crushed 3 disobedient pirate crews. Good. Doflamingo was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. The other side added another sentence. And incidentally smashed half a port of a member nation. Doflamingo's smile froze. Incidentally. He said the wine there was too weak. Doflamingo took a deep breath. This is called meaningless destruction of large islands' peripheral facilities. Billet, tell them not to cry. The guild will compensate part of it. For the rest, go ask Kaido himself. The den mushi was silent for 2 seconds. No one dares. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. Then put it on the guild's tab. Another den mushi instantly rang. Lord Daffy. Trouble at Sabaody Archipelago. Doflamingo's eyelid twitched. Madara. Yes. Lord Uchiha Madara has arrived at the human auction house. Doflamingo immediately sat up straight. Don't tell me he blew it up. Not yet. Good. But he has strung up all the guards of the auction house in the air. Doflamingo's mouth twitched. That's still considered restrained. There is a celestial dragon there too. The main hall fell silent. Doflamingo slowly took off his sunglasses and wiped them. What is Madara's reaction now? The den mushi's voice trembled. He said, trash that claims to be descendants of the creators, do you even deserve to look down on others? Doflamingo's vision darkened. It's over. Lin Feng said not to act rashly. Madara indeed did not act rashly. But this development clearly indicated he was preparing to take it slow and explode. Connect to Madara's channel immediately. Main guild channel Doflamingo Madara. Calm down. The chairman said to observe first. Uchiha Madara, I am observing. Doflamingo, you call hanging people in the air observing. Uchiha Madara, the view is better. Doflamingo covered his forehead. This answer was to Uchiha. Sabaody Archipelago. Outside the human auction house, a group of pirates, merchants, nobles, and slave traders were all kneeling on the ground trembling. In midair, a dozen guards were suspended by gravitational force like a string of dried meat. Charles Saint's snot was nearly scared out of him. He sat in his bubble car and pointed at Madara, screaming, "Pleb, release this saint immediately. The Navy Admiral will kill you." Madara stood on the ruins of the auction podium, his rinnegan chillingly cold. "Admiral, the Kage of this world." A supernova nearby swallowed hard. You don't know about the celestial dragons." Madara glanced over. That man instantly shut up. Whether he knew or not didn't matter. One look at those eyes, and it was clear this wasn't a man who cared about laws. Charles Saint was still shouting. Madara raised his hand. Universal pull. The bubble car flew directly before him. The celestial dragon's face, separated by the bubble helmet, was thrust right up to Madara's eyes. "Who did you say was the pleb?" Charles Saint's lips trembled. He finally knew fear. I am a world noble." Madara sneered. "Noble? Those so-called daimyo in the ninja world at least knew how to fear death. You learn even that so slowly." In the distance, someone suddenly shouted low. "The Navy is here." From the sea direction, a warship docked. A golden light flared from the bow. Kizaru drawled in his languid voice. "How terrifying. On my first day on duty, I run into someone from the Myriad Realms Guild. This salary really isn't enough." On the other side, Amazon Lily. Shaltir stood before the Kuja castle gate, her crimson eyes full of disdain. Around her, countless Kuja warriors drew their bows, aiming at her. The arrowheads were imbued with armament haki. Their aura was not weak, but Shaltir only found them noisy. "Have your empress come out. My master has given a chance for negotiation. This servant does not wish to waste time." On the city wall, Boa Hancock walked out slowly. Her black hair cascaded, her gaze haughty, as if born to be admired by thousands. "Where did this little girl come from? How dare you act arrogantly in my country?" Shaltir's eyelid twitched. "Little girl? Good. This woman had already stepped on a mine." Hancock lifted her chin. "No matter what I do, I will be forgiven. Because I am simply too beautiful." The Kuja warriors instantly had red hearts in their eyes. Shaltir was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. A dangerous smile. Low-grade mental charm. "And you dare to flaunt it before me." Hancock's gaze turned cold. The power of the Mero no Mi spread. A pink light swept the city gate. Shaltir stood still, her crimson spear tapping lightly. Bang! The pink light was shattered by blood-colored magical power. The Kuja warriors all widened their eyes. "Ineffective. Lady Snake Princess ability is ineffective." Hancock's expression finally changed. Shaltir raised her spear, pointing at the throne. "My master said if we can talk, we talk. So I will give you one chance to stand firm. Don't disappoint me." At the same time, on the outskirts of the New World, Kaido smashed a pirate ship with one swing of his club and laughed uproariously. Who else does not accept the Myriad Realms Guild? The pirates across the sea shook their heads frantically. Meanwhile, Hawkeye and Kenpachi had already found a reclusive swordsman. Yamamoto stood far off the coast of Marine headquarters, his white brows lowered. Aizen, on the other hand, sat at a noble banquet in some member nation, smiling as he listened to a group of power players expose their trump cards. Urahara crouched beside a seastone mine, his eyes gleaming as if he had found treasure. Unohana, in a field hospital, gently sutured a pirate's wound while casually recording human specimens. Doflamingo looked at the stream of consolidated intelligence, his smile growing more twisted. The chairman's first day of seclusion. The pirate world has already started smoking. Deep within the cultivation space, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Dangerous incident alert, Sabaody Archipelago, Uchiha Madara encounters Navy Admiral Kizaru. Dangerous incident alert, Amazon Lily Shaltir enters standoff with Boa Hancock. Lin Feng was silent for a moment, but a smile slowly curled at the corner of his mouth. They sure know how to stir things up. Well, good. These seas are about to get lively. Xiangbedi Archipelago. Golden light descended before the ruins of the auction house. Huang Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, a crooked grin on his face, his gaze shifting from the guard suspended in midair to Saint Chair Siluo. The expression on his face was like that of someone who had just clocked in only to be told they'd have to work until dawn. Oh dear. A celestial dragon is here too. This is quite troublesome. Saint Chair Siluo burst into tears and snot when he saw Huang Yuan. Admiral, kill this commoner at once. I will make him my slave. All the pirates and nobles in the vicinity felt their scalps tingle. This guy really had no sense of the atmosphere. The man opposite with his spiral eyes stood amidst the ruins, his presence even more terrifying than that of a Navy admiral, still daring to spew venom. Ben looked up at Huang Yuan. So you are the admiral of this world? Huang Yuan scratched his cheek. You could say that. But could you first let the celestial dragon down? Otherwise it'll be hard for me to report back. Ban sneered. Report back. You are a strong man, yet you report to such trash. Huang Yuan's mouth twitched. That jab hit home. From afar the supernovas watched with bated breath. Kid's face darkened. Law pulled down his hat brim, his eyes fixed on Ban. In all the years he had passed through Xiangbidi, he had never seen anyone call a celestial dragon trash right in front of a Navy admiral. But he had never seen anyone stand there so calmly after saying it. Huang Yuan sighed. Truly a terrifying newcomer. But I suppose I have to put on a show. A flash of golden light. Huang Yuan's body vanished instantly. The next second a lightspeed kick was already aimed at Ban's cheek. Ban's Rinnegan stirred slightly. Almighty push. Boom. The repulsive force exploded outward. Huang Yuan's leg halted half a meter from Ban's face. The golden photons shattered into a ring. The ground instantly cracked. Half of the auction house's wreckage was sent hurtling into the sky. Huang Yuan slid backward, his toes leaving 2 charred marks on the ground. Oh, this ability is quite frightening. Ban raised his hand. Universal pull. Huang Yuan's body was abruptly yanked toward Ban. But with a dispersal of golden light, his entire form turned into photons, escaping the gravitational pull and rematerializing in midair. Ban's eyes finally showed a glimmer of interest. Elementalization. The abilities of this world are not entirely worthless. Huang Yuan raised a finger, golden light gathering. Yasukani no Magatama. A dense barrage of light bullets rained down from the sky. The onlookers erupted in panic. Run! The admiral is making his move. Ban did not retreat. The skeletal frame of Susanoo instantly materialized, a purple bone arm shielding his front. Boom, 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 boom. The light bullets hammered into Susanoo, explosions cascading into one another. The smoke had barely risen when Ban pressed his hand to the ground. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A sea of flames surged upward, reversing the sky. Light and fire collided, and a massive cloud of red and gold fire bloomed above Xiangbidi. The supernovas watched, their faces turning green. Is this guy even a pirate? What the hell? He's not a... Law's throat bobbed. The Multiverse Guild. So the newspaper wasn't exaggerating. Huang Yuan flickered out from the edge of the fire cloud, his face still bearing that lazy expression, but his eyes had grown noticeably more serious. Uchiha Ban. I don't recall your name in the newspaper. Ban crossed his arms. It doesn't matter if you... Soon this entire sea will know. In the guild channel, Doflamingo was already going berserk. Doflamingo, don't kill the admiral. The guild master is still in seclusion. Uchiha Ban, I didn't kill him. Doflamingo, you call that not killing? Uchiha Ban, just a test. Huang Yuan, if you can hear me, this old man would like to request that the testing stop. Doflamingo blinked. This old fox had actually understood the situation. Back at Xiangbidi, Huang Yuan raised his hand, his gaze falling on Saint Chersiluo, who was held in Ban's grasp. Hand the man over to me. This can still be written off as a misunderstanding. Ban glanced at the celestial dragon. Misunderstanding. What I see is a bunch of scum calling themselves descendants of gods, trafficking people. Inside the auction house, the slaves bound by chains shuddered. Someone lifted their head, their eyes filled with disbelief. The Navy admiral had arrived. Yet the first person to say they were not merchandise was this strange monster. Huang Yuan was silent for a moment. This job was really not easy. Fight. He might not be able to take him down. Not fight. The celestial dragon was still in the enemy's hands. Ben suddenly waved his hand. Saint Chersiluo, along with his bubble carriage, flew toward Huang Yuan. Huang Yuan caught it with one hand. He had barely breathed a sigh of relief when Ban's voice fell. Tell your navy and the world government. I will personally witness the order of this world. If it's all made of such trash, I wouldn't mind cleaning it up first for the guild master. Huang Yuan's eyelid twitched. Good heavens. This statement was more dangerous than directly attacking an admiral. Amazon Lily. The atmosphere before the city gates was also about to explode. Hancock raised her leg, armament hockey coating the tip of her foot, and launched a perfumed foot directly at Zaitia. Zaitia's crimson eyes turned cold as she swung her lance. Bang! The lance shaft and the long leg collided. The shockwave sent the Kuja warriors on the city wall staggering. Hancock took half a step back, her pupils contracting. Such a solid force. Zaitia's shoulders remained still, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of her lips. Is that all? I am starting to get disappointed. Hancock's face turned completely cold. Her conqueror's hockey spread out. The Kuja warriors nearby felt their spirits lift. But behind Zaitia, layers of blood-colored magic circles unfolded, forcibly resisting the conqueror's impact. The auras of the two women clashed before the city gates. One was the pirate empress. The other was a true ancestor of blood. The Kuja warriors' initial anger slowly turned into shock. Snake Princess' charm was ineffective. Even Conqueror's hockey couldn't suppress her. What kind of monster was this small woman? Just as Hancock was about to continue, the guild channel flashed with Lin Feng's message. Lin Feng, Zaitia, stop. Zaitia froze for a moment, then immediately withdrew her lance and knelt on one knee. As you command, Master. Hancock's expression shifted. This woman who was absurdly strong stopped at once because of just one sentence. Lin Feng's remote projection lit up before the city gates. Behind him, the crimson flames of the cultivation space still blazed, the pressure so palpable even through the projection that it weighed down the air. Hancock looked at the projection, her expression becoming serious for the first time. Lin Feng spoke calmly. Boa Hancock, we can have a fight. But before that, listen to my terms. Eternal youth, beauty, and the right to protect Amazon Lily. And the chance to break free from the world government. Hancock's pupils contracted sharply. On the Kuja city wall, Nyan's walking stick nearly fell from her hand. Those words were devastatingly tempting to the pirate empress. Lin Feng continued, join the Multiverse Guild. You don't need to kneel to me. But you must prove that you are worthy to stand inside. Hancock stared at the man in the projection, then slowly raised the corners of her mouth. Interesting. Whether your so-called multiverse is worthy of me. Back in the cultivation space on Onigashima, Lin Feng closed his eyes again. The storms outside were growing ever stronger. But this was only the beginning. Important candidate in the One Piece world, Boa Hancock, entered recruitment evaluation. The Navy Admiral Huang Yuan has confirmed the existence of Multiverse Guild member Uchiha Ban. World government attention level increased. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. Pay attention then. If you don't look carefully, this sea will soon have a new master. The ruins of Xiangbedi archipelago were still smoking. Huang Yuan carried Chair Lucy Sheng, still wearing that leisurely expression on his face. But in his heart, there was no leisure at all. Yuzhibo Ban did not give chase. He didn't continue to attack either. He simply stood on the wreckage of the auction house, his renegades scanning the slaves bound by chains. Such a place is an eyesore. Ban raised his hand. Shenluo Tianzheng. Boom. The slave auction house collapsed completely into rubble. The slave traders knelt on the ground, not even daring to cry loudly. The supernovas watched from afar, their backs drenched in cold sweat. Jita gritted his teeth. Is that guy a pirate or a monster? Luo lowered his hat brim. The Myriad Worlds Guild. Remember, Huang Yuan watched the collapsed auction house, the corner of his mouth twitching. How terrifying. They'll have to write another report when I get back. Ban glanced at him. Tell your navy. I'm waiting for them to come and ask. Huang Yuan didn't respond, turning into golden light and departing. If he stayed any longer, his salary really wouldn't be enough. In the main hall of Gue Island, Duofu Langming watched the images transmitted back from Xiangbedi, his entire being numb. Fufufu. The auction house is gone. The celestial dragon isn't dead. Huang Yuan isn't dead either. Looking at the results, Ban was actually quite restrained. After saying this, even Duofu Langming himself fell silent. Restraint. Yuzhibo Ban. These two words together were like Kai Duo announcing he was quitting alcohol. A message from Lan Ranzong Yuji suddenly popped up in the channel. Lan Ranzong Yuji, the world government's hidden agents have moved. Duofu Langming's expression shifted. So fast. Lan Ranzong Yuji, more urgent than anticipated. Lan Ranzong Yuji, they want to verify the authenticity of the eternal benefits and also confirm whether the guild leader is truly in seclusion. Duofu Langming laughed. Fufufu. Isn't that perfect? I've left them a few paths. It just depends which dead and they prefer. A gray harbor in the new world. This was a transit point for the underworld. On the surface it sold liquor, in the shadows it sold intelligence. 3 figures in white masks sat in a private room. CP0. The leading man tapped his fingers on the table. Core information on the Myriad Worlds Guild. Member list. Verification method for eternal benefits. Defense layout of Gue Island. Name your price. The intelligence broker across from them was sweating profusely, his smile more bitter than tears. My lord, this kind of information isn't easy to obtain. A CP0 member said coldly, you only need to know that the world government can afford the price. Just as the broker was about to speak, the lights in the room flickered. The man sitting in the corner raised his head. Lan Ranzong Yuji held a wine glass, his smile gentle. Indeed, they can afford it. But I wonder if they can afford the cost. The 3 CP0 members instantly rose. Finger pistol tempest kick shave. Their movements were as fast as 3 white shadows. But the next second the 3 were back in their chairs. The wine glasses before them remained. The private room remained. The intelligence broker was still wiping his sweat. Nothing had changed. Only Lan Ranzong Yuji's smile drew closer. Don't be nervous. You have successfully infiltrated. The leading CP0's pupils contracted. Mirror flower water moon. Lan Ranzong Yuji gently set down his glass. You remembered the name correctly. It seems the intelligence department hasn't completely failed. Boom. Outside the private room, threads silently descended. Duofu Langming's clone sat on the windowsill laughing, so hard his shoulders shook. Fufufu. You actually dared to come. People of the world government, your courage has always been valuable. The CP0 captain's face turned ugly. Duofu Langming, you have betrayed the world government. Duofu Langming spread his hands. Don't make it sound so harsh. I just changed jobs. And the benefits my new boss gives are beyond your imagination. The CP0 captain was about to destroy the intelligence scroll, but his fingers stopped midair. His body wouldn't obey. Lan Ranzongyuji's voice drifted down softly. Now begin your report. What orders did the 5 elders give you? The CP0 captain's eyes struggled, but his mouth moved on its own. Confirm the combat power of Myriad Worlds Guild core members. Confirm the authenticity of eternal benefits. Confirm whether Lin Feng is in seclusion. Attempt to contact peripheral members. If necessary, kidnap the intelligence node leader. Duofu Langming's smile turned cold. Kidnap my people. Bold indeed. Another CP0 member began to speak. The Navy headquarters currently does not advocate an all-out war. Chi Quan demands a tough response. After Huang Yuan submitted the Xiangbidi report, he suggested raising the threat level. The 5 elders suspect the Myriad Worlds Guild possesses cross-world teleportation technology. Pu Yuan's voice came through the communicator. I've caught the communication band. The Den Den Mushy encryption is quite primitive, but the ecological communication structure is interesting. They'll pack a copy first. The 3 CP0 faces turned completely pale. They came to steal intelligence, but ended up giving away their own home address. Duofu Langming laughed, even more cheerfully. What was that line from the guild leader? It's impolite not to accept intelligence that comes right to your door. Inside Gue Island's training space, Lin Feng stood amidst the oppressive weight of terror and intelligence summary flashing before his eyes. World government's probe has been captured. CP0 objective peripheral intelligence notes. Obtain 5 elders preliminary assessment Navy internal opinions CP0 mobilization routes. Execute counterstrike. Lin Feng didn't even open his eyes. No rush. Let them take the message back. Duofu Langming was stunned. Guild leader, let them go back. Lin Feng said calmly. Carrying real intel back is more useful than dead men. Lan Ranzongyuji chuckled lightly. Understood. Fear needs a vessel. They are suitable. In the Grey Harbor private room, Lan Ranzongyuji raised his hand, and 3 phantom crimson gold emblems sank deep into the memories of the CP0 agents. Not control. It was a brand. A carefully edited piece of information carved in like a blade. The minimum recruitment standard of the Myriad Worlds Guild. Kai Duo Ing Yen Han Kyukyu Ziboban. Shan Ben Lan Ranzongyuji Pu Yuan. And a blurry image of Lin Feng planting his foot to fix space. The 3 CP0 agents trembled, their eyes filled with nothing but terror. Lan Ranzongyuji smiled. Go back. Tell your masters. The Myriad Worlds Guild knows they are watching, and allows them to keep watching. But the next time they reach out, they will. Duofu Langming added friend price. Starting from one arm. The 3 CP0 agents staggered out of the private room, not daring to look back. The intelligence broker collapsed in his chair, lips pale. Lord Duofu. Can this place still operate? Duofu Langming patted his shoulder. Of course. Starting today, the prices go up. A certified fishing spot of the Myriad Worlds Guild. You know the value, right? The intelligence broker's vision went dark. In this day and age, even being fished could become a brand. Meanwhile, on Newer Island, Han Kyuk stood on the palace terrace staring at the temporary guild invitation emblem on the back of her hand. Xiao Taya hugged her long spear, her face full of displeasure. You've been thinking long enough. Han Kyuk glanced coldly at her. I make my own decisions, I don't need your urging. Xiao Taya's red eyes narrowed. The master giving you this opportunity is a blessing. Han Kyuk gently pressed the emblem with her fingertip. I know, that's why I haven't refused. A prompt appeared in the guild channel. Boya Han Kyuk enters final recruitment, requires basic strength verification and loyalty boundary confirmation. Duofu Langming saw the prompt and his smile reappeared. Fufufu. The world government has just been fished, and now the Empress is almost on the hook. This sea is getting more and more interesting. At Holy Land Marihoa, the 3 CP0 agents knelt in the center of the meeting room, drenched in cold sweat, their trembling voices reporting everything. The 5 elders were silent for a long time. The air was suffocating. One of them stared at the described crimson gold emblem and said in a low voice, They know we are watching. Another's face turned grim. No, they are letting us watch. The meeting room fell into utter silence. Deep within Gue Island, the martial extreme flame on Lin Feng suddenly contracted a circle. The gravity space emitted cracking sounds. 5th stage mid-level stability increased. Current progress 73%. Lin Feng slowly exhaled. The greater the storm outside, the more this seclusion could not be delayed. The world government wanted to watch. Let them watch to their heart's content. When he emerged from seclusion, this sea would officially have new rules. Deep within Ghost Island, Lin Feng's seclusion progress continued to surge upward. Outside, the sea had been churned into a boiling cauldron by the Myriad Realms Guild. Duofu Langming sat in the main hall, intelligence light screens popping up one after another. The shampoo auction house had been torn apart by Ban. Amazon Lily had entered recruitment evaluation. CP0 had been drawn out by Lin Feng. The world government had begun to play dead. The Marine headquarters had started working overtime. Duofu Langming adjusted his sunglasses, his smile twisted. Fu. It's only been a few days. The faces of the old era have been slapped swollen. Urahara's voice came through the communication. I don't rush. The resource layers of this pirate world haven't fully opened yet. Duofu Langming raised an eyebrow. What have you set your sights on now? Urahara said with a grin, Fishman Island. The intelligence light screen in the main hall switched automatically. 10,000 meters beneath the sea. A gigantic bubble enveloped a dreamlike island. Fishman Ocean currents, the Eve Sun Tree Sea King channels, and the protection line connected to the Whitebeard pirates. Duofu Langming looked for 2 seconds, the corners of his mouth lifting. Fu. This place is indeed valuable. And there's a former warlord candidate. Lanyon's voice fell softly. Jinping the pirate, master of Fishman karate, values honor, order, and the safety of his race. He's more easily moved by the future than by profit. Duofu Langming spread his hands. In simple terms, you can't deceive him. You have to offer something real. Lanyan smiled. Deceiving people like him yields low returns. Letting him see clearly for himself is more effective. Lin Feng's message popped up from the seclusion channel. Lin Feng, contact Jinping. Lin Feng conditions. Protection rights for Fishman Island, a peripheral node of the guild, a reserved migration plan for the race's future. Lin Feng sent Shanben. Duofu Langming's eyes lit up. Shanben. This arrangement was very clever. Someone like Jinping would be naturally wary of Kaido and Duofu Langming. He would be even more suspicious of a smiling figure like Lanyon, perhaps to the point of losing sleep. But Shanben was different. The old man stood there like a piece of red-hot iron. Hard, upright, and burning to the touch. Understood, guild leader. Duofu Langming immediately began to coordinate. Half an hour later, outer waters of Fishman Island. A crimson-golden portal unfolded in the deep sea. The seawater did not pour in. Instead, it seemed to be held back by an invisible rule. Shanben walked out leaning on his blade, white eyebrows drooping low. Duofu Langming's thread clone stood beside him, a modified Den Mushi perched on its shoulder. In the distance, several Fishman patrol guards were stunned on the spot. Humans? This is the deep sea. How did they get down here? Duofu Langming waved with a smile. Don't be nervous. We're not here to rob you. The patrol guards became even more nervous. Usually when someone says they're not robbing, it's more troublesome than an actual robbery. At the Ryugu Palace on Fishman Island, Jinping soon received the news. A broad blue figure walked into the reception hall, his expression calm, but his eyes sharp. The Myriad Worlds Guild. Has it finally come to Fishman Island? Duofu Langming chuckled. Fu. Jinping, don't make it sound like we're debt collectors. Jinping frowned clearly at the sight of Duofu Langming. If it's you negotiating, I find it hard to believe this is... Duofu Langming's smile froze. So direct. The sting was on par with Uchiha Ban. Shanben looked up. I will negotiate. Jinping turned to Shanben. First glance, vigilance. Second glance, solemnity. Third glance, a slight tightness in his back. This old man had neither Kaido's beastly pressure nor Lanyon's unfathomable eeriness. But his aura was too steady. So steady that it felt like a mountain that had burned for 1,000 years. Silent in stillness. If he moved, he could probably boil the entire sea. And you are? Shanben spoke in a deep voice. Shanben Yuan Luzi Chonghua, a member of the Myriad Worlds Guild, sent by the guild leader to contact Jinping the pirate. Jinping did not sit down. If this is a recruitment, I can give my answer now. Fishman Island does not wish to become a pawn for any power. Duofu Langming was about to speak when Shanben raised his hand to stop him. The guild doesn't lack pawns, nor does it accept those without worth. Jinping's expression shifted. These words were blunt, but more real than polished flattery. Shanben continued, the guild leader's conditions for Fishman Island are simple. First, if Fishman Island becomes a peripheral node of the guild will provide protection. Second, Fishman Island can exchange ocean currents, seabed resources, and navigational intelligence for points. Third, if conditions mature in the future, the Fishman race may apply to migrate to safer waters, or even other worlds. Boom. In the reception hall, King Nippuden suddenly stood up. Several ministers beside him changed color. Other worlds. Migration. How is that possible? Even Jinping's expression shifted. Fishman Island's problems had never been just pirate attacks. It was the sunlight above. It was human prejudice. It was celestial dragon enslavement. It was the reality of being trapped 10,000 meters under the sea no matter how hard they struggled. If there really were other worlds. If there really was a sea without discrimination, without slave hunts, without the world government shadow. The weight of those words was heavier than 100 warships. Jinping said solemnly, proof. Duofu Langming touched a fingertip. A light screen opened. A brief connection to the Naruto division channel. Luwen's exhausted face, as if drained by work, appeared on the screen. This is the Naruto Division Temporary Administrative Group. According to guild rules, once a peripheral node is recognized by the main guild, an attack on that node is equivalent to harming guild interests. Jinping stared at the screen. You are not from this world. Luan sighed. I've never even seen this sea. But I can tell you the rules are. The scene switched. At the center of the divine tree ruins, Huey looked up coldly. Her white eyes swept across the light screen, and everyone in the Ryugu Palace held their breath. Those who abide by the rules receive protection. Those who cross the line will be eliminated. The screen closed. The hall fell dead silent. King Nippudun's forehead was covered in cold sweat. That person just now, is he also a guild member? Dwarfu Langming laughed heartily. The leader of the Naruto division. He once nearly destroyed an entire world. A fishman minister nearly collapsed on the spot. A near-world destroyer was now lecturing about rules in the guild. What kind of insane organization was this? Jinping was silent for a long time. What does the Myriad Realms Guild require from Fishman Island in return for protection? Shanben said contributions. Resources, intelligence, mission assistance. And you? Jinping looked up. Shanben's gaze was calm. Jinping the pirate, you qualify as a probationary member of the Lord's Council. Join the guild, and you can gain greater say for Fishman Island. If you don't join, Fishman Island can still apply as a peripheral node, but its priority will be lower. Dwarfu Langming spread his hands. Very fair. No free lunch. Jinping glanced at him. Hearing the word fair from your mouth feels a bit unsettling. Dwarfu Langming's smile froze again. Why was this fishman so good at stabbing right to the heart? Shanben, however, nodded slightly. Skepticism is normal. I also once doubted the guild. But if the rules are real, one can observe first. Jinping closed his eyes. Whitebeard's flag had once protected Fishman Island. But Whitebeard would eventually grow old. The world government, forever, sat high above. The warlord title was merely a piece of paper that could be torn up at any moment. Fishman Island needed a future. Not just a promise, but a path that could lead them out. Jinping opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Shanben. If I join, no guild member may harm the civilians of Fishman Island. The guild must not force the Fishman race into meaningless wars. If Fishman Island is attacked by the world government or pirates, the guild must recognize its obligation to protect. Shanben looked at the light screen. A message from Lin Feng popped up. Lin Feng approved. A crimson golden invitation unfolded before Jinping. Target Jinping. The combat evaluation late stage 3 can burst to early stage for strength in water. Value directions: Fishman Karate Naval Combat Ability, Fishman Island Political Node, Whitebeard Connection. Position: probationary member of the Lord's Council. Jinping looked at the invitation, raised his hand, and pressed it. Golden light merged into his body. Ding. Jinping the pirate has joined the Myriad Realms Guild. Current position: probationary member of the Lord's Council. Messages instantly jumped in the main guild channel. Dwarfu Langming Fufufu. The second candidate from the pirate world has successfully joined. Boya Hankyuk, a fishman too. Kaido Jinping. That fishman karate kid. Let's fight sometime. Jinping, I refuse meaningless Jinji Jinba boring. Uchiha Ban, a strong man who follows rules, also has value. Lanyan Yuji, once the Fishman Island node is open, the seabed sea routes will be under the guild's vision. Dwarfu Langming watched the channel, the corners of his mouth rising higher. On the surface there was Ghost Island. In the calm belt there was Amazon Lily. Under the sea there was Fishman Island. Dressrosa and the underworld handled the intelligence lines. The guild's net in the pirate world was finally beginning to close. At the same time, Marine headquarters. New intelligence was slapped on Sengoku's desk. Sengoku finished reading, his face darker. Jinping has also joined the Myriad Realms Guild. Akai's gaze was terrifyingly dark. The warlord system no longer has any reason to exist. Kizaru drawled. How terrifying. This poaching speed is even faster than my light. Garp bit into his rice cracker, unable to swallow for a long time. Trouble. Once Fishman Island moves, Whitebeard will also take notice. Tsuru said solemnly, it's not Will. He's already taken notice. The New World. Aboard the Moby Dick. Whitebeard held the newspaper, his gaze heavy. The Myriad Realms Guild. Even Jinping has chosen to trust you. The massive Naginata tapped the deck lightly. The deck fell silent. Whitebeard looked up into the distance. Cool. Interesting. This sea is about to see a real change. The main hall of Onigashima. As Jinbe's joining notification faded, another den Mushi twisted its mouth and rang. Doflamingo glanced at the number, and a subtle smile crept across his face. Fufufu, interesting. Another warlord can't sit still. The den Mushi opened its mouth, emitting a piercing somber laugh. Hi, Doflamingo. I heard that your universal guild can grant immortality. Doflamingo leaned back in his chair. Moria, you're not slow on the uptake. Gecko Moria's voice carried an urgent edge. If Kaido can join, why can't I? I am one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The Shadow Fruit is a tremendously valuable ability. The main hall fell silent for a moment. Kaido, who happened to be transmitting footage from the New World's outskirts, shoved his massive dragon face into the channel upon hearing Moriya's voice. Yugagagaho. Moriya, you're still alive, huh? The laughter on the other end of the den mushy choked instantly. Moriya felt as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. Kaido. Doflamingo nearly burst out laughing. What a scene. One sentence sent the warlord spiraling back into his psychological shadow. A message from Lin Feng popped up on the private channel. Lin Feng assessment. Lin Feng, the main guild, doesn't take trash. Doflamingo's smile vanished. Understood, guild master. Moriya, you can have the immortality benefit. Come to Onigashima for evaluation. Moriya was silent for a few seconds, then forced his voice. Hi-he, evaluation it is. It'll show you just how powerful the shadow fruit is. Half a day later, Thriller bark anchored off the coast of Onigashima. A massive shadow loomed over the sea. Moriya landed on the island with his zombie army, followed by Absalom Hogback and a motley crew of zombies. The remnants of the beast's pirates looked on with disdain. This is a warlord. Feels like he brought a cemetery with him. Keep your voice down. He's still a warlord after all. But Lady Hancock is here too. The contrast is just too brutal. Moriya's face darkened. Shut up. What do you know? Give me enough strong shadows and I can create an invincible army. Before the main hall, Doflamingo, Aizen, Urahara, Hancock, and Jinbe were all present. Kaido's projection also hung in midair, his grin making Moriya's skin crawl. Hancock glanced at Moriya, her disgust nearly written on her face. This ugly thing wants to join the guild. Moriya's temple bulged with a vein. Boa, Hancock. Don't be so arrogant. Hancock lifted her chin slightly. Even if I'm arrogant, it'll be forgiven. Because I am beautiful enough, and Moriya nearly broke down. Doflamingo clapped his hands. All right, let's begin the evaluation. Urahara tipped his hat and pulled out a small device. The shadow fruit is indeed interesting. Shadow detachment, physical behavior, interference, zombie control, and the mapping between spirit and body. From a research perspective, it has value. Moriya immediately grinned. Hear that? I told you my ability is strong. Aizen smiled and added a cutting remark. The ability has value, but that doesn't mean the user does. Moriya's smile froze. The words were too venomous. So venomous that even Doflamingo found them endearing. Assessment mission started. Target Gecko Moriya. Test content, combat ability, mental stability, growth, potential resource value. Opponent Boa, Hancock. Hancock rose slowly. Moriya's face changed. I have to fight her. Hancock's eyes turned cold. Are you scared? Moriya gritted his teeth as shadows began to spread wildly from under his feet. Hi-he, don't underestimate me. Shadow Mage. A black shadow rose from the ground, taking the form of a monstrous doppelganger, identical to Moriya, lunging at Hancock. The surrounding zombie army charged simultaneously. Hancock stood still, not even a flicker in her brow. No matter how many riffraff, there's still riffraff. A pink light radiated outward. Sweet, sweet wind. The zombies in the front ranks instantly turned to stone. The Shadow Mage circled behind Hancock, its black claws striking down fiercely. Hancock spun her waist, coated her long leg with armament hockey, and swept with aromatic heel. Boom. The Shadow Mage was kicked apart, scattering into nothing. Moriya's pupils contracted. Impossible. Hancock's foot touched the ground, and she was already in front of Moriya. Moriya stumbled back, conjuring a shadow shield in front of him. But Hancock's armament hockey-coated leg shattered the shield in one kick. Crash. Moriya's massive body flew backward, rolling a dozen times across the ground. The beast's pirate's remnants winced. Is this really a warlord? Feels like he can't even take a single blow better than Kaido-sama's club. Don't insult Kaido-sama's club. Kaido's projection roared with laughter. Yugagagaho. Moriya, you're still as weak as ever. Moriya lay on the ground, his eyes instantly. The crushing defeat of the past stabbed into his mind like a thorn. All his subordinates annihilated. His dreams shattered. Kaido's shadow had weighed on him for so many years. Now it was Kaido again, and again in front of everyone. Shut up. Moriya roared, his bodily shadows swelling wildly. Shadows Asgard. The shadows of the zombie army were forcibly torn away and poured into Moriya's body. His massive frame grew even larger, his aura skyrocketing, and the ground cracked under his feet. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow. Oh, a bit of explosive power. Jinbe, however, shook his head. Borrowed power is unstable. Hancock's eyes grew colder. Ugly. Moriya threw a punch. Hancock did not retreat. Instead, she unleashed her conqueror's hockey in a massive burst. Moriya's movement faltered. In that half-second, Hancock kicked him squarely under the chin. Crack. His massive body fell backward, shadows leaking out like deflating air. Thud. Moriya crashed to the ground, his eyes rolling white. The assessment screen appeared. Gecko Moriya assessment complete. Combat power 4th stage, early unstable. Fruit ability shadow fruit. Research value present. Mental state prolonged avoidance after trauma, low combat will. Growth potential low. Main guild qualification not passed. Moria jolted awake, his face pale. Not past. I have the shadow fruit. I can build an army. Aizen said calmly. All you can build is a bunch of corpses moving on borrowed shadows. Urahara added. The technical sample is useful, but the man himself lacks value. Hancock looked down at Moria. Being a warlord is just a title on the sea. In the guild, if you're not strong enough, you're not strong enough. Moria trembled all over. Not from anger. From fear. Kaido's projection still hung in the air, staring. Those dragon eyes held no killing intent, yet they cut deeper than any blade. Like looking at an old toy that had long been smashed. Doflamingo announced the result with a smile. Gecko Moria, you do not qualify for the main guild. But the guild can offer you peripheral cooperation missions. Provide shadow fruit ability data, open up Thriller Bark's resources, and hand over some zombie technology records. In exchange for peripheral protection points. Moria clenched his teeth. And if I refuse? Kaido grinned. Then I'll pay you a visit right now. Moria fell silent. Completely. 3 seconds later he lowered his head. I accept the peripheral cooperation. Doflamingo's smile grew even brighter. Clever. Gecko Moria has become a peripheral cooperation partner of the Universal Guild. Thriller Bark resources are being registered. Shadow fruit ability data is being collected. Hancock turned and walked away, the crimson gold insignia on the back of her hand blazing fully. Boa Hancock, final assessment complete. Main Guild probationary member status confirmed. Position Main Guild probationary member. Hancock's lips curled upward. Now that's more like it. Deep in the main hall. Lin Feng's cultivation progress flickered. 5th stage mid-stability 81. Member screening rules for the One Piece world further stabilized. Lin Feng did not open his eyes, only uttered a single sentence. Lin Feng next. Lin Feng Barthol in the main hall of Onigashima. Moria had just been dragged away to sign the peripheral cooperation agreement, leaving behind the lingering, awkward scent of a loser in the air. Doflamingo returned to the intelligence table, his fingers lightly tapping the surface. Fufufu. The guild master has specifically named Bartholomew Kuma. This one is far more troublesome than Moria. Hancock sat nearby, the crimson gold emblem on her hand now fully stabilized. At the mention of Kuma's name, her gaze shifted slightly. That silent giant. Jinbe spoke in a low voice. Kuma is no ordinary warlord. I've heard some rumors. He has connections with the Revolutionary Army. The atmosphere in the main hall fell silent for half a second. Doflamingo's smile deepened. The Revolutionary Army. The group the world government hates most. This just got interesting. Urahara adjusted his hat, and Kuma's profile appeared on the light screen. A towering figure. A black Bible. The pawpaw fruit. Warlord of the sea. The tyrant's epithet. And the ongoing special modification project by the world government. Urahara's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Oh my, this modification structure is quite intriguing. Human mechanization, weakened neural signals, memory blockade, implanted command priority. It seems they intend to turn a powerful combatant into a fully obedient weapon. Aizen chuckled. What's even more interesting is that he appears to be willing. Hancock frowned. Willing to become a tool without a self. Aizen lifted his teacup, his tone placid. If the price can protect someone important, many people would willingly walk into a cage. Jinbe's expression darkened. Kuma is not someone easily tamed by the world government. There must be a hidden reason. Doflamingo spread his hands. That's why we need to make contact. The guild master is in seclusion, and the target is such a sensitive figure. Fufufu. It seems we can't send Kaido this time. A message immediately popped up in the channel. Kaido, what about me? Doflamingo, if you go, the island might be gone before Kuma even opens his mouth. Kaido, that's called effective communication. Jinbe, I oppose. Hancock, I oppose as well. Urahara Kisuk, from a technical preservation standpoint, I also oppose. Kaido, tch, boring. Doflamingo looked at the unanimous opposition and felt a strangely pleasant satisfaction. At least there were still rational people in the guild. Even if not many. Aizen looked at the light screen. He'll go. Urahara closed his fan. He'll go too. Jinbe said in a deep voice, if it involves the Revolutionary Army, he'll join as well. Doflamingo nodded. 3 is enough. Aizen will judge truth from falsehood, Urahara will handle technical assessment, and Jinbe will lower Kuma's guard. He'll stay to guard headquarters and pray you don't stir up another top-tier power. Aizen smiled. Don't worry. We're just going to talk. Doflamingo's eyelid twitched. The credibility of that sentence coming from Aizen's mouth was about as reliable as Kaido giving up alcohol. Half an hour later, on an unnamed island in the Grand Line, there stood an abandoned church. The walls were peeling, the bell tower half broken. A tall man sat on a church pew holding a book in his hands. His figure was like a silent wall. Bartholomew Kuma looked up. His gaze fell on the 3 who had suddenly appeared. There was no surprise nor an immediate attack. He simply closed the book. The Van Gyoi Guild. Aizen smiled. It seems you've been waiting for a while. Kuma's voice was low. You openly recruited warlords. You'd come to me sooner or later. Jinbe stepped forward. Kuma, I speak for myself as a reminder. The guild is not the world government nor the revolutionary army. The rules here are very strict. Kuma looked at Jinbi. You joined. Jinbi nodded. 4 Fishman Island. Kuma fell silent. Those 4 words were more effective than any explanation. For someone. For some place. Many choices seemed absurd, but in truth there was no other option. Urahara circled Kuma half a turn, his small instrument beeping wildly. Kuma's gaze fell calmly. Don't touch me. Urahara raised his hands. Oh dear, professional habit. But your physical condition is worse than the data suggests. The neural command layer is being overwritten by an external program. The consciousness weakening process has already begun, hasn't it? Kuma did not deny it. Aizen said softly, trading yourself for some promise from the world government. Or to facilitate some revolutionary army operation. Kuma placed his massive hand on the book cover. Aizen's gaze was gentle. I see a man placing himself on a chessboard and preparing to let others think he is merely a pawn. The church fell silent. Jinbi's heart jolted. That was too accurate. Kuma remained still, but his aura shifted subtly. Urahara's interest grew. The pop-off fruit. Space repulsion, pain repulsion, fatigue repulsion. It can even eject abstract states from the body. If combined with spirit coordinates and the guild's teleportation system, its value would be extremely high. Kuma looked down at the paw pads on his palms. Value. Do you only see value? Jinbi frowned, about to speak, but Aizen smiled first. Of course. Organizations that only talk about goodwill are the easiest to become lies. The Van Gioi Guild talks about value, so the transactions are clearer. Kuma slowly stood up. His towering frame cast a shadow. If I have someone I want to protect, can the guild protect them? Urahara did not smile. Aizen did not answer immediately. Jinbi looked at Kuma, his expression complex. For a man like Kuma, the word protect was not spoken lightly. Once spoken, something heavy must be pressing behind it. Aizen said calmly, the guild does not offer charity without cost. But it can issue mission sign contracts and use contributions to exchange for protection. If you can pay the price, you can get the result. Kuma was silent for a long time. I can provide intelligence on the World Government Science Division, the Warlord deployment lines, some non-core revolutionary army contact methods, and my own modification data. Urahara's eyes instantly lit up. Modification data, including Vegapunk's original structure. Kuma nodded. In part, I need to exchange for a solution, to preserve my self-awareness, even if it's just hidden away. Urahara's smile faded, and his tone became unusually serious. It can be attempted, but first I need to see the modification locks inside your body. Kuma raised his right hand. The paw pad on his palm aimed at Urahara. The church floor instantly cracked under the invisible pressure. If you deceive me. Urahara's gaze beneath his hat did not waver. Then you can blast me away. Aizen chuckled. Provided you can tell where the real me is. Kuma looked at Aizen. You are very dangerous. Aizen smiled. Thank you. Jinbi's temple twitched. Not a single person in this guild was normal. Kuma withdrew his hand and aimed his palm at his own chest. A small cluster of pale red bubbles was slowly ejected. Pain. Fatigue. The neural burning from the modifications. The moment the bubbles appeared, the air in the church felt as if it were pressed into sourness. Urahara's expression changed slightly. Such a volume of pain. Jinbi clenched his fists. Kuma's face was expressionless, as if he had long grown accustomed to it. If I can eject pain, can you eject fate as well? The guild channel fell silent for a moment. Deep within Onigashima in the training space, Lin Feng closed his eyes and Kuma's scan report appeared before him. Target Bartholomew Kuma. Combat assessment mid to late stage 4. Core value pop-off fruit, space repulsion, pain, transfer, mechanical modification, sample, revolutionary army intelligence line. Current status, self-awareness weakening. Recommendation master to meet as a probationary member with additional technical protection mission. Lin Feng's martial extreme flame contracted slightly. Urahara. Accept the mission. Preserve his self for me. Urahara heard the channel prompt, and a smile slowly spread across his lips. Roger that, guildmaster. A crimson gold invitation unfolded before Kuma. Kuma looked down at the light. After a long silence, he finally reached out his hand. If this is another path, I am willing to walk it once. His fingertip pressed down. The golden light sank into his body. Bartholomew Kuma enters Van Gioi Guild recruitment evaluation. Technical protection mission activated. Objective: isolate the world government's modification program, preserve the core of self-awareness. Urahara opened his toolbox, his smile turning purely excited. Mr. Vegapunk, although we haven't met yet, I'll take on your puzzle first. The temporary quiet room outside the main hall of the Island of Ghosts was far quieter than usual. Bear stood still, his massive body resembling a silent wall. Pohara squatted on the ground, a row of spiritual nails spread out in his hands, his hat brim pulled low. Modifying the lock is more troublesome than I imagined. However, it's fortunate that the ceiling structure hasn't completely consumed your consciousness. Bear looked down at the mechanical core suppressed on his chest, his voice deep. How long can it hold? Pohara raised his eyes. It depends on how long you wish to maintain it. As soon as he finished speaking, golden, ghostly runes began to layer upon each other like a cage, enclosing the wildly operating program. Bear's body trembled slightly. The cold command that had always suppressed his consciousness was forcibly separated for the first time. Bear raised his hand, his fingertips hovering in the air. In the past, whenever he raised his hand, there was only command in his mind. Now it was different. It felt light and very quiet. Lin Ran stood by the door, his smile gentle. What you just regained is not everything. You can only judge what you are doing now. Bear nodded. That's enough. Bartholomew Bear. Lin Feng, standing at the main seat, focused his gaze on Bear. The Guild of All Realms offers you two paths. The first, to continue walking the design path for the world government. The second, to join the guild. The guild will not make decisions for you, but it can provide you a third path. Bear remained silent for a long time. Jinbei beside him did not interject, merely watching with arms crossed. Hancock stood further away, her expression somewhat displeased. She did not like silent men. Even less did she like those who seemed on the verge of shattering, yet stood firmer than anyone else. Bear finally spoke. What is the third path? To preserve yourself, and to protect those you wish to keep safe. The price is contributions, intelligence missions, and compliance with the rules. Bear looked up. If I join, will I be able to continue documenting the world government's modification plans? Pahara's eyes instantly brightened. Of course. Moreover, I can directly help you dismantle a part of it. The premise is that you must first become a member of the guild. Bear did not nod immediately. He merely stared at his palm. There he had once been able to bounce away pain, fatigue, and everything. However, some things cannot be bounced away. Like fate. Like sacrifice. Like himself. Bear slowly knelt down. Not in submission. More like someone who had finally found direction, temporarily putting down all weights. I join. The golden invitation unfolded. Objective: Bartholomew Bear. Combat power assessment, mid to late stage of the 4th level. Core value: Machi fruit, spatial rejection, pain, transfer, mechanical modification samples, Revolutionary Army intelligence line. Position: apprentice member of the main guild. Bear raised his hand and pressed confirm. In that moment, the guild emblem above the island of ghosts shimmered slightly. Ding! Bartholomew Bear has joined the Guild of All Realms. Current position: apprentice member of the main guild. The guild channel instantly began to pulse. Doflamingo he. Another warlord-level individual has arrived. Jinbei, welcome. Hancock, I do not like this wooden-faced man. Shataya, this person looks very troublesome. Kaido, ahoho. Can he fight? Bear, if necessary, I can give it a try. Kenpachi, interesting. Lin Feng ignored the commotion in the channel and directly pushed a piece of intelligence authority to Bear. It contained records of the world government's modifications, known contacts of the Revolutionary Army, and fragments of technology related to Vegapunk. Bear looked at the pages of information, his palm slowly tightening. For the first time, there was a distinct fluctuation in his gaze. Not anger, but affirmation. Affirmation that he was finally not an arbitrarily manipulated tool. Jinbei nodded gently. You made the right choice. Bear said softly, perhaps. Hancock turned her face away. At least he's more pleasant than some who only pretend to be mysterious. As soon as this was said, Doflamingo in the main hall nearly laughed out loud. He was all too familiar with this flavor. When this empress gets stubborn, it feels like everyone owes her money. Just then, the modification detector in Pahara's hand suddenly went wild. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. His expression changed. Oh. Someone is remotely querying data. Lin Ran slightly raised his eyes. The world government. Pahara shook his head. It feels more like a scientist who saw the key being taken away. Outside the island of ghosts, in a deep-sea experimental communication room, rows of screens glowed brightly. In front of the screens, a man in a white coat, his hair disheveled, like an explosion, suddenly looked up. Vegapunk stared at a set of abnormal locked data, forgetting to swallow the coffee in his mouth. No way. Bear's modification core has been isolated by external rules. This is neither Seastone nor a conventional seal. This is another system. Just as the telephone bug beside him was about to speak, the man had already snatched the recording board. Repeat that set of waves 3 times. No. Immediately connect me to the world government's technology line. The telephone bug on the other end fell silent for half a second. Doctor, are you sure you want to contact them now? Vegapunk's eyes twitched. Of course I'm sure. If I wait any longer, I won't be able to see that guy who took my sample. After speaking, a line of residual echoes jumped up on the screen. Crimson gold emblem. Guild of All Realms. Vegapunk stared at those words, his breath slowing for a moment. Interesting. This is not technology from this world. Nor any logic I recognize. Bear, oh Bear, what kind of monstrous organization have you encountered? In the training space of the Island of Ghosts, a new prompt popped up in front of Lin Feng. Bartholomew Bear's joining completed. Guild technology line expanded. World government technology side's attention increased. Vegapunk has locked onto the source of the anomaly. Lin Feng's lips curled up. Finally can't sit still? Then let him see. See clearly. See who exactly is changing the rules. At the deepest part of Ghost Island. The training space no longer resembled one. It was more like a furnace on the verge of bursting. The gravity field was compressed to its limits, spiritual pressure stacked like mountains upon mountains, a torrent of chakra rampaged through the array patterns, while nun pressure and chi sense surged like two invisible floods, battering Lin Feng's body again and again. Yet the most brutal force was not these. It was Lin Feng himself. Haki, spiritual pressure, chakra, nun chi. 5 distinct paths, each originally refusing to submit to the others. For anyone else it would have exploded long ago. But Lin Feng refused. The way of the male striker was inherently straightforward. No flourishes, no detours. Its core was just 2 words: subdue by force. Subdue the flesh. Subdue the will. Subdue even the power itself. Standing at the center of the array, Lin Feng's breathing grew heavier. Every inch of tendons and bones inside his body seemed to glow red. Haki entwined into his flesh and blood, spiritual pressure sank into his marrow, chakra coursed through his meridians, chi sense nurtured his organs, and nun power locked his spirit. Finally, all were twisted into a single rope by an even more overbearing will. Striking. No lofty, mysterious explanations. No flashy system titles. All power must ultimately fall upon fists and feet. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand and clenched his 5 fingers. Crack. Directly in front of the training space, the air collapsed. Not a crack. It was dented inward by the sheer intent of his fist. The system interface flickered wildly. 5th order midstage stability 99. Fusion progress 97. Core combat logic unification detected. Kernel determination, Guiyuan striking. Lin Feng closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slowly. He had finally reached this step. From the initial male striker inheritance to now devouring all the powers from different worlds, then crushing, melting, and forging them into his own. It was not about who accommodated whom. It was that whoever came in must follow his own fighting style. This was what Guiyuan meant. The next second, Lin Feng took a step forward. When his foot landed, there was no explosion. No war. The entire training space first fell into an eerie silence for a beat. Then all the array patterns lit up to their peak at once and simultaneously shattered into crimson gold fragments. Boom. The shockwave did not blast outward. Instead, it collapsed inward. Gravity, spiritual pressure, chakra density, chi sense pressure, nun pressure, simulation. All were sent recoiling by this single kick, like a herd of rampaging beasts being brutally kicked back into their cages. Behind Lin Feng, a crimson shadow slowly took form. It was not a god, not a demon. It resembled more a martial artist who trampled all powers underfoot. Guiyuan striking, 3rd awakening fully mastered. Skill unlocked, abyss starfall leg. Skill unlocked, blazing sun chasing fist. Current combat power evaluation, 6th order early stage. Destruction tier star level. Outside Ghost Island. In the main hall, a phase meeting was still in progress. Doflamingo had just laid out all the data on the Pirate World's peripheral nodes, the Fishman Island route, Kuma's modifications, and the first batch of Naruto branches dungeon results. Before he could finish speaking, the entire island suddenly trembled. It was not an earthquake. It was space shaking. Hancock frowned. Jinbe abruptly raised his head. The core of Kuma's chest modifications hummed faintly. Aizen's smile dimmed by a fraction. Urahara's fan clattered onto the table. My. This is no commotion a 5th order midstage could stir up. The next moment, the guild emblem above Ghost Island lit up on its own. Not the usual crimson gold glimmer, but as if the sun had been ignited from within. Boom. A crimson light pillar shot straight into the sky. The cloud layer was pierced through in an instant. The heavens split open a line. Kaido, who was patrolling the outer territories in his dragon form, halted mid-motion, his massive dragon eyes filled with astonishment. Yulaguru. This aura. Kenpachi had just stepped out of the training ground, and the Nozarashi on his shoulder hummed once, his grin like he'd seen a ghost. Now that's more like it. Uchiha Madara opened his eyes from meditation in the dungeon, his Rinnegan staring sharply into the depths. 6th order. Yamamoto stood up, his white brows drooping low. It's done. At the Naruto branch. Above the divine tree ruins, Kagaya slowly raised her head. Her Byakugan pierced through the spatial projection, gazing toward Ghost Island. Shikamaru was organizing the dungeon contribution list when he suddenly felt a chill down his back. What now? Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, eyes gleaming. A new high-order life level. The guild master has completed his transformation. Above the divine tree emblem, the main guild channel exploded. Kaido Yulaguru. Has the guild master come out of seclusion? Kenpachi Zaraki, no more chatter, let me see first. Uchiha Madara, this pressure surpasses even Kagaya. Sosuke Aizen finally stepped across, haven't you? Kisuke Urahara, judging from the data, the training spaces. Boa Hancock, that man never disappoints. Jinbe, is this the guild master's true trump card? Deep within Ghost Island, the door to the training space slowly opened. Not pushed. The space around it yielded on its own. Lin Feng walked out, clothes intact, aura not explosive. Instead it was eerily calm. But the calmer it was, the more terrifying. Like a star that had burned completely forcibly compressed into human form. Doflamingo glanced at him, his back hair standing on end. Earlier looking at Lin Feng was like seeing a monster that could shatter a battlefield. Now looking again, it was like seeing a rule draped in human skin. Lin Feng swept his gaze over the crowd and spoke calmly. Continue. Doflamingo was stunned. Continue. Shouldn't this be a moment to shock the entire venue? Shouldn't everyone be singing praises? The guild master acted like he'd just strolled out for a walk. Eisen smiled first. Seems the seclusion went well. Lin Feng nodded. Not bad. As soon as the words fell, Urahara's mouth twitched. Not bad. 6th order early stage, star-level destruction. That's not bad. Was his evaluation system using Frisia as the passing line. Kenpachi couldn't hold back anymore and strode into the main hall. Guildmaster, fight me. Kaido's projection also grinned. I second. Lin Feng looked at the two. You're not enough. The entire venue fell silent for a second. Doflamingo nearly crushed his sunglasses. Too blunt. Yet no one felt it was arrogant. Because the current Lin Feng truly had the qualifications to say that. Instead of being angered, Kenpachi laughed even harder. Then I'll have to chase even more. Madara slowly exhaled. The surge of enthusiasm he'd felt from chasing to near 5th order through dungeons and fusion was suddenly pressed down again. This guild never let anyone catch their breath. Just when you thought you were something. The guild master ahead had already raised the ceiling another level. Lin Feng ignored the battle maniacs, raised his hand, and tapped open the interface. Main guild combat power update. Guild master Lin Feng. Current evaluation 6th order early stage. System status with striking as the core completely fused with Haki spiritual pressure chakra Nenshi and other multi-system powers. 3rd awakening state Guiyuan striking. Core skills abyss starfall, leg blazing sun chasing fist. Threat assessment strategic level. As the interface appeared, the channel fell into absolute silence. Even Eisen paused for 2 seconds. Jinbe's gaze darkened. Kuma looked down at the line reading 6th order early stage silent. Hancock's lips curled up slowly. She knew it. Since this man dared to let the world see, he definitely wasn't relying on his subordinates to put on a show. Lin Feng closed the interface, his eyes falling toward the red line. Meeting continues. After the Pirate World's territory is finalized, it's time for the world government. Doflamingo instinctively swallowed. Earlier those words sounded like a threat. Now they sounded like a notification. Eisen showed his smile again. It seems that before the summit where the Marines and the world government will receive an even heavier greeting gift. Lin Feng flexed his wrist, a flicker of firelight flashing in his eyes. Perfect. I also want to see what one fist and one kick at 6th order early stage can turn this sea into. At the same time, Holy Land Mary Geos. The Din Din Mushi in the 5 Elders meeting room suddenly went berserk. The screens flickered with snow. All instruments monitoring Ghost Island burned out simultaneously. Vegapunk stood abruptly staring at the final crimson ripple, returned, his breathing altered. Upgraded again. No. This is a complete system unification. Marine Headquarters. Sengoku stared at the suddenly spiking remote detection data, the veins on his forehead bulging. Kizaru's mouth was crooked. How terrifying. This time it really doesn't feel like something overtime can solve. Garp slowly put down his rice crackers. His eyes sank to their deepest for the first time. That kid, he's come out of seclusion. Ghost Island main hall. Lin Feng took the main seat again. The crimson shadow behind him slowly faded. But no one truly felt that pressure had disappeared. Because everyone understood. Now the 10,000 Realms Guild finally had the confidence to kick over the world's table. Lin Feng looked at the crowd, his tone calm. Max out the intelligence lines on Bonero Island, Marineford, and the Holy Land. From now on, the grand drama of the pirate world is officially beginning. Demon Island main hall. The atmosphere of the first guild meeting after Lin Feng emerged from seclusion was strange. It wasn't tension. It was that everyone suddenly realized something. The president had stepped into the 6th order. The ceiling ahead had been kicked away by sheer force. If those behind didn't catch up sooner or later, they wouldn't even see the president's back. Duafulangming stood before the light screen holding a stack of combat strength evaluation reports, his smile even more exaggerated than usual. Fufufu. Everyone. Bad news, the president has reached starburst level. Good news, at least we are still alive in the same guild channel. Kaido sat to the side hugging his gourd and laughing loudly. Wugugugu. What kind of bad news is this? The stronger the president, the more monsters I can fight later. Jinba carried his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, his face full of displeasure. Stop with the nonsense. Read the report. Duafulangming's mouth twitched. These battle maniacs really didn't understand the sense of ceremony. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, his aura incredibly calm. But it was this calmness that made everyone unconsciously lower their voices. Duafulangming cleared his throat, raised his hand, and opened the first light screen. Main guild member stage combat power evaluation. Minimum, standard 4th order late stage. As soon as these words appeared, newly joined Hankyuk, Xinping, and Xiong all shifted their gazes. Main guild minimum was 4th order late stage. In the Heisei world, this was already a solid top-tier threshold. But here it was just the starting point. Hankyuk lightly raised her chin. Reasonable enough. I will naturally not fall below the minimum line. Duafia Lingming glanced at her. Don't be impatient, Empress. Your improvement is obvious. The light screen switched. Boya Hankyuk. Original evaluation 4th order mid-stage. Current evaluation 4th order late stage. Improvement source Chi Sense cultivation method Sky Dance Art. Sweet fruit energy convergence conquerors hockey refinement. Note: after combining petrification effect with Chi Sense suppression of weak-spirited targets is stronger. Hankyuk's lips curled slightly. If the 9 snake warriors were present, they would probably have started screaming wildly. With sweet fruit combined with Chi, since it was no longer just large-scale seduction. It could contract. It could suppress. It could strike precisely. Previously it was beauty that petrified people. Now it was beauty with control and penetration. Zaitia sneered coldly. Flashy and useless. Hankyuk glanced sideways at her. At least that's better than some little girl who only stabs randomly with a spear. Zaiatia's red eyes narrowed. The temperature in the main hall instantly dropped by half. Duafia Lingming quickly switched to the next page. Fufufu. Next, Xinping. See Knight Xinping. Original evaluation 4th order mid-stage. Current evaluation 4th order late stage. Improvement source Chi Sense cultivation method Fishman karate water vibration enhancement sea battle adaptation. Note: in marine environment, can briefly approach quasi-5th order combat performance. Xinping folded his arms, his expression calm. I was just lucky. Chi Sense and Fishman karate do match. Kaido grinned. Lucky? Let's fight in the sea one day. Xinping didn't even look. I refuse meaningless brawls. Jinba clicked his tongue. Another boring one. Xinping's forehead vein twitched. In this guild, refusing to fight was almost like a crime. Duafia Lingming continued turning pages. Basuel Mayu Xiong. Original evaluation 4th order mid to late stage. Current evaluation 4th order late stage. Improvement source self-awareness core stabilization paw fruit and spirit particle coordinate preliminary adaptation modification program isolation. Note: short distance precise repulsion pain and fatigue transfer efficiency increased. Xiong looked down at the paw on his palm. His fingertips moved slightly. An air bubble was repelled and caught by Puayuan's spirit particle talisman. Puayuan's eyes lit up frighteningly. Oh my, if this coordinate repulsion is upgraded a bit, then future guild squad retreats and ambushes could save a huge amount of teleportation points. Duafia Lingming's mouth twitched. Don't describe such a terrifying tactic in such a money-saving tone. Xiong's voice was low. Just glad to be of help. Hankyuk pouted. Wooden face is actually useful. Xiong did not respond. This made Hankyuk even more displeased. Duafia Lingming raised his hand, and the light screen suddenly brightened. Next, the old members. Yuzebo Ban. Current evaluation quasi-5th order stable. Improvement source Chi Sense base Nun ability life evolution factor Rinnegan recovery efficiency enhancement. Note: possesses potential to break into 5th order. Ban folded his arms, his Rinnegan rotating slightly. Not enough. Jinba immediately grinned. If you know it's not enough, come to the training grounds. Ban sneered. What's the rush? When I step into 5th order, I'll cut you down first. Jinba laughed even more happily. Those words are pleasing to the ear. Kaido. Current evaluation 5th order early stage stable. Improvement source Chi Sense Nun pressure resistance conquerors hockey enhancement further physical recovery improvement. Note: extremely high durability in prolonged combat. Kaido looked at the evaluation, his face full of dissatisfaction. Just stable. I want stronger dungeons. Lin Feng glanced over calmly. How long can you last in the Frisia dungeon now? Kaijuo's smile froze. The main hall was silent for a second. Duafia Lingming almost laughed out loud. The president's blade hit the mark. Gumu Jinba. Current evaluation 5th order early stage peak. Improvement source deep compression of Chi Sense and spiritual pressure armament hockey adaptation, high intensity, sparring, and training grounds. Note: only one high-quality deathmatch away from 5th order mid-stage. Jinba eyes lit up instantly. High-quality deathmatch. Who will I? Shanben's white brows lowered. Quiet. Jinba curled his lips. But he didn't really talk back. Shanben Yuan Luzi Chonghua. Current evaluation 5th order early stage peak. Improvement source Chi Sense enhanced flame control remnant flame sword compression efficiency improvement. Note: extremely high area destruction capability battlefield restrictions needed. Kaido watched and laughed. Old man, let's fight again next time. Shanben said calmly. First, learn not to recklessly destroy islands. Kaido fell silent. Duafia Lingming almost applauded. Finally someone spoke for the budget. Lanran Zongyuji. Current evaluation 5th order mid-stage edge. Improvement source Chi Sense, supplemented life, energy Hogyoku compatibility, increased Kyoka, Suigetsu rule enhancement. Note danger level continuously rising, strategic value continuously rising. The main hall fell silent for a moment. Lanren's smile remained unchanged. Edge, it seems more samples are needed. Huayuan's fan paused. Mr. Lanran, when you say samples, could you not look at us? Lanran smiled without speaking. Duofulingming quickly skipped ahead. Huyuan Shiju. Current evaluation 4th order, late stage peak. Improvement source Chi Sense based Nun ability research, Xiong modification data C-stone structure analysis. Note technical value far exceeds combat evaluation. Huyuan adjusted his hat brim. Oh, my combat power doesn't matter. What matters is being able to bring everyone back alive. Jinba looked disgusted. Boring. Huyuan smiled amiably. If you die, I'll have to repair you, mister. Jinba fell silent. That was hard to argue against. Meizuhua lied. Current evaluation quasi-5th order. Improvement source Chi Sense based Nun ability combination of healing path and life energy sword technique compression. Note dual positioning of healing and killing further stabilized. Meizuhua smiled gently. I will continue to work hard. Many in the main hall felt a chill in their hearts. When she said work hard, it sounded more terrifying than Kaiduo saying he would be reasonable. Ingyan Mihuaku. Current evaluation quasi-5th order. Improvement source Chi Sense enhanced blade control base Nun ability improved / will concentration. Note extremely high purity and swordsmanship possesses potential to break into 5th order. Ingyan Mihuaku stared at the light screen, his gaze calm. Still need a sharper whetstone. Jinba immediately turned his head. Ingyan also looked over. Duofulingming's heart thumped. Done. The budget was going to die again. Lin Feng tapped his fingers lightly on the throne. Both of them withdrew their gazes at the same time. The whole hall fell silent. This was the value of a 6th order president. No need to shout. A tap on the table was more effective than the Navy headquarters buster call. Duofulingming took a deep breath. Finally came his turn. The light screen flickered. Duofulingming. Original evaluation 4th order early stage. Current evaluation between 4th order late stage and quasi-5th order. Improvement source Heisei world node construction underground intelligence network contribution devil fruit. Surrender large amount of guild operation points, redeem deep adaptation of Chi Sense and string fruit observation hockey enhancement. Note fastest growth rate at current stage. The main hall instantly fell silent. Even Kaiduo was stunned. Hankyuk raised an eyebrow. Shemping's gaze turned serious. Ban looked at Duofulingming for the first time, not finding him noisy. Duofulingming adjusted his sunglasses, his smile finally unstoppable. Fufufu. Everyone, what can I say? It's not my fault I've been so busy lately. These words were not recruiting Hankyuk, contacting Shimping, evaluating Moria, deploying Xiong, organizing Demon Island, building external nodes, fishing for CP0, meeting Morgans, managing Beast's remnants, pacifying Dressrosa, and cleaning up after Kaiduo. Others grind dungeons. Duofulingming grinds the entire Heisei world operation missions. Points poured in steadily. The string fruit finally found a new path through modification by Chi Sense and Nun ability. In the past, the strings were for cutting, controlling, and birdcage. Now the strings can wrap hockey conduct, Chi Sense attach spirit particle talismans, and even bear coordinate marks for short periods. Huyuan once teased. Duofulingming was evolving from a mafia boss into a guild network administrator. At that time, Duofulingming almost broke down. Now, looking at the combat evaluation, he suddenly felt being an administrator was not unacceptable. Lanran smiled. Contribution for power. An excellent model. Duofulingming laughed, even more smugly. Hear that? This is called institutional dividend. Ban said flatly, but you still can't beat me. Duofulingming's smile froze. Jinba added, not sturdy enough for cutting. Kaiduo laughed loudly. Wugugugu. Clown, don't get too arrogant. Duofulingming's temple veins bulged. Did this guild have no camaraderie at all? Lin Feng finally spoke. Duofulingming's growth is fastest. The reason is simple. Sufficient contributions. Sufficient points. Sufficient exchanges. This is the guild rule. Everyone's expressions turned more serious. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the hall. Main guild members minimum 4th order late stage. Those who don't meet it will be demoted to the periphery. To go up, rely on missions, dungeons, and contributions. I don't keep idle people. When these words fell, even Kaiduo didn't laugh. In the past, when Lin Feng said this, it was the president setting rules. Now Lin Feng at 6th order early stage, saying this was the rule itself, pronouncing judgment. The Huiying branch guild channel lit up simultaneously. Neilong Luan received branch task system will be synchronized and adjusted. Dashawan, the efficiency of linking contributions and permissions is indeed tempting. Gongsho medical team requests more Shindo samples. Daitong Yu Huey worthless ones exit. Mingren felt a chill down his spine, even through the channel. How is Huey getting more and more skilled at saying that? Goeiji Island main hall. Duafia Langming switched back to the overview map. Guaji Island, Delia Siluosa, Ver Island, Uran Island, Kongbu Sanwai Fanchuan Periphery Cooperation Point, Shiji Zhengfu Tech Line provided by Xiong, Huiying Branch Guild Resource Transfusion Line. A crimson golden network was gradually covering the Heizei world. Duafia Langming's voice lowered but grew more excited. President, the main guild territory in the Heizei world has taken initial shape. Now only one sufficiently large incident is missing to make everyone acknowledge it. Lin Feng looked up, gazing at the distant Hongta continent. It will come. The Shiji Zhengfu won't keep tolerating. Lanran chuckled lightly. The longer they endure, the heavier their next strike will be. Pu Yuan closed his fan, and the easier it will be for them to reveal more technology and intelligence. Xinping said solemnly, if they attack Uran Island. Lin Feng said calmly, then let them know what a guild node means. Hankook's lips curled. I rather hope they come to Ver Island first. Xiong said in a low voice, perhaps they will first probe the peripheral intelligence points. Duafia Langming's smile instantly turned sinister. Then even better. I also want to see whether I right now am worthy of the quasi-fifth order evaluation. Lin Feng looked at him. Be prepared. Next time the Shiji Zhengfu reaches out, no need to fish. Directly chop. In the main hall, the emblems of all members lit up simultaneously. The crimson golden light merged into one. At this moment, the 10,000 Realms Guild was no longer just a name propped up by a few monsters. It had nodes. It had rules. It had a growth system. And it had a group of members with at least 4th order late stage as a starting point, frantically growing stronger. Duafia Langming adjusted his sunglasses, smiling, as if he saw the coffin of the old era beginning to creak open. Fufufu. Then welcome Shiji Zhengfu. Come to send us the next wave of contributions. The atmosphere in the main hall of Onigashima was peculiar. Not because it was dull. It was too lively. The Naruto branch was still frenziedly racking up contributions. In the main guild channel, Kaido yelled that he hadn't had enough of a fight, and Zaraki urged to find the next batch of enemies to cut. Doflamingo rubbed his temples, feeling that recently he had become not the underground king, but the customer service representative of the Multiverse Guild in the One Piece world. Footsteps sounded from outside the door. A subordinate hurried in, his forehead drenched in sweat. Young Master, no Lord Daffy, urgent report from the front. Doflamingo looked up. Speak. It's not the previous squad. The world government sent more men. And this time not just several gazes in the main hall pressed down simultaneously. Aizen sat to the side, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest, his smile neither deep nor shallow. Jinbe furrowed his brow. Hancock snorted coldly. Kuma remained as silent as a stone. Doflamingo took the intelligence scroll, scanned it, and slowly curled his lips into a grin. Fufufu. Excellent. Last time we didn't catch enough fish, but now they're coming in groups to be delivered. The intelligence was simple. After CP0 confirmed that the peripheral nodes had lost contact, the world government did not immediately retreat. Instead, using the pretext of dealing with the defecting warlords and verifying the guild's true strength, they dispatched elite forces into the new world. There were 2 targets. 1, the underground intelligence chain of Dressrosa. 2, the resource harbor near Onigashima. Plainly, they wanted to trample on the guild's face and reclaim their lost dignity. Hancock's eyes turned cold. Do they really take me for an old era dog? Jinbe said in a deep voice, the world government isn't targeting one island, it's targeting the guild's rules. Aizen chuckled softly. In short, they want to see whether attacking a node equals attacking the guild's interests is just empty talk. The main hall fell silent for a moment. Doflamingo slammed the scroll onto the table. Then let them try. At that moment, the guild channel lit up. Lin Feng, permission to counterattack. Only 4 words. But the atmosphere in the main hall shifted instantly. Doflamingo curled his lips. The guild master doesn't intend to let anyone step over us. Lin Feng, leave no one alive. Hancock's red lips curved upward. Those words I like. Jinbe exhaled, his expression also turning grave. Kuma raised his palm, the paw pad faintly swelling. Doflamingo stood up instantly. Let's go. This time don't just do missions. Turn them into billboards on the sea. Off the coast of the new world, the night hung low. 3 disguised warships crept close to the sea surface, no flags flying, but the decks were filled with men in white masks. Besides CP0, there was also a batch of secret special operatives the world government had mobilized. The leader, wearing a white cloak, had an icy gaze. Confirm the target's location. Behind him, a din Mushi whispered back. The outer stronghold of Dressrosa has been locked. The supply port of Onigashima is also within the route. If we can capture Doflamingo's core contact, it will be enough to report to the 5 elders. The white cloak nodded. This time is not a probe. It's severance. As soon as he spoke, the wind stopped. The waves seemed to freeze. Several CP0 agents looked up at the same time, their expressions shifting. In the distance, a gigantic black silhouette was walking toward them under the moonlight. It wasn't a ship. It was a person. Jinbi stood on the sea surface, his palms slowly rising, the currents around him twisting like a whirlpool formed by an invisible giant hand. The waters ahead are under guild jurisdiction. One more step forward will be considered an act of war. Dead silence fell on the deck. Then someone sneered. A defected former warlord dares to. Before he could finish, another figure had already landed on the mast tip. Black hair like a waterfall, red lips cold and sharp. Hancock looked down from above, her eyes full of disdain. So much chatter. Have you knelt for so long that you've forgotten how to look up? The white cloak's eyes turned utterly cold. Boa Hancock. So you have indeed betrayed the world government. Hancock laughed. Betray, eh? I've simply finally realized that you lot are not worthy of my bowing my head. The last silhouette did not come from the sky. It came from inside the cabin. A few agents turned around, and their eyes nearly bulged out. Kuma was already standing in the middle of the deck, no one knew when. Tall, silent, a pressure like a wall slapping their faces. Impossible. Kuma isn't. Doflamingo's laughter came from behind. On the sea, a tall bridge woven from threads slowly extended. Doflamingo walked along the thread bridge, his sunglasses hiding a cold, sinister smile. Sorry, your intelligence is outdated. The lead agent's heart sank. He raised his hand abruptly. Kill. The next second, the sea exploded. Jinbi thrust both palms forward, and the currents rose like a mountain, lifting the foremost warship off the sea surface. Before the agents on board could steady themselves, Hancock had already flashed into the crowd, her long leg wrapped in armament, hockey sweeping out. Petrification, shattering screams. A whole row of CP0 agents couldn't even release their techniques. They all turned into rubble on the ground. Nearby, someone just used shave, but Kuma's palm had already pressed toward him. The paw pad bounced. The figure vanished, instantly reappearing hundreds of meters high in the sky, screaming as it crashed into the sea. Doflamingo flicked his fingers, and dozens of threads shot out from the darkness, strangling the other ship. Mast, rudder, everything. Fufufu. Last time was just fishing. This time it's draining the pond. The white cloak finally made his move. Jeppo Soru armament hockey. All combined, moving at incredible speed straight for Hancock. Hancock didn't even raise an eyelid. She unleashed Conqueror's hockey with a fierce pressure, and her perfume femur kicked out to meet him. Boom. The man flew backward, half his body beginning to petrify, his eyes full of disbelief. How is that possible? Hancock said coldly, because you're too weak. On the other side, Jinbi had already punched a hole through the ship's bottom. Seawater poured in, and the entire warship began to list. The Sea Knight's battlefield on the sea was simply unfair. The agents tried to use Jeppo to rise into the air, but Kuma raised both palms and fired off consecutive air blasts. Clusters of invisible cannonballs exploded in midair, blasting people back into the sea one by one. Doflamingo watched with great satisfaction. This was how it should be. Before, the warlords always had to put on a show when facing the world government. Not anymore. Now it was the world government that had to think twice before attacking guild members, wondering if they'd make it back alive. The white cloak staggered to his feet, still trying to use a den mushy to call for reinforcements. Kuma stepped before him and gently tapped his palm. The den mushy was blasted away, the signal gone. Jinbi said in a deep voice, "Let's end this." Hancock lifted her chin. "Just what I was thinking." The three pressed forward at the same time. In a short while, the sea fell silent. The disguised warships were reduced to wooden planks. White masks floated across the water. Survivors. None. The main guild channel flashed a notification. One Piece World mission complete. Hostile action confirmed. World Government Direct Special Forces. Result: total annihilation. Rewards calculating. The Naruto branch instantly exploded. Nara Shikamaru, total annihilation. Tsunade, how long did that take? Orochi